And a warm welcome, one and all, to today's coverage of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series from Jeju. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, as we are now going to start crowning some champs at this particular festival, at least on stream. But Randy, as we know, a couple of days ago, as well as yesterday, there were some coronations elsewhere. 50K short deck action. Richard Yong took down the title, and then yet another emotional accolade for one Elton Sang in the 100K short deck.
You know, it's so cool to see Elton get his second title. He won his first in Jeju for a massive $4 million in a big no-limit hold'em tournament. Here in short deck, winning a $100,000 buy-in for $1.697 million. That's a lot. That's a lot of coin right there. The thing is really nice for me is because I've witnessed Elton play the Triton series from way back when, 2018, 2017. And, you know, he's one of those guys with a lot of short deck experience under his belt and still holding his own.
Yeah, very much so. Also holding his own, Wang Ye, not to be overlooked. Had a second place finish in the PLO streets out in Montenegro at our last festival before the summer, and then comes back and follows it up with the second place finish. But he really wasn't the focal point for me, as you do see the result there. He's going to be on hand, of course, for the two-card streets and beyond as this festival rolls on. But Ike Haxton, Randy, is the curse ever going to be lifted for Ike? He was chip leading with 3 left.
I mean, the thing is, Ike's that guy who is, we always say, the best player who hasn't won a title. You can see here a 3rd place, a 4th place, a 5th, just so many close runs, but just never taking it down. But, I mean, one day it'll be his turn.
I mean, 57 cashes is astonishing. And I believe if you scroll up to the top, James, it was 15 million plus in career earnings, and to not have a W and have 15.6 and earn, that's tough to do. And obviously, a lot of final tables on his resume. One thing we do know about Ike, obviously, is he's just looking at the bigger picture. I don't think he's one of those guys that ends up putting his head on the pillow and then screaming into it last night. You know, he just comes out, does his thing, and the chips are going to fall where they may. Chips are going to be falling at a final table here today. As we mentioned, first on-stream champion will be crowned. It's the 25K WPT Global Slam, and we do have a good bit to unpack. 311 uniques, off the pace last time around, but before you go getting concerned about the viability of Triton or something like that, remember, we were running these short deck events elsewhere, so a good chunk of the field decided that they wanted to play those events as opposed to this one. And by the way, those short deck sickos, 50K and 100K, they decided, you know what we should do? Let's put a 200K off-stream short deck. So that's going to be happening. Of course, we aren't going to bring you that coverage. There are a few individuals in those fields that don't want to be on stream. And of course, at Triton here, we seek to respect that. So final 9 here in this 25K WPT Global Slam, Randy. They have locked up 155,000, but a handsome 1.5 up top. Let's start unpacking things because the implications go beyond the money. And I'm talking about Alex Foxen in particular and POI.
Yeah, the thing is, Alex Foxen is one of those players that's really close onto the race, right? He is only trailing Artur Martirosyan. I'm looking at the player rankings now. He was started in 3rd. He's behind about 900 points. But if he can win here, he actually will pull ahead of Artur by just a few points. So he's definitely in contention, given he's the chip leader of this tournament and he knows how to take down a tournament or two.
And by the way, before you go thinking to yourself, oh, big deal, there's plenty of poker left to play. Well, this is the final festival of this season of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year Award and, of course, the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. So whatever happens when we're done here in Jeju, that's the final tally, and that's going to determine who picks up that $200,000 overlay. Now, how about Vyacheslav Goryachev? When I woke up and I took a look at this final table as it had been assembled, because I wasn't in the booth for it, I was shocked to see him there, and in no small part because the observations that I had of his procedures in particular, Randy, he was the most passive, most conservative player, and yet he is sat now second in chips with 9 remaining, Foxen up top.
He's also the player who's only played one event, and it's his very first time as you look at his Triton track record. 0 earnings, hasn't played a single event, but second place in the 25K for your first time. That's a good deal.
I mean, hell of a batting average on his hands, at least as things stand. Triton 1, of course, happened before this particular festival, and every other player at this FT, Randy, perhaps an argument in favor of coming out and getting the rust and the kinks out and warming up, played Triton 1. I'm going to go down the list, starting with China's Xu Song. He is one of 3 Chinese delegates, a third of the remaining field.
Yeah, and he is one of those players that did show up for the back end, majority of the Triton 1. He did play 5 events, only 1 cash, 64 place, but he is warmed up, coming in third. Pretty good showing, I would say.
Yeah, his countryman Jingyao Yan, also the second of the Chinese players, right behind him. Those 2 round out the top 4 above the current average stack, which is 8.6 million, good for 22 big blinds when play gets underway in about 5 minutes' time. You know, Jingyao Yan, he had the chips in motion, as I recall, quite a bit. I mean, one of those characters, it isn't going to be maybe like Goryachev sitting back.
Yeah, the thing is, there's a lot of very strong Chinese players that are relatively unknown. So to see them come out kind of pulling some moves, it gives them that slight competitive advantage in the sense that they don't really know how they play, but they know how all the big pros play. So we'll see if he can kind of pull through and get a W here.
He's already going to be setting a career best cash regardless of result so far, is Jingyao Yan. Moving along, we've got James Mendoza. Kevin Rabichow was talking about that name being a familiar one to him, maybe not so much within the borders of Triton, but beyond it, impressive here in this first event.
Apparently, if he did do very well in this poker room before in May, I don't know exactly the specifics, but, if he can get top 5, he can top that result.
Yeah, that would be impressive. All right, Punat Punsri, we always know he's a man that impresses us. Multiple titles, always proudly rocking that Triton main event champion, Jacob Epic X watch, and just get a look at it. I mean, $22 million in earnings and a shot at title number 5, running 6th right now.
I mean, this is the guy who does have 4 titles. He almost won that Triton 1 main. As you can see, 1.2 million, could have a 5th title. But he's also one of those guys, though, we mentioned Alex Foxen, who, if he wins it, he will take the leader on the Ivan Lau Player of the Year race. The thing is, if Punat wins, he won't actually be number 1, but he will be within a couple hundred points of Archer.
Yep, Archer came into this particular festival up top, but he doesn't have it locked up by any stretch of the imagination. Keeping it moving, we've got Cheng Ho Bao of Singapore, who went hard during Triton 1, and obviously one of the beneficiaries of perhaps that warm-up period.
I mean, yes, he did warm up, but he wasn't able to capture a deep finish. He has played a bunch, right? But he just has 9 big blinds, and the thing is, he needs to kind of outlast some of those shorter stacks below him still.
No doubt about it, and obviously pay ladders are significant, and it's top heavy, so, each one of those rungs starts to broaden out even more if he can just slither and work his way up, maybe end up with a playable stack. How about Dai Ming of China? He's 8th right now, 1.5 million, 4 bigs, and of course, you've got Emilian Patavi, 3 bigs behind him. Those guys really on the struggle bus.
The thing is, yes, you got 3 and 4 big blinds. You kind of have to wait the other player out. One of these people are going to try and, get that pay jump. Pay jumps are big, but I believe there's a rollback of the blinds, Ali.
Yeah, that's going to help. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, obviously, their stacks aren't going to be quite as thin as a result of that blind rollback. One of the policies once we get down to the final table. Patavi, by the way, 6 previous cashes here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. A couple of more cobbled together in Triton 1. Table draw is very relevant. I don't know if we can get that table up quickly before we send it down there. Just take a peek here at how everything shook out, and who are the winners and losers, Randy?
I think the loser actually is going to be our second place stack, Goryachev, because he's got Alex Foxen, the chip leader, to his direct left. He's not going to be able to play too many pots. But in terms of winners, I would say it's the players that have position on Foxen, the very aggressive players, so you don't have to worry about getting 3-bet too often.
Yeah, Dai Ming, the least experience of the players at this particular table. He was there in the 2-seat, and we're going to be playing 150-300 when it kicks off, which is not long from now. But I do want to take a moment as I'm looking at the screen, Randy, and point out that we didn't talk to each other when we woke up today about what we were going to wear to work. And then this man shows up, and I turn to my right, and I realize we've got a who wore it better situation on our hands. Weigh in, chat. Who's wearing it better? Is it Randy or me? They're both made by the same designer, by the way. But it looks like you got the updated version. I mean,
yes.
So you got a little leather trim.
I've got a little leather trim.
I don't have the
Where's
leather
yours?
I don't have leather trim.
Is yours the fraud?
What happened? No, I don't have a bootleg, Randy. But look at this. Is crazy. I mean, we genuinely didn't. This was not planned. I'm feeling like Like, you're casting a shadow on me right now. Obviously, the biggest of shadows being cast by those top 2 chip leaders, as we were talking about, Foxen and Goryachev. Goryachev not going to be very eager to play pots regardless, just based on the cloth from which he's cut, Randy. I don't think he has any leather trim on his cloth, but you know what I mean. So I think it almost might be like content because it gives him a little bit of cover. You know, people might be thinking, all right, Goryachev's not playing a lot of pots, but it's because Foxen's on his direct left. We know it to be other things as well.
Yeah, of course, it's nice to have that little cover and, you know, hopefully get some big pay jumps.
All right, well, we're going to send it down to Luca Vivaldi, who's going to bring out the final combatants as we get underway with the FT Day 3 of the 25K WPT Global Slam.
First event of this Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju, the 25K buy-in WPT Global Slam, started with 311 entries. We're down to a final table of 9. It's time to find out who's gonna take home glory, the only double trophy of this series, and 1.5 million for first. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. Seed number 1 from China with 11 million. Please put your hand together for Yang Yingzhao.
The Chinese delegate with just 154,000 in earnings coming in.
1.5 million for a C2 also from China. Please welcome Dai Ming.
Dai Ming, another Chinese delegate, 206,000 in career Triton earnings with a 77th finish in the 8K Triton 1 main.
8.2 million for a seed number 3 from the US. Please put your hand together for James Mendoza.
Mendoza experienced, but just 19,800 in career Triton earnings, all of it coming in the 8K Triton 1 main.
From Thailand in seed number 5 with 6.9 million. Please welcome Punat Punsri.
Punsri, such a fixture when it comes to the Triton Super High Roller Series. We talked about that impressive 22 million, hunting title number 5 today.
RC6 is from Singapore with 3.8 million. Please put your hand together for Oh Bao Chiang.
Chiang just 5,900 in career Triton earnings as he picked up 105th in the 3K Triton 1 Genesis.
EC number 7 with 1.2 million from France. Please welcome Emilien Pitavi.
A nation that has plenty of poker talent, and Count Pavi amongst it. A couple of cashes across 6 events during Triton 1.
From Russia in seed number 8 with 6 million. Please put your hand together for Vyacheslav Goryachev.
Fearsome is Goryachev, though his resume is blank. How well will he fill the slate? TBD.
In seed number 9 we have our chip leader from the US with 70 million. Please put your hand together for Alex Foxen.
Foxen wasn't supposed to be here. He took King-Queen up against Pocket Kings on 2 separate occasions and came out on top, which is what puts him in the chip lead here.
And last but not least, in seed number 10, closing down our final table and starting on the bottom with 12 million from China. Please welcome Shui Song.
Shui Song played in Jeju earlier this year, won cash for 45 grand, and won cash during Triton 1 before this festival.
Once again, our bottom will start in seed number 10. We're gonna play the remainder of level 25, 150k, 300k, 300k with 9 hands remaining. I wish you all the very best of luck. Yelena, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thanks, Luca. And let's go. GTO Wizard bringing us your first glimpse at the official chip counts with the blinds at 150, 300, and 300, where each orbit of poker will cost you 750,000 in chips. And you can tell that for the likes of Dai Ming and Emilien Pitavi, that is urgency aplenty. North of 10 bigs is the entirety of the remainder of the field. Immediate pay ladder of $35,000 if you can crack the top 8. But that 1.5 million, that's what all eyes are trained on right now. Total prize pool, nearly $8 million. As the payouts brought to you there by WPT Global. Let's get the excitement underway, shall we?
Shall we? We shall. 155k locked up. If you can get to first, that's almost a 10x prize you can collect.
Yeah.
Not bad. Heads up, it's going to be a $550,000 match.
I mean, depending on who is heads up, you could see a save of some sort, a deal getting made. I mean, that is life-changing money for most who are playing down in these 25K sorts of levels. Maybe that's the upper boundary of buy-in sizes that their bankroll supports. No presumptions, but tends to be the case. And maybe those who fare well during the Triton 1 portion, taking a shot with the spoils in events such as this. As the cards are in the air. I wonder how Seat 1's feeling there about the camera on his shoulder.
That's your concern?
I'm just saying. All right, first opportunity to observe the overwhelming stack of Foxen. Of course, keeping pace is Goryachev. But this is informative, Randy. King deuce offsuit, and he's getting after it because he knows with a 4 and 3 big blind stack out there, nobody's supposed to want to tussle.
Exactly. That's why he's opening this very weak hand in the cutoff. But here comes Jing Yao Yan.
Ace jack suited.
No fear.
Flat calling from the small. Now, Daiming is one of those shorter stacks, so the prospect of potentially being able to pick up a triple, tempting, but he does step aside, leaving Foxen to flop top pair against middle pair and the Broadway gutter. And Jing Yao Yan's not supposed to be done with his hand just yet. Disappointed, of course, that there's no diamond on board.
But still, quite a strong hand of ace-jack. Foxen, top pair, no kicker.
That king being a club doesn't hurt. As he flicks out a pumpkin. Quarter pot follow through.
There's another pumpkin.
Yeah. 2 pieces of squash into the purse. Now a 4-liner on board as you see the pickup for Foxen of the flush draw. Pot growing to 3 mil.
Let's say both players are not very happy about this turn card. Now that a 4-liner shows up, queen would make a straight. Wow. Jing Yao Yan. He's come with the lead, trying to represent the queen, and it's actually quite credible. Thing is, Foxen's got that king of clubs, which certainly changes things. If he was holding no king of clubs, he probably would just fold.
So breaking with protocol, the lead for 1 million obviously leaves Foxen concerned, and those concerns are not alleviated by a 5 of diamonds. Now, in turn, Jing Yao Yan getting flatted, he's going to be asking himself whether or not he needs to turn this hand into a bluff. You get the sense that with some frequency, the ace-jack's no good, but he's going to tread lightly as he shuts it down. I think Foxen should be quite happy to do the same, although this line suggests he's not dealing with a queen.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's not 100% sure if he's dealing with a queen or not, just because maybe a queen led and got worried with the flush coming in. I would just take the showdown here and try to beat a hand like ace-10 or ace-jack. That took a odd line.
Maybe a cheeky 2-pair of some sort.
Could see it, but unlikely.
And first opportunity for the remainder of the table to grab a data point with regard to just how wide the range of Alex Foxen rates to be, at least as things stand.
Yeah, and only one hand's been played at this final table, but that hand on Showdown actually shows a lot about both of those players. Foxen getting out of line of King Deuce offsuit in the cutoff, but even Jing Yao Yan, who's in the middle of the pack, kind of getting out of line and attacking on the turn when, generally speaking, he should be playing more passively.
And keep tabs on the number of hands because the blind levels are now switched. Instead of being chronological, we go based on the number of hands, sort of a popular advent. Brought on kind of in the online streets. Adopted here at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. It's always listening to player feedback and looking to innovate each and every festival. And how about this for innovation? 2 red kings, a classic powerhouse for the Singaporean. Hand number 2 of the 16 that will be played at 153.
Just praying for any action. Pocket kings for Xiangho Bao. It's like, come on, attack.
I
Anyone?
think you're overdoing it.
A little bit of here, kitty, kitty. Pocket deuces. Let's see. Shui Song.
No, I'm underdoing it. I need something like that.
Now someone
It's like gifter.
gave me the full button.
Yeah, it would have been ambitious to try to go duck hunting off of that stack. Oh, sucks for 2 kings.
Tell you what, doesn't suck like it did for the people that ended up in the wake of Alex Foxen. It was Christoph Vogelsang on one occasion. Who was the other guy that lost with the kings against him? Having a tough time remembering. I'm sure the chat remembers.
Chat knows.
Somebody's bound to be weighing in shortly. And speaking of weighing in, as per usual, let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know where you're watching from. Randy and I love seeing the support and the feedback of all of you who are so dedicated and committed during these Triton festivals to not missing a beat. And producer James stepping up, trying to beat the chat to the punch and saying Vincent Huang was the other guy that fell with kings to king queen. That was the second victim that Foxen claimed. A lot of those are the chips that represent his chip leading stack now.
So you're telling me if you want to play kings, just don't play against that man.
I'm really doing it
I
well.
mean,
If he's holding king queen.
listen, if you allow me to choose my opponent's hand when I've got 2 kings, king queen is pretty up there in terms of the options. Maybe I like king deuce offsuit better, but you know what I'm getting at. It's like, okay, yeah, let's run this all day long. Ace king of clubs, Mendoza, going to be putting his track shoes on.
1,050,000.
1,050,000 from the small blind, an upsized open here, very consistent with blind versus blind. And now Punsri with a bit of an issue in the form of ace-9.
This is very dangerous. He is probably very suspicious of Mendoza, and ace-9 is a monster hand with 22, 23 big blinds. And then again, though, there's 2 guys with 4 and 3 big blinds.
And that's supposed to be what governs Punsri's procedures, Randy, because it would be considered a measure of ICM suicide were it to go wrong if he jammed and got snapped, as we can see he would. And Mendoza, the covering stack, making things that much more delicate.
Oh, he went for it.
Oh, and that is deflating to see the man practically beat you into the pot and then show you the dominant ace. And nobody loves this more than those 2 shorties, Pavi and Dai Ming. Deeply improbable. And you know, Punsri, he's so clean out there. And you know he knows about the ladder. He knows about the 2 shorties.
That's why he went for it.
Yeah, trying to leverage things. And it is not looking good for Thailand's finest. 6-4 tray, offsuit. Could we have an early victim at the final table of the 25K? Certainly looking that way. And only a 9 will provide salvation to Punat Punsri. Title number 5. Doesn't look like it's coming today, and that makes it official. Always humble in defeat and gracious as well, but no doubt disappointed is Punsri, as he is dispatched by Mendoza.
That's an extremely disappointing run for Punat. He was very comfortable with 23 big blinds, and he's the type of guy, though. He sees his eye on the top prize. He went for it. He felt like his opponent was making a move. Ace-9 is clearly a very good hand, blind versus blind.
I don't know if you clocked that big, bright smile that Dai Ming was flashing in the 2-hole there, as that is going to do it for Punat Punsri. Part of the group photo, and no other photo ops available now. showers for him as the lucky trinkets didn't do their job. You think they're going to get demoted or retired? You think he's going to, like, throw them in the toilet and flush?
Tomorrow we see 3 new trinkets.
I'm going to go to the bathroom and be like, what's this in the bowl? Oh, that looks like Punat's card protector.
Well, good news for our short stacks. They just got promoted from 155K guaranteed to 190,000 guaranteed.
And a 70K pay ladder now available. If you crack the top 7, Pavi, one of those elated by the departure of Punsri. Not just for the economics, but obviously not having to contend with such a steely operator.
King Jack offsuit for Gorbachev. You know, he kind of wants to open, and he's looking right behind him. But, you know, you got to just test the waters first. Can't just wait around.
The thing is, the test could come back positive in terms of Foxen looking over and going, hey, buddy, what are you doing?
He went big. 1.3 million.
Do you think that this is directly designed to send the message to Foxen that I'm not messing around with some min raise here? Like, if you want to get after me, it's going to be expensive?
Well, he just got called by Dai Ming, Pocket Fives, who is super short. But yes, I do kind of think it's saying, hey, don't mess around. Oh my God, Pocket 9s?
Jung Ho Bao with the 1.3 and the all-in call-off in front of him. He knows Dai Ming is looking for just any spot. He's grabbed a ladder. Maybe now's the time to try to spin. He's unsure about what Gorbachev would open with, but you know, the landscape would dictate that it is supposed to be fairly snug. King Jack offsuit might be kind of right on the cusp of what he'd be willing to open a pot with Foxen direct left. So he elects to flat. Side pot develops for north of $1 million, 2.6. That's what Dai Ming's going to play for. Obviously delighted to have a shot at a triple and cheese. Still a hand to play here. It comes A7-4. 9s still best.
You know, there's a world where the 9s go down and Gorbachev doesn't improve because there's a side pot to play for Vyacheslav. He could just bet and down to 9s right now. This could be great news for Dai Ming.
Yeah. He's doing work for the all-in player. And, of course, on such dry texture with no spade, the 9s...
The 9s is upset.
End up in the muck. And so the 5s are best. What a remarkable moment for Dai Ming.
The dream spot for Dai Ming as played.
Well, that dream could turn into a nightmare promptly should a king or a jack pay a visit to this board, which is what he is anti-sweating. Turn is snug. Israel warding off the evil that would be 2 of the 3 paint cards in the deck. You see them anxious, eager, and now enjoying a double for their man.
Basically even. You don't need that. You get a rebate from him.
I wonder how Bao Xiangho is feeling right now of 2 9s.
Randy, I got to ask you something.
Go ahead.
You know, these multinational Triton fields, it can be a bit challenging in terms of name assembly, in particular from the Far East.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to go with Xiangho Bao? Are we going to go with Bao Xiangho? Well, how are we going to say it? Let's be on the same page.
Let's be consistent.
Good, buddy.
How about...
Should we rock, paper, scissors for it, or should we actually try to figure out what the right way to say? But you know what? There's no right or wrong way depending on what angle you look at it from. Because in China, surname first, first name second. But, you know, any Chinese Americans or nationals that are living abroad in an anglicized kind of English-speaking, you know, culture will take that first name and, of course, put it first and then surname second. So what are we going with?
I'll just tell you this. There's definitely one we shouldn't go with, and that's Xiangho Bao. That would definitely be wrong.
That would be wrong?
Because I'm pretty sure based on the way it is spelling, that's like going the second word of the first name, then back a weird circle. That's just wrong. Let's not do that.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm about...
What did Luca say? I don't remember what Luca said. Because then we can just blame Luca if we say what he said. Not a lot going on in the booth. And Foxen's got a little something going on in his hand. Ace, queen, offsuit. Min raise, Pavi wants to dance. 10-9, defending.
Pavi's only got 325K back. That's one big blind. And that flop. That sucks.
You know, it's funny because the way you said it made me think that there was something good about it for Pavi, and then I kept trying to struggle to see what it was. But you're right. Very much does suck for Emilian.
It's weird because the other short stack just doubled up or more than doubled up, so I don't know. Does he just pass with 10-9 off and just take the small blind and a round of free hands? Price dictates that he should continue, but then your tournament life means so much. He does call. He's got 25K, literally one chip back.
Well, this is ambitious, but he knows he's got to get something going. So the investment just too great to orphan for Pavi, and now on the turn, he doesn't hit a thing. And Foxen checking back here. Interestingly, he has hit the ace, so it's going to be
I think he checks it back.
with just 25K. And explain why it is that he would sooner keep Pavi around with 25K than shower him.
There's more value in leaving Pavi in the next hand with a single 25K chip, where Foxen's going to raise like any two, expect everyone to fold, and perhaps take the blinds and antes next hand and to win 25,000 more. That's why he checks it back. He knows he's got the best hand.
Now
I
you
don't
got
know.
us handcuff, Alex.
You know I'm a big fan of these nature documentaries and stuff, Randy. And, you know, Blue Planet, things like this. I know there was an episode that kind of focused on orcas.
Good for both.
And I don't know if you've ever seen them when they hunt close to the shoreline, but sometimes they'll actually take the seal and they'll spin it around like a little rag doll and kind of play with it. Right now, Pavi feels to me like a little bit of an orca snack in the jaws of Foxen, the killer whale out there.
Alex Killer Whale Foxen
Yeah.
playing with Emilian, little snack Pavi. Is that what you're saying?
Baby seal.
Baby seal.
Yeah.
See, you can see how Foxen's raising the very next hand. So much more in this pot. 375K. What is the side pot too? So obviously more. It's just worth so much more than the extra white chip. And he knows everyone has to fold.
And for those that might have otherwise been scratching their temples, having observed the check back with the ace-queen, wondering why isn't it that Foxen wouldn't want to grab the ladder, it's these subtle, very technical things that the most studied top-tier players in the world just have such a command over. For them, it's standard, you know, very self-evident sort of thing. But for some, maybe not so much. As we take the king 8-7 board, Pavi with top pair, but look at what Foxen's done as he continues to run white hot kings and sevens.
I'm just speechless.
I mean,
the guy just made two pair against the all-in player with king 7 offsuit.
that 9 could go to work depending on what the turn brings. But as it stands, Foxen's going to target this 1.1 on the side and give Goryachev walking papers. Just Vyacheslav is not supposed to be trying to peel, and he knows it.
No bluff. I have to pair.
Oh.
Yeah. Get that top pair fixed, Emilian, because the sun run is still on as it stands for Foxen. 8 would be useful, of course. That would counterfeit the 9.
10.
The other immediate path to the lead. Foxen rooting for a sweaty 10. Sporting offering. Something to create some drama in this 375K pot as Pavi's rail looking on. Okay, gut shot acquired, so add 4 outs to the 6 before them.
You get at least that.
Oh, and there's the 10.
Banked it.
By the way, it wasn't just 4 outs that we added. Jack would have worked, 10 would have worked.
You know what's funny, Ollie?
Talk to me.
I don't think Foxen minds that Pavi's still here.
Yeah, he's still so short on tokens that it's almost the preferred outcome if you're Foxen.
He actually might even win more chips in the future hands because Pavi's on the button now. He has a full round of free hands, so there's just more blinds and antes that Foxen can take before Pavi's just forced in the big blind. It's a very technical game these days.
You know, Pavi is involuntarily Foxen's teammate in this sort of twisted tandem. King, Jack of clubs. Twisting up a min raise.
Probably would fold ace-5 in this spot. The player in the middle of the pack is opening. Could be dominated. Let's see. Alex Foxen, what you got? 7-3 offsuit. Pretty dusty.
Okay.
Take it.
Not too many pots that he's going to be looking to bow out of, but absolute bottom of range. He concedes. Shout out, by the way, Michael Liu, watching from Sydney. Hao in Taiwan. Luke in Toronto, rooting for Foxen. Lima, Peru. Baluco, we see you. Edward Pitt in Arkansas back with us. Sokan in the Finnish swamplands. Stay dry, my friend. Don't get caught up with the leeches. Chabos Wiesen in Vienna. Welcome. Sleepless in Wisconsin, a Green Bay Packer fan, no doubt. Darla Vigil from Texas, rooting for Foxen. Orbic out in Canada. George Waller, rooting for Alex Foxen from Olympia, Washington. Jay Seppi, what's up to you, sir? From Atlantic City. There are other cities, by the way, Jay, that you can call home. You don't have to live in Atlantic City. Just
You
to
got a
point that
problem
out.
with Atlantic City?
You know, Atlantic City's got its own problems without me involved. Including the fact that everybody talks about the cheesesteaks out there. I like mushrooms on my cheesesteak, and they use canned mushrooms, which are some of the dirtiest things that you can eat. Like there's actually an allowance for the number of maggots per can that is considered still kosher.
Cool, man. Very cool.
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, I won't be eating some canned mushrooms.
No, nor will I. Asked Pavi, looking to do a little more eating himself. Granted, it was just the amuse-bouche when he doubled.
Do you notice he left 75K back by just limping? And the reason is his opponents might let him stick around. Foxen gonna raise it, though. The reason he's raising is because he wants to kick out Song Shui. And here we go. Foxen in the lead. Battle of the Kings.
Well, last time, Foxen had the inferior king. This time he's got the dominant one. Pavi updating the rail. 1.3 million isn't going to be a suddenly playable stack depth, but it's one that will allow him to play on versus go to the payout desk, which is where Punat Punsri probably found himself. Pavi enjoying one ladder, looking to keep himself in the hunt for a second, and that's one way to do it. 10-10-5, linking up with the nickel. I like how the other rails are disappointed because they want Emilian to get showered. Jack on the turn. Foxen.
Chop.
Now can't hit the king for a clean winner. Rooting for the chop. Jack would do it. Instead, it's the deuce. Sam Miller and Tom Fuchs out there.
We know who they're rooting for.
Now I play for the win.
1.4 million. If he can get one more double, that's about 10 bigs.
Crystal Noali obviously pleased in the YouTube chat to see that. So she's rooting for Million Patavi from France.
Yeah. Not bad. Just need to do that one more time and then you win the tournament. 50x again. Pretty close.
Is Patavi heating up, Randy? Pocket eights.
Finally, a real hand.
Hey, any hand that brings chips back home to Papa is real.
Let's leave that lucky one chip back. You never know, it might come in handy. So we had 25,000 not too long ago. Has 1.35. Looking to make it at least 2 million. Jing Yao Yan. Might be even priced in the call here.
Jack 9. He's not exactly the sheriff stack at the table, but he is deep enough if he wants to, which he doesn't. I don't think Patavi minds that one bit.
Of course not. 2.1 million now. Closing in on the other short stacks of Dai Ming, Ho Bao Xiang. I believe I heard the dealer say 200, 400, 400. Here we are.
Now, I believe a few of the hands associated with this level came prior, so this could have been a truncated level.
400.
Producer James saying that when we got down to the final table, there was half a level remaining, so half the number of hands that would normally be allotted were awarded to this level, and now we play 2, 4, and 4. Not good news if you're short stacked. By the way, Daryl in the chat advising that Ho is Ho Xiangbao's surname, which would mean, Randy, that Xiangbao Ho would be the anglicized pronunciation, the one that you said we shouldn't go
Are you
with.
sure, though, or is he just trolling
Well,
you?
I can blame Daryl and blame Ace Queen for the man's chips getting in here. All but 25K. No takers around to Dai Ming, and he too will concede. So a little snack for the
We
Singaporean.
know each other so long, I can't blame them.
I asked Kevin this yesterday. Have you been to Singapore, Randy?
Nope, I have not.
Really? Yeah,
No,
you're so
I know.
close.
I know it's close. It's the place with the fancy towers, right?
Oh, if
Yeah.
you want high-rise luxury living,
That's the place.
Singapore's your place. And also, if you want to go broke, just on cost of living,
I heard it's
Singapore's your place.
I heard it's really expensive to buy a Honda Civic there.
Listen, any car, there's like a road tax and a license fee. You got to have like 100% sales tax on the car. Then there's a road tax. Then there's a license fee. I mean, it is unbelievable. The guy driving a Camry is a baller.
I know, that's crazy.
It is crazy. And income tax is pretty gnarly out there, too. But very safe, very clean. Just don't spit your gum out on the subway.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah. Jack 9 offsuit. And Patavi getting aggressive under the gun +1, Randy. Talk me through why he would do this. Just rating to be a better hand than the ones he's going to see as he takes the trip through the blinds, which will cost him 2.5 bigs?
Because he's at the final table, he has a lot more fold equity, and he doesn't want to eat the blinds and be down to several big blinds. Look, he down to ace-10 suited.
Wow.
Huge
Now,
win.
to be fair, it is Dai Ming, who is also short stacked, who did give up with the ace-10 Is any of the decision-making for Dai Ming associated with what he feels might be the flypaper effect? If he calls and now suddenly a deep stack looks over and goes, hey, listen, if both you guys want to get showered, I got you.
I'm not sure if it's that, but he's a shorter stack. He doesn't want to call it off and bust. There's other short stacks. Things happen. The thing is, Emelian jammed from almost under the gun. It's stronger than normal. I think ace-10 suit, it's kind of close.
But the merit to the play is just on display promptly.
You know, Emelian has done a very good job of running his chip stack up. 25K has turned into 3.1 million.
That's
How many X is that?
remarkable.
How many X is that? Like, I can't even do the math.
Positive progressive betting strategy.
You should be able to sit this one out. Big advantage on Dai Ming in terms of chips.
I mean, the pickup last hand means he's going to take this trip through the blinds free of charge, so to speak, and be left with exactly what he did before he moved all in and took it. Foxen going to work. Queen jack off.
Jingyao is the player that has been kind of getting in there in the middle of the pack. Don't fault him for folding an offsuit variety. If you're going to make a play, I would make a play against the chip leader opening with ace-6 of clubs. Yeah, I like this. He knows Foxen's raising garbage. He saw the king-deuce offsuit not too long ago.
Do you favor this move against a Foxen open more so than calling off with the ace-10 suited against Pavi? Even though it's a worse hand?
I don't know, man. The thing is, ace-10 suited could potentially be dominating Pavi, so perhaps that was a better spot. But here we are.
Here we are indeed with Dai Ming's first opportunity to double. The shorties have been resilient thus far, as Punsri the only casualty, but he was not a short stack. Hands clasped. And the ace-6 holding on this 9-5 deuce board. Couple of hearts out there. Overcards threatened.
The rail is strong for Dai Ming.
White knuckle. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
The devastator on the turn, Randy.
You felt the disappointment. One more card, though. The resuck.
Let out of the sails of Dai Ming and his crew. Reinflation would come courtesy of an ace. Is it available? No.
Good game.
GG's and knuckle bumps, as Dai Ming can be happy with at least a single pay ladder, which was always going to be a bit of a challenge. Nice work for him. $190,000 richer.
The
As a
career
result.
best for Triton. 190K.
Bringing his career totals to $206,500 after the 77th place finish in the 8K main during Triton 1. Only played one event last time around in Jeju, in which he didn't cash. That was a 50K 7 max, so not a full slate, presumably, but one that's been fruitful for the Chinese national. GG's to Dai Ming. 7 will fight on. Absent Ming.
I do want to point out something in that hand, Ollie, with ace-6 of clubs.
Sure.
You may feel like I'm nitpicking, but he really should have actually left the 25K back as well, especially against Foxen, who you saw was checking down with Pavi. He actually could have potentially still be here with 25K. You know what I mean? Even though Foxen turned top pair, he probably would have just kept checking.
Right, Foxen is in a merciful mood, and you're not nitpicking because we saw the evidence of that decision-making proving very useful for Pavi, who is still here, whereas Dai Ming is not.
Look at this hand.
Jack 8, Goryachev under the gun. Do not adjust your screen. You know, if you told me somebody raised from under the gun at this table with 7 left and asked me who it was, dead last would be Pavi. I'm sorry, not Patavi, Goryachev. And
You
know
told me
has-
he was on the conservative passive side? No way.
I mean,
There's no way.
maybe he's image farming, right? Or cultivating the image that he's already built.
All in day 2. That's a big race.
4, but she kept your ante. I was just saying. Yeah,
Okay.
the only 4.
Yeah.
You know, anytime I see a Merit Poker hoodie, Randy, I expect the unexpected. People that ply their trade down in North Cyprus, a stop that historically has been on the Triton Super High Roller Series docket, and perhaps we'll revisit it. You know, they march to the beat of a different drum.
Yeah. Some drums are different than others.
Mm-hmm.
King 9 suited. Double hand shove. Leave 25K back.
Well, Xiang Ho Bao
277.
demonstrating he is
He's got 25 back.
well aware
So
of
275.
the use of that little quarter that he hasn't committed to the pot. Goryachev looking interested in the big here with the ace-5 offsuit, and he is going to make a call.
Single chip back. But this call is definitely right against the button jam of 7 big blinds. Any ace would do it. Button's supposed to jam broadways. Hands like King 9 too. I mean, he can afford it.
No, okay.
Something tells me though that Vyasheslav's going to ask for the last 25K regardless of the flop or turn.
King 9 trailing in a 6.1 million chip pot.
Okay, he's going to check.
Continues to lag. As you see Goryachev still in front, but how about that for a sopping wet turn? Flush and straight draws acquired. Heaps of equity, almost a coin flip, and there's the 8 as Xiang Ho Bao makes the jack high straight. Goryachev puts the 25K in just in case, but that's just added spoils to the victor. Up to 6.2 goes the Singaporean.
Clearly amazing turn card. Even better river. There you go. Plus 25K.
When you were talking about towers in Singapore earlier, were you referring to the Marina Bay Sands?
I don't know the name of it,
The
but
3 towers with the pool across the top?
yeah. The
famous
one that's
hotel?
connected.
Yeah. The security trying to get into that pool, by the way, is unbelievable.
You've
But
tried?
not impregnable. No, but you know, you're supposed to be staying at the hotel, and everybody's trying to go up there for the grand.
Is that the same place that has those flower-looking structures?
It is.
Yep.
Yeah. There's like a garden at the foot of it. You always see that image during Formula One, during the Singaporean stop.
You know how I know about all these structures?
How?
What I watched, what film I watched.
You
don't know?
watched a film, Randy? I'm so proud of you.
You must have heard of it.
Which one?
Crazy Rich Asians.
Oh, yeah, of course. Kidding me? True story, by the way. The director of Crazy Rich Asians, John Chu, my very first job in television in the Bay Area, at 17, John was a reporter on my show that I hosted. And now is doing big things.
That's huge.
Yep. Not so huge, but certainly serviceable. The ace-3 of diamonds for James Mendoza. Min raising. Foxen in the big.
Foxen should be defending with this hand, mainly because he clearly outchips his opponent. So what happens post-flop, especially against the middling higher stacks, is they give you a lot more free turn cards as they're not looking to get check raise as much. So you get to realize a lot more equity when you're the chip leader.
And Mendoza connects with the ace. More than we can say for Foxen, whose 9 of hearts is the only relevant portion of his holding.
We
Yes,
might see a check back from ace-3, to be honest.
Doesn't look that way. Why would we consider checking back? Just the ICM of potentially getting into a bad place with Foxen?
Mainly that, because Foxen, let's just say Foxen check raises you. You're not very proud of ace-3, but you're going to feel like you need to call down. Maybe he bets turn, jams river. A lot of times you just try to cut down the number of streets where betting could take place. But then again, it's okay to just test the waters, because if your opponent is still playing relatively straightforward, then keep it up. Second place, not bad for Mendoza.
Quietly ascending to trail chip leader Foxen. Goryachev slipping into third. Two casualties so far at this 25K WPT Global Slam final table. Randy and I are going to stick with you through to a champ. Pavi, pocket eights once more. Really getting dealt in at the right time.
Yeah, with 5 BBs. This is a really great hand. Last time he just took it down pre.
Goryachev and Foxen out of the way. Now it's Shui Song. Jack 7 of clubs and 10 million back.
It's a bit rich.
Yeah.
This guy's a survivor.
Do you ever watch that show, Survivor? Randy?
No, not really. I know of course. Boston Rob, that guy.
Yeah, that guy plays poker.
Heard about him.
Jean-Robert Belland also was on the show.
There were some other poker players that went on the show, I believe.
Ronnie Barda, who's an American pro, also was on the show, but got sick, I believe, fell ill very early.
Oh, so he
ended up
he
showered.
bailed.
I think there's more. Chat, back me up.
There's a
some other
female,
poker
isn't
players.
there? I feel it.
Producer James telling us about the Australian version of Survivor. Of course, no one cares about that version, James.
Are you serious?
Jackie Glazer apparently was on that version. Is it bad that not only do I not know anything about the Australian version, Producer James, but I also don't even know Jackie Glazer, so, you know.
Hey, I do, okay?
Okay, Randy,
show some
we get
respect.
it. You're an Aussie now.
Oh, ace-king. It's going to run into the 2-9s.
That it is. Looking for a little bit of respect, but unfortunately for Pavi, this 3.1 isn't going to get the job done against Xiang Ho Bao in all likelihood once this 3-bet almost all-in comes, which it does. Who would have thought that Pavi would have the highest VPIP?
Well, Nines has got a call in this spot. Or did he just make it simple? He went with call.
By the way, Garrett Adelstein. That was the name that eluded me.
Ah,
Cash
G-Man.
game legend out in LA. He was the big famous Survivor participant.
Who's going to survive this hand?
We'll find out. Shout out to Timothy Hoffelt, by the way, and Stella Baker for bringing that to us. 10-10-8 as the nines ensure that Pavi is going to be playing for his tournament life. Final quarter demanded, provided, and now it's 6 outs twice for the Frenchman, who has shown resilience. Trying to keep his seat.
Oh, hijack jam.
Yeah, Sergio and I do jam king suited, and Daniel wakes up ace king suited, and that.
Six is cozy for the nines. Will something comforting arrive for Pavi? It's got to be an ace or a king, or it's au revoir. Calls for the ace and the king from Israel, and there it is!
Pavi.
You know, you try to avoid Rounders quotes at this point. in your career, but alligator blood is on display, my friend.
You think if they casted a vote at this final table, they would vote for Pavi to stay in the tournament?
No, they wanted him around before he got spun up to this stack. Now they want to vote him off the island.
Doesn't work like that in this game.
No, it sure doesn't.
7.2 million in chips from 25K.
Unbelievable. And let it, by the way, illustrate the importance of never resigning yourself, no matter how desperate things might look. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves. 18 bigs, obviously now a playable stack, but work still left to do. Less so for Pavi than for the new short stack at the table. Shinhwa Bao, just 8 bigs. Only sub 10 big blind stack in the field, which is a sure 260K and plays for the 90K ladder. As you get a glimpse of the state of affairs here at the FT. Lion's share of the almost $8 million pulled together.
Yeah, so
Looking for a home.
Pavi's run is really showing us why leaving that 25K back can really yield you so much potential money. You know, he's got a pay jump. Now he's got a very playable stack. And I wonder now if Foxen's thinking, is it going to bite me in the ass for leaving this man with 25K?
Ace 10 here for Jin Yao Yan versus the stack that's supposed to be opening wide. Foxen, Queen 9.
There's a lot of value in re-raising this hand against Foxen. Yes, you put yourself at risk, but you need to look at their risk reward. Most often, you just take it down pre. And the short stacks have been doubling, so it's not like someone's going to bust very soon. It's a little bit different in going aggressive here if Pavi was still on 5 big blinds. But Pavi's got 18. You can't really wait around forever. He's going to stay away, though. Great news for Foxen.
I get it, Randy. He's looking over at Shinhwa Bao, thinking, I don't want to be out of here potentially before his fate is determined.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Question in the chat from Maximilian Schrammel, by the way, asking, who's my favorite Survivor player ever, Randy? And I don't know how to tell you this, but I've never actually watched an episode of Survivor. You know, a little something here and there. My buddy Jason used to watch it, throw it on, and I mean, okay, immunity idols, vote, council, tribal. You know, when JRB was on, I watched a little bit, you know, highlights, clips, things like that. But I don't even really know, I guess.
JRB?
JRB would have to be. He's such a funny guy. By the way, recently moved to Dubai. Did John
did he?
Robert, yeah.
Did not know.
Left Vegas. A lot of poker being played out that way. And who knows, maybe at some point the Emirates will be on our radar here at Triton. Pocket sixes for Goryachev as he shows up on the radar. 2.5x. King 10 offsuit in the small for Mendoza. Players, by the way, oftentimes you'll observe them looking over their shoulder up to the sky. These are not strange quirks or tics. This is just them looking for information on various panels located around the final table and feature table area to help guide them in their decision making.
King 9 suited into the muck. Just unsure of Goryachev's ranges. All right, I got a question for you.
Okay.
We're talking Survivor. What if you could pick any of the Super High Roller Series player? Who do you think is like the favorite to win it?
Wow. The favorite to win at Survivor? You know, there's two ways to look at this. Like, physical fitness is obviously something that you want. So now you begin to consider people like Antonius, right? You know, Foxen, although Foxen might be a little bit bulked up. You know, you want maybe a little bit more of a kind of a leaner sort of deal out there. Although I guess, like, if you're not eating well, then your body can just eat the muscle if you're Foxen. But then, you know what? like a little crafty weaselly kind of, you know,
Weasel.
like
That's the guy you're going
like
after.
Aram Oganyan. You know what I mean? Like he's gonna make moves out there. Like he's gonna be politicking. He's like, hey, bro, don't vote me off, man. I got the good stuff for you if you hook me up. Producer James stepping in to say Ren Lin. Ren is drawing dead to winning Survivor. James, are you kidding me? Foxen, 8-5 suited, goes to work. 9's resurfacing, this time for Jing Yao Yan, and this time he will not step aside against the open as he did earlier with a potentially playable one. 3rd scoop applied, 2.5 million in total.
Yeah, 9s is a lot stronger than ace 10 offsuit. You know, if you do happen to get the chips in pre, you're more confident with 9s off of 20 bigs.
Foxen respecting, laying down. Not going to try to do anything heroic. Chris Liao, by the way, has donated $2.98 Singaporean to highlight in the chat that the name is Ho Bao Xiang. And you know what?
Yeah.
If anyone's
Xiang.
willing to pay us just shy of $3 Singaporean dollars to draw our attention to that,
Let's go with it.
let's go with it. We're going to go with Ho Bao Xiang, Chris, in honor of you.
But do we get any of the Singapore dollars?
I don't really know how that works. I'm trying to find a withdrawal button, but I don't have it.
It's like minimum $5
It's
to get the
grayed
withdrawal.
out on my tablet. I don't know who's logged in. I don't have privileges. Ace Queen as Foxen with plenty of privilege here, coming courtesy of this 22 million. But the hand warrants the open. Under the gun. Pocket 5s. Deliberations for Mendoza.
Mendoza's in there. Super deep stack in position. 5s is very straightforward post flop. Maybe can encourage another blind to come in. That blind being Goryachev. Offsuit ace.
He's going to climb aboard, so 3-way affair. 3 million in the middle. Jack 7 tray, a little tickle for Vyacheslav. Still trailing the 2 5s, which are looking up at 2 overs.
A lot of times the pre-flop raiser actually just checks it over to the button and kind of just play from there. It might be different though, given that Foxen is the chip leader. He might feel that C-bets could just get it done a lot more often. Pocket pairs like this, probably not looking to call bet. Gonna keep it in flow.
So Foxen not following through. Goryachev checking before him. Mendoza mulling, checking. Deuce is cozy for both the 5s and the 3s in terms of board development.
The 3 might feel good about it. This development so far. Back over to Foxen. A flush draw does show up. Oh, Ace Queen's got a lot of showdown value. You bet here if you think you can down a pair for 1 bet. That's hard to kind of figure out. I feel like if you do bet, you bet on the bigger side to try to force these small pairs out.
Foxen, 1.2, asking questions of the 2 hands that are better than the Ace-Queen right now.
I think this is really nice from Foxen, mainly because he should expect Mendoza or Vyacheslav to have bet the flop or turn with a jack, which is top pair. But this is even better from Mendoza to hang around with 2 5s. He's not scared.
So down to heads up as Goryachev bows out. 5.4 in the middle, and another 7 on the board is really the kind of card that you'd like to reach into the deck and put onto this river if you're Mendoza. Doesn't make things tricky. Granted, under the gun razors, typically you would say 7 not in range. Foxen's playing a broader range at present, so it's not impossible. But let's see how much pressure Alex seeks to apply, if any.
I think Foxen's done with the hand. He can still beat some ace highs that are coupled with clubs. It's hard to get a better hand to fold as played. Very well played from James Mendoza. Look at that gap. It's very narrow now between these two.
Yeah, remarkably as well, because it felt as though Foxen was dominating with such a cozy margin, and all of a sudden he's got company toward the top of the leaderboard, as Mendoza has performed very, very well here. And on the topic of performances, oversight perhaps you might think here in the booth on our part by not mentioning Jason Kuhn as a potential survivor victor. The thing about it, though, is, remember, Survivor's a game. And if you feel like someone's too big a threat,
Yeah.
you vote them off. And as soon as you look over at Jason on day one at your old council meeting, you're like, I got to get rid of that dude. You know what I mean?
All right, I got a curveball for you.
All right.
So all the commentators have done the Triton series. Who's the favorite?
Oh, man.
Is it you because you're going to weasel people?
I'm definitely on the weasel side of the spectrum, for sure.
Physique is me, right?
I don't know how to tell you this, Randy, but but no. You're going to end up...
We're going to come beat on the weasel side?
You're going to end up with a stick through you as a rotisserie.
But they won't get much meat.
Cannibal edition. No, it'll be like pork belly. Mendoza with the ace-10 suited here. Trying to cook something up. Foxen, queen-10 offsuit, going to defend, dominated, and suddenly Mendoza, not the kind of stack that Alex is going to be able to push around in the same way he would have at the onset of this table, and Mendoza can do some pushing here as he finds the raggy-looking 2-spade flop. 2 overs in the nut flush draw, well in front of Foxen.
Well, Mendoza has shown us signs of not being afraid. He's certainly going to see bet this flop, can easily call check raise and just go from there. Is he going to get the opportunity? No, it's Foxen that's leading. Peculiar line with queen-10 also on 6-3-3, 2 spades.
I mean, while we can see ace-10 of spades is what Foxen is dealing with and it isn't going anywhere, you can appreciate that he is leading out on this board texture, right?
He's probably expecting Mendoza to play relatively straightforward against the lead and would float not too many hands. But
Yeah, like Mendoza's not going to be getting frisky against Foxen's big blind in particular. So if it is a credible sort of range, it's not supposed to be interacting with this board, bar something like an overpair or the spade draw. Deuce of clubs now on the turn, really in the weeds, is queen high. Let's see if storytelling continues out of Alex.
it's very confusing because the deuce actually brings in some gut shots, like ace-4, ace-5 might want to continue even more so now. He probably shouldn't expect ace-high to fold the flop too often for 650, and that's why he's double barreling. He's trying to shut out ace or king highs that don't have spades.
2.7 million now. Things getting quite a bit more serious.
Could be some concerns of the 6 now for Mendoza. Just needs to play cautiously and try to make his hand. Does even have the best hand. Way out in front. And is he thinking about raising?
Time bank utilized. He's definitely thinking. Do we remove a 3 from Foxen's range as played safely?
I would think so. I think a 3 has a lot of incentive to try to check raise and build a pot.
4-5 may be more of a concern then in terms of top of range.
Yeah, I could see that. Wait, what? Did he just fold the nut flush draw ace high? No way. No way, Ali.
Well,
I can't get behind that. I really cannot. Especially with the amount of chips he's got behind. You're lost too, right?
I'm sorry. That. Listen,
I thought-
oftentimes in the booth, Randy, I'm the guy that plays devil's advocate when you see a deeply conservative approach taken by mentioning maybe it's, the economics, maybe it's, inexperience or something like that. Neither of those things are beguiling James Mendoza. And yet that one there, I think we got to circle and think, mistake, dare I say, Randy?
I think it's a mistake, clearly. He could have the best hand because a lot of 6Xs and 3Xs probably don't lead the flop too often. I don't know. I just think it's a big... And plus, sometimes you make your flush, your opponent tries to rep it, and you win a huge pot. They might be semi-bluffing worse spades.
You could be behind, obviously. This we know. But you have so much equity. Foxen's not supposed to be boated up there. It takes a lot for him to have you drawing dead. Maybe that turn card invites the second barrel from the 6. But even if he had something like 4-5, you're drawing live with spades.
That's true.
I mean...
It's very true. You've got position. It's not like he's putting you in for your tournament life.
That was a degree of deference neither of us anticipated here. But the show goes on, as does Foxen's procedures. And I think if you told him ace-10 of spades hit the muck in that last one, he'd look at you sideways. 1.3 as Shui Song rips the queen-jack of hearts and takes a small nibble out of Foxen's helping. Someone in the chat, Egam, said Dan Bilzerian for Survivor. Here's the thing, man. You're not allowed to bring a harem to the island. And also, I don't think you're allowed to bring weapons. So, those two rules alone, I think Bilzerian's kind of out. Rick says Jungle Man. I mean, the guy's name is Jungle Man.
Jungle Man in the jungle.
I just don't know whether or not he's good to live in a tree or under a palm leaf. It's not really in reference to his capacity to live in the wild that we call him Jungle Man, but more sort of the feral nature of some of his procedures in life.
Kind of feel like Foxen's just going to run away with it at the moment. There's not much resistance for him. Easy raise and take, 10-5 suited.
Who is going to rise up and decide that they've had enough of Alex Foxen? We saw it moments ago, but obviously small blind versus big blind, a little bit more of a straightforward situation off of that queen-jack of hearts for Shui Song. But it does feel, in particular, that ace-10 of spades laydown, which we're going to go back to, that Foxen is just running over this field.
You know who's my top pick to stop Foxen?
Talk to me.
The guy who left 25K back. Oh, not this 25K. I meant the other guy.
I was like, were you just prophesizing? Like,
Pavi, that is.
Bao Xiangho, ace-7. Brings almost all of it forward. Patavi's a strong pick. I mean, considering that he had dust moments ago.
Looks like we're going to run this one.
That we are. Mendoza ensuring that the rest of it goes in, and plenty of chops with ace-6 versus ace-7.
Chop it up.
Needless to say, Bao is hoping that that 7 plays when it's all said and done, somehow.
It's got the equity edge. Oh, no.
What was that you were saying about edges? Because a sharp one just sliced into the hopes of Bao Xiangho. who now needs a 7. Okay, hang on.
A queen?
Queen is okay for me.
Queen seems fair.
Queen seems fair.
Mendoza humbly calling for the queen, and instead the 4. As some love shown between the two there. Plenty of respect for Bao
Good
Xiangho,
game, man.
who departs. Didn't put a foot wrong, Randy. Just played the hands he was dealt and played them well to get himself this deep, but no deeper than this as his run comes to an end in 7th and $260,000.
Yeah, oh so disappointing, losing 9s against Patavi's ace-king. River card was the king, and then here, dominating the ace-6 of ace-7 and getting outdrawn.
That's the way the cookie crumbled. Good effort from Bao. And it isn't personal, but I got to say, now we don't have to deal with pronouncing, you know, if there's a silver lining.
Very nice.
I wasn't
Very nice.
anti-sweating him. I'm just saying.
You anti-sweated him, didn't you? No wonder the 6 showed up.
250, 500 as the blinds go up. 1.25 in orbit with 6 players left. And 6 players, Randy, this is kind of the cutoff where people start to call it shorthanded poker and range adjustments are necessary.
Definitely, because Foxen's going to be raising pretty much any hand at this point. And players need to respond sooner than later, otherwise they're going to get blinded out much quicker. Well, it's been quick, right? 3 eliminations already at this final table.
Mm-hmm. It is one of those things, though, where sometimes if you front load the eliminations, then players end up deep and things slow down once you get shorter. However, if all of a sudden it's a protracted kind of 9-handed, 8-handed affair, everybody's stack gets thinned out, so the busts come a little bit quicker down the way. As you see the defense from Pavi, he's picked up a 4, interfering with one side of the open-ender for Foxen, who has the action checked over on this 10-9-4 board with 2.75 in the middle.
Such an amazing flop for Foxen. Even against the hand he's up against, the 4s, very low visibility. Depending on the sizing Foxen goes for, it wouldn't be surprising if Pavi even lets go of the 4. But
900.
let's see. 900 is about 1/3 pot. Should be very concerning because Foxen probably isn't auto c-betting this type of texture with whole range. If that's the case, that means you're up against higher equity hands like open-ended straight draws, like flush draws, like better pairs. The hang tight here is pretty tough. Looks like he's thinking about it. Does the time bank?
Call made by Pavi. Another 1.8 into the middle. Sub 1 SPR from this point out. We don't really like the king if Foxen's range is credible, which of course, hijack, reputation, big stack, it doesn't need to be. But if it isn't sort of that Broadway stuff, then interactions with the 9 or 10 are very possible.
I think Foxen is very likely to push all the chips in here on this turn card. The king overcards the board, favors his range. His opponent is check jamming some draws that contain the king, like a queen jack, which would make a straight might check jam, or Pavi. So Patavi's got a very weak range, and I love this jam. And this is the problem with calling with bottom pair of 4s is it has very low visibility. It's impossible call at this point with 4s, even though it's the best hand.
I mean, you're not suggesting that a check fold is maybe the preferred course of action for Pavi on that board, are you?
Just saying there's a consideration, you know?
Fair. Obviously, that's just a really below average turn card for him that allows for Foxen to do what he's just done, but he is just a magnet for
12 now.
chips here at this FT.
Thought I briefly heard that now that we're six-handed, the number of hands played per level has been reduced.
Down to 12.
12 is what I just heard.
Mm-hmm.
So, like you said, 6 maxes when the blinds come around very quickly, and they go up quicker too.
That they do. Another Survivor suggestion going up as well in the chat.
This conversation's good. Go
I
on.
like this one, by the way. Black White Champ says he would go with Mario Mosbach.
Mario Mosbach.
Former professional footballer, kind of like doesn't have that threatening vibe about him, quietly. And I think he can do what needs doing.
He's
You know
got the
what I mean?
endurance.
He's like, listen, I get it. We're friends, but I had to shower you. But here's my email. Let's talk after we're done at the island. By the way, congrats to Mario, the newest Triton ambassador. Nice pick.
I want you to tell me who you won't pick.
Helmuth,
That bad?
Matiso.
There's a theme going on, huh?
Well, I mean, the Rascal Scooter doesn't really get by on the sand well, so there's that. He's just trying to, you know, in the snow when you got to rock the car back and forth to get out. Oh. João Vieira, writ all in, says Vieira's not a bad choice. Lower center of gravity, you know, he's a contender. I like that one. He's a scrapper. I could see Vieira being like, you know, for sure. Just reach out, grab a vole off the ground, bite its head off, and be like, dinner, done. What's next? Hummingbird Lab says that I would die on Survivor because there's no candy on the island.
You do love your
Are you
chocolate.
kidding me, man? I used to, well, my parents punted at the dentist. I mean, I don't know how much fillings were back then, but Lord knows I probably got more filling than tooth as a kid.
It's been a rough final table for Goryachev. Started the final table second in chips, and he hasn't had anything going for him.
No. I mean, obviously, it could be a lot rougher if he was getting involved and then taking beats, but it just shows you the urgency, even if you have a stack as deep as Goryachev's, to find a spot here and there and not let yourself get eaten alive by the blinds. And those orbits are now 6 hands per. I was just thinking about Bryn Kenny on Survivor, and you'd be like, wait, you mean to tell me there's no 5-star resort or sushi restaurant on this island?
No hot springs.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, you know, where the macaques, they're always chilling in the snow. None of that here?
He would just self-eliminate.
You know what? There really should be like an all poker player Survivor. That would be amazing.
I would love to watch that.
That really would be something.
Seven 3 offsuit, going to work.
Foxen just showing the degree to which his abusiveness is allowed as things stand. It was Shui Song who piled into him.
Oh, he just piled with 10-9 offsuit.
You know, the Queen Jack of Hearts, I was like, okay, this makes sense. Now this is the second time he's doing it, and he's caught Foxen offsides again.
He knows what Foxen's up to.
Big hand? Wow.
So big.
That's a big hand. That's not a big
I
hand.
like this. I like this from Shui Song.
Only 7-8. Easy game. So big. Oh,
Yeah.
Easy game.
Good hand. Oh.
Wow, this guy's really selling it.
After seeing that hand just now, kind of feel like this is the worst player for Foxen to have to his direct left. because he's not letting Foxen get away with these steals. That's a stack that generally doesn't reshove 20 big blinds with 10-9 offsuit.
I was thinking the same thing, but I think he's just decided there's such a high frequency with which Foxen's hand isn't going to be able to take the heat with my 20 bigs that I'm just going to pile in here.
And the more
blind versus blind.
the more he chips up, the more Foxen can't really continue,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's like a snowball effect when it goes right. As Mendoza trying to get right with a couple of fours. Queen Jack suited. We saw what Shui Song did against Foxen blind versus blind with the exact same hand. What sort of sentiments does he have against another covering stack belonging to Mendoza? And I think that is a man who's looking over at Mendoza and thinking very different thoughts about James versus Alex.
Yeah, that's that hand definitely demonstrates that Shui Song's approach is playing the player.
Yep.
He knows that he's going to gain most fold equity and chips against Foxen because he's got wide ranges, and he's choosing his spots very well. I like his chances.
Yeah. Really sound and custom-tailored approach, which has placed Shui Song third in chips right now, 12.3 million in front of him, as a third of the remaining field, as it was at the onset of this final table, comprised of the Chinese nationals, a couple of Americans. As you see, Punsri, Ming, and Bao Xiangho, the three dearly departed. 350K, that's the payout right now, 110K. That's the ladder that we're jockeying for. Sub 10 bigs, Pavi has shown resiliency, spun it up as high as 18 bigs, but well off that mark.
Raise 1 million. Pass. Pass.
I can beat it. Better? Better, yeah.
Foxen raise and take.
I hope he showed the ace.
Yeah, I don't think he showed the 4.
All right, how do you feel about Vladimir Korzinin in Survivor?
Bro, they'd be like, where's Vladimir? You know what I mean? And he'd just be like, with a spliff in hand, somewhere looking at the sunset. But I don't need to participate in your festivities. I am enjoying the sunset. That would be Vladimir. Gambledor's not playing your little silly games.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
He'd be fun to watch.
I don't know, man.
He's trying to get everyone. Let's not vote anyone off. Love for everyone.
Why do you do this to my friend? I love you all so much. What if he turned out to be a scumbag? Just Ace Jack here is Foxen. Nothing scummy about the holding.
Pavi back down to 5 BBs or so. Queen deuce offsuit.
Yeah, this is really dusty. You hate to abandon the big plus the big blind ante, but really bottom of range.
Yeah, crumple those cards.
Well, if the 1 round penalty meant you didn't have to post your blinds, that would actually be a good strategy. But unfortunately, you're not allowed to sit it out monetarily as well. But, you know, the crumple, not really advisable. You ever crumple a hand? Randy, you ever get tilted in live poker and crumple cards?
I haven't, but I remember when I went to Macau for the first time, someone actually did crumple his cards after getting eliminated. But hold on, Queen Deuce is not crumpling. It's in there.
Emilian doing the math, but the flop not doing the work. Jack 8-7, top pair, top kicker rather. Pardon me. Foxen's got this one by the throat.
Well, I'll say this. If Foxen, well, I mean, he will bet top pair, top kicker. He's going to not put Pavi all in. He'll leave him that single white chip. Just like before.
Bet 500,000.
Well, for now, it's just 500 as he's trying to keep Pavi involved. Queen high is just not going to cut it here. You know, we saw him peel with that 10-9, but he still has enough that the fold is favorable.
Foxen showing again. So what happens when Foxen doesn't show?
Yeah, I always think that too. If the guy shows me when he had the ace, and every time he doesn't show me it was dust, you know,
We figured it out.
I get curious. But that was a strong hand there. That was legit.
Okay, I got another one for you.
All right,
From the chat,
talk to me.
Juju916 says, Cabral, Martin Cabral.
Martin Cabral would be the first player to actually be attacked by both his own team and the other team. Everyone would just turn on Cabral. You know, they would tie him up to a spear and then drop him into wherever the most shark-rich waters are.
But you're down a teammate. They don't care?
Nah, man.
Raise 1 million.
He would be unbearable, dude.
Pass.
King Queen. Jing Yao Yan looking over at this near 100% VPIP of late from Foxen. Very much recognizing that the temptation is real.
5 seconds.
Pavi off of 4 bigs means he's going to prefer to play this one as a flat, Randy. ICM considerations.
It's actually a very interesting move that he makes because he's worried about putting his tournament life at risk by rejamming all in because Patavi's on 1.8 back. But then he feels it's too weak to just outright fold. So the game plan here, call, and if he flops top pair, just go with it against the chip leader.
Pass.
But it's very dicey. So far seems pretty good, given what he's up against.
And I'll tell you what, this flat, as you see Jing Yao dominating, is something that's going to grab Foxen's attention. It's the kind of hand that should be pretty good. Could even contain some ace-X as we see the ace-high flop roll off. Second pair for Foxen, fortunate to be in front.
Yeah, that's quite the fortune. Queen-9 versus King-Queen. An ace-high texture, normally you should be scared with middle pair, but he might not be as scared because Jing Yao kind of has that stack where if Jing Yao Yan was holding ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, they probably reshove quite a bit pre. But starts with a check, see what's up.
Second ace on the board is actually a pretty cozy development here for Foxen. Not to say that ace-X still isn't possible for Jing Yao Yan.
But less likely, of course. But even the nut no pair feels okay on this board run out so far. If Foxen bets, I wouldn't fault Jing Yao for actually consider calling a bet. But sizing, TBD.
Bet 800,000.
I actually don't mind calling in the spot with King Queen high.
I mean, the board texture is the type that invites some curiosity, but the issue is, not unlike Patavi's peel with those 4s, that you just feel like that big barrel on the end is more likely than not to show up, and then you're left trying to be a hero. He does find the courage to make the call, however, and is going to play just north of 1 SPR. Hasn't found any help on this river. Will Foxen go for value, Randy, or does he feel like that ace is still in range?
He should go for value. There is some small pocket pairs that might have got curious pre-flop, like 8s there and there, maybe 6s.
It's not another 9 just based on his willingness to flat pre.
Shouldn't be another 9. 10-9 suited is probably just fold pre.
5 seconds.
And you can kind of block bet to kind of set the price against an ace anyways, and just safely fold if you get raised. This is pretty good.
$975, and wow, I mean, if your hand was good before, it rates to still be good, but things are getting pricier to find out. Let's see if this size retains the curiosity of nut no pair.
He shouldn't need to call this river bet, mainly because once he called the turn, his hand does look like it's got some kind of showdown value, so it's not like Foxen can relentlessly and blindly barrel off. I'd be pretty happy folding at this point. I do like the turn call he made. Non-believer. Do you believe now? You see Queen 9 off.
Jing Yao Yan just taken to town there. Execution from Foxen so strong. I mean, that sizing on the river was just perfect. 62 big blinds.
Is Monica in this tournament? Yeah. Wow.
Alex. Kristen still in? 30K?
No,
Oh, she was.
they got her.
They got it.
Of course. Thank you.
I feel like this final table is really demonstrating the advantages of having the chip lead. Players are just giving Foxen free flops. King, Queen could attack pre. You get to realize all your equity. It's
I mean,
a
listen,
runaway chip lead right now.
Pavi is the man that's lurking and lingering and making it complicated for people like Jing Yao Yan, who wants to be mindful of the ICM, Randy. He doesn't want to end up showered and losing that 110K pay ladder potentially with way more chips than Pavi, at least before that exchange. Now he finds himself sub 10 bigs, and they're all going in with ace-9 suited. Small rebate after the damage is sustained at the hands of Foxen. All right,
Hit me.
we're not done yet.
Who's next?
You know, you brought up Cabral from the chat, right?
Yeah.
Somebody said Cabral and Kasuf. Oh, man.
Can they do
said
double
that.
elimination?
That would be unbelievable.
Which one would you take on your team if you had to pick?
Oh, wow.
Who annoys you less?
I mean,
Can you imagine them trying to build a raft?
I
They're
feel
trying to
like-
tell you what to do.
yeah, that would be unbelievable. I'm like, are you going to help? Or are you just going to sit there and tell us everything we're doing wrong? Mendoza looking to get right. King, Queen. I feel like just the physical aspect, Cabral is probably a favorite over Kasuf, you know. But Kasuf is tireless. You know what I mean? I could see him just speeding out and working on something like for 3 days straight. Be like, oh yeah, Will's on it. Like, what do you mean he built a freighter to get us off the island? Be like, no, yeah, it's almost done. Look up there. The SS Will. 4-5 suited defense and a wheel gutter on the ace-jack tray board for Shui Song. Mendoza with a gutter of his own and the best holding at present.
The gut shot versus the gut shot. One's a little bit more disguised. 5-4 that is.
Bet 800,000.
Wouldn't mind a check call. No flush draw out there, so all straights that you make are very clean. Here comes 5-4.
Second ace on the turn.
Sometimes we see players lead on board pairing turns, but I like checking this card. Card that rates to hit your the pre-flop razor more. Plus, you're out chipped, so you don't really want to lead as much. You would double barrel King Queen in this spot if you feel like you can down the Jack X now. But if you're unsure, you tend to take a more passive line.
So it does go check back. Double paired board now. The queen no longer plays. And you know 5 high is never a winner at showdown. So let's see whether or not Shui Song feels as though a bet is in his future.
This man goes after it.
Yeah, he does. You get it, though. I mean, as played, asking the question of Mendoza feels like the right course of action.
This is pretty tough for King High. Because the thing is, short of 3 got counterfeited. The thing is, the big blind doesn't have many 3X that check called and wants to stab all of a sudden. So what are you looking at? 4-5 you beat. King Queen you block.
Obviously,
Queen 10 you block.
You know that you invite this barrel with a wide array of holdings after checking back the turn. It's a line that is deployed, as we can see, by Dusty Kit as well, and it is deployed successfully as Shui Song has looked impressive.
I really do like watching Shui Song play.
Me too.
He's stepping out of the box. He's getting in there. He's setting himself up to contend with the chip leader and the player who's in second as well.
Not a critique, but note, by the way, that there's a couple of missed opportunities, it would seem, for James Mendoza. Folding the ace-10 of spades, which was the best hand with plenty of equity, on the turn against that Foxen barrel, where he had the nut flush draw, and then folding this river with the king high, giving Shui Song credit for the jack or ace. Mendoza still sits pretty. Second in chips behind Foxen with 32 bigs. Now, not so pretty has been the better part of the last couple of orbits for Pavi, who spun it up to 18 bigs at one point, now playing 4, let's call it, and putting in almost all of them.
75,000. Pass. Pass.
Oh, confrontation incoming.
Shui Song ripping it. I'm not sure we clocked the holdings here, but we're on our backs, so no matter. Looks like paint over there for Pavi. I don't know if it's paired yet. Hang tight as we effort the overhead shot.
Should be a pocket pair for Shui Song.
Something in the sevens territory, and would seem that way based on Pavi. Mosbach has joined his rail. Kings versus sevens, and the Queen-Queen-4 board. Leaving sevens, still hunting a 2-outer to spoil the fun for Pavi, who's been oh so resilient. 4 for 4 so far in all ins. Jack is safe. Keep the sevens away, dealer. That's the mantra for Emilian. Ooh. Close.
Not quite.
1-8.
Small tremor out of the Pavi rail. And a small double, but an important one.
It's going to put Pavi very close to Jing Yao Yan's stack. 10 big blind territory now. The Pavi rail is getting extra
Yeah,
excitement.
starting to fill out a little bit. That's a great looking trophy, by the way. I know we've seen it a lot. Easy to gloss over it. But I love the Triton logo. I think it's so classy. That nice gold heavyweight.
Pass.
I thought you were going to give a shout out to the other trophy that you also win.
That one looks like the 10 Commandments.
10 Commandments.
I mean, it's just a I mean, you know, I'm not trying to shower WPT Global or anything. I'm just, you know.
It's one of a kind, all right?
It's tough to compete with the Triton Trophy. I'm just saying, right? Like, if you're a 7.5, you don't want to stand next to a 10. Anyway, 7 and an 8 here for Foxen.
Ten 9 suited pass for Shui Song, which makes sense off of 25 bigs.
As does defending the ace-9 suited for Mendoza. Let's see whether or not he gets bulldozed again by Foxen. Doesn't pick up a spade draw, but does pick up a gut shot. Outflopped, however, by Foxen, who has top pair, an open ender, and interferes with the path to the straight for Mendoza.
Foxen's been flopping well. This is quite the flop for 8-7 off.
It really is. I mean, things just seem like they are coming together for Foxen.
Bet. 675,000.
Should keep the ace-9 suited in there with the gut shot. Backdoor spades, very small price. Occasionally you would check raise ace-9 in this spot, given this board hits the big blind more, but probably gonna not see that too often with plenty of 10 big blind stacks out there.
1.850.
But he is gonna check raise. This is bad timing to fight back now.
You know, I get the sense that Mendoza might be doing this as a product of some frustration that he's been feeling with respect to the outcomes of late, where he's ended up in the bin in a few spots, maybe second-guessing himself and thinking, you know what, I've had enough. But as you pointed out, Randy, the timing is a bit poor.
5 seconds.
Foxen not going anywhere, of course. Not taking us to the third floor either. 6.5 million.
Hello, hello, hello.
King on the turn.
Kind of like just giving up right now. I feel like you're very healthy with 12.7 back. You don't really know where your opponent's at. You have very little equity. Sure, you can bet again and try to represent like you flopped the straight. But it's very risky against a player that's willing to bet call you on a 7-6-5 2-club flop.
Mendoza not following up on the flop check raise. Let's see how Foxen approaches things here, Randy. Is a barrel warranted, you think?
He actually usually has the best hand with this line that Mendoza's taking. But then again, it's okay to let a free river card roll off because sometimes you make a straight and your opponent tries to bluff at it. But I can see why he's not afraid because a naked 7's not check raising the flop too often. 2 pair would have followed through, a straight would have followed through.
This is really demoralizing if you're Mendoza. This is the guy who you know is rock solid, but you also know it could be up to no good. You're out of position. You've inflated this one. Things haven't been going well. You still have chips, but you keep bleeding them out. And the spot is bad now.
5 seconds.
So he concedes. As yet again, he enters the arena and comes out bruised. And Foxen being honest when he says good flop. I don't think it's much consolation to Mendoza at this point. Who slips down to 13 million in the aftermath. Foxen, 34 million. Just look at the runway between he and Mendoza and Song. I mean, that is a massive, better than 2-1 chip lead, nearing 3-1 for Foxen, who just cannot put a foot wrong.
Raise 1 million. Pass. Pass.
Here comes 10-9 offsuit.
Do you think he's looking?
Not really.
I mean, he doesn't really need to, as well as things have gone thus far.
Tavi's going to look, and he's got Jack-10 offsuit. Very playable. We've seen him have a lot of fight against the chip leader, who's been raising a lot. He's defended Queen-Deuce off, 10-9 offsuit, so certainly Jack-10 would qualify. Doesn't really have fold equity in terms of reshoving, so throw into the call range.
Dominating is Pavi. Lean on tokens and lean on equity. Ace 8-4. Tough to see him curious in the face of follow through here out of Foxen, which feels given.
1 BB,
Bet 500,000.
a pumpkin, butternut squash. What's the other one? Is there another one?
What do you mean, in the squash family?
Yeah.
And zucchini.
That's orange, buddy.
Oh, another orange, I don't know. Do I look like a farmer? You think I'm out here just grinding,
Farmer Ali.
you know, greenhouses and vegetables in between festivals? Foxen just grinding away on this field relentlessly. As this first frame, he has very much been the story.
500, right? 5? Yeah.
You know what'd be cool is if the WPT Global Champion plaque trophy actually opened up and inside was like your winner's photo. You know what I mean? Like you could just, you could open it and then you know, it's like a picture frame on the back or something.
Pass.
Right.
Pass.
I'm trying to innovate.
We'll see that at the next try and stop. Cool. Okay. Maybe it is any two. 5-4 offsuit, first position.
Act surprised, Randy. I
Oh
dare
my
you.
God, 5-4 offsuit? What a race.
See Mendoza bowing out. Pavi doing the same despite having an ace and a very short stack as he will head to the break along with the rest of the crew. And just feast your eyes on the bounty that Alex Foxen has hauled in. 36.5 million. A unrelenting northbound trajectory. What a haul. As we will bring you back to the desk here. Blinds will be going up to 3 and 600 when we come back. Just about 10 to 15 minutes time. Randy, I mean, the Alex Foxen show is in full effect, and it doesn't look like we're going to be changing programming anytime soon.
No, and the thing is, it's been very easy for Alex Foxen so far at this final table. He's just raising a lot of pots. He hasn't really been put to the test. He's allowed the short stacks to hang around to get even more folds. It's just been very smooth sailing.
Yeah, no doubt. No one seems to have been able to decrypt exactly what it's going to take to dethrone Alex Foxen. But right now, heavy is his head, and it is wearing the crown. We are going to step aside 10 to 15 minutes on a break, but we're going to come back as we continue with six-handed action here in the 25K WPT Global Slam at Triton after this.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Seppi, what's up to you, sir? From Atlantic City. There are other cities, by the way, Jay, that you can call home. You don't have to live in Atlantic City. Just
You
to
got a
point that
problem
out.
with Atlantic City?
You know, Atlantic City's got its own problems without me involved. Including the fact that everybody talks about the cheesesteaks out there. I like mushrooms on my cheesesteak, and they use canned mushrooms, which are some of the dirtiest things that you can eat. Like there's actually an allowance for the number of maggots per can that is considered still kosher.
Cool, man. Very cool.
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, I won't be eating some canned mushrooms.
No, nor will I. Asked Pavi, looking to do a little more eating himself. Granted, it was just the amuse-bouche when he doubled.
Do you notice he left 75K back by just limping? And the reason is his opponents might let him stick around. Foxen gonna raise it, though. The reason he's raising is because he wants to kick out Song Shui. And here we go. Foxen in the lead. Battle of the Kings.
Well, last time, Foxen had the inferior king. This time he's got the dominant one. Pavi updating the rail. 1.3 million isn't going to be a suddenly playable stack depth, but it's one that will allow him to play on versus go to the payout desk, which is where Punat Punsri someone probably found himself. Pavi enjoying one ladder, looking to keep himself in the hunt for a second, and that's one way to do it. 10-10-5, linking up with the nickel. I like how the other rails are disappointed because they want Emilian to get showered. Jack on the turn. Foxen.
Chop.
Now can't hit the king for a clean winner. Rooting for the chop. Jack would do it. Instead, it's the deuce. Sam Miller and Tom Fuchs out there.
We know who they're rooting for.
Now I play for the win.
1.4 to 3.1 million.
That's
How many X is that?
remarkable.
How many X is that? Like, I can't even do the math.
Positive progressive betting strategy.
You should be able to sit this one out. Big advantage on diming in terms of chips.
I mean, the pickup last hand means he's going to take this trip through the blinds free of charge, so to speak, and be left with exactly what he did before he moved all in and took it. Foxen going to work. Queen Jack off.
Jing Yao is the player that has been kind of getting in there in the middle of the pack. Don't fault him for folding an offsuit variety. If you're going to make a play, I would make a play against the chip leader opening with ace-6 of clubs. Yeah, I like this. He knows Foxen's raising garbage. He solved King Deuce offsuit not too long ago.
Do you favor this move against a Foxen open more so than calling off with the ace-10 suited against Pavi? even though it's a worse hand?
I don't know, man. The thing is, ace-10 suited could potentially be dominating Pavi, so perhaps that was a better spot. But here we are.
Here we are indeed with Dai Ming's first opportunity to double. The shorties have been resilient thus far, as Punsri the only casualty, but he was not a short stack. Hands clasped. And the ace-6 holding on this 9-5 deuce board. Couple of hearts out there. Overcards threatened.
The rail is strong for Dai Ming.
White knuckle. Oh no!
Oh, oh
The
no.
devastator on the turn, Randy.
You felt the disappointment. One more card, though. The
Wind
resuck.
let out of the sails of Dai Ming and his crew. Reinflation would come courtesy of an ace. Is it available? No.
Good game.
GG's and knuckle bumps, as Dai Ming can be happy with at least a single pay ladder, which was always going to be a bit of a challenge. You know, they march to the beat of a different drum.
Yeah, some drums are different than others.
Mm-hmm.
King 9 suited. Double hand shove. Leave 25K back.
Well, Shinhwa Bao
277.
demonstrating he is
He's got 25 back.
well aware
So
of
275.
the use of that little quarter. And he hasn't committed to the pot. Goryachev looking interested in the big here with the ace-5 offsuit. And he is going to make a call.
Single chip back. But this call is definitely right against the button jam of 7 big blinds. Mini ace would do it. Button's supposed to jam broadways. Hands like King 9 too. I mean, he can afford it.
No, okay.
Something tells me though that Vyasheslav's going to ask for the last 25K regardless of the flop or turn.
King 9 trailing in a 6.1 million chip pot.
Okay, he's going to check.
Continues to lag. As you see Goryachev still in front, but how about that for a sopping wet turn? Flush and straight draws acquired. Heaps of equity, almost a coin flip, and there's the 8 as Shinhwa Bao makes the jack high straight. Goryachev puts the 25K in just in case, but that's just added spoils to the victor. Up to 6.2 goes the Singaporean.
Clearly amazing turn card. Even better river.
Of Survivor, of course. No one cares about that version, James.
Are you serious?
Jackie Glazer, apparently, was on that version. Is it bad that not only do I not know anything about the Australian version, Producer James, but I also don't even know Jackie Glazer, so, you know.
Hey, I do, okay?
Okay, Randy,
Show some
we get
respect.
it. You're an Aussie now.
Oh, ace king. It's going to run into the two 9s.
That it is. Looking for a little bit of respect, but unfortunately for Pavi, this 3.1 isn't going to get the job done against Shinhwa Bao in all likelihood once this 3-bet almost all-in comes, which it does. Who would have thought that Pavi would have the highest VPIP?
Well, 9s has got to call in this spot. Or did he just make it simple? He went with call.
By the way, Garrett Adelstein. That was the name that eluded me.
Ah,
Cash
G-Man.
game legend out in LA. He was the big famous Survivor participant.
Who's going to survive this hand?
We'll find out. Shout out to Timothy Hoffelt, by the way, and Stella Baker for bringing that to us. 10-10-8 as the nines ensure that Pavi is going to be playing for his tournament life. Final quarter demanded, provided, and now it's 6 outs twice for the Frenchman, who has shown resilience. Trying to keep his seat.
Oh, hijack jams.
Yeah, Sergio and I do jam king queen suited, and Daniel wakes up ace queen suited, and then
6 is cozy for the nines. Will something comforting arrive for Pavi? It's got to be an ace or a king, or it's au revoir. Calls for the ace and the king from Israel, and there it is!
Pavi.
You know, you try to avoid rounders quotes at this point in your career, but as for Shui Song. But it does feel, in particular, that ace-10 of spades laydown, which we're going to go back to, that Foxen is just running over this field.
You know who's my top pick to stop Foxen?
Talk to me.
The guy who left 25K back. Oh, not this 25K. I meant the other guy.
I was like, were you just prophesizing? Like,
Pavi, that is.
Bao Xiangho, ace-7. Brings almost all of it forward. Patavi's a strong pick. I mean, considering that he had dust moments ago.
Looks like we're going to run this one.
That we are. Mendoza ensuring that the rest of it goes in, and plenty of chops with ace-6 versus ace-7.
Chop it up.
Needless to say, Bao is hoping that that 7 plays when it's all said and done. And welcome back to Final Table coverage from here in Jeju. Ali and Randy eventually going to be with you. There we are, dissolving your way from the Landing Casino here at Shinhwa World. Randy, the story, of course, as we touched on going to the break, has been Alex Foxen. But there are other stories as well. Namely, as you look at the chip counts in the Triton Poker Plus app, Emilian Pavi and his ability to hang around, to lurk. He's at the bottom of the chip counts, 5 big blinds, currently jockeying with Jing Yao Yan, who is on the descent.
And Pavi has been able to just use those 5 EBs and really extend and just hang around. He's gotten multiple pay jumps having do so. I mean, he's doing all right, top 6.
He had it up to 18 bigs, remarkably, and it was off of literally a chip, a 25K chip, nothing more. 5 doubles, I think, that he has now successfully had his back up against the wall and enjoyed, and he is going to be taking home at least $350,000. A glimpse at the payouts here. You can see the ladder to 110 more to 460K. Up top, this man is only 5 places away from 1.5 million, and you and I have done enough of these things, buddy, where we have seen wild things go down. 2 doubles and he's up to 20 bigs.
And the wildest thing is he had just 25,000, a single white chip that Foxen left him with, and here he is.
You know, producer James was like, I'm opening up my market if you guys would like to bet on anybody other than Alex Foxen right about now. Because the domination is so profound at present, he now has a 3-1 chip lead over second place Shui Song, who has been impressive, to be fair, and not to be glossed over as a candidate for victory. But as we send it back down to this final table, one would be really out of sorts to think anybody other than Alex Foxen will eventually be stuffing those 2 things in his luggage as just the overwhelming favorite with 6 left. 25K WPT Global Slam final table resumes with the blinds at 3 and 600. 600K big blind ante, 1.5 million goes poof every orbit. And you see those official chip counts brought to you by WPT Global. Punat Punsri Daiming and Bao Xiangho. Those who have fallen thus far, you see their payouts, and those that remain as the lion's share of the 7.7 million plus looks for a home. Brought to you by Bet ACR. Those payouts.
But you know, Ali, I'm looking at the remaining 6, and The one that stands out to me that might be able to put a fight against Foxen is Shui Song, because he's the type of guy who is willing to battle in spots where he's generally not supposed to battle.
Yeah, he's performed very nicely, has Shui Song, and not a lot of performances turned in by Vyacheslav Goryachev, who was not that far back of Foxen at the onset of this one. Just about 1 million separated them, but he has been reeling down here to sub 9 million to start the hand. Trying to limp in with a 7-8 suited, and look how well Foxen's performing. 9-5 of clubs, just stuffs it. And Goryachev, needless to say, is going to be feeling quite frustrated. We talked about at the top of the show, Randy, that it was really unlucky for him to pull this seat.
Yeah, he started the tournament, or the final table, second in chips. Big chip leader right to your direct left. That's annoying, and really it's just handcuffed him. You know, he has survived several pay jumps, but he's starting to get into that very dangerous territory. 4 of 6 remaining.
It's not just any big chip leader, though, because they're not all created equal. It's the one who, when you give him that chip lead, tends to just be unrelenting, like a wet blanket all over this table.
That's why you saw him just rip in 9-5 of clubs.
You feel so helpless when Foxen is sat there, unless the deck just graces you with something that's so straightforward. Pavi feels like this one's straightforward. Cut off, Jack 10. Sailing in with all but 100,000, and he is going to have company in the form of ace queen as Vyacheslav with a playable one. How will he play it? TBD. A flat call looks plenty strong.
I do like re-raising still, and the main reason is because Shui Song is in the big blind, who might have the appetite of defending for 2.2 million more, and you don't really want to take this one 3 ways. If it was like a 6 big blind jam, I'd like calling a little bit more, just because the big blind isn't incentivized to continue.
So he does go piling over the top of these 4.5 bigs to seek privacy in case something tempting would have developed behind him, but it does not. And so to the flop we go. Pavi playing for 7.3. Given the rail an update. You know, it's tough to win 6 straight coin flips. Granted, it's not a pure 50-50 every time you're in there, but at the end of the day, you're either going to double or you're going to get showered. And he has not bathed just yet. But he's a step closer to the locker room now on the 3-deuce-deuce board. I believe a king on the river was the way he managed one of those doubles. Now he can carve it up with a 3 or a deuce on the end. Clean winners are the jacks and 10s. It ain't over yet, but the light flickers for the Frenchman. Oh my goodness.
You can't get rid of him.
Yet again, Pavi connects, and you can see there wasn't exactly a whole lot of genuine optimism on the rail there, but a lot of surprise. And on the other side of that exchange, Goryachev is wondering, what is it going to take for me to win a pot?
She can't believe it. 6 all-ins, you say?
You know, when I look at this image, you would have thought Pavi had the best hand the whole way. He's acting like it's just another day. Maybe he's become desensitized to these doubles. Just incredible. He's too suited now for James Mendoza, who has had his struggles. He's going to take a pass from up front. Now Pavi. A little bit of temptation. Offsuit paint.
Well, he's got 12 big blinds. Sits this one out. Makes sense because he's out-chipped Goryachev and Jing Yao Yan now. Played a waiting game.
Guess who?
You want to play Guess Who? How about very strong male? Blonde hair.
8-6 of spades. I got it. I'm gonna guess Alex Foxen.
Does your man have a tower of chips?
If this was actual Guess Who and you asked that question, you'd have to flip down all the 5 other guys.
5 big blinds, 10 big blinds, 20 big blinds down.
Yeah. It does feel like God mode, doesn't it? When you just have this big a chip lead and you've got this big top-heavy structure, a not at all insignificant ladder that everybody's jockeying for, and you just get to bleed them out.
He's invincible.
Oh, buckle up. Here it comes.
I got a little dizzy on that shot.
You may want to go get checked out, Randy, if that's all it took. How do you do at amusement parks?
Not so great.
No?
No.
You ever barf on a ride?
Maybe.
Are you serious?
Maybe back in the day.
You really actually did?
I've done it on parasailing.
You barfed while you were parasailing?
It's pretty bad.
Oh.
Never again. I
So-
wanted to go skydiving. I never will now.
Wow. Yeah. All of a sudden, you're just enjoying tea on your patio, and all this Randy puke lands on your coffee table.
Thanks for laughing at me, buddy.
I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing mostly with you. I don't think anybody was laughing who was underneath you, though. The boat's in front of you, though, so nobody got showered with.
It was in the ocean, I believe.
You're trying to surf, and all of a sudden you're like, what's that?
It's not bird poo.
Wait, but then you kind of like got it on yourself, right? Like on the life jacket and everything?
No, I think I did a pretty good job of turning my head. But the question, you just got to make sure you turn your head in the right direction because of the wind. You don't want it to kind of come back at you.
Everyone appreciates that advice, but I don't know that anybody else is concerned necessarily about bringing up lunch from parasailing. Randy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, you're just floating in the air. What happened? Were you like actually already sick?
No, I also struggle with the boat ride out there.
Oh yeah, so you
That-
got primed.
Choppy waters, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're a mess. Meanwhile, things have been a little messy for Mendoza, who is still second in chips right now. Jack 10 off suit. Jam and take it there. Pavi concedes.
To reach now.
Don't care about money.
Vibe Lord wrote, chum in the water. That's true, though. I think, like, I think fish really would eat that stuff up. It's probably nutritious. I mean, it's different than what's usually on the menu.
That got you, huh?
I just imagine you weren't tandem, were you? Somebody else strapped to you? Oh my God, you were!
There was 2 people in the air. Let's just say that.
All in.
Well, there's 2 people in this pot right now, but perhaps not for that long. I don't know. Another 3.3, the requirements of Jack 9 offsuit. Shui Song does concede and take a picture because that's a rare sight. Goryachev hauling in chips. You never felt sick in the booth, did you, Randy? It's pretty stationary up here.
No, why would I feel sick in the booth? But you know, there's a theme park out there.
Oh my God, do you want to go? Do you want to go to the theme park?
Let me take the front seat and you take the back seat in case.
No,
I
'cause
have a bad
If it's
opportunity.
moving forward, then you're gonna freaking. I'm downwind.
That's the idea.
Thanks, Randall.
Randy.
I know it's Randy, but I like saying Randall. All right, fine. I won't say Randall. Randall. All right, that was my last one.
Okay, Oliver.
I know. Believe it.
No, I don't.
I'm way more in Ali than I am in Oliver. if I'm
Yes.
being honest.
Like a Prince Ali.
There you go. Where's Jasmine? Well, I don't need to ask where's Foxen. He's comfortably at the top of the leaderboard. 40 million plus now. Over half of all the chips in play. Dream setup for him.
Really just been pure dominance at the final table.
You know, it helps for him to kind of stay aggressive, though, which we know he's apt to do, because if he allows somebody else to start to eliminate other players, in fairly short order, the gap gets narrowed, as we witnessed for a time when Mendoza was surging, which he hasn't for quite some time. Jing Yao Yan. King Jack. 2.5 of his 3.2 on the chopping block. Ace-4 off now for Shui Song. Is this close?
No, it's so shallow. But Jing Yao Yan isn't jamming any hand under the gun, and here we are.
Well, Song's going to be delighted to realize that the Ace-4 is actually in front here, and not by an insignificant margin. 16% advantage as he tries to bring us down to 5-handed. Jing Yao Yan hoping that isn't the outcome, as his back is up against the wall with the King Jack. 7.3 in the middle, and Queen 6-4 all clubs is deflating. King and Jack of clubs off the board now as Song has flopped the nut flush draw, still playing ace high, which is good. Stays that way on the turn. 4 outs for Yan.
Is he going to get there?
No, he's not.
Good game.
Well played, sir. GG. Oh.
In the end, the pair of 4s taking it down. And another fallen soldier on this battlefield. But Jing Yao Yan gave it all he had. I think he can be proud of his efforts. $350,000 is not something to scoff at in a 25K. You can see his crew on hand.
Yeah, I think one of the defining hands that he's going to think back on is how he should have played the king-queen against the queen and offsuit of Foxen.
Yeah.
He chose to flat it pre-flop as opposed to raise and perhaps just win that one pre. Instead, things got a little bit expensive. But hold your head up high, Jing Yao Yan, as you, sir, have made a Triton final table and made yourself 350 grand in the process. And with that, the final hope for the Chinese delegation becomes Shui Song, who has been, other than Foxen, I think you'll agree, and we've kind of touched on it, the most impressive other player thus far at the FT, although the doubles time and again from Pavi have been impressive, but not necessarily the result of sort of the manner in which he has played a hand post-flop.
Right. Ace Queen. Finally a real hand for Alex Foxen. Might be one of the first.
By the way, you know, during the break, one would have been well served if they're at this final table to go and soak up what they can on the delay of the stream to kind of answer some of the questions that they've had about unshown holdings for Foxen, just to gain insights into how wide his range is. The trouble is, even he can pick up a real hand. So if you manage to pick up something and think you're doing better than you actually are against something like ace-queen, it can be goodbye. And he's going to show the ace maybe again. Yeah.
Actually nice to show the ace-queen that spot because he open jammed into some decent stacks. So now they have to be very cautious of calling off light.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, from grinding micro stakes to battling on $1 million Triton final tables, GTO Wizard gives you the exact same tools that the best players in the world use. If you want to start your journey to becoming a crusher, now is the time. Visit GTOWizard.com today. Beat the best and crush the rest.
You know, there was an awkward moment when Jingyao actually was eliminated. He went to go give some fist bumps, and Pavi actually gave him an open hand. I don't know if he caught that.
I didn't catch it.
So
normally I live for that.
Fist bump into open hand. That was awkward. I don't know if he closed the hand, but sure. Pavi's got queens.
I thought you were going to say there was that awkward moment when you went parasailing and realized it wasn't going to go well. I would kill for video of that, by the way, just for the record.
That footage got destroyed.
King 6 going to get destroyed here by the queens shortly.
Yep, queens. Gonna just re-raise it. All in. If he had aces, there's actually a lot of merit to just calling. But here your hand's a bit more vulnerable to random king or ace that could drop on the flop.
Is using the time bank here just posturing in an effort to make it seem like you have an actual cuspy decision on your hands and try to get action?
Pretty much, yes. That's how some players use their time banks.
Yeah.
Bye-bye hand.
Tough chips to pick up on the day as Pavi's resilience continues.
Almost trap. Almost trap. Trap. Just call. Big hand. Almost.
Well, taking a moment to remind you that if you are enjoying what you've been watching, whether it's today or throughout your time with us here at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, the small favor we ask of you in return for the finest in streaming poker entertainment is a quick click of the like button if you happen to be soaking us up on YouTube. And while you're at it, clicking subscribe to ensure that you don't miss any of what we have on offer here at the front end of this festival. There will be plenty of coverage, including later when this one's done, picking up with event number 2, the 30K. Foxen picking up where he left off, King 10. And it looks like Pavi is going to be heard from once more.
Kind of interesting because the last hand, Foxen asked Pavi, did you have a hand that could potentially trap when you use that time bank, and then shoved. Here against the time banks coming in. All you can eat. Oh, he can't leave back a white chip anymore. We've colored up.
Yes, we have. So one black chip, shy of an all-in, which is far heftier than it was last time around, and far too much for Foxen to get curious with King 10.
These all-ins are chipping Pavi very nicely. No showdown.
There's a bit of a cocky swagger on Foxen right now. You notice second straight time Pavi's jammed on him and taken it. He's looking at his hand. He's looking over at Emilian. He's kind of flicking the chips over there. just a little bit of that presence, you know, that I'm not going to be pushed around, bud. You may have taken these two here, but don't make the mistake of thinking I'm for sale.
I don't think that's working on Pavi, though. He's in the zone.
You're right about that. He seems very dialed. Choi Song has also looked very good. Jack 10 looking good enough to warrant a min raise.
Contemplating Queen 6 offsuit. You might even consider a re-raise from time to time with a big little.
Big fold.
Big fold, he says. I don't know about big fold, but I could see him certainly consider defending against some others, but this is the man that's willing to kind of fight back. Kind of don't want to defend loose hands against someone like that.
Song steady. Now 24 bigs, good for second. Plenty of runway still between Foxen and Song. Wow. Pavi looks down at aces, just a couple of pots removed from queens. Catching fire at the right time. 9.7 in front of him.
That kettle's heating up. Boiling point.
Is limping ever an idea?
No, I don't think so.
So
I think it's
the
too
min raise,
suspicious.
yeah, tend to agree. Especially now that he has enough chips where the min raise could come in. And Foxen is going to be coming in. Ace, king. Shades of king, queens against two kings. We know that the money's going to be going in.
This is crazy. Pavi in a prime spot to get a full double up.
Oh, and this is such a dream for him to hear Foxen, of all people, announcing this 3.1. Now, you touched on it earlier, Randy. When he had the queens. When you have aces, you might be a little bit more inclined to slow play. How do we approach this spot? Do we just seize what we think is the 3.1 from Foxen?
It mainly depends on what do you think of Foxen's 3-betting range. If you think it's mainly value, then you just shove in now to avoid cards that kill your action. But if you think Foxen's the type to 3-bet bluff you in this spot, calling is pretty good too. Then again, a lot of the 3-bet bluffs are usually ace-x, right? So you block that heavily with two aces in your hand, so perhaps you're just up against value so often.
To be fair, Foxen's 3-bet bluffing range is going to contain more than just the ace-x's from what we've observed on the day, a broader range than simply that. And a healthier figure than simply 3.1 is demanded here by Pavi. And you see Foxen saying, let's get that extra 100 in there, my friend. On their backs they go. And a devastating revelation if you're Alex Foxen, who will still be plenty deep on the back of this one if it doesn't work out, which it rates not to, as he's got just 6%. While on the other hand, Pavi is poised.
Can Foxen put on another brutal beat?
20.6 million in the pot, by the way. Correction. This is remarkable, and an unremarkable 10-7-3 board means the climb is incredibly uphill for Foxen. His presence at this final table aided very significantly by his ability to take down kings with king-queen twice, but it ain't going to happen here as a board pairing 3 ices it. And the man who had 25K in front of him at one point in time, currently enjoying the most epic spin-up we have ever seen at a final table here at Triton.
I think there might be some regret from Foxen. Did he leave?
It's clean. He night.
You know, when he had the ace on the river and didn't end up betting that one chip, which would have gotten rid of Pavi. Don't want to be results oriented because obviously it was strategically beneficial for him to do that, but we see the downsides of giving this man a pulse as all of a sudden the heart rate is strong. Pavi alive and well with 34 bigs.
Second in chips. He's got dreams of the top prize now. Foxen needs to be worried. He's only got a 7 million chip lead on Pavi at the moment.
Emilian was going to sit this one out.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Chat Pro, by the way, has been working really hard to christen Emilian the cockroach. Just by virtue of his unwillingness to die.
He's no longer a cockroach with that stack.
No. Tarantula.
Mendoza's going to get some Foxen chips now.
Do you feel as though Alex should maybe make a little adjustment on the back of that particular exchange and perhaps not attack with something like Queen 6 offsuit? Or the landscape is still what it was before?
The landscape's still the same because Foxen still has a big chip lead. The other players at the table are eyeballing Goryachev, who's on 4.8 million, so they still have to play very tight. But Mendoza had a very easy decision with ace-jack.
Yeah, and the decision was made as he does take it down, and Foxen trending in the wrong direction. All of a sudden, what was a monolith of chips in front of him, looking a little bit more like a modest mountain. Blinds up, bad news. If you're Goryachev, short stack with 5 remaining here in the 25K WPT Global Slam.
Goryachev can't get a hand. Only 4.8 million with the big blind 800K. Decent quality.
Still high levels of VPIP and some stacks out there that are deep enough to maybe ask some questions of the legitimacy. Pavi dominated unbeknownst. King 7 offsuit. Let's see if he wants to book a date.
I too am very curious if he wants to come along with King 7 given how healthy his stack is now.
Cool.
He's not afraid of Foxen in the big blind.
Defense taking us to the flop with 4.4 in the middle. Foxen with vengeance on his mind and top pair in his hand. More than we can say for naked king high. This one should be over uneventfully.
There are a lot of excuses for king queen to want to value bet on the flop.
Foxen following through for 1.1. This would be remarkably ambitious procedure if Pavi were to proceed. And sure enough, he doesn't.
Foxen trying to stop the downswing.
Yep.
Little break being put on.
Well, things look a whole lot different right about now than they did when we went to the break. Alex Foxen with company toward the top of the leaderboard, coming in the form so improbably of Emilian Pavi, the Frenchman in second, behind him by about 14 big blinds. Neck and neck are Shuesong and Mendoza, with Goryachev, the man upon whom the eyes rest right now as the players are pursuing a ladder of $124,000 with 460K locked up and 584 if you make the top 4.
Always nice to see the tournament chip leader fold in front of you. Now you can go to work. Slight size up because it's the micro stack that's in the big line. Don't really want them defending as much as possible, but threes is enough of a hand to get in there. I actually prefer call and then stop and go flops if it doesn't come like ace, king, queen, something like this that would rate to hit the pre-flop raiser.
So looking for some post-flop clarity. He too agrees, even though this is half of his stack out there with the trays, 5.2 in the middle, and he's out flopped. He does have the wheel draw and backdoor clubs, but at present, the aces for Shui Song have threes and away.
Yeah, it's too much equity to fold with the pocket threes. You might be up against some broadways that whiffed, and if you're behind, you got added equity. He's got the wheel draw, he's got the backdoor clubs, and draw to the three, of course. Makes the call.
Another 1-6 into the middle. Massive commitments from Goryachev have been made thus far. No improvements on the turn. Another big card, the King of Hearts. Troublesome for trays. 6-8 in there, 1.2 effective. Show me all of it, says Shui Song. Compliance from Goryachev. Down but not out.
6 outs.
This is where I would look to my right at Pavi and be like, so how does one do this? I would just touch him.
Just touch him, steal his luck. I'd swat his hand away.
9.2. Headed towards Shui Song. Unless a 4 or a tray can pay a visit to this river, which it doesn't. And that's going to do it
Thank you. Good playing with you.
for Vyacheslav Goryachev. And Foxen says good playing with you, but not a whole lot of playing for Goryachev. Just card dead, as you mentioned, and also unable to get anything really going. And as a result, his run coming to an end in 5th, but a hell of a performance for a man playing his first ever Triton poker tournament.
Locks up $460,000, and you can see when he went out, he's actually was smiling on his way out. You know, he's just very happy.
Yeah.
Got a big score. Sure, he could have maybe got a higher finish, but you got dealt bad cards. Not bad.
Yeah, what he's got is perhaps a big taste. And we'll see whether or not he sticks around to play some of the rest of this one after he's picked up this solid payday. GG's.
Good game, sir. And 4 remain.
That they do, and a very healthy pay ladder that we touched on, acquired. 124,000 more. Sealed up, 584 ahead. Third pays 721 and change. As Shui Song goes to work with pocket fives. Mendoza not interested in an ace on the button, although the value of those sorts of holding goes up considerably as this field thins further and further.
So Foxen's going to defend 10-7 offsuit, mainly because it does make some straights, whereas before Queen-6 offsuit, he did fold to Shui Song. A little bit more playability.
And a little gut shot on the ace-queen-jack board.
This is difficult for pocket fives.
Range advantage, though. So in comes a c-bet and a prayer.
This is where you go, please fold, please fold, please fold.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I feel like every time I say that, I get check raised. You know, you're just sitting there looking at the guy, and he's like, oh, this dude's thinking please fold, isn't he?
Foxen with the gut shot. He folded. Yay!
Relief. Where's the big hand, big hand? You know? Saw him go to that earlier against Foxen when he had nothing more than 10 high, as I recall.
So looking at the landscape right now, Mendoza is the shortest stack with 15 big blinds. 15, plenty of blinds to work with.
Yeah.
22 big blinds for Pavi, 26-ish for Song. Chip leader, 34 big blinds. So not that much separation at the moment. Anyone's game?
Ramin Hajiev coming over to get a glimpse at what's going on in the background there in the white T-shirt.
Foxen has been unable to get the best of Shui Song in these blind versus blind battles. What's the play? He's going to just keep trying to raise into Shui Song. This is a man who might reshove King 9 suited. It's like, I know you don't got it. Calling's certainly fine, but he seems aggressive.
Yeah, it didn't feel like fold was on his mind, but the rip wasn't either. So the 2.8, a size up, standard from Foxen out of the small. Pot growing to 6.4 pre-flop. And Song's holding, growing to a flush draw. King high still best.
That's a solid board to have in position. 2 overs to the middling cards. Backdoor straight draw. Of course, the immediate flush draw. You can really just call any flop and turn bet. Foxen going to try to force his way through. We know it's not going to work. Do like calling with position. Sometimes you make a flush, your opponent makes a hand that wants to barrel against you.
2.6, a futile follow through, as we know Song's not going anywhere, and this is not what you want to see if you're Foxen. Pot grows to 11.6, but Jack High does not on a 3 of diamonds turn, nor does what is effectively King High, but crucially the best hand with position. And let's see, you know, ace high spade draw found the muck with Mendoza when Foxen brought barrel number 2 earlier. I just don't know that Shui Song is going to be a man to let go. It will depend, however, on just how hard Foxen goes at this. What if all of a sudden full pot were to get deployed, Randy?
I don't know about full pot with Jack 8 offsuit, but I also don't think King 9 suited is folding. This operator runs differently. 5.8 million though.
That's not insignificant. Half pot.
Foxen just trying to muscle through anything that isn't a queen. He expects the 7x and 6x to fold for the sizing.
Sure.
And he floats. Gave the nod and the call. Look at this pot.
23.2 million. Do not adjust your screen. Foxen has built this one with nothing more than naked Jack 8, which is still just Jack High. An ace on the river now, Randy. Foxen was the man to raise pre out of the small. Is this a card that he leans into?
It almost looks like the mandatory card to shovel in the rest of the chips. That pot is huge. You've got Jack High. You unblock the spades and might call, fold like King 9 of spades.
I will say this. If he does blast and ask Shui Song for all of it, he's going to wonder, well, wait a minute. If you hit this ace, what was it that had you betting flop and turn? Ace queen specifically comes to mind. But if it isn't that, then what's going on? And I've got the spades.
That's a very good question because a queen X is supposed to slow down when the ace comes. But let's see. Is there a bet?
Precarious moment. And Foxen shuts down, Randy. maybe sensing that Shui's song was going to be sticky. Now, mind you, Shui's song has the best hand, but he does not know it.
He does not. I guess my first question is, would a queen ever fold if I jam? That's hard to say. Does he beat some semi-bluffs? He does. He beats 8-9, 10-9, 10-8.
Wouldn't he feel as though 8-9, 10-8 would be more inclined to jam, as he does turn his hand into a bluff? And that is a massive pickup, as things coming undone in that one for Foxen, who concedes the chip lead for the first time.
Shui Song. Wow. Made the move with King 9 suited. Sure, he had the best hand, but he didn't felt like he did.
Look at all those delicious chips.
He's got all of the chips.
42% in total, with 4 remaining, as a shift in the power dynamic is upon us.
Third overall now for Alex Foxen. 20 big blinds. He's going to be asking the question, did he push chips a little bit too much against Shui Song's big blind? Because that's where the bulk of the damage came from.
This is where I feel like it's important to step in and point out, however, that Foxen didn't land on his stack. Now, granted, we know a lot of it came from getting extraordinarily lucky in 2 spots, King-Queen versus Pocket Kings. But in general, moments like that, all of a sudden you can hear a lot of people go, oh, he's so aggressive, oh, he punted, and blah, blah, blah. He landed on that big stack more often than not that brought him this deep into the tournament as a result of that very same aggression. So just because we're seeing it deep in this one not work out, and by the way, he's not sitting on 2 bigs. He's got 20 and he's fine. Don't suddenly decide to get results-oriented about that one, you know? And by the way, he didn't get aggressive on the river. Had he,
I
pot's
hear you.
his.
Pot is his, but it's not.
All right, let's get an updated look at the landscape now then. As you can see, Mendoza bringing up the rear. Foxen, third with 16 million. Pavi ahead of him. And if I would have told you when Pavi was left with that 25K courtesy of the Foxen check back when he hit the ace on the river, could have showered the man, that he would end up being ahead of Foxen and chips at some point down the line, you would have laughed me out of the booth.
I would have bet everything I own.
Yep.
Deed to my house. I'd be on the streets.
I actually almost lost my house one time
No.
in a bet against a friend that was staying with me that I didn't make, but I should have. I'll tell you more about this momentarily. Shui Song, ace-4, as he goes to work as a chip leader for the first time. On the button, pocket 9s for Mendoza. That's just what the doctor ordered as he comes in with 10.4, and ace-4 offsuit's not going to be able to take this heat. All right, so one summer, I don't know whether or not I've told this story in this booth before, but MJ Gonzalez, who's a pretty well-known player out in the States, was crashing with me during the World Series, and I had bought my house not long ago, not the one I live in now, but one before that, and as we're out by the pool, I see a bee in the water, and I'm like, oh, man, that sucks. So I fish the bee out of the pool, and I set it on the side, and, you know, it's waterlogged and it's dead, right? And MJ looks at the bee, and he's like, all right, if you give me 100 to 1 on 10K right now, I'll bet you that that bee flies away in the next 10 minutes. And I'm like, bro, are you out of your mind? This bee is stone dead. Why do you want to incinerate 10K? Like, I get it. That's cool. Maybe that's your way of paying rent when you're staying here for free.
1.6.
But you're my friend. I don't want to steal 10K from you. But don't get me wrong. I was looking at this bee, man. I touched the bee. I flicked its little leg. As Mendoza flicks in 1.6, fresh off of that double. Ace-King for Pavi. More is coming. Putting a pin in the story briefly.
All of it's coming? I mean, there is merit to 3-betting to induce. There's certainly nothing wrong with jamming as well to force out some pocket pairs that might rejam on you, but fold to a shove. Pay jumps are big, of course. If you do induce, you probably go around 4.8 million.
4.3.
4-3 officially, but very much sharing your sentiments is Pavi with the ace-king. Significant commitment being made. Foxen, easy release. And he'll come back around, and Mendoza too, bowing out. So we've got this waterlogged B on the pool decking that I have now touched, flicked a wing, touched the little stinger area, you know, tapped it on its head, the little fuzz, pollen, whatever. This thing's not alive, Randy.
I know, okay.
And I'm looking at MJ and I'm like, surely it would be rude of me to take 10,000 from a house guest like you're offering me to do. But at the same time, 100 to 1 means $1 million. I got to cough up if I'm wrong. And I was like, bro, I don't have that liquid right about now. He's like, it's all good. You can just give me your house and I'll let you stay in it, but you got to move out of the master bedroom whether I'm here or not, because he lived in LA. He's like, you have to live in one of your guest rooms. And I'm like, we were actually negotiating. I was like, no, forget it. So we move on. And, you know, a little over 9 minutes later, I was like, dude, let's go check on the beat. I go over. I don't know if you watched wrestling when you were growing up or not.
I know.
But you remember like when you thought Hulk Hogan was just done and they would lift up the arm and drop it. Then they'd lift up the arm and drop it. And then the third time they lift up the arm before it drops, he stops and he's like reaching up to the heavens. Well, I'm not kidding you, man. This bee suddenly started to move one of its antennae. And before you knew it, it flew off, Randy. And MJ looked at me, and I realized I had dodged a bullet because I almost lost my house, which meant I would be on your couch somewhere in Melbourne playing pickleball every day with you.
Thank God you didn't bet.
For your sake.
For my sake.
King 4-5. Not a lot of excitement in either camp here, and yet 9 high and queen high are both proceeding. This one was limp blind versus blind pre-flop. Two-tone texture on the turn, which does connect with Shui Song. Foxen lost a big bundle to this man last time he started getting frisky against him, and here he is, super light again.
And Shui Song is really kind of outplayed Foxen in these blind versus blind confrontations. That's the thing. The player in position has quite the advantage. And when they're not playing fit or fold poker, it's very tough to beat against the player who is willing to fight back. The deuce is considering a bet.
2.8.
2.8.
Well, unlike last time, Foxen does not bring that second barrel forward, and this should be a simple departure for him, but it is a trend in the wrong direction for the one-time overwhelming chip leader who has slipped down to Mendoza's neck of the woods at the bottom of the leaderboard, Randy.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of really feel like Foxen might be attacking a bit too much against this big blind. It's really costing him a lot of chips. Only a sliver ahead of Mendoza now.
This is a shocking turn of events.
Yeah, shocking as the bee flying away.
That I'm telling you right now, dude, I looked around. I almost had like a small panic attack. Because listen, he's my friend, but he would have taken my house. I'm not joking. Like MJ's like, dude, a bet's a bet. Really, it would have been ugly.
$1.6.
Jack 10 for Pavi. 1-6 announced. big takers. You ever made a really dumb bet, Randy?
Where I can lose my house.
Maybe not your whole house, but one that you think back on and go, damn, that was ridiculous.
No, I'm not that much into the prop betting streets.
No,
Just
but you
more,
are a degenerate.
I do lose to the house occasionally, but you know.
You lose to the house instead of lose your house.
Yeah.
.6 from the Queen Jack of Shui Song. Mendoza mulling with King Queen. Now, the ladder right now isn't a small one, and he's neck and neck with Foxen down here, but King Queen is just too tempting to not jam, and it does get through.
Very nice re-raise.
You know what that pot means, Randy?
What's that mean?
From first to worst for Alex Foxen. He's the short stack.
First to worse.
I mean, still 16 bigs, but that's a far cry from the 60 some odd we witnessed him holding not that long ago.
On to the next hand. Fold it over to Pavi. Ace 4 offsuit. 25 big blinds. He might just rip this into Foxen on 16 bigs. You often see these naked ace X's just attack on the strength of ace high,
All in.
reducing the calling range. 29. You know what to do. Trend downward some more. But you gotta fold.
Okay.
$584,000 guaranteed.
Why do you say it like it's a depressing thing?
Because I kind of feel bad for Foxen. It just seemed like he was going to run away with it, but he's on the short stack, and he's on pace to be the next one to collect the payout.
All right, you can't really feel bad for a guy who had the nail in his coffin, all but hammered shut twice with King Queen against two kings, Randy. I mean, this is 9 lives and then some.
I would have felt bad for the guy if he called a bet against a B that was apparently dead and lost his
Telling you,
house.
dude, I would have lost my house. I would have been homeless in my own house.
How'd you lose? To a B?
I for sure would have squashed that B if it ever showed up again.
You would have went searching for him in the hive?
B tilt. Mendoza. Queen Jack of Clubs. I'm not going in the hive, Randy. What are you, insane?
The friends come and get
To
you.
end up getting stung by the whole hive?
No, they're all just dead, and they all come to life and attack you.
King 10. Second pair on a jack high board. Trouble here potentially for Shui Song. Mendoza. Jacks in a gutter. Nice board for him.
Probably go either way with bet or check. But if you do bet this flop, you need to be willing to commit the rest of the chips in case there is aggressive action. Starts with 1.8 million, which is a little bit concerning for middle pair, decent kicker, because Mendoza shouldn't be blindly firing random cards on this board texture. Probably don't expect Mendoza to bet a 10x too often, but your hand is decent.
4.5.
Wow, check raise is a bit unexpected with King 10. And this is where, if you're Mendoza, if you bet this flop, you got to be willing to commit.
Frisky business here from Song. And Mendoza's not going to go anywhere, but obviously he's trying to chart his path forward, Randy. 2.7 more is required.
He could definitely just jam or maybe just call and reevaluate on the turn, but commit the rest likely on safe runouts.
All in.
Well, he's going to take the straightforward approach, getting it all in. You see Shui Song asking for a count. Now, this is not insignificant in terms of the addition to the 4.5, Randy. You don't like abandoning the check raise, but another 7.5 with King 10 here and no club on board. How do we like it?
This is why I don't really like check raising a hand like this. It could have been the best hand on the flop. And now you're put in a situation where you're going to have to consider putting in 12 million total when you could have just put in 1.8 and saw a free turn card, or cheap turn card, that is. Probably just have to fold as played now. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
And I got to say, I don't want to get too critical, but it does feel like the first hiccup that we've seen, and it was sort of by his own hand there for Shui Song, as Mendoza trying to find the spin up here, as we have found a third member of the booth, none other than Sensei Bryn Kenny, who finished 10th in this one. Bryn, welcome aboard, my friend.
What's up, guys? Nice to be here.
To what do we owe the pleasure? Just hanging out?
I guess the universe. You know, I was just sitting and having a coffee. I just had some burgers, was relaxed. And, you know, Henry walks up, and I don't know, I was just like, hey, you know, I'll come in and do some commentary if you guys want.
Awesome, man. Well, you were out there and you played with presumably a fair number of these guys, if not all of them, as you worked your way down to the final 10 in this event, final table bubble list. Do you have any scouting reports in terms of these guys' games?
Well, of course, I played with Alex a lot. Emilian I actually never played with in this tournament. I don't know if we ever even played, maybe only in early stages. How do I pronounce it?
Shui Song? Shui Song.
Shui Song. Yeah, he kind of like got the better of me a bunch of times. He was playing kind of solid, I think, from my experience with him. The ace-9 that he shoved and cracked my ace-king was a little bit loose, but also at that stage, I feel like you can take those loose shove spots because with multiple short stacks, where like if I don't wake up with, I'd say ace-queen or better in the big blind, I'm going to lay it down. So I actually don't mind his shove putting pressure where other people could say, you know, maybe it was a reckless shove. But I think at that stage, it was, I think, a good shove. Because if you think of, you know, okay, he could min raise, but then if he min raises, I could shove a wide range. Small blind can shove a wide range. He has an ace in his hand at least. So I actually don't hate his shove, just unfortunate that I woke up with a hand and lost all in.
I mean, it was fortunate until it didn't work out, obviously, not to be too results-oriented. By the way, just giving you quick updates, because I'm not sure while you were enjoying those burgers whether or not you were soaking up what's going on. Alex Foxen at one point had a 3-1 chip lead over second place in this one with 60-plus bigs. It went wrong as he got aggressive in an inflated one, barreling multiple times, shutting it down.
Versus like Shu Song in that one.
It was Shu Song, yep.
He
He may have caught a glimpse at that one. And then, unbelievable.
And then an ace-king versus aces, too, which is
sure, that was a cooler. And
also.
Pavi was the recipient of the chips in that one. Pavi had 25K left, Bryn, at one point in time. Now he's sitting here, 21 million, believe it or not.
Wow, he had 25K at one time?
25K, and he could have, it was a check back from a hand that would have rinsed him from Foxen, who wanted to keep him around so that he could just abuse the rest of the table, and he spun it up from there.
Oh my God, that's crazy that then he winds up like running the ace-king into aces first time after keeping 25.
Came back
it was
to
crazy
bite him.
too when the blinds were 40K, 80K. I was sitting next to Alex. He had just lost a pot and he was down to 1.5 big blinds. Like when we just made the money. So he did a crazy spin up on his own as well.
A couple of spin up artists here. Let's not forget the fact that King Queen against Kings twice. Foxen managed
it's a
to
wild
take it down.
game.
Yeah, one of the times he did it was with trip queens, which is exactly what Mendoza's got here, flopping top pair and improving on the turn after it went check, check, post flop in a blind versus blind limped one. Pavi note, nut flush draw along with ace high. 2.4 in the middle.
I guess it was check till here, limp and check. So yeah, of course he's gonna bet here, definitely.
I guess he always calls with the nut flush draw.
Yeah. No reason to do anything else.
1.2 being chewed on.
Yeah, that was wild, Alex. Cracking kings twice with king queen. Once all in on the flop with 2 outs, another one all in pre.
Did Christoph Vogelsang dirty on the first one and Vincent Huang on the second, and it really was
Rinsed them
unbelievable.
there.
Yeah.
They weren't happy. Confirm. But you know it.
Hot
yeah,
take.
losing the kings to king queen off all in pre is
It's breathless. And Pavi trying to take down Trips, unable to do so though, as the 4 of diamonds is the right color but the wrong suit in a pot that now sits at 4.8. Mendoza will hunt value, and if he comes with something cheeky enough, one wonders whether or not Pavi might look over and think busted clubs from time to time.
Well, I guess you could look at it 2 ways also, because if he comes very chunky after it was checked on the flop, like now he's really narrowly repping a queen. Where like if he bets on the smallish side, he can have an 8 or 10 also. So I think it would be a larger bet that he would lean towards making a hero call.
Yeah, the polarity of that sizing.
Yeah.
Right, it might be easier for an ace high to call a bigger bet, whereas a small bet is like, oh, it might be a queen, a 10, or 8 that's value betting against me.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like you might be right.
Chunky, yeah, he's coming for the potish size. Yeah, I like that. 2 flush draws miss also. For some just random jack high or 9 highs that he can go for bluffs here. Especially since it went check, check on the flop. You would think that Pavi would bet a queen on the flop check to him, so you can discount a lot of his like very big hands. Maybe would even bet a 10 too, which is why I think he'll lean or he'll consider here making this hero call.
You'd rather have 2 spades or 2 diamonds in your hand as Pavi here, obviously, because you interfere with the heart draw and you want to unblock as many of those busted draws as possible. But he doesn't interfere with any jacks or 9s, which is also useful.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, plus he's not going to wind up with many ace highs calling the turn either if he's got like no hearts or clubs.
Couple time banks in here.
Maybe has the too many chip syndrome, you know, he's been grinding for, you know, 3-4 bigs for hours
He's
until
used
he
to
finally spun it up.
The single white or single black
now
chip.
he's like, whoa, I can actually call and lose here and still be in.
I hear you.
First time of like the tournament for him.
He
Oh,
calls.
and a call. Nice from Mendoza, Randy.
Yeah, it's a good bet by Mendoza for sure.
And give him credit because he identified the proposition there. The board texture really lent to him creating curiosity at that sizing against someone like Pavi who had the chips to pay off.
Yeah, especially it's easy to think like, oh, okay, you know, I could bet something like a half potish range and get a call. And, you know, you could think of things like you don't want to be too greedy and get a fold. But I like the polarizing approach when you have like, you know, either bluff or nuts, which is queen in this hand.
So Mendoza working his way up to, believe it or not, the top of the chip counts. 29 bigs as we move to 500,000, 1 million. Every 4 hands, you lose 2.5 million off of your stack. Tough to overstate that.
Expensive rounds.
625K per hand on average, the dilution. As Foxen sits bottom of the leaderboard. Something nobody could have anticipated when it looked like all the stars were aligning for him. It's 2.5 million in chips aligning out of the cutoff for Shui's Song, courtesy of ace-9 of diamonds. And let's see how motivated Mendoza's going to be here. Newly anointed and christened as
5.5.
the chip leader, and we're seeing a new look here. 5.5, 3 scoops.
Yeah, I would go for that 3-bet too, because when you're the chip leader, you really want to lean on the guy second in chips, especially when Alex is down to 9 bigs when he folds his big blind.
King Jack into the bin for Foxen.
How do you react now if you're ace-9 of diamonds?
I mean, personally, I would never fold this hand because you know that the chip leader is going to put pressure, and at the same time, if you shove, he has to have such a big hand to 3-bet call here. You can 3-bet really wide, and then that gives you the advantage and ability to run over the table now and be like the new table captain, which I feel like is always worth a lot in these spots.
Right.
And once more, Mendoza getting the better of Shui Song and continuing to surge at the right time with 4 left here in this 25K WPT Global Slam. Already assured 584,000. Trying to notch the next pay ladder, which is almost 140K.
Yeah, these are always the fun spots when you're sitting in there with the 34 BBs and you've got 20, 14, and 9, because you can really never play too aggressive.
Do you feel like the payout structure here at Triton, which is top heavy, lends to some go for the win sort of approaches out of players and is good for the game?
Definitely. Yeah, I think exactly that's good for the game because you want to hold up the trophy win. You want it to be meaningful, not like tiny pay jumps over at the top.
Yeah.
Which is why, like my ace-king hand when there were 10 left, if it was, small ladders, you could consider actually folding it. But since it was 6th to 10th was so small in comparison to what top 3 is, you really you need to go for it there. Because that was an interesting spot also because there were 3 stacks under 10 big blinds.
Well, this
and
spot
1 away from making the final table, and you always want to feel like you want to make the final table.
Sure.
Don't really want to call it off with 10 left, but sometimes you just got to.
Yeah.
Forced to.
Foxen with a
Same card.
jam and take. Trying to cobble his way back.
I'll take it again.
By the way, you got to appreciate that there's no question, it's not lost on him how the opportunity he had to really sail away with this one was harmed by some of his decision making, which I'm not being critical of, just outcome related. And yet he seems just very recentered and ready to go, not discombobulated, not showing that it's getting to him or that he's going to force action.
Yeah, you really have to. Those are the important times when to find your calmness when things are going poorly. Because, kind of like life, when everything's going smooth, it's easy to operate well. But it's then when everything's going off and not as you expected, it's what can you then bring into it? It was interesting. He asked for the same one again, and I think he has the same exact hand.
That's remarkable. King 6.
And he asked for the same one again.
Raising 2 million.
I don't know why he even wanted the same one with 11 bigs on the button, but he got it.
I don't think they're in cahoots, but that was obviously a long shot. Queen 10 of spades now for Mendoza. He'll be in there.
Yeah, he'll be picking anything other than folding. He'll definitely be calling or shoving. Personally, I like the shove here because as you see, Alex is opening a wider range than most would, even into the chip leader, and your Queen 10 suited plays well anyway if you wind up getting into an all-in spot. And really, nice. Found the shove.
Yeah, pile driver, which
from the little bit that I've seen, it seems like James has been playing strong at this final table.
He made some questionable decisions. Earlier, he actually folded the ace-10 of spades as a pre-flop raiser where Foxen defended. This is where Foxen had the massive chip lead. It came 3-3 deuce, 2 spades. 3-3-6, rather. Foxen led out.
6-3-3.
6-3-3. 3-3-6, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So Foxen chose to lead out into him. He flatted with ace-10 of spades, nut flush draw, 2 overs. The turn was an offsuit deuce. Foxen barreled again, pretty healthy, and he laid it down.
Well, that's wild.
And we both were really
Is there any way that they
surprised.
misread his card? Is that the...
I don't think so, because he really thought about it before laying it down.
I think Mendoza just is more confident when he's holding the chip lead as he is now and playing amazing.
Did Alex bet pot on that
He
one
bet
on the
fairly
turn?
big, but it wasn't
2/3
pot.
maybe?
Yeah.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, he didn't
And
come
Alex just had probably
B150.
not even a pair, I'm guessing, in this one. He had some 5-7 or something like that.
Oh,
Queen 10
yeah, he had
offsuit.
air.
Yeah, he just pure air, no
Pure
draw.
air.
No.
Wow, then the queen 10 off too, because you've even got his 10 dominated.
Correct.
It's crazy.
We were surprised. Look at 5 deuce
Yeah, like
offsuit.
you said, he's comfortable in this chip lead position, opening the any 2 here.
And trying to make things uncomfortable on the rest of the field. And, you know, when you're patient and you're grinding and you feel like it's been such a struggle, and then finally when it counts, you're gifted a big chip lead like this, it feels so good. And it's almost like a pent-up desire to just pound everyone when you've been getting pounded is what starts to let flow.
Yeah, what was Mendoza's big hand before that queen deuce one? I'm guessing he won some other pretty chunky one, or just won a bunch of pots and
No,
had
he
some
kind
decent
of,
hands.
I think he just kind of quietly, you know,
There
it
wasn't a
wasn't
big
any big
confrontation.
all-in or anything like that.
Kind of just
Just-
chipped up slowly.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, the best way. as you've seen on mine, that's my favorite approach.
Of course.
You're not afraid to play a big pot, my friend. This much we know.
Well, you can't be afraid to play a big pot, but you're always happier if you just chisel it down little by little.
Slow and steady.
He's
As
chiseling.
Mendoza- Yeah, steadily pounding
Well,
now.
that's the important thing when you have like chip lead. You really just don't want to lose a chunk of chips. So I
Can
think
we-
it's important to kind of like throw in a little bit here and there, because you can like lay the absolute pressure, and depending on stacks, but then most people aren't going to really or can't really do much about it.
What about this spot, Bryn? Jack
I think
10
he's got to
suited.
call it off with 7 bigs behind. I'm surprised that he's even thinking about it, because he's short a stack. I think if he was second in chips, or second to last in chips as opposed to last in chips, it'd be something to consider. But I think in this one, he can't really fold. So what it's like, he's got to call 7 with 3 in the middle, so he needs like 40%-ish to like break even on the call, and he's
There he is.
or like 50% versus, it's like 50-52. He's going to be. Well, he also winds up in some spots where he's dominating the hand too, especially
Right.
with Queen Jack suited. He can run into 10-9s and 10-7 suiteds even. I think James would shove there on the button. So you've got like a few hands that you're dominated by, but also a few hands that you're dominating. So I think overall versus James's range, he's going to be like flipping. So with like the extra 3 in the middle with 7 behind, you can't really turn it down.
Here we are, 17 million chip pot.
Foxen.
He has an important pot. James is sweating it just because I know he wants to see Alex out the door for sure.
It's going to be tough to get him out the door here, though. Trip 10s, not impossible. Running aces,
Boring.
deuce 3. Mendoza says boring.
Keep it boring.
Foxen's quite all right with it. And that is going to
7.8.
ice things, says Mendoza connects with the 5, but draws dead.
Come on. Boat over boat.
Boat over boat.
7,800,000.
Oh, I gave you too much. Everyone was rooting
Foxen.
for me, Alex, by the way.
I think there were 2 people in the whole building rooting for me there.
I would imagine himself
Only
and
Kristen
wife
and your
Kristen.
angels got you. Yeah.
I said people. Yeah, 2 people.
Oh,
Other entities may be different.
Well, good to see some of the intensity broken by that post-mortem there between the boys.
Getting back into a little bit of the angel talk that Jesse Lonis has brought into the mix.
Oh, yeah, I know you were talking about it as well at one of the outer tables, even the feature, I think, at one point.
Yeah, me and Alex were having a good angel conversation on the outer tables when he was down to 1.5 big blinds. And then, he's here 4-handed, so he had some on his side in this one.
Yeah, no kidding. And they were working hard in those king-queen versus 2 king spots. Those are the angels I want the phone number to.
That's what he did. He came up to me on he's like, Angel's been working hard.
Yeah,
this
man.
level."
And Pavi working hard here with a couple of deuces. King 8 suited in the small for Foxen, taking a
Yeah,
moment before
definitely
bidding
not good
it.
enough there.
And nothing exciting for Shui Song, baby suited connector. Into the muck. And as we look at the current chip counts, we find Mendoza sitting 30 million. Shui Song
Glad I raised
19.2.
folded that button, because otherwise I
Foxen.
fold.
17, Pavi,
Yeah.
11.
Well, it's
More
funny
blue
how
ones,
what
yeah.
Alex said, how it's actually true.
It's a
If he
good-
wouldn't have raised on the button and had 2 million less chips, he wouldn't have wound up calling with his
Right.
Jack
Let me
10
get
suited.
shorter so I can
He would be a
call
bit
it.
too deep to call
Yeah.
off Jack 10 suited. It's interesting how it works.
Otherwise, you fold it hand.
And how like 1 or 2 big blinds can really change it completely.
Right. It sounds like it's a small difference, but in reality, it's quite big.
Yeah.
It's Mendoza and the big blind that Shui Song has to deal with.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be wanting to deal with that 9-3 off over there.
Muck it.
You a football fan, Bryn? See Mendoza rocking the Mahomes jersey there.
I don't really watch much sports.
Do you bet him?
No.
Seen too many
Stay
guys
away from that
torch
stuff. I
their
did enough of
bankrolls.
my like gambling in staking people, which I've had enough of that too.
Stable didn't really pay off.
It's really tough because you have to deal with like people's emotions.
Sure.
You know how they do under pressure when they're losing. You know, then you're also taking like the blunt end of the like money swings as well.
Yeah.
So then it seeps into your own ability just to play your best in the moment.
All in.
Pocket nines. Best here against the ace deuce, says Foxen.
Somehow I have like, you know, what they say in rounders is alligator blood. So it's like anything can be happening on the side for me, disastrous. And somehow in the moment in the game, I can find that peace in the chaos.
Just compartmentalizing whatever's happening
yeah, just like
beyond the felt.
yeah, which then it's difficult because, you know, throughout my whole like career, you try to look, you know, you're an introspective person. You try to look at yourself and, you know, see how you're performing in poker and outside of poker. And I could think like back in times, you know, years ago where I was thinking in that moment, like, oh, I've got, you know, a great grasp of, you know, not just poker, but these other things in life. And then you get to a later stage and you're asking yourself, how could you possibly think that? Because
Yeah, you
yes,
get humbled.
Like, yeah, you were like, yeah, you were present, you know, putting this like big effort focus into poker, but everything else was like falling apart, blowing up at the wayside. So exactly, it's like and I feel like getting humbled is an important process in growth. And without it, you know, if you're just on a smooth road, you're not really going to be tested. And from my own experience, it's like the more difficult the situation, the more I learn and grow from it.
I will say that if you offered me a spot at the top of the all-time money list in exchange for torpedoing just about every other aspect of my life, I would probably
I'll try.
take it, Bryn, respectfully, but I know what you're coming,
Well,
where you're
it's a-
coming
well,
from.
also
because
it's a
money
g-
doesn't solve all problems, and in fact, it creates some.
Yeah, it's a good base too because, you know, we're still young. So, you know, I have this like skill that I've built from poker. So it's not like the end all that my life ends tomorrow or something. So I have like the ability to make lots of mistakes outside of poker. And if paying enough attention and willing and wanting to grow, you always have the opportunity to rise to a higher
Good timing.
version of yourself.
Well, Foxen was trying to rise to a higher chip stack, but unfortunately the ace-queen got a walk right there. As Pavi
Which is why
declined
life
to
is so
participate.
interesting too. There's always opportunity to wake up.
Well, put a pin in the thought as we put a glimpse at the roulette wheel in a watch. That's the Astronomia Casino in action. Jacob & Co., our official timekeepers, a marvel of modern engineering that features the fully functional game of roulette on your wrist and moves with the exact speed and proportions of a classic roulette wheel, bringing the excitement and luxury with you wherever you go. Why play credit card roulette at dinner when you can play spin the watch?
Right.
Check them out at Jacob & Co. Didn't Kanapong buy that watch?
He did.
KT?
He was taking bets, I heard.
So
that
sick. I love it. Yeah, he bought it during one of the breaks or something and then came back. And the rest of the day, everybody wanted action on his roulette wheel.
Maybe he made the watch back like at the table afterwards. Maybe
That's
a
an
good
awesome
investment.
point, right?
Free watch.
On your other wrist, you have to have like a betting mat.
Yeah, he just
or like a
walks around
tattoo
with
on your forearm. Go ahead, guys. Just put your chips on
Yeah,
my
betting
arm.
sheet. You just like carry it in your bag, just
Yeah.
roll it out onto the table anywhere you go.
Roll it out.
So good.
Just a walking casino.
Just find an empty table, spread your mat out, make a quick hustle, and then get out of there. The new 3-card Monty.
Yeah.
3-card Monty.
Oh, you gotta love it. Haven't seen KT, by the way. The Thai delegation used to roll a lot deeper. Pachata, Wangwachit.
You know, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that because I believe we have Thai commentary for the Triton poker scene.
We do?
And KT is a part of that crew now.
Oh, so he's on the other side of the operation.
That's right.
Love that. He had great energy, KT, by the way. I don't know whether or not you
Definitely.
played with him. Just a warm soul.
Yeah, always having a good time, smiling.
Yeah.
Playing aggressive, having fun at the table.
Oh, yeah, win,
That's
lose,
what
or
like
draw.
poker's all about.
Sure. And I think you get a taste of that here at Triton more than beyond its borders, right, Brent?
Absolutely. Actually, I don't even enjoy really playing anything other than Triton, to be honest. Even one of my friends, he wrote me yesterday, he's like, I think you should just retire from everything else and just only play Triton.
There's a good number of our regulars that have.
Which is pretty much what I do anyway. I played a little bit of World Series events. I went and played 3 events in Barcelona just now because I was at the Onyx Cup in Cyprus, and it's not the same experience.
Well, obviously we appreciate the kind words, and I think in turn you and so many of the players appreciate the efforts of the entire Triton staff. It takes an army in between festivals to plan and put these things together on all corners of the world, but I think you definitely get what you pay for when it comes to
Yeah, well, it's definitely, you know, it's just like real people as opposed to, you know, you go to a lot of tournaments and they want to run this structured thing. Even if all the players at the table are asking for something different, they're like following the rule book and not willing to adapt or change anything where, you know, I think everyone loves this environment because, you know, it's fun. It's a fun and serious at the same time where, you know, there's rules, but they're going to be flexible with them at the same time, which I think is necessary. Everyone's here to have fun and to play poker. They want it to be serious, which it is serious. It's ran, you know, very, very serious as an event. But then as well, you know, you want to,
This last hand?
you love that openness.
Is this the last hand I'm moving?
Yeah, listening to the players is key, you know.
Absolutely.
It's really, we're in service to the players without whom we have no tour, no product.
Yeah, and you know, there are some players out there who, of course, are going to give feedback and try to, like, get things that are best for themselves. But there are also players who, you know, have been playing their whole life and have a good insight of how to improve things. So I think as an organizer, you kind of have to separate into 2 buckets. You know, the one bucket of people that you know are trying to give feedback for themselves, and then the other one that really just want to run the best thing possible.
I'll say this, though. Even people that might find themselves compelled because they don't want to be at a competitive disadvantage beyond the borders of Triton to be edge-seeking because they feel like that levels the playing field, when you come here, it doesn't take long for you to be at ease and realize that's not the way we run things. And I would credit Paul Pua, you know, one of the founding you know, players of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, for setting that tone, you know? Really, like, you've played with him and you see him at the table, and he genuinely is not tolerant of anybody that's coming with that sort of energy.
Yeah, I think both like Paul and Richard are like great like founders for it, and both kind of have that same thing. I think also they wound up in the perfect timing where there were these amazing staff that were working for PokerStars at the time, and I feel like PokerStars really didn't treat people or do things in the best way, which created an opportunity for someone to want something else. So then if you treat people with respect and give them the opportunity to do things their way, but also be open to that feedback, I think that's what really creates that like warm and open environment.
And let's not overlook the fact that this is a luxury experience, which is what ultra high net worth individuals, many of whom are the players that come out here, expect out of their lives. What you don't expect, though, if you're James Mendoza, is to run into a couple of jacks, as he made it 10 million to go covering Pavi, who's not going to be going anywhere.
Well, I guess the only fortunate thing you think of there with A7 is that the shortest stack has jacks, at least, instead of the biggest stack.
Right, minimize the damage. But finally someone calls. Mendoza's been jamming relentlessly. Sixes down.
Yeah, into the muck, and now Mendoza
still got that 30%er, though.
to finally do away with Pavi. Could this be the moment?
As John Malkovich says, you know, Patavi's been doing a great job of hanging around.
Very much so. And he'd love to hang this 20 million in front of himself if these hooks can hold.
Yeah, would put him in second in chips.
Boy, this has been an emotional roller coaster for his rail.
I'm guessing that's his girlfriend or wife.
Feels
probably.
that way.
Yeah.
Or somebody jockeying to be that.
Yeah.
10-10-4 here.
Whoa.
Ace of spades.
Yeah, she's like, well, if you get top 3, you got a chance. But, you know,
You got to
Right.
hold here
anything
to get
else,
top
not going to
3.
do it.
That'd be great if he got showered here and she just stormed off. Didn't even give him a hug or anything. Uh-oh, hang on.
Spades.
Ooh,
That's the
not
sweaty
the turn
one.
you wanted to see.
No, as we go from 3 outs to 12, bar the jack of spades being absent, so that makes it 11. Not like this. That's the thought on Patavi's mind. Can he hold? Yes, he can.
It's black, but close.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get rid of him.
Yeah, you see, you got that. Let out the air afterwards.
Right? Exhale.
It's like, okay, I still got a chance with
Right.
The rail is still intact.
Not that bad kind of let out the air like slasher tires or you had too much beans at lunch. But, you know, the good kind.
The good kind that I'm still alive and have a shot.
Man, this is remarkable. Is that 7?
It feels
all
like
in
7 all ins.
doubles? It might even be 8. I haven't been clocking it.
That's
I just
wild.
We've seen so many, but that is insane. I know they're not all 50-50s as I touched on earlier, but just the sheer
Winning
putting
7
it
all
together,
ins is
you know what I'm
crazy.
saying? Just
you can even
nuts.
be, 70% in all of them, but it's still insane to win 7 70-30s in a row.
Mm-hmm. So with that pickup, Patavi second in chips behind Mendoza with a fairly narrow gap of 11 bigs between them, but 11 bigs isn't narrow when you consider that Foxen has just 10, along with Shui Song, and the jockeying effort between those two certainly is something that sets the stage for Mendoza to continue to accumulate.
Yeah, especially in with these stacks, he's going to hammer Patavi in the big blind whenever it's like small blind, big blind. It's almost like any 2 spots. When you've got 2 stacks that are like 10 blinds and under. Of course, Alex is going to shove this one.
It's an easy hand. Any customers? Nope.
Nope.
Those pickups are still important, though, boys, considering the gravity of the blinds. And
Yeah, massive. Like when you pick that up, being 10 blinds, it changes it now. Someone's got 9, you've got 13.
Yeah.
You narrow your difference from second place in chips, and you're 1 all in away from being chip leader again.
yeah, that's the thing. You can be lulled into a false sense of security if you're Mendoza at the top of the leaderboard, and all it takes is 1 misstep against any stack out here.
Yeah,
and it's gonna
exactly.
be
He lost 1 all in already, so it was really like a 2. He had that huge stack, and it's like 2 all ins away from being in the middle of the pack. Or
Queen 8 takes a pass.
Oh.
Wow. 1-1 on the puck for Shui Song.
I guess we just click it.
yeah, I guess it's between limp and min raise.
You can't jam.
But the limp signals alarm bells, doesn't it?
Yeah.
How much is it? 2.5?
Yeah, especially if you're not like a guy who's known to limp like in these spots.
We've not seen it at
Yeah.
all. There are some players
Yes.
that do have balance. And
Yeah, exactly. I think going for the min raise is the best move for him for sure. You can only really get away with that limp if you're like one of the guys who's like known to limp,
Right.
like that a balanced-ish range, where they're gonna wind up with like 8-9 or 10-9 suiteds also in their range and not just monsters.
It's working out nicely for Song.
Yeah, you got a call. I don't like that Queen 8 off call. I think it's a bit too weak, loose.
And now it's second pair on a very wet King, Queen, Jack, albeit rainbow flop. But if Song's button
I don't know how
open-
it's been at the final table, but Shu Song was playing very solid at my table. So when he comes in with this min raise on the button, I'm just Like,
bit
he doesn't
worried.
have ace king. He's got like queens plus or something, I feel like.
Fair.
Maybe a random raise. I don't even think a random raise fold because, you know, his every chip is so valuable to him when he's got 9 blinds versus Foxen 13.
So are you suggesting that when he comes with min raise, as opposed to being willing to stick something meatier out there, you actually range him up?
Yeah.
What do we do now, Bryn? You got here with queen 8 somehow.
I guess you've got to like call a bet here, which that's why it sucks too. Like when you just like hit a pair on the flop, you're just now in like no man's land.
Well, granted, if it's queen 7 deuce rainbow
Or
versus
actually,
this spot,
You
different.
maybe even fold because you could just be dead in this. Yeah, I think it's a good fold, which is also why I would never defend it there because if like if second pair isn't good enough for you to continue on the flop.
Am I just burning the extra big blind pre-flop?
Yeah, because like the chance that you're flopping 2 pair or better on the flop is so low.
Well, to his credit, at least he made the adjustment post to lay down the pair of
Yeah, that
queens.
was a good fold that I think a lot of people who would defend in the big blind there would wind up like making a bad call there on the flop.
And
So
it's
that was-
interesting. It's because you almost don't want what feels like a potential sense of embarrassment. Like, wait, I'm defending my big to just then check fold. I got to call because otherwise why did I call on the flop?
Yeah.
But you reserve the right to make the tweak.
Yeah. Well, like even there, it's dicey because calling the 2 mil, he was like, what, 16% versus aces. So he's going to be about the same versus ace king. So he's almost just got price on the pot to call. So that's why it's, well, I think, yeah, that's the other thing. If we're not putting him on ace king hands and no bluffs.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oof.
Patavi wakes up again against Mendoza?
Yeah, he had
Wild.
jacks last time against the ace high, and this time he's got Mendoza crushed.
Oh, this is sick. Yeah, he definitely has to call it off here since they're all tied now for like second, third, and fourth. If it was like before Alex and Shusong won those last 2 pots, I think he would have folded the small blind here actually. Which, as sick as it is, like from your watching, it's just like when you're second in chips by like a little margin even, you just really can't be calling hands that you wind up with even like 70-30 like scenarios. Because versus his range, you know, here, of course, it's like the best that you see being up against king queen, but you can also just be up against 10-9 suited and being like 60-40.
35 million chip pot, gentlemen. Patavi with way the best of it. Will his luck eventually run out? Will he take a beat? He is in such great shape here.
Can he win his
stays
8th all
that
in
way.
in a row or so, whichever
Yeah,
it is,
8 or
something like
9.
that.
Sure looking that way. On a 9-5-4 rainbow board where the advantage grows. 87-13.
He's looking to turn a gutter or something for a little more outs. Oh,
That's a gutter.
he's looking for a face.
Queen or a jack specifically. The king doesn't cut it.
Queen or jack for the showers. And a big pot chip. This is for a chip lead.
Oh my goodness!
Queen. Finally.
I guess
Patavi's out.
he couldn't win the 8th or 9th in a row.
I mean, he is certainly
What a
disappointed
spam.
by that specific hand,
Of
but I think
course.
he's got plenty of perspective
almost said
with what
something,
he
but I
was
didn't
able to
wanna-
I
accomplish.
mean, that was wild. When there were, you know, 12 people left, he had like 3-4 big blinds. It's like he grinded 3-4 blinds for a while. Even when he made the final table, it looked like he was going to just come in and get 9th place. And somehow to ladder it up to top 4 is really good. But of course, you know, when you then wind up in that spot, when you're going to the river versus, you know, in the best thing you can really hope for, and just to lose it there, it's a little bit crushing.
Yeah, a very disgusting river for ace king versus king queen. But Emilian Patavi will definitely live with this result. A handsome one, considering, as you mentioned, Bryn, that he rated to be 9th. All that would have needed to happen was Alex Foxen to bet 25K, and he took that one chip and rode it all the way up to a $584,000 payday, considerably more than the $155K that would go to 9th. So now 3 left, $721,000 and change on lockup, and a $240,000 ladder between 3rd and 2nd. Mendoza going to work with 47 million. The puck and king 8. Alex out of the way. Shui Song.
I think I would have shoved this one on the button here.
Just to shut out a hand like Queen 10 offsuit that's going
Yeah.
to get involved now.
Yeah, exactly. And like also just like not letting Alex like rip a suited ace or so, and yeah, then he even winds up with shoving his queen 10.
Nice.
Picks up on that, like, you know, he's opening super wide here.
Specifically, this response from Shui Song in these button and small blind opens into him has shown a lot of moxie. Like, he's really wagged his finger on a number of occasions at folks in that spot.
Just in time for a double up.
Yeah, so he's like good at like reading these, you know, super wide opens and has no problem putting in a marginal hand like a queen 10. Which I like that shove for sure.
Kristen Foxen on the rail here to support Alex.
Especially, I would like shoving king 8 more if knowing, you know, that Shui Song's been picking those spots more to wind up with a shove. And then also, like, Alex is going to shove like a suited ace 100% of the time there versus the button open. But if he rips it, he's now got to like call with like ace 8 suited plus or something.
Right.
Where like, so now you pick up the pot from like, and I think those spots like are so important that I think you've seen in my table, I lean towards a lot of like shoving as opposed to like 3-bet folding.
Well, here we are with Shui Song limping the small against Mendoza.
Yeah, you really just don't want to open up for like good players to be able to like 4-bet rip on you with, you know, suited aces and stuff, and then it changes the momentum completely. And then if somehow, you know, you wind up in a spot where, you know, they call it off, you've still at least got like 33% versus their range. Actually, it reminded me of a spot at the last Jeju one in the 50K that I wound up getting second to Mario, where it was like Juan Pardo, super strong player, opens on the button. I think he's got 25 bigs, and in the big blind, Dylan Lindy had like something similar to the same. And he opens. I've got ace 3 or ace 4 suited in the small blind, where I think some people would wind up with a 3-bet fold here as opposed to shoving, where like I picked shove instead. And if you look at it after, Lindy folded 9s in the big blind.
Yeah.
And Juan Pardo folded ace 5 in the button, where if I pick 3-bet, I get shoved on both of them by both of them.
And you lose the pot.
Yeah. And like losing that pot of like giving up, you know, 5 blinds as opposed to winning 3 is such a big swing in these late stages.
Yeah.
So big. It's nuts.
Plus, you really want to take momentum away from anyone anytime that you can.
Yeah.
Especially the stronger side of players.
Mendoza jamming the 7s there, getting through.
What was that, blind versus blind?
Yep.
I think I would have limped that.
3-4 offsuit.
I think it's like strong enough to limp.
And maybe try to induce?
Well, like induce, or, you know, let like a bad hand with like one undercard flop like top or middle pair and go broke to you.
Right.
Then jam here with king 6, right? Like just shutting out your opponent, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, ace jack.
Winds up running into it here. Yeah, I would jam here too for sure with the king 6.
I mean, you're not in bad shape with 2 live cards.
Yeah, because with like the 7s, yeah, it's like okay to pick up the blinds, but at the same time, since Alex was 3rd in chips in this spot, like he's not going to make a big fold. So anything that he's going to call his shove with, he's going to shove as well, like when it's limp to him, and just lets him like see a flop with complete trash hands.
Well, here we are with far from a trash hand for Foxen as he is trying to find a double with sub-10 bigs, work his way back up to Shui Song's territory. Chrissy, here for it. Alex said you're here just in time for a double. Is it true?
Let's see.
21-6.
How many angels you got here, Alex?
In the kitty.
Oh,
well,
Boring.
it's a pretty good one.
Yeah, angelic looking ace 8-5 board.
Can't ask for much better than that.
Clubs?
I like boring though for this one. I'll give you the 9 of spades.
Not the club.
No, that's too much.
Oh,
here we go.
Open
end.
Sweat City.
Gosh.
So 9 of spades on the river.
No.
8 outs.
Let's see. Can he call the 9 of spades on the river?
Chrissy looking a little bit nervous here. She knows the gravity of this moment for hubby. Can he fade a 4 or a 9?
Oh my God, runner. That hurts.
Good game, bro.
Wow.
Good game. Good luck.
Alex Foxen has been vanquished in an improbable fashion, not just when you consider the mountain of chips that he held at one point in time, but also that specific last hand. Yes, he did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Earning himself $721,000 for that third place effort and clearing the path for a Mendoza Song heads-up showdown.
Man, that's got to be so disappointing for Foxen. Had all the chips at one phase of the final table, came into the final table as a chip leader, and to come out in third after that run out, that's brutal.
Yeah, well, I guess you could look at it at both sides. You know, he had 1.5 blinds, like when there were still 40 people left. So, like, to even be in this spot to be three-handed is very improbable. Then to crack kings twice with king-queen offsuit, another pretty improbable thing. So, seems like he got an extra about, you know, 700K from there or there.
Well, someone's going to earn themselves a first-ever Triton title. Who will it be? James Mendoza or Shui Song? Mendoza here at his first ever festival. Shui Song has played a little something before, 2 cashes. He joined us in Jeju earlier this year. Here for the second edition as we're back at the desk now. Ali, Randy, and of course, Bryn with you. So I feel like what we should do is put a pin in it when we come back from this break, as it's going to take some time to get heads up set. We'll discuss what we think about this battle between Mendoza and Shui Song when we return. 25K WPT Global Slam finale comes your way after this.
What if getting better at poker didn't mean guessing? What if strategy was an instinct, but a skill you trained? It's time to enter the poker arena. The moment you join, you begin your climb. Choose your path. Start playing. Dive into competitive mode. Play for glory, ratings, and bragging rights. Track your stats. Climb the global leaderboard. Then go back, analyze it all. League by league, line by line. Play on desktop or mobile. Poker arena. Compete, analyze, rank up for free.
Just any big chip leader, though, because they're not all created equal. It's the one who, when you give him that chip lead, tends to just be unrelenting like a wet blanket all over this table.
That's why you saw him just rip in 9-5 of clubs.
You feel so helpless when Foxen is sat there, unless the deck just graces you with something that's so straightforward. Pavi feels like this one's straightforward. Cut off, Jack 10. Sailing in with all but 100,000, and he is going to have company in the form of Ace Queen as Vyacheslav with a playable one. How will he play it? TBD. A flat call looks plenty strong.
I do like re-raising still, and the main reason is because Shui Song is in the big blind, who might have the appetite of defending for 2.2 million more, and you don't really want to take this one 3 ways. If it was like a 6 big blind jam, I'd like calling a little bit more, just because the big blind isn't incentivized to continue.
So he does go piling over the top of these 4.5 bigs to seek privacy in case something tempting would have developed behind him, but it does not. And so to the flop we go. Pavi playing for 7.3. Given the rail an update, you know, it's tough to win 6 straight coin flips. Granted, it's not a pure 50-50 every time you're in there, but at the end of the day, you're either going to double or you're going to get showered. And he has not bathed just yet. But he's a step closer to the locker room now on the 3-deuce-deuce board. I believe a king on the river was the way he managed one of those doubles. Now he can carve it up with a 3 or a deuce on the end. Clean winners are the jacks and 10s. It ain't over yet, but the light flickers for the Frenchman. Oh my goodness.
You can't get rid of him.
Yet again, Pavi connects, and you can see there wasn't exactly a whole lot of genuine optimism on the rail there, but a lot of surprise. And on the other side of that exchange, Goryachev is wondering, what is it going to take for me to win a pot?
She can't believe it. 6 all-ins, you say?
You know, when I look at this image, you would have thought Pavi had the best hand the whole way. He's acting like it's just another day. Maybe he's become desensitized to these doubles. Just incredible for him.
Really just been pure dominance at the final table.
You know, it helps for him to kind of stay aggressive, though, which we know he's apt to do, because if he allows somebody else to start to eliminate other players, in fairly short order, the gap gets narrowed, as we witnessed for a time when Mendoza was surging, which he hasn't for quite some time. Jing Yao Yan. King Jack. 2.5 of his 3.2 on the chopping block. Ace-4 off now for Shui Song. Is this close?
No, it's so shallow. But Jing Yao Yan isn't jamming any hand under the gun, and here we are.
Well, Song's going to be delighted to realize that the Ace-4 is actually in front here, and not by an insignificant margin. 16% advantage as he tries to bring us down to 5-handed. Jing Yao Yan hoping that isn't the outcome, as his back is up against the wall with the King Jack. 7.3 in the middle, and Queen 6-4 all clubs is deflating. King and Jack of clubs off the board now as Song has flopped the nut flush draw, still playing ace high, which is good. Stays that way on the turn. 4 outs for Yan.
Is he going to get there?
No, he's not.
Good game.
Well played, sir. GG. Oh.
In the end, the pair of 4s Taking it down. And another fallen soldier on this battlefield. But Jing Yaoyan gave it all he had. I think he can be proud of his efforts. $350,000 is not something to scoff at in a 25K. You can see his crew on hand.
Yeah, I think one of the defining hands that he's going to think back on is how he should have played the king-queen against the queen-9 offsuit of Foxen.
Yeah.
He chose to flat it pre-flop as opposed to raise. Wow. Pavi looks down at aces, just a couple of pots removed from queens. Catching fire at the right time. 9.7 in front of him.
That kettle's heating up. Boiling point.
Is limping ever an idea?
No, I don't think so.
So
I think it's
the
too
min raise,
suspicious.
yeah, tend to agree. Especially now that he has enough chips where the min raise could come in. And Foxen is going to be coming in. Ace, king. Shades of king, queens against two kings. We know that the money's going to be going in.
This is crazy. Pavi in a prime spot to get a full double up.
Oh, and this is such a dream for him to hear Foxen, of all people, announcing this 3.1. Now, you touched on it earlier, Randy. When he had the queens. When you have aces, you might be a little bit more inclined to slow play. How do we approach this spot? Do we just seize what we think is the 3.1 from Foxen?
It mainly depends on what do you think of Foxen's 3-betting range. If you think it's mainly value, then you just shove in now to avoid cards that kill your action. But if you think Foxen's the type to 3-bet bluff you in this spot, calling is pretty good too. Then again, a lot of the 3-bet bluffs are usually ace-x, right? So you block that heavily with two aces in your hand, so perhaps you're just up against value so often.
To be fair, Foxen's 3-bet bluffing range is going to contain more than just the ace-x's from what we've observed on the day, a broader range than simply that. And a healthier figure than simply 3.1 is demanded here by Pavi. And you see Foxen saying, let's get that extra 100 in there, my friend. On their backs they go. And a devastating revelation if you're Alex Foxen, who will still be plenty deep on the back of this one if it doesn't work out, which it rates not to, as he's got just 6%. While on the other hand, Pavi is poised.
Can Foxen put on another brutal beat?
20.6 million in the pot, by the way. Correction. This is remarkable, and an unremarkable 10-7-3 board means the climb is incredibly uphill for Foxen. His presence at this final table aided very significantly by his ability to take down kings with king-queen twice, but it ain't going to happen here as a board pairing 3 ices it. And the man who had 25K in front of him at one point in time, currently enjoying the most epic spin-up we have ever seen at a final table here at Triton.
I think there
are pursuing a ladder of $124,000 with 460K locked up and 584 if you make the top 4.
Always nice to see the tournament chip leader fold in front of you. Now you can go to work. Slight size up because it's the micro stack that's in the big blind. Don't really want them defending as much as possible, but 3s is enough of a hand to get in there. I actually prefer call and then stop and go flops if it doesn't come like ace, king, queen, something like this that would rate to hit the pre-flop raiser.
So looking for some post-flop clarity. He too agrees, even though this is half of his stack out there with the trays, 5.2 in the middle, and he's out flopped. He does have the wheel draw and backdoor clubs, but at present, the aces for Shui's Song have 3s and away.
Yeah, it's too much equity to fold with the pocket 3s. You might be up against some broadways that whiffed. And if you're behind, you got added equity. He's got the wheel draw, he's got the vector clubs, and draw to the 3, of course. Makes the call.
Another 1-6 into the middle. Massive commitments from Goryachev have been made thus far. No improvements on the turn. Another big card, the King of Hearts. Troublesome for trays. 6-8 in there, 1.2 effective. Show me all of it, says Shui Song. Compliance from Goryachev. Down but not out.
6 outs.
This is where I would look to my right at Pavi and be like, so how does one do this? Headed towards Shui Song. Unless a 4 or a tray can pay a visit to this river, which it doesn't. And that's going to do it for Vyacheslav Goryachev. And Foxen says good playing with you, but not a whole lot of playing for Goryachev. Just card dead, as you mentioned, and also unable to get anything really going. And as a result, his run coming to an end in 5th, but a hell of a performance for a man playing his first ever Triton poker. Well, it's time for basically a $600,000 heads-up sit-and-go, gentlemen, as we bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, and, of course, Bryn Kenny sticking with us as Sensei. Down to a champ here as James Mendoza squares off against Shui Song here in event number 1 of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series from Jeju, the 25K WPT Global Slam, where 62 million plus for Mendoza plays 15 million for Shui Song. As we dive quickly into the app, blinds at 601.2 means it's 52 bigs against 13 bigs, 1.5 million up top, and second, both parties already guaranteed 962,000. Sensei, I'm turning to you. If I put you in Shui Song's corner and I say, all right, you're his guy, here's the fight, what are you telling him in terms of, tips and what he needs to do in order to claw back into this one?
Well, like when you have big blind ante, like in heads up play, there's just so much in the pot. So you really just have to fight for every pot, especially when you have like the 13 BB stack. So I guess I'd tell him, to fight for every spot, really to fold no buttons.
Okay.
Either limp or shove. Almost, maybe fold a few, complete garbage hands, but play like 80 to 85% of hands on the button. If you think that you are ahead a little bit, you take the spot here because...
So just press the,
Yeah, you really want to press the gas here, being like short, but not too crazy at the same time because you still have, a shot. You're 2 all-ins away from winning this tournament.
Yeah, Randy, I take it echoing the sentiments of Kenny there?
Yeah, I think that one of the main things you want to look out for is how is Mendoza playing his buttons? Is he raising? Is he limping? If he's raising all of his hands, then you get more of a price to reshove, and which is a thing that Shui Song has been doing.
Yeah, there's a couple of different approaches that over time we've seen. Some people come out in a spot like this, and they're like, let's wrap it up quick. I'm going to take my stab as a chip leader. Others try to grind and try to really keep their thumb on top of the
Which,
shorty.
you really want to do, because sometimes, it's hard to, to break off because you can go from, pressing the gas completely six-handed. Now you get heads up, you have a huge lead, so you feel like it's almost over already.
Right.
But it's in those moments that if you take 1-2 missteps, you wind up as the second place finisher. Also, when, like Randy said, what we want to do here is we want to not look at the past and say, oh, okay, James has been opening every button, because it was a different opportunity. There was lots of ICM pressure when you're talking about 3, 4, 5-handed, so he could open lots of hands, where now actually I would think that his approach is going to be a different one, because he would assume that in Chu Song's head is that he's playing super aggressive. So now at the same time, he doesn't want to be folding any buttons, but he doesn't want to be making a misstep and doubling him up either.
Of course. $19,800 in career Triton earnings for James Mendoza and just about 64,000 for Shui Song. So you cannot overstate the gravity of this in terms of their Triton resumes and perhaps even the resumes beyond that. Nothing to scoff at. This guaranteed nearly $1 million and of course the near $600,000.
Career cashes for both of them. It's a great run.
2 8s.
Yeah, I like that as like the limping hand on the button here.
Get a look at this. Queen eye flush draw for Mendoza after the 8s limped from Shui's Song, so you get a sense that he's willing to be patient and try to fight without making excessive commitments.
I would go for the lead there with the queen deuce because, of course, you know the queen high is no good. And you know,
well, it could be good, but you're not banking on it. You know.
Well, you've got like a draw anyway, so you know you want like ace 8-ish hands and so ace 8, ace 10. You can put pressure on like these type of hands. Even if you run into like king queen, if you bet once on the flop, yeah, he'll probably call one bet, but he'll probably also like fold to turn bet as well.
What about now once you checked it over and see a 2.1 million chip bet?
I think now you have to go with the all-in, which is like kind of like a no man's land, like and like hope that he doesn't wind up with like a value hand. Where at the same time, if I'm in Song's position, I wouldn't have bet this flop. I would have checked it back.
Oh, and precisely for the reason that once you do put that 2.1 out there and you get jammed on, you're not feeling great with 2 overs staring you down, no diamond in hand. And Mendoza brings the aggression and brings himself a step closer to the hardware.
Although I think that if you decide to bet those 8s on that flop, you actually wind up having to call the all-in, because if we think of James's range, we're not putting really any to many 9s in it. Even Jack, like I don't see the reason that he would shove the Jack. So I think that now we could say that he's got like draw insanely heavy percent of the time.
Right.
Some of those draws are 8-7s too, which have like open-ended. You've got this one was more towards a flip, but at the same time, after betting 2.1, there's 5.7 in the pot with only 11 behind.
You're thinking if Mendoza had top pair, he might check raise small to induce,
or check call even too.
Fair.
Just to see like what the turn is, since he does have like a strong range here on the button.
Dusty part of the deck in both camps here. Deuce 3 plays 3-4, and neither of them in this zip code. King 10-9, 2 diamonds, 3-6 in there, as it was limped pre.
I'm sure you'll see Song check and James throw in a min bet to try to take it down, which will work.
There's the first part of the puzzle. Mendoza choosing to check back. Now a 7. And let's see if the failure of Mendoza to lay claim will prompt Shui Song.
Well, he winds up lucky in this spot too, that like Song has such a bad hand, where like your hand's so bad with 3 deuce there on the button, you just don't want to give any more cards in the deck since they're all over cards. Some of them make straights or straight draws. This one, it doesn't matter because, he's up against the same hand as him pretty much.
Looks like now he's going to stab.
He's got to stab at some point.
Guys, 4 high is the best hand right now.
Just folded the winner.
1.8.
I think I would have leaned towards betting bigger there on the turn too if you're going to go for the check back, because you really just want to get like 8 high out of it, and then you're again just in like no man's land. You bet 1.8, maybe you get a 9 to call, a 7, and then you're like hoping that you get him off it on the river, where I think, because you can't really bluff your hand on the river here with the 3 high, so I would lean towards making a heavier bet on the turn to try to get some hands out that would call 1.8. Probably more lean towards betting like a 2.5-ish.
Right.
So things not starting off well for Shui Song, down to sub 10 bigs.
I think I would shove this 6-5 suited on the limp, because too many hands here dominate you and it goes limp check. Yeah, good shove there.
Really nice.
I wonder what Song's hand was. I could have seen if I would have liked the shove instead.
Seems like it was really weak because he only had, what, 8 million back?
Yeah, but you never know. You can wind up seeing some hands that are like surprising as well, like a Jack 7 suited or something that should have been a shove, but at the same time, when someone doesn't have much experience in heads-up play, they're hoping for something better. Where like we know that if you've got Jack 7 there,
You're right.
you're
Slam
going
dunk.
you're going with it. Yeah.
Well, hoping for a
And like hand like
shot.
10-6 suited could easily be something that like he decided to limp that you really have to shove it, I think.
Okay, a call from Mendoza.
I would have shoved this one with the 10-7 off.
We're going to take a flop. Somehow.
6 PB deep flop.
They're really extending these big blinds.
He winds up lucky again that it's just like a Jack-6 check hand.
Top two pair.
2 for Mendoza here.
This is just so strong, he's just got to check it back.
Well, first things first, Shui Song must act.
No way is he coming in with a...
Wow,
yeah, this is a
this
dicey
is
one.
bad.
Just bleeding.
Yeah. He's only going to call here for sure. Anything else would be crazy.
If your opponent's bluffing, don't move them
Yeah.
off the bluff.
Yeah. Like, you could also think, like, how is this guy betting one blind? Like, he's not really going to fold, is he, for another 4? He's got to have something, but now we see, like, he's really got nothing.
He's got a little something
Oh,
now.
that's going to hang him now.
8 on the turn, an excuse perhaps for the Jack High to fire again with the two-way straight draw.
And now since he's got only, like, 3/4 pot, his only firing is going to be all in. So, yeah, that, like, betting min bet's going to wind up, like, hanging him here, and he's going to need to bink the river.
I kind of feel like he needs a shove here. Maybe can fold out a random 5 or 7 with no backup.
Wow, so he leads at the flop, but then checks the turn.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's like the only better card than an 8 on the turn is like a Jack or a 4. So it's like if you're going to lead the flop there, what are you hoping for? I think even though there are straight draws here, I would just check back, I think, with the 10-7 too.
Okay.
But 1 point, I guess also you think like, you know, since Song is so short, he had to bet something with like value on the flop, even though he didn't, but now he's got value on the turn.
This is wild. Mendoza not asking for all of it, just coming with that 1.8. This almost feels insulting.
Yeah. Well, now, like, if you've just got to call this.
Pray for the straight.
Yeah. Pray for the straight and no Jack. That's going to, like, kill him. Okay, well, that's going to put him down to 2.5 blinds.
Call was made, leaving Song with 2.7 and nothing more than the Jack High he started with. Is everything going Mendoza's way?
This will be the last hand of this level. Next hand we will raise it.
Last hand of this level, and that's, of course, making things even worse for Shui Song.
So what, he's going down to 1.5 blinds or something?
Just
1 3/4 blinds.
Yeah.
Don't think we're playing any more post flop.
We're going to see an all-in this next hand, unless if he's dealt like 8 deuce offsuit. Well, actually, he might. I think he even has to go with any 2 because
this is bad hand, right?
Since the money's, but with the big blind ante dead, and if he fold, no, you can't fold because now his big blind ante is in.
Right, he can't collect the full big blind ante.
Yeah, he's got to play
actually a
any 2.
mistake.
Yeah, he has to play any 2 in that spot,
including the 6 deuce offsuit, which he reluctantly.
Which like it's
goodbye to.
It's another like tough thing though, because you know you're sitting there, you're like you know. You want to get in with like a chance, and you look down at 6 deuce off, like bottom 3 hands in the deck.
By the way, blinds up. I mean, this is Ramin Haji of enjoying.
Who do you think he
some
thinks is going to win
self-care
this?
there. That was interesting. I wonder if he came over actually to see what was up at this final table, or if he just needed to duck out from wherever he was, you know, to handle some business there. Being told he's actually getting set to play the final table of the 30K, event number 2, which is being put together.
I was going to let him get that one through, but you sniped him.
Well, let's see whether or not this 10-4 can finish things off.
Yeah, see, like if we look at it now, he's all in for like doubling up to the same as he had the last hand.
Ace high in front, and how about ace ace jack trips?
Well, you know, I guess good fold to the 6 deuce for now. He's
4 of hearts and the 10 could both find some backdoor equity. And there's a taste of it.
The queen?
All of a sudden, from no outs to 4, Mendoza getting a big chuckle out of it.
Of course, you're having a great time there because anyway, you know, you've got the 47 bigs versus 1. You know, just to have a chance. Oh, Ramin back in there.
Anything other than a queen. And Shui Song finds the double. It's official.
2 BB spin. Now he's got his 2 bigs again.
It's a great point that you make, Bryn, though, because a lot of times, you know, players are so concerned with choosing a hand that they feel good about to get their last chips in with, and then you don't realize the mercilessness of the blinds heads up. You're just back and forth losing chunk after chunk of an ever-dwindling stack, and then you find the double and you realize, wait a minute, I didn't even really end up with anything.
Yeah, it's like,
here.
wait, what happened? Where's my double?
Yeah. Feels like a single.
He just got free rolled and all in.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Emilian Pavi taught us that you can't count anyone out, and this is a lot more than the lone chip that Emilian spun all the way up to a 4th place finish.
Oh my
and Shui
God.
Song's got needles.
Imagine if somehow he comes back and wins this from like the 6 deuce fold. It would be the most epic thing ever.
He should have 9 million chips after the conclusion of this hand.
That puts him down 7-1. You're started like if he wins this one, that starts putting you in knocking distance.
By the way, I like this guy's rail, and Randy probably does too. I heard natural 9 as the 5-4. He's going to have a tough time hauling this one in. Hearts are covered. 6 or a 7.
Backdoor miracle only. Nope,
Yeah.
not this one.
No such luck. So the second double now, providing quite a bit more significant a pickup.
3-7. It's just one more double, and it's kind of back in it a little bit.
Well, back to where he started. Obviously, fewer big blinds effective with the blinds having gone up, but same sort of chip count. Do you ever feel pressure, Bryn, like if you have a choice, and you know, forgive me if the answer seems obvious, right? Where you're like, oh, the big stack, obviously, because it's easier to win. But from a pressure standpoint, do you feel less encumbered as the short stack? Because you're like, nobody's expecting me to do anything over here.
Definitely. When you have like that big stack, it's always on like the back of your mind. Like if you have that, you know, 7-1, 10-1, 12-1 lead of, you know, it's not over yet. But, and I've had final tables, you know, where I feel like I dominated the whole final table, get heads up, 13-1 lead, and just lose.
Yeah, sure. Right. You play enough poker, it's going to happen.
You know, in that million buy-in, I had what, like a 8-1 lead or something when I got heads up with Aaron Zhang.
Yeah.
We made a deal, but I wound up losing. Of course, I wanted to win the trophy there.
It's funny because every time I think back on that event, I always think you won it, which economically you did.
Yeah.
But you forget, you know.
Which is still like, you know, another thing. Of course, it's biggest cash of all time. It's like amazing thing. But then at the same time, it's like not to hold the trophy when you put that like dominating performance. Like it's like a little hole like missing almost.
Right. You didn't get the cherry on top of the sundae.
Yeah, exactly.
You did get that Japanese whiskey working, though. How expensive was that? Was that like a $70,000 bottle of whiskey?
No, well, it was 3 bottles for like 40,000 total or so. So what wound up happening is so in that one, my nerves were so high, I couldn't really sleep. I wasn't really eating. So when I even tried to take a sip of it like an hour or two after, like my body was just like, no, don't want any of it. So like my friends and like mom and girlfriend, they were drinking it. I gave like half, or maybe a quarter to half of the bottle to like the Triton team to enjoy that.
Oh, there you go.
Another one. And then the last bottle went missing in my friend's apartment, actually.
Well, I would go to eBay and see whether or not it ended up there.
Yeah, it's definitely not the friend that's putting it on eBay. And then when I ask him also, he's like, I have no idea. So, you know, I guess someone must either he just opened it one day or some friend was in his place and was like, oh, like, here's this bottle. I'm sure it's okay to drink.
You always had an idea as this hand is Very much a
Cooler
foregone
city.
conclusion. Yep. Queens against the ace eight. Shui Song, by the way, moving in here with 9 bigs. This is going to become 31 plays 18 if it goes his way with 26 million.
Yeah, then you're talking
in the
about
middle.
really a game on if, he holds this Queens versus Ace 8 here, and all of a sudden, you see these, we saw Patavi have like a very short stack. Foxen, had a very short stack at one point. You see the ability that, you from one PB, even you just win a few hands in big blind ante, and all of a sudden, you've got 18 bigs and you're almost even in chips.
Oh, that turn card.
Well, 5 clean winners and now a carve up should the 6 pay a visit to the river, as Mendoza would love to end things now.
I'm feeling like a dramatic river coming.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness!
the ace.
Spidey senses were tingling for Sensei Bryn Kenny with good reason, as Mendoza finds a nose-sider on the end and finds his first ever Triton title.
Yeah,
How about that?
I would have felt a little bad for Mendoza if he wound up not winning this one at like the stage that he was at.
Listen, that was the critical pot.
Yeah.
We would have been playing some poker if the queens had held. Obviously, Shui Song didn't do anything wrong there, gave it all he had and was poised to extend heads-up play, but the deck had other ideas as he is left to collect a near $1 million payout, 962 officially, but the $1.5 million, plus the plaque, plus the Triton trophy, and memories that won't soon be forgotten, belong to James Mendoza, upon whom the sun shines here in Jeju.
Yeah, just like you were talking, we were very close to, James having what seemed like impossible, lead to lose, and if he doesn't hit that river, somehow he's barely leading in it.
Yeah.
So that see, that's the thing. If James loses this hand, then you start seeing, the temperament and the ability to stay calm.
Yeah.
And now what turns into a very extreme and intense situation where you just went from what looks like a guaranteed victory to now a fight for it.
Yeah, I mean, heads up is the most emotional form of poker. It takes a remarkable amount of discipline to steady yourself. And, people at this level tend to be able to pick up on that blood in the water. If you're rattled, they'll come right in on you, blood in the water vibes.
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, Randy, any final thoughts there on James Mendoza's performance here at this final table?
I feel like in heads up he played pretty well. He just kind of pushed into chips. His opponent was overfolding a bit in some spots. But other than that, I'm happy for him. 1.5 million.
Yeah, the moment's not done for him. He has booked an appointment with our very own Henry Kilbane, who is standing by for the final words and the interview after the victory. Don't go anywhere, though, because after that interview is done, we're going to bring you right back in here with the final table of the 30K, where Ramin Hajiev and company are going to be jockeying for yet another title here on a busy day in Jeju. So let's send it down without further ado. Talk to me, Brent.
Let's wait to throw in one thing, because when we think of poker and like the poker dream, it's like right here we saw 2 people really accomplish it. Song would have loved to win the title, of course, and hold up a Triton trophy, but you've got Mendoza in his first ever Triton series holding up a trophy in one of the early events. You've got Song in his second ever Triton series getting second place and making a big run and a solid cash for $1 million. So here we're witnessing it firsthand, the dream of poker and what it can be like.
Well, listen, we always talk about it where high-stakes dreams are dealt, and they were dealt to those 2 gentlemen without question. We're going to deal your way down back to the final table where Henry is standing by with your champ, James Mendoza. And on the back end, don't forget, 30K final table coverage. Our thanks to Bryn. Randy and I are going to check out, and then Henry and Kevin will take that 30K final table. Let's send it down.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am joined with your WPT Global Slam champion, James Mendoza, who is having a year career highlight. I mean, you've won over $2.5 million this year, including this win here. I have to ask, James, when you come out to your first ever Triton stop, could you have ever imagined that you'd be walking away with 2 trophies and a 7-figure score in your first ever Triton event?
Coming here, Triton, it's already a win for me. Playing, I never expected to be playing at the highest level of poker. I mean, I just started playing this lowest stakes in my little city in the Philippines, and now I'm here at the highest stage of poker. And yeah, I mean, having a career high this year also is pretty good. I mean, maybe baby run good. I'm having my first child in the next few weeks now, so just the best year, I guess, so far. And yeah, luck plus like determination and like hard work, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's it.
I wanted to ask you because yesterday, final two tables, you're in a sandwich between Bryn Kenny, Punat Punsri, you got the likes of Alex Foxen. When you venture out to a stage like this and you reach a final table with those kind of players, how do you overcome that mentally? Like, are you focused on just your game, or is there any intimidation when you have the likes of Punat? Because I remember you engaging in conversation with them, and you came across very comfortable. But I want to kind of know deep down what was going on in your head when it came to battling people like that.
Yeah, I mean, I came prepared. Like, I know I was gonna battle against these guys. Like, yeah, like I said, like I didn't come here to just like have fun or whatever. Like, before I came, I did a lot of studying and then a lot of mental coaching. I did a lot of like all those kind of stuffs which like could help me improve my game. So yeah, I mean, battling against those giants is obviously pretty hard, but I'm confident, man. Like, I've been here for like, I mean, I've been playing for quite a while now, so I mean, I feel like I could battle, and here I am. I proved it's myself. And
The champion, 2 trophies, $1.5 million. The Triton experience, are you here for the long haul? Are we going to be seeing more of James Mendoza? Are you going to be grinding the rest of the series? You mentioned the baby run good at home, so you're doing it for the family. We can expect to see more of you at Triton. What's that experience been like for you compared to other tours that you've played so far?
oh, it's crazy because the first day I've been here, I've already told my friends, dude, this is just the best experience so far. Like, from the media down to like the dealers, how professional everyone are, and like how we like have all these monitors which could like help us like see how many big blinds each other's got, the app, everything is just like worth it. Like, it's just the best experience. And yeah, I'll be here until the main, but I have to go back home and, you know, wait for the baby after. So hopefully we'll see more run good.
Amazing stuff, man. And we've got our tournament director, Luke Vivaldi, is about to present you with your trophy, along with the $1.5 million and change that comes with it. Ladies and gents, your WPT Global Slam 25K champion, Mr. James Mendoza. Well, what a treat we have for you today. 2 final tables, and perhaps the cherry on top is we are joined by the most winningest poker player in history, Mr. Bryn Kenny. Bryn, firstly, I just want to say thank you, mate. We bumped into each other at the coffee lounge, and you were just like, I want to jump in the booth. So thanks for joining us, man.
Absolutely. You know, I love the game, of course. I love to do anything that can grow the game.
You were saying how important it is to focus on the different nationalities at this final table, because we were looking at it before we came in. So many different players left in this 30K final table, representing different parts of the world, and you just immediately were like, that's just so good for poker. You've got Japan, America, Malaysia, Taiwan, you've got Azerbaijan, you've got China. You just love it. You're buzzing for it.
Amazing. That's like, you know, what poker is. Everybody's got a chance. You know, we're not playing chess over here. We're playing cards where anybody can win.
Love it.
So, you know, anyone who thinks, you know, you got to play this perfect game to have a chance, you know, no, you just got to hop in, find yourself, find your creativity, what works for you, and in that chaos, you know, find a way forward.
I think the thing I'm most excited about is hearing Kevin's approach to certain spots and you guys just bouncing ideas off of each other. The first thing I want to ask you both is this final table with the current chips distributions, what stands out for you? Like, who's got the bad seat draw? Who do you think is like in a favorable position? Is there anything that immediately kind of jumps out to both of you with the chip counts?
Yeah, Ramin's got a very brutal seat draw because he's got Jaffe on his left who plays like a very aggressive style, and he's going to put pressure on him. So he's got to play very tight at this stage and hope for some hands. I'd say he's got the worst seat on here by far.
And by the same token, would you say Renji Mao kind of fortunate to be across the way from the other chip leader, right? Kind of more opportunities to get involved in pots with that, you know, basically the same stack across the table.
Yeah,
Jaffe.
exactly. Very fortunate spot for him where he's not going to have to battle with Jaffe as much at this stage, where he can like open some spots that Jaffe's already folded, or he can like defend some like cutoffs or buttons that Jaffe's opened, maybe wide ranges. And doesn't have to wind up like getting 3-bet by him a lot and, you know, wind up in spots that you don't want to wind up in, especially when you're 1 and 2 in chips. You really don't want to wind up in no man's land.
Well, let's throw it down to the main stage where Mao Renji, chip leader with 9 left. How about this, by the way? Renji came 3rd in this very event last time round. The champion, the reigning champion, is also at this final table. Mr. Ramin Hajiv currently sat in 3rd. He knows how to close out this event. He's got a healthy stack, but as you pointed out, Bryn, perhaps a bit of a bad seat draw having Jonathan Jaffe on his direct left. Everyone guaranteed 119,000, 1.162 million up top. Another thing you pointed out, Bryn, when we were having that coffee about your ace-king spot yesterday, and I'm curious if you think it's the same here. It's very flat. You know, 9th, 119,000. When we go all the way up to, let's say, 4th, where 4th will be getting 447, it's very top-heavy. So are we just kind of meant to be playing big pots and trying to build a stack?
With like some of those hands that you really can't get away from, like definitely where I think the my ace king, and probably if you have ace queen or better, maybe even ace jack suited, the hand just plays too good with those small pay jumps to let it go, and it looks like we're going to wind up having an all in the first hand of the day.
It looks like it.
Oya, not someone to shy away from confrontations, played a healthy amount with him. Do you have some experience with Masashi, Bren?
I've only played very little with him and not deep in tournaments. It was so very, very little. But he winds up in a spot here, too. You've got to take the 9s in the cutoff with like 17 BB stack or so. I think most people would.
He covers Soiza as well.
Soiza's, of course, going to snap call this one.
Huge flip to kick things off.
And let's highlight again where we just finished, you know, James Mendoza completing, you know, the poker dream, really, of coming to your first Triton and winning a Triton title. So, you know, Triton where champions are made, you know, here you go, a new champion made.
It's the thing that keeps me showing up, Bryn. I love the storylines that continue to emerge at these Triton stops. The storyline emerging here is a 9th place finish for Soiza, unless he can convert this 29%.
Yeah, and it's really cool, too, because you wind up, you know, you guys commentating these spots where you have these very different, intricate spots, like, all the time, which is why I feel like poker is such an interesting game, because it's never really the same. It's always a different dynamic, different table. People are going to approach it in a different way, and it's about, like, adjusting to that style of theirs and who does it the best in the moment that usually are the ones who succeed.
No adjustments needed to be made there.
No, that wasn't much of one of those.
Standard spot all round for both Soiza and Oya, who holds with the 2 9s. And Michael Soiza number 2 on Malaysia's all-time money list, over $20 million in career earnings, will not be picking up another title here in this 30K.
Yeah, Michael's always such a nice guy, always has good vibes. I really like him a lot.
Top-tier human being.
Yeah, definitely.
Top-tier human being.
And I love to see that he's gotten into the operational space of, running some events too. I think that, players who really have like good vibes and good connection to the industry, it's what we want to see as, people in the community. We want those people to be, running these events because they're always going to try to do a good job, be open to changing, improving, and doing it better.
Yeah, they understand the players. They understand being in the chair, right? Like that's what makes a good manager. That's what makes a good boss.
Well, with that, 8 left. Everyone getting a pay ladder. All guaranteed 144,000. Now RNG chip leader with 59 bigs. Short stack duty is now belonging to Brian Kim with 13. So Bryn, Kevin, average stack currently 31 big blinds. Are we kind of anticipating perhaps some caginess now with 8 left, or is it still?
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a bit of, especially depending on like the stacks of like big stack compared to middle stack. There's definitely going to be a good bit of that. This is an interesting spot here. I like Brian's raise because Jaffe's in the small blind, where if Jaffe was in the big blind, but I love Ramin's 3-bet here.
Wow.
Picking up that Brian's going to be raising a bit too loose in this spot. Probably feeling like it's a good spot to raise into Clement Dang's big blind. So that's a good sense of the situation that he was in, where I feel like a lot of people might have taken this fours as a fold.
Yeah, you think he's taking that as just like an effective jam against Brian's range. If he puts it in, oh well, I guess we'll run it. Hope you have ace, queen, ace, king.
Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, if anyone puts it in from the blinds, I think he has enough that even if Clement put his stack in, he probably would have laid it down.
Yeah. Cold 4-bet for 2.5 million.
Yeah, even though I guess you're like looking at like the same. Well, yeah, because if like it folds to Brian, he's going to put in hands like 7s and 8s, where if Clement winds up with 7s or 8s in the big blind, he's got to fold his hand.
Yeah.
So actually, I guess you're happier with Clement's shove than you are with Brian's.
I see what you mean.
Of it now.
Yeah, more of the 4-bets just unpaired.
Yeah.
Suited ace, suited Broadway.
Yeah, he's got to lay down some of those ones that Clement's got to go, or that.
It's kind of true.
Yeah, so actually, yeah, you're like priced in for sure, where like you've got to call Brian's shove, but I think he's priced in that he's got to call Clement's shove too, since he's so weighted towards 2 high cards.
It might be.
Since I'm not like, 9s is a difficult one there in the big blind there. I think he'd probably lay down 9s and go with something like jacks or 10s plus.
Nice little pick up there for the chip leader. For those of you just joining us, Bryn Kenny in the booth alongside myself and Kevin Ravachow. Guys, we need to make this masterclass a thing. Bryn Kenny's poker masterclass.
Well, I think it would be great for poker because I think in like an abstract way, and I've been, competing at the highest level for I'd say as long as anybody else. So
20 years?
Yeah, 20 years. And like I was playing high rollers when, high roller was 2,000 buy-in online, when the biggest high roller live was 10K buy-in or such. And as they escalated in price, I've been performing well in those. And I think that there's too much of a sentiment nowadays that if you don't study so much and have like this perfect GTO approach, then you're not really going to have a chance. But I feel like poker is such a thing where you can build a game anywhere from super tight to super aggressive and formulate a world-class strategy in there. So personally, I think that to be your best level of poker, it's like finding what works for you and your own creativity. And I feel like if you try to copy a mold of what other people are doing, one, you're not going to really have fun, and then others, I don't think that you're going to really reach the best of yourself. So I think there are people for sure that are suited towards that studying, analytical approach, and that's the way they're going to take the game. But then you also have a lot of crushers who, we saw Foxen is another one of the guys who, I don't think studies at all, is crushing, makes good decisions in the moment, steers away from it, clearly understands the mechanics of the game. So I think it's something where, like, yes, GTO is super important, and understanding the mechanics is super important. Like, you know, if you're solving a problem in anything, the more information that you have, the better suited you are to solve the problem. So the more you understand how people are thinking and how they're approaching the situations, the better apt you're going to be to formulating a better strategy to do well against theirs.
Practicing by experiencing it, by sitting down, like jumping in.
And then, yeah, exactly. You can say like, oh, you know, never studied, but then what's playing 12 hours a day for 15 years straight? Is that not studying?
Yeah.
This conversation came up in the booth when you were at
Yeah,
the
when you
table.
were there,
Henry and I were here together, and we kind of got into this conversation, so I'm glad you brought it up. And I think we all agree within that there's just like this excess of information about how to get better in a certain way and a void of how to get better in this other way that you're referring to, right? Both valuable in their own way, both going to suit different types of players.
Yeah.
But there's just infinite information out there about how to study solvers and how to practice equilibrium.
Yeah.
And there's, you know, these days it's not exactly trendy to talk about game flow, to talk about, you know, player adjustments, to talk about those dynamics.
Yeah, there's this book that I really like called The Art of Learning. I don't know if you heard of that, by Josh Waitzkin, who is like the, you know, searching for Bobby Fischer, like Bobby Fischer's competitor.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
So, and he wrote this book about, you know, what he thinks one of the most important things of excelling at the top is actually having fun. So I think that, you know, if you try to put yourself into like a box that doesn't suit you and play something that doesn't really fit like your style of how you feel, like how you're going to be comfortable playing, you're never going to really be able to reach the best version of yourself.
I love that. And I must admit, if I think of people that look like they're having fun out there, you are on that list. Like, you always seem to be having a good time, chatty. You almost get excited by like the different weeds that you find yourself in. Like, you're just enjoying figuring it out. I love that. I really like that.
Exactly. I love like poker because it's these like abstract problem solving with incomplete information versus very, very intelligent people.
I really like that.
And yeah, I love it. You know, I think that it's impossible to really be great at anything unless if you love it. I don't think that I could be here, you know, have the success that I have. Or like the drive also. Like if I didn't love it, would I really be playing 12 hours a day for 15 years?
Yeah, certainly not the sustained success, right? Maybe you can go through bursts of just like, I'm going to grind through this troublesome path and I'm going to make it. But 2 years later, 4 years later, can you really just muster all that?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
you get to the point
motivation?
that you're like not having fun, and then you're like, do I really want to do this anymore? I found some success here, probably go into some other aspect or area because, of course, like anyone who's successful at poker, I think that they could be successful in a myriad of things, you know. Especially things like trading, you know, which has kind of a similar parallel to the poker mind. You can make a lot more money doing that. So it's clearly, you know, the people playing poker mostly are having fun doing it. And I think there are things that really stand out to me of why poker is great, like, you know, not having a boss, getting to travel around the world and seeing different places. I always love, too, getting to sit down at high rollers and, you know, meeting people who didn't go through the poker journey, who are successful businessmen, who have a different way of thinking, and, you know, hear from them and their perspective where if it wasn't for poker, you know, how am I ever sitting down? How am I ever sitting down at the same table with them? And then because of my poker success, then I'm getting, you know, credit from them for being a smart person. So now it even opens like the door or the room even more to have just interesting conversations with people who have, you know, interesting and successful take on life.
And they find poker interesting. Like they want to know more about what it is that puts you in the top 1% or 0.1% of this field, right?
Yeah, definitely. Because poker's the best game in the world where it has like that mix of luck and skill. That makes it so that anyone can win a tournament. You know, maybe long term, of course, the best players are going to wind up rising to the top, but on any given day, and if you're a recreational player and you consider, like, you know, do I want to play poker? Do I want to go gamble in the casino? I think you have so much more, like, fun, excitement. You're, like, riding that roller coaster nonstop of, you know, interesting experience.
Brent, when are you going to help me win a tournament? You need to take me from commentator to to tournament winner. You said anyone can win a tournament. I haven't won a tournament yet.
Well, you're doing a lot of commentating, so you're not giving yourself so many opportunities for it.
What I've been doing, Bryn, my master plan is I'm watching you. I get a front row seat to what you guys and the best in the world are doing. And in a couple of years, I'm going to say, Bryn, right, I'm joining the tour.
Well, you know, that's dangerous also, because if you look at just these high-stakes tournaments and you watch and see what people are doing, they're on a whole different level. So if you're trying to, like, take something that someone's doing in these high-stakes spot of putting pressure and then bring it into, like, the lower stakes, you're just going to get destroyed usually.
That makes sense. I've tried and failed. Trust me. I've tried. It's like, this guy can't call 200 big blinds on the river. Okay, right, watch him call it off with top pair.
He's just got top pair.
Exactly. He's not folding top pair. No, been there, done that, got the certificate to prove it.
Yeah, then it's really, you know, poker's a lot of analyzing and sizing up your opponent of, is this person just going to, like, hero top pair against me on the river? And, you know, things like that, the difference of yes and no and getting those right is such a massive, like, swing.
How about this spot, by the way? It's nothing really has been going on. Renji's just been raising and taking. Oya is currently 4th in chips with a very healthy 30 bigs, attacking the chip leader out the small. How do you feel about this with 8 left?
I haven't seen Masashi play enough to, like, say how wide his frequency is here, but even that he's just taking, like, the ace-3 suited here means he'd be taking a good bit of them, since he is one of those middle stacks right here, and it is, you know, dangerous-ish territory to go against the chip leader out of position. You know, if we then get in that he's, you know, 3-betting all of his suited aces, then I like shoving Jack-7 suited.
You like shoving, yeah? You're a sicko. I love it.
Well, it's like you've got to just lay the hammer on these, like, middle stacks sometimes and let them know, you know, that you're willing to fight for it. You're not just, like, throwing in a min raise and, like, you know, oh, if I don't have a hand that's good enough to go out to play with a 3-bet, I'm just going to muck my hand always.
Yeah. It is dangerous, like, taking that ace-3 suited. You need such a strong hand to be willing to 3-bet and call it off in that spot, right? So the claim you're stating is so high. It's like jacks plus ace-king suited or something.
Yeah, because even you can argue for, like, a flat there with jacks even in the small blind, I feel like.
Yeah. So when you're repping that strong, you got to be, you know, I don't say you have to be cautious with your bluffs, but if you're not, then the savage 4-bet jam from Bryn Kenny is going to work really well against you.
Yeah, it's going to kind of run you over, and then next thing you know, now you're just, like, nursing the short stack and folding your way out.
Yeah.
Which really makes it a dangerous thing, because for him losing that, if he loses that 900 3-bet, he's in, you know, dangerous territories in, like, the 3rd, 4th stack.
I will say,
he's still in.
I started the broadcast saying that Mao Renji had a good seat because he was safely away from John Jaffe, but now Masashi Oya picks up some chips. He's on his direct left. I don't know if I'd call this a good seat anymore.
Yeah, it might be premature after we're seeing that he's going after him already.
Yeah.
Brent, I have to ask while I have you here, what is your motivation for continuing to show up? You mentioned that you love the game. The stakes are high here, but outside of that, is there anything else motivating you to just keep showing up to these things?
I guess I really love poker. So, and I love the experience of Triton. So I don't really play much poker anywhere else except for Tritons.
Yeah.
But I just love the environment here, all the staff. So I guess that's it. I love playing poker and playing poker with people who are somehow sure that they're smarter and better than you.
Bit of a spot
Which,
here.
like, I'm not saying that I'm smarter or better than anyone. Or, yeah, this is going to be a shove and a call.
They're in there.
Two very good friends going at it with 8 left. Brian taking the jam spot for his final 9 bigs on the button. And, well, JJ has him pipped.
Yeah, this hand plays itself. Since Brian's last in chips, he can't really lay down the Jack-10 on the button here. Just winds up running into it, and, like, the worst hand that he can see, too. The Queen-Jack suited is as bad as it gets. Even he's got his 10 of spades locked in.
2.8 in the middle. Both of them needing each other's outs to make Broadway. Well, hello. Some opportunities now.
And then, yeah, to get into what I was saying, too, it's not, I don't think that I'm really smarter than anyone. I think that I've put in so much time in poker, so I'm very familiar in the situations and comfortable in, you know, high pressure spots, which winds up being incredibly important because the value I feel like that you get in tournaments is your ability to close or not.
Well, no more high-pressure spots for Brian in this one, unfortunately, as he bows out in 8th place.
This wasn't too high pressure for him since he came in with the, you know, the short stack.
One of the short stacks, yeah. $144,000.
You know, I know that people really like to come with those like min-raise steals with his ace-7 off in the cutoff, but I think you also need to be aware that the people at your table know that, you know, that's kind of the newish approach to go with those raises with the 13 BBs. And I think that when you lose a raise there, it puts you in this danger territory where like those 2 BBs are worth actually so much for you. I think if I'm gonna go with something personally, I think I would shove over raise.
The ace-7, yeah, yeah. Just so you can't.
Because like Clement's got to be, he's gonna have to fold some hands that are better than yours. Ramin's gonna have to fold some hands that are better than yours. Jeff, you'll fold a hand or two that are better than yours. I don't think you're getting him away from like ace-10 or so, but I think you're getting away from like Ramin's ace-10, Clement's ace-10. And I think if you want to go for like a high variance approach, personally, I like the shoving one more.
I think it's a good point because people forget, like let's say if in equilibrium that ace-7 min raise is just a break-even play with folding.
Yeah.
People forget that just means it all hinges on the response you're going to get.
Yeah.
If you're getting an out of line, and I don't know if Ramin's
like that 4s is a
3-bet, I don't know how out of line that is, but like
semi out of line at least for sure.
If we're getting Ramin fighting back with 4s and then potentially the players in the blinds fighting back too, like maybe it's just not worth it.
Yeah, because I think like Clemens is going to shove his 4s. If Clemens winds up with the 4s in the big blind, he's going to shove his hand too here. So it's not like you're getting these hands to fold.
Yeah.
And then like the difference of winning the 2 blinds compared to losing them is so big for you. And then at the same time as well, if you get Clement to defend the big blind, ace-7 off is such a no man's land hand where it's like, how are you navigating this flop now? You know, you'll probably bet a blind or 2 on the flop or turn. If you get any, you know, anything coming back at you, you're in a bad situation now as a short stack at the table.
Guys, I want royalty on the masterclass if you two do design one. I'm telling you now. I know I'm subscribing, and I know there's going to be other people subscribing as well. We jump back into this pack open from under the gun. It's going to continue. 200k into 825 on the queen 8-4, couple of hearts.
Clement, the player we saw the other day, very reluctant to fold potential bluff candidates, potential floats. He's a sticky character.
Wow.
And he's just coming after Edward here.
Wow, it's a wild one.
One of the sickest bluffs I've ever seen in this card room was at the last Jeju stop, and it was Clement Deng, man. He just finds these bluff spots. It's pretty cool.
And this just, I mean, this is an under-the-gun raise from Pak. He's determining that on a queen-high board, maybe reads into a bit of weakness from this bet size down on a coordinated texture, but really just going after someone and forcing them into a pretty tough spot with ace-king, ace of hearts.
Yeah, you know, it's easy to see here, like when you see the hands or such, but I think when he's got ace-king with the ace of hearts with like some back doors, because when you're facing like the check raise on the, like what's check raising you here from like under the gun versus big blind that's like really value?
Yeah.
You know, even if he's got a queen in his hand, is he really going to raise it
Yeah,
to
you
like
think
get
like
it in?
king, queen minimum, and even king, queen's kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah, because king, queen, you're feeling good-ish to have the king kicker, so there's not really bad cards in the deck versus the under the gun open, so would you really raise that?
Pak's sticking around.
It like leans so heavily towards like gutters.
7-5 suited, maybe, something like that.
Gutters, flush draws, maybe. And now you wind up in a spot of just another no man's land. You know, I don't know if he could find the bluff here. I guess if you bluff here, you're only targeting ace-king.
Let's see if Deng can find it.
But like now, yeah, now you only have pot, like it's less than pot effective on the turn. I don't know how you can wind up with one here, which is why I think targeting that under the gun raise versus an amateur player, I mean, I've never seen him before, is dangerous as that like shortish side stack. I know he's trying to like make something happen and like pick up a pot here. I think this is dicey one to go after.
I like the term dicey. You see a lot of diciness at Triton.
Wow.
What?
550 continuing
For like the
geometric
just target
ish,
ace-king.
30% or something.
Backdoor clubs as well, maybe something like ace-10 of clubs.
Come on, Pack. Let's see you find the shove.
How can you stick around? I mean, this is nasty. I have to agree, like crazy to find this bluff.
Yeah.
I never would have found against an under the gun player in particular, not only the flop bluff, but being able to continue.
Yeah. Yeah, this is wild. I mean, works this time, winds up versus like I mean, you have a king in your hand too, so you're like blocking some of the ace kings as well, which is the only hand that you're targeting.
Like ace 8 suited comes to mind, maybe. He might open fold 8-handed, but
so not Bryn approved.
I think he's gonna. Yeah, I don't think under the gun's gonna open ace 8 suited here.
Well, UTG 7. Yeah, 7-handed.
7-handed. Apologies. Yeah, but still, like.
I mean, it winds. That's why, like, one of these things where you can watch this and be like, "Oh, okay, you know, that's a good move," but you know, I dare you guys to keep doing that in practice. And let's see how well you do.
Gonna get pieced up.
Did just do a little research. Edward Pack from the United States. It's his first time here at Triton, but he came third in the WPT championship at the Win this winter for $2 million.
Nice.
Yeah, big score.
Nice.
He's not going to be happy when he sees this hand.
Well, like you said,
it's
just a rare occasion that he runs into that, right?
I really don't like this open at all either by Mao, like opening +1, a hand as bad as Queen 5 suited on Jaffe's button.
Think he's going after the short stack in the big blind here.
Yeah, I just think you have like, you have too many people, like, or not even too many. Like Ramin's gonna play well here on like in the cutoff. Like Jaffe's gonna flat a lot on the button here, and now you're just like out of position with a bad hand. I guess you could look at it. Wow, folding 7s there.
Yeah.
Just staying out of the way.
Wow, that's wild. I would never have guessed that and just snap folded the 7s.
It's an interesting one.
I would without a doubt have shoved that one.
Shove, really, against, I mean, the dangerous thing there is Jaffe's flatting range is pretty uncapped, right? Like, he probably flats queens?
Yeah, he probably does flat queens, but he probably also flat 7-8 suited.
Yeah, he's going to be just extremely wide.
Maybe even 6-7 suited. So, yeah, he's gonna call so tight there versus your shove.
Yeah.
And, like, because you can put Mao raising a wide range versus the big blind tier, too.
For sure. Oh, 7 on the turn.
Well, he would have gotten 2 folds anyway, so it wouldn't have really mattered. But
fair.
Think flatting's not an option. 25 blinds out of the small blind.
To hunt for a set.
Maybe too short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's just like another no man's land that comes like, 8-6-4 flops and stuff, and you feel like you've got to call, and now you just leaked off like 900 to $1 million with your stack.
This one going to check all the way down to the river. Jonathan Jaffe is going to become the chip leader if it gets to showdown.
Yeah, there's going to be a bet here, I feel like, on the river. Mao will probably check. Although you could even consider like trying to get value from like, well, I guess it's only like Jack 10 and King 10.
I don't mind a block bet on the river, especially with like the low card in his hand. So it's a little less likely Jaffe's just got, like he doesn't have ace 5 suited.
Whoa, Jaffe checks 3 streets to it?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that too.
Wow, I would have never guessed that.
Bryn, I've got a couple of questions for you. First question I want to ask, what is your career highlight moment in terms of like which tournament for you? Whether it was a win, whether it was just a final table.
Come on, that one's easy though.
Yeah, is it? Is it the milli?
Yeah, of course. Well, especially because it had like the extra thing of I always had like this dream and goal of becoming #1 all-time winner.
Yeah.
So not only it was like that, I'd say that was really like the emotional thing.
Okay.
Like big cash, of course. It's not like biggest cash of all time. You don't really like think of that one, even though it's cool to have afterwards. It's like accomplishing like a dream in a 15-year journey of intensity.
Yeah.
That was just like my mom was there, my girlfriend was there.
Nice.
It was like I remember when I got heads up, it's like I like took a breath, like put my head down for a second. It was like, oh man, like
living the dream.
And it was actually kind of crazy because there were other scenarios that if I wind up getting like 4th or 3rd and like Dan or Stevie wins, they would have actually became #1 all time.
Okay.
So there were like 3 sweats four-handed of 3 different people being able to take the #1 all time.
That's so sick.
Yeah, it was wild.
Second question I have is, what would you say the most out-of-line purchase you've made? Like something that you've just like degened on? Like a watch or a holiday, like a all-include, I don't know, like a 5-star resort or something crazy?
Probably some like private jets sometimes.
PJs, yeah.
Yeah, that would be my most like degen thing maybe. Well, maybe also when I bought this like diamond cross, like when I was like a lot younger, that was a splashy one. But it was interesting because it was either the first or second 100K that I ever played in the Bahamas, and I'm wearing this cross, and it was like the only time that Hoyt Corkins hopped in like 100K buy-in, like old school legend. And we play this like huge hand on the river. I forget what hand I had or what hand he had, but I shoved for value on the river. He goes into the tank and winds up making the call, and afterwards he said that he called because of my chain. I was like, well, that paid for itself right there. So was it really out-of-line purchase or strategic purchase?
Yeah. It's so good.
He's like, anyone that's got a whale off on a chain like that is capable of bluffing
yeah,
me.
well,
like.
I feel like too, since like my way of like operating is so much different than the other people who were like the winners at the high stakes. It's like the cross almost like probably made them put my like own intelligence like lower than it actually was.
Yeah.
So it's like for a while I was just like underestimated because how could this, white guy with this like diamond cross actually be smart?
Talking about strategic insights that have gone by the wayside over the years gives you a glimpse into what Hoyt Corkins was doing back in like the 70s and 80s to figure out what he's going to do. Guarantee he wasn't doing math on the river.
Let's see if Jaffe takes this, by the way. Choose 3-bet out the small. Jaffe's got the ace-5, potential 4-bet rip candidate.
Well, potential like flat candidate probably.
Yeah, it's always an interesting one. I mean, against the polarized 3-bet,
Yeah,
small blind
versus
started
like-
with 20 bigs. He's going to
versus,
have
like,
lots of shoves.
Him doing it versus...
Fold.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice laydown. It
Yeah,
is super strong. Like, Chu is 6th of 7, but Pac sat there on 8 bigs.
Yeah, I think the only thing that you can't do is shove there. I think call and fold are both like probably pretty close to one another. And that's like one of those spots where, you veer the wrong way and make a misstep, and now you just lost 3 million chips or whatever it was.
And Jaffe, one of those intuitive players, right? Someone very capable of choosing any of those 3 options, depending on how he views the player and the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And then, in this spot, when you're sitting there as the chip leader, it's like, do you really think that, that this guy is taking, 3-bet bluff spots in the small blind versus you 7-handed? And the answer is probably not.
Yeah.
That's the judgment you have to make. Made a good one there.
But then also, that can work for your advantage at times too, because then when someone's not expecting it, you can get away with, a bit of murder. You don't want to start leaning towards, 3-betting complete garbage, but you can then take hands like 10 jack, queen, 10 suiteds, find 3-bets with them to try to chip up a bit, knowing that they're going to put you on a very strong range. So it's actually because of that, and because, John folded a hand like ace-5 suited, that's always going to be a 4-bet shove candidate.
Yeah.
It shows you really that you can get away with a good bit of wide 3-bets in this spot as like that player.
Yeah, but first one's never a bluff print. Surely you know that.
Well, that's why you go for it as a bluff. If it's never a bluff, it should be a bluff, right?
Finally, we're going to get to see some post-flop play. Renji against Oya. These two have both been showing signs that they're willing to play big pots and get involved.
Yeah, I think this king 4 is unnecessary as like a 3x in the small blind. You're not really getting like much off, and then it's like a hand that flops very poorly. You're against a player who plays pretty sticky.
Pretty quick check on the ace-king 5. Feels like a signal in the direction of showdown ability.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You're not going to go for that quick check there with 7-8 or something.
If he opens the jack 7-0 or something.
Yeah,
just
it's always going to bet it.
Yeah. See if Oya takes the bait. Potentially showdownable queen 10 suited in a blind versus blind confrontation.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's got a bit of a showdownable hand where he probably won't bet it. But at the same time, if he's gonna bet it, you know, I'm not the bet one and give up guy. You know, I'm the like, if you're gonna bet it, you're going with the ship here.
Yeah.
Well, it does check through. NG with the 100% check mark. See if he looks to extract some value.
Don't even mind a third check at this point.
Yeah, I would check for a third time for sure. Give your opponent a chance to bet it. The 700 is crazy. I don't even know what you could possibly be targeting to get a call here.
It is hard at this point to see like a rivered 8, you know, is a possibility, but even that hand might find the fold against this line.
It's like you're trying to bluff king 9 off the hand or something with that bet. Like that's about the most I could think of. Guess you're hoping for a queen high call. That seems hopeful.
Well, you never know. Musashi throwing in a time bank, thinking this one through.
And I'm not convinced that raise is off the table for someone like Oya.
Yeah.
Played against him in the summer a couple of times, and he finds unconventional lines.
I think he's
just an aggressive-minded player.
Yeah, I think he's thinking if he can get away with a raise here, if he'll actually believe him or not.
Oh, he's sizing something up.
Yeah, I thought about it.
Yeah. He doesn't believe him, does he?
No, well, I think he believed that he had something like he did. Like weakish, that he like value bet a bit too wide.
It's a sharp thing to notice in the moment. It's easy to get caught in bluff catching mindset and be like, oh, do you have it or do you not have it? And some players just have this different gear that's like, I think you have it, but I don't think you ever have number one. Like, I believe you, but I don't believe you're uncapped. I think you've just got second pair or weak top pair or something.
Yeah. And like then it comes down to like, since it checked down to the river, can I actually get away with a raise? Will he believe me or not?
Yeah.
And then it comes down to really like the more you understand your opponent, the better you can navigate that spot. Because you know, if you know you could get, you know, king jack to fold or like ace-6 to fold, waking up with a raise is printing money.
Yeah.
Where like if you can't, then you're lighting it on fire. So it's like
yeah. And it's the player you want to win chips from. The chip leader to your right.
Yeah, exactly.
Clement kicking things off this time. +1. Ace-8 suited. Going to fold round 2. The button, 7 deuce in the mark. So anyone in the blinds want to give some action? We haven't seen much from Ramin. And a bit of a sandwich between the two chip leaders.
I think that's a bit too bad of a hand to defend, probably. Even though I went, yeah, with his stack.
Yeah. Ramin still below average.
I would have loved to see a 3-bet there by the cutoff.
With the king jack?
Yeah. Those are the best candidates to find like the 3-bet folds to like king jack.
You here for the full schedule, Bryn?
The full no limit schedule, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say once it starts hitting the PLO, I've been in Jeju for long enough. No offense to Jeju.
Where are you off to after this? Back home or?
Yeah, pretty much back home. I might go somewhere and play like online, like championships that are going on like before, like since it's like happening right after the series ends.
Will we see you in the Bahamas?
Yeah.
Yeah?
The stakes are high enough.
Nice.
If there's an invitational, it's hard for me to not show up.
Good stuff, my man. One of those ones that you can also just like bring the family to as well. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to visit. Hajiev.
Against you, man.
No comment.
Jamming for
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
20 bigs here. Renji flashing the ace of hearts. And just trying to send a message like, hey, pal, like I had an ace, but I'll let you take this one.
Feels like Renji has been getting 3-bet a little bit more than his liking.
Yeah, he's
really
getting
kind
pushed
of
around a bit.
Just a straightforward fold with the ace-7 suited, not really close, but taking his time there. He has been 3-bet a lot.
Ace-9.
Better than ace-9.
I have exactly ace-7.
So for those of you just joining us earlier on, James Mendoza took down the 25K WPT Global Slam. And we jumped straight into this 30K final table, event number 2 here, the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series in Jeju. We've got Kevin Rabichow and Bryn Kenny in the booth alongside myself. And we're playing down to a champion here. We'll be playing down to a champion. Potential storylines emerging. Hajiev took down this event earlier this year. Looking to go back-to-back. Mao Renji came 3rd.
Oh, this
is
same event. An interesting one. Jaffe went with the 3x open blind versus blind. Eddie is under the gun right now. He's going to be posting big blind and big blind ante next hand for a 1/3 of his stack. This is awkward for Jaffe if Dang goes after it with the offsuit ace. Just flatting.
Kevin, you had me on the edge of my seat there for a bit. I thought perhaps I'd see a car crash.
Well, ace high is no weak hand post flop on the paired board. There's still room for this pot to grow.
I think King Queen is just the hand of Jeju.
Yeah, can't lose.
Just doesn't seem like it can lose. All of the massive pots, even James Mendoza getting in the King Queen against Ace King and spiking the Queen on the river.
Yeah, that's right.
Foxen cracking Kings twice with King Queen, you know.
King Queen is the hand of the festival
That's
so
it,
far.
so
for
far,
sure.
for sure. 11 left. Do you remember 11 left? That guy got it in with the King Queen against Ace-7 suited in like a 4-bet pot for like 11 million.
How
chips.
did that? What even happened there?
Yeah,
I just like heard the side of it, but I'm like, what happened there?
Yeah, it just went open 3-bet, and then he just called it off for 5 million apiece. He's like, yeah, well, yeah, screw this guy. Foxen can do it, I can do it.
Potentially uncomfortable situation here. Jaffe spun a check on this flop, and Dang stabbing in position.
I guess that's another one of those like awareness kind of things where he knows like Clemens is leaning on like the more aggressive
I think
side
that's
of
his
things.
impression, is he thinks this is someone who's just going to attack weakness relentlessly. And I mean, you see that. A hand like Ace-7, very middle of range, and he's still betting the flop.
Yeah, especially only with like if he had the Ace of Hearts, would have made like a bit more sense. But just with the 7 of Hearts, it seems like a no sense bet almost.
Here you have to think showdown bound for the ace high.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't expect to fold out even Ace-10 on the turn.
I guess that's the only thing you could consider. Like, if you bet big-ish here, you can expect like maybe for an Ace-10 fold. But that's why it's like another one of those no man's land like kind of things. I guess he was just going for like 1 bet on the flop and then give up. It was such a tiny bet too, and
yeah. Interesting one for Jaffe to piece together. Oh, has he checked already?
Yeah, he's just praying, right? Praying that Dang's river to 10.
Yeah, rivering a 10, very realistic in that spot. Clement could have Jack 10 off, King 10.
Does the money go in, Kevin? If Deng raises, does Jaffe call that off there for 20 bigs?
That's what I was trying to figure out, because Jaffe's hand kind of awkward against shove.
what did he do? He opened
3x.
for 3.5, 3x. I think I think he's gonna call off to shove.
Yeah, like for chips, it's a clear call, but you've got Eddie Pack now in the big blind, 6 blinds, so that's going to significantly tighten Clemens get it in range.
Yeah, he's still just gonna have like a bit of. He's gonna have a good bit of pairs too. Not so many dominating hands. I think that he can't really go for like a 3 BB raise to fold.
Yeah.
You might find some like queen jacks hands that you dominate of like the suited king 10s and queen jacks.
Yeah.
But I like the shove there actually in Clemens' seat. thinking that with those stacks, John's going to open wide. So I think that's the other thing too, when you have like a spot where you're opening super wide, even though you don't love like calling the jam, you have to balance it.
Yeah.
Because like if you're raising like such trash hands and you're going to raise fold king queen, you're going to get destroyed by the shove.
No, it's true. You need to be willing to put it in light, and Jaffe's got chips to put it in light.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
You don't have to be worried. If he loses those 20 bigs, he's still third in chips.
Back has the fold. Jaffe chipping up nicely. Came into this final table second in chips. He's since then taken the chip lead in cruise control right now.
Yeah, they kind of had the same stack pretty much. They were off by like 1 or 2 big blinds, I think, right? So kind of like shared chip lead to start. But yeah, now he's like separating himself a bit from the pack. Which is interesting since he just jammed on Pack's big blind. Really separating himself from the pack.
Oh, I love it. Love the puns. Renji with a legit hand this time. Under the gun. Couple of hooks.
I feel like the look at the clock is like so strong always.
It was a long one too, wasn't
yeah, like
it?
you stare at the clock like, you know, trying to pretend like you actually have a thought of like the stacks, but like you're actually just sitting there with top of range.
Yeah. So the idea is to just like see who's playing how many bigs, right?
Yeah.
Look at the clock.
Yeah, like, oh, can I really open like this hand in this spot when like you already know that you're opening? You're just trying to make it seem like I'm weak here.
See, this is the Sensei Bring Kenny masterclass I'm talking about.
Exactly.
I want these live reads, you know? These are little nuances that...
Exactly, kind of like the fives hand that if you remember, I played with 2 tables left in that 25K. If you were commenting on it, where
we saw the hand in the app, but it wasn't. We weren't covering your table when it happened.
Oh, okay. Well, it was like I opened fives like in mid position, and big blind, who was like playing pretty tight, he just wakes up with a snap 3-bet raise in the big blind. So it's like I opened to 300, he makes it 950.
Yeah.
I call. So I think he's heavily weighted towards ace-king and doesn't have like a lot of aces and kings because everyone Hollywoods those for like a second.
Yeah.
So then he like snaps it. The flop comes 8-4 deuce. He bets, I call. The turn comes a queen. He bets again, I call, because I think he's so weighted towards like his ace-king because of that snap 3-bet.
Yeah.
Where like if he would have taken some time and 3-bet me, I would have folded the turn much more often.
Yeah.
So then it winds up like check. It winds up actually having king 6 off, and he like he loses the pot like in this one. But then, you know, it was too. If you were featuring my table, it would have been perfect because actually after that happened, I gave him some in-game coaching and told him why he destroyed himself there.
Nice.
That we actually caught. We caught that part, but we had to reverse engineer what happened in the hand that you guys were talking about.
And I think like too many people, you know, they take it too serious of like, you know, they need to get every edge like possible, where I see it in a different way. You know, this guy's clearly an amateur player who's playing here for fun. You know, clearly like the difference of skill between me and him or him and a professional is massive. So if you could give someone, you know, a little, you know, push on like their journey of growth inside of poker, they're going to have more fun doing it. And then if he has fun, you know, his friends are going to be interested in playing. You know, if he wins the tournament, people who watch who are from the same country are going to be more interested in playing. So I feel like we need more of that like approach where players care as much or more about growing the game as they do about, you know, winning an extra 1 BB in like a spot.
Well, Pack got it in good. That's all you can ask for. The poker gods had other plans for his fate in this 30K. As Mao Renji turned the queen high straight. He's going to head to the payout desk for a career Triton record. $196,000 for his efforts, and with that elimination, I mean, dropping like flies here, down to 6. Everyone guaranteed $268,000 now. Jonathan Jaffe and Renji tied for the chip lead, both playing around 53, 54 bigs, and then a big drop-off to Hijiev in third with 25. Short stack duties now belong to Clement Deng.
425.
25.
Just stand. Yeah, and it's I kind of like enjoy those interesting dynamics too, where like, you know, when I'm giving him this like insight on the stream, it opens up for like someone else to like take the same spot and like actually not have it in the big blind.
Yeah.
Where like people could say that like if they give like insight into the way that they think, you're kind of offering like a chance for someone to abuse it. But that's like the great thing about poker. It's like this infinite leveling war that, you know, in any moment it's about like sizing up your opponent and where they're really at and what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
I really like that. I don't know about you, but I've had so many like eye roll moment conversations where out of curiosity, like I'm like asking someone or they're like asking me for information and then I ask them about a spot and they're like, oh, I can't share that with you. It's just like, jog on, mate. Come on, like, you pigeon. Come, like, stop it,
Pigeon's
mate.
the perfect word for
Literally,
that.
it's just like, so I behave, mate. I'm not out here like note-taking on this guy, like, oh, I'm going to use that against you. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, that's the worst when someone like asks you something and you ask this like a similar type of thing and they're like, oh, well, I can't tell you that one.
Yeah, it's just like, all right, mate.
Go home.
Oh, man.
It's like an insult to pigeons, you know, calling those people pigeons.
Oh, look at the bait being taken by Hajiev. Sashi playing it to perfection.
This is a big raise, too, from Ramin. Slight misstep. Walking into the trap from Oya. I mean, hard to blame him. You probably some history between these two players, some understanding.
Yeah, it seems dicey with like these stacks where Ramin's got like a good third in chips almost, like where he has a bit over everybody else. Where like actually if he raise folds here, like it actually drops him down like a bit in the pack to now where he's like one of the shortest stacks.
This is sick too. He leaves money behind. 1.5 out of 4 million.
Just to give him the rope if he wants to like shove some other ace high. I love that raise. Because you're not going to wind up with many like hands that you don't want to just call here. Because Ramin's not going to like Jack 10 suited no man's land here or something either.
That is the traditional logic. There is go polar, like trashy bluffs and really good hands.
Yeah.
Right? You come with the small 3-bet in Oya's position, and there's just nowhere to. There's no calls. There's no downside. Really.
Exactly, and you just give him the rope to jam like ace 3 suited if he wants to go for it or something like that.
It's a nice find from Oya.
Yeah, I feel like in those spots, it's almost like because he hasn't got any hands and been like picking up any pots like since the 4s ones, he got like a little impatient there.
Could be. Queen 3-0, bit of a stretch, you think?
Yeah, because now like if you look at the board, it's almost like a 3-way tie for like last now. He's like got 3 blinds more than last in chips, so that puts him like at the bottom and unable to really navigate a few pay jumps, making it more likely, especially in his seat, having the worst seat, you really need to preserve your chips.
Real blind v blind battle here. 7-3 suited. Jonathan checking his option out the big with the 8-5 of clubs. Flopping middle pair. Ramin just checking it on over.
Yeah, I figured it's going to go check here because John wants to like induce some bluffs with hands that are like almost dead. I mean, Ramin picked up a flush draw, but if you look at his hand on the flop, it was almost dead, and he was going to have to put in a bet somewhere to try to win the pot.
Well, now, just trying to see a river for free.
Actually, in this spot, I think I would have leaned towards like betting pot on the turn.
In Ramin's shoes,
yeah, I think I would have bet pot on the turn and shoved the river. Or bet like 850, even maybe 1.5x pot on the turn to open up for like a shove the river.
Awkward now. Jaffe has
now
indicated that he has showdown value, right?
I mean, it winds up being a great check here with like the 7 high, but I'm surprised to see that he didn't throw in, 250 or something even just for a chance to take down the pot versus like Jack or 10 or Queen high.
Yeah.
Actually, I would love a check raise here.
I'm surprised he's thinking about it, but you're thinking very credible to represent a 4.
Well, it's like, does John really have like? We think that he'd bet a 4 on the flop, like the 8 or maybe the king could check back. Then we think that he'd bet a king on the turn, probably a 9 on the turn too. So leaves him with like bluffs or maybe or like an 8. It's like the 4 is too weak on the flop to check back, so we think he's gonna bet almost all of his 4s on the flop, leaving him with none.
Someone in the chat asking if Santosh is in Jeju.
Santosh is in Jeju. I saw him in the lobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got in same as me yesterday, or no, 2 days ago.
2 days ago, yeah. He's here. I've seen his entourage walking around.
I love his little entourage.
Yeah, his crew. Yeah.
Cast of characters.
You a big football/soccer fan? Are you going to be going to any of the World Cup next year?
Where's it at? What is it, in LA or something next year?
I think the finals is in New York, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, New York.
I have never been to a football/soccer game, actually. I've heard they're amazing to go to. It just hasn't happened
Especially
before
like a World Cup. Yeah, it's going
Although
to be.
it's like LA is a city that I don't know. It's like no man's land of a place of what can happen to me in LA in like a wild time where there's lots of people and lots of crazy things that happen in LA. I think I'm.
You're good.
I'm too cautious in those regards to wind up in a place like that.
Yeah, no, I'm the same as you. I agree.
Yeah, I want to feel, because if you're going to go somewhere fun, you want to be in a place that you feel like comfortable in and safe in. You don't want to be in a place where you're like looking over your shoulder every moment.
Dude, I feel like that back home in London. Like I feel on edge all the time.
Oh my God, London is turning into a disaster.
Yeah, no.
And I've loved London, like going in to visit and staying there for a bit. And like an ex-girlfriend of mine had a place there for a bit, so I was spending a good amount of time there.
No, I understand.
It's like the Wild West out there now.
It's getting pretty crazy. It's pretty dangerous out here in these waters as well. True with the Kings in the big blind. He's playing 15 bigs.
I would like to see a defend here.
He might be thinking non-all-in again. He's gone for the small 3-bet already once at this final table.
1-1 or something, he said, I think. Yeah.
Renji getting 3-bet again. See how patient he is in the face of this.
Yeah, this is one of those where it's like frustrating to see, but you've got to, you know that the guy is like super strong.
Well, too late. He announced all in.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Snapped off. I like that you pointed out the patience, Kevin, because
I think
felt
that's
like
what it was.
I guess good 3-bet with kings. I was just going for getting a few more bets of the defend.
No, it felt like the implosion, if you will, was long
Which is so
overdue.
interesting because he's up chips at the final table. So I mean, it's like getting frustrated for nothing.
On the come.
He's been 3-bet like what? This is the 4th time he got 3-bet.
It's just
is
this
it that
scenario.
often?
Something about this scenario. I don't know if it was always this player. Certainly is.
No, it was like
spread
Oya was
across
the
the
first.
table.
Oya was the first one. Who else even 3-bet him? You
Yeah.
sure? I think you're picking up some other people's 3-bets and adding it to his. Because this is only the second one that I could think of him getting
I remember
3-bet.
calling it out. I just don't remember who it was.
We'll go back through, but
Maybe it was a few, but I mean, this clearly looks like a frustrated move.
Yeah.
Or like thinking that the big blind's got like some 3-bet folds here, which I think is quite hopeful.
They always have it the second time.
And that guy, he had it the first too, right?
He also had it the first time.
Especially too when you look at like the stacks and he starts the hand with 17 BBs and he's so close to like 19 BBs, 14, 24. Is he really going to throw in 5.5 to fold?
Yeah.
Someone with little experience in a stage like this.
And you talk about the timing too. I mean, that was like 0 time bank.
Yeah, no thought about it.
Pretty
It's like
snappy for that kind of situation.
Yeah, looks
right?
at his hand and he's sure that he likes it.
It's so much easier to find 1.1 there out of the big blind when you just look down at kings and the whole time you're like, well, what size can I make it? There's no other thoughts crossing your mind, right?
there were two 3-bets prior to this. There was a Sashi who 3-bet Renji, and then Ramin 3-bet jammed on him. So Renji opened.
I missed that, the Ramin's 3-bet jam.
The button. Oya 3-bet to 900.
That
Remember the
ace 3
suited
suited,
ace?
yeah,
Yes,
I
that's
remember
right,
that one.
So this
What
is
was
the
the
third
Ramin
time.
one? The Ramin's one was A7.
A7
Maui opened
suited
A7
against,
suited and got shoved by Ace Jack or
Correct.
something.
Yes. Yeah. So third time, not a charm.
He picked the wrong one because the first 3-bet was the one he had to hunt after, and the other ones were value and value.
If we take that out, then I would go with.
Well, that makes things interesting now. As Jonathan Jaffe is the runaway chip leader.
And those things that make or break a tournament. You know, picking the right and wrong time to 4-bet rip is the difference of winning a tournament and not a lot of times. And that's kind of disastrous for him too, because now he's like just a bit above like middle of the pack.
No, it's terrible.
Can get leaned on by a lot now by Jaffe, and almost like clears the road for Jaffe just to open anything here. Yeah, he's got to be a little cautious because with Clemens 13 blinds and like him like leaning towards like the more aggressive play. Yeah, these 6s you got to take as an open because you're opening into like good small blind here to open to. I guess sticky, but this is a close one. I feel like.
I think it's close too.
I think everyone like leans towards opening this one, but I think it's not as clear as you think.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a fold in theory. And
yeah, because especially Renji's on like tilt and gonna defend like a lot in the big blind, and your hand plays quite poor.
Yeah,
you are in position.
Yeah,
and then the other brutal thing is, like, you feel like if Jaffe 3-bets you here, you have to go for like a 4-bet jam, but it's not really a good 4-bet jam candidate.
Yeah, not the hand you wanna.
But then you're like
die on.
Yeah, then you're in a tough spot. Same thing, like if Clemens shoves his like 13 blinds on the button, it's like brutal. So you're like price-wise, you probably have a call, but like ICM-wise, you probably can't.
Don't blame Ramin for checking back this flop against a small blind flat. It's a nasty-looking board for what the small blind usually has.
Although I think I would have went with a big bet on the flop because that's kind of the only way you're winning this hand. So like you kind of have to consider, since now you opened like a wide hand here, the only way, other than hitting a 6 on the turn, the only way you're winning this hand is by like a flop bet. So I think I would actually lean towards like a big bet and trying to get ace queen and ace jack out.
Does make sense. It's the bottom of your range. Some ace x suited, I guess.
Yeah.
But these both hand classes perfectly reasonable for what you're talking about.
What are your thoughts on this?
Because then you just if you check back the flop, you lose this pot always.
Well, he's gone 300.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like less than 25%.
An opportunity for Chu to have gone bigger, I think, and Ramin's suspicious even with his worst hand.
Yeah, you just can't do anything with it, and you can't wake up with a raise there after checking back the flop versus that like strong small blind. You don't think he's betting the 7s with the 7 of spades, but you think that he's got, you know, some king queen, king jack, maybe even a flush or a straight or a set.
Yeah.
Too many strong hands on there. Yeah, and then the other, so like not even only can you take the hand from ace queen, ace jack, some suited aces, also 8s and 7s.
Yeah.
Which like that's why I'd go for like the bigger size on the flop, because if you bet very small, you'll get ace jack and ace queen to be sticky here, and then it's another one where you're in like no man's land with like a hand that just can't win unless if you bet, which sucks because then you're just like blind betting if you make it to the turn, where I'd rather like just bet big here on the flop, polarize to something like weak or super strong and give up after that.
It's a good point, and like I think it's so common for players to size up a board and think like, oh, this board's good for them, and that leads them to shut down.
Yeah.
That's a direct path towards like, well, I'm going to give up this pot.
Yeah, we're
and
like
you're kind of suggesting a more aggressive approach that's still considering the fact that they smash this board. It's like, no, let's go polar.
Yeah.
Let's go big size, represent the top of the range, and now we can actually generate some folds.
Yeah, because also you have to think of like there's what 1.3 in the middle, and you've got, you know, no chance to win the hand other than betting here. So you're like conceding this 1.3 as opposed to like
can bet 700-ish or something and
Yeah.
win the hand versus those hands.
And Renji just jammed 25 bigs effective.
What was it?
King 10-0
King
into
10-0.
Masashi.
Blind versus blind. Don't know if I'd call it a tilt jam, but it, maybe playing a little faster and looser in this
I think
moment.
I like it because Masashi's got to be tight with 2 stacks shorter than his.
Probably gets king queen to fold.
Yeah, gets king queen to fold. Maybe even gets ace 10 to fold. So then I think when you're like getting such like strong hands out, you can go towards that like aggressive approach here.
Yeah.
And I actually would have I like that play, and I would do the same play there with the king 10. Because the other thing is the limp, since your hand is like strong, wanting to play against like that big blind range.
Yeah.
So actually, yeah, I think it's close between limp and shove.
It makes sense not to go. Like a 3x feels like the worst option.
Yeah.
Now we start folding out like king 7 off.
Yeah,
and we
getting
just put
like
in too
better
much money
kings to
against
call,
better hands.
and now
right?
in like no man's land too, on like king high and 10 high flops.
It's the way you want to think about it when you've got these options.
So that's why, yeah, I think that personally, I think that limp was the best play there, but I don't mind the shove. I think that's the second best play.
Yeah.
Just because, yeah, like you're saying, you want to keep king 7 in, you want to keep 10-7 in.
I was hoping.
Brent, I wanted to call your shot this series. What tournament are you taking down, mate? Which one are you going for? Which one are you feeling? Because I know you sense these things, man. You show up and you call it.
Or if you think you're getting like 5th in something.
Well, like the last festival, like the 50Ks were like bread and butter. I like got second and chopped 1 and then won the 50K turbo.
Nice.
So if we're thinking that, what do I think I'm going to win? I think I'm going to win the 125K buy-in.
But we got a bet, right? Me and Kevin have got a bet.
Oh, yeah.
So you've got Brent on your roster.
So we drafted 5 men each, 5 players each.
Yeah.
375s.
And just based on who was on our board in the 25K, I drafted you, Punat. I had Pavi, which was a real sweat in the 25K when he spun it up from 1 big blind. Kristen Foxen. Who else did I have?
Can't remember, but
Is
you got Brent.
Is it to win an event in the whole series?
Yeah,
or
basically whoever wins a title first from our teams, we get
100K.
100K.
Yeah.
In
100K.
In dinner vouchers.
in like
It's
what
the
is it? South Korean won?
Yep. It's about 100 US. 75 US.
Just leave it at 100K, okay? It sounds
nice.
good.
I like you guys betting dinner vouchers. I remember like on the last trip that I was here, some dinner voucher bets were going on too.
Yeah. Hopefully steaks on Kevin. I can convert one of my 5 picks. By the way, I know you've got the mystery bounty, so if you do at any point need to jump out, feel free to just let us know. I'm not sure what you got. You got a max slate reg it. Max slate reg the, what is it, 40K mystery bounty? Haven't seen you win one of those, Bryn.
No, I haven't. I don't think I even ever pulled a mystery bounty. That one's not my event.
Which is why we've got you here. It's a smart time to rest. Well, you've got till the end of level 10.
Yeah. I think you have time. Our attention is going to stay on this 30K. Second final table of the day. It's the thing I love about Triton as well. Once we start getting into the series, just back-to-back final tables, 7-figure prizes being handed out left, right, and center. Jaffe up to 11. 11 million now.
Not as many open jam opportunities for Jaffe now, with Chu sitting on 30 blinds. He's thinking about it with the queen 6. Third in chips, but a pretty significant percentage of Jaffe's stack. He's making a light defend in the big blind.
This seems really light. I know you never really want to just let the chip leader push you around, but defending with the queen 6-0 seems a bit out there.
I think if there was more room between like the top 3 stacks and the average, like this is something you might see when the two of them are playing 60 blinds or something, right? And there's just not that much danger of the encounter leading towards an all-in confrontation. But when you're playing 30 blinds effective, and the average is what?
24?
24?
Yeah.
It's dangerous to put that 1.5 times average stack at risk when, like, yeah, it's only 30 blinds in total.
Jaffe just in cruise control right now. Chipping away. Still a ways to go, of course, with the average stack being 24 bigs. There's 140 or so bigs in play. He's got 48 of them. It's around 1/3. It's nice as well. He's got Deng sat there on 8 bigs. He's got Hajiev on 11. He can just continue to lean on Renji and Chu, although they don't strike me as the types to kind of let him play the role of table captain, as we just saw that defend there.
No, and I think Jaffe is going to take a more measured approach than you might see from, you know, the typical perceived aggressive chip leader.
Bryn Kenny.
Well, it's something actually I mentioned about Bryn the other day, and it's something I'd say was shown by, you know, Alex Foxen in the 25K is these are guys with a reputation of, oh, they've got the chip lead, they're going to come after every pot with every hand. And the table has a tendency to over-adjust to that image. So now as the player in the chair, you recognize your own image, you just come with controlled aggression and let everyone else blow up.
Viewers around the world, we don't know how long we're going to have Bryn here in the booth, so any questions, get them in the YouTube chat. We'll do our best to fire them Bryn's way before he jumps into that mystery bounty. It's a rare opportunity and treat for us to have him here in the booth. Most winningest Triton player in history. Most winningest tournament player in history. Could have made it title number 6, Bryn, if you had held with that ace-king. You need to get better at winning those all-ins, mate.
You know, you can't be greedy.
Yeah, you got the guy to put in with the ace-9, and you just couldn't hold.
Yeah, it just wasn't my time.
Wasn't meant to be. Deng, 10-9 of diamonds, 8 bigs in the cutoff. Is this the spot?
Does feel like a strong enough hand. The only thing that might give you hesitation is you look at who's to your left and think, are these players who are going to call tighter than equilibrium, looser? I think you've got a strong enough hand. Nice take.
Max Harris saying what tournament meant the most to him of all time. But we were speaking about that earlier on. Brent was saying it's most definitely the Triton Million. Came second in for a record cash.
Not many 8-figure prizes these days, are there?
No, last one I can think of, there was obviously the one we had in the Bahamas. That was a real treat. 500K buy-in, 12 million up top. Yeah, that was sick. I'm looking forward to this upcoming Bahamas. I feel like, I don't know, there's, you know, Bitcoin's at an all-time high. Ethereum's flying. So maybe we get a few extra people just, you know, rocking up. And what do you think? Yeah? You think it's
some
going to be a
records
big
are getting
field?
broken?
I'm waiting for the first invitational in Asia. I'm surprised, you know, that there's not one over here because I think, like, you know, Jeju's got the most recreational players of anywhere by far. I think it would make some of the people who aren't here but like leaning towards like a higher buy-in to come on trips would also come here. So I was actually expecting the first Asian Invitational to be on this trip and was surprised that it wasn't. So I would be much more excited for a Invitational happening in Jeju than I am of the Bahamas.
Oh, Ramin with the snap call.
Cards on
You know, if we think of the last Bahamas Invitational, I'd say it had the most fake VIPs of any Invitational that's ran.
Thanks, Bryn.
I'm just here to give my honest feedback.
Let's keep it real.
I wear my heart on my sleeve. Nothing else I could do.
Love the honesty. Some honest poker being played here, blind v blind.
This is some honest poker for sure. Like clear shove in the small, clear call in the big.
Dang, looking on.
Which is actually going to even, whichever way this goes, it's going to even the stacks around a bit in this like 4 to 5-handed play.
Well, Oyo,
or
Oyo will be down to what, 6 bigs if he can't convert this.
Yeah, it winds up putting like the 2nd through 4th in like a pretty close range. Whoever wins this hand is like close to, Chu and Renji.
Renji 1 card away from doubling up. Needs to fade 6 outs once. Oh, Queen of Diamonds. Corner pocket. We're down to 5. The reigning champion took down this event at the last stop. Out in 6th. Didn't feel like that one was coming. I don't know. Queen of Diamonds just like that, out of nowhere, making an appearance when it mattered most. GF going home with 268,000, and with that means we're down to 5. Everyone guaranteed 353,000 as the 2-time champion gets rivered for his tournament life. Number 1 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list, the businessman, to 9.5 million in Triton earnings. Title number 3 will have to wait. GG, sir. So, a couple of questions for you, Bryn. I like this one. Sokan saying, what was Bryn's biggest learning curve when you aspired to going pro? Take your time. No rush.
Biggest learning curve.
What was something that was like an aha moment for you where you're like, wow, like
Okay, I got one. So I was like 20 years old and I'd been playing like a bit of poker and I met this one guy, his name was Monkey 101 online back in the day. It was like in that time, which was about, I guess, 18 years ago, he was a crusher. He was like the biggest winner in the 9-handed games on Stars. He was like one of the biggest winners at Commerce, at like the highest stakes games. He was like, it was back in the SB Rugby days. Like SB Rugby said that he was the toughest opponent that he ever played heads up. So this guy was like just a natural genius, phenomenal poker player. And I'd say that he opened my mind into thinking more towards your opponent's range as opposed to your own, and navigating, what you think they have and how you can extrapolate the most value, how you can, get away with some big hands. I saw him make, I remember sitting online and there was this spot that like you feel like you're just slam dunk calling kings pre-flop after he like 4-bets this spot or something, and he turns to me and he's like, this guy has aces 100% here, and he's like, and I'm just gonna call just to show you. Wow. He's like, otherwise, he was like, I would have laid this down otherwise, and he just calls guys aces, and I'm like, oh, this guy is special. And it was like another, I think Ryan Dowd at the time said that he thought that Monkey was the best 9-handed player in the world. So you had a guy who was like arguably the best 9-handed player in the world, the best heads-up player in the world, a tough. I can't think of many other times where that's actually been the case as well in like poker history after that. And he was just like, he clearly had something special for poker and just one of those like natural geniuses who slept through school and got perfect SAT scores and just also just had something. But then it's he went down. Poker's also like, a very difficult thing of managing the swings and the emotions that come from it. And the other thing is, I was having this conversation at lunch today. It's like two sides of the same coin. It's like you can't have genius without having insanity.
Very true. Yeah.
So like the fine line of, crushing and everything going smooth and feeling good to now everything falls apart and your mind starts speaking to you in certain ways, and some people aren't as well suited to navigating through those difficult swings.
Well, I think the most successful people in this game are the ones that have learned to master their own mind.
Definitely.
The conversations that you have in your head, resentment towards a certain player, or this guy's bullying me, or, I run bad, victimhood, like whatever it is, it really is a massive part of the game to be able to master your own mind.
I'll give you another, interesting one of like insight. So, and just like the way that I guess I think and the difference of others potentially. So, I'm an enjoyer of, mushrooms, let's say, from time to time.
From time to time.
So, it's like, I feel like when you're in that state, it's almost like life is much more clear to you. And it's not necessarily that like hoo-ha, you're seeing all these crazy things. It's more like, you're giving yourself the space to connect more to yourself. Where like, our everyday approach, we're on our phones, we're in our minds, we have all these things that are distracting us from really just like connecting down to yourself. So in some of those experiences, I had like, I can't say what it was, but it was like, what comes to me is like, do you have any questions here, like in this spot? And always in that moment, it's like I realize like life is giving you what you're ready for, not what you want.
I love that.
So, before this one day that I'm talking about, it was always like, no, I'm appreciative for everything that you're giving me. I know that, that you're on my side, that life is on my side, and, giving me the ability to step to a higher level always. So, but there was this one time I was in the house and the same thing came, you have any questions? And it was like a eureka, you know what, I've got a question for you. My question was, why is it that in the moment of competition that, that I'm so successful that no one has really been able to compete with me? And the answer instantly was, because you're not competing. So we talk about like layers to things. So like I feel like this is like another layer of.
Because you're having fun.
Well, I'm having fun, but I'm competing with myself nonstop to be a better version of myself, to grow, to perform better in the moment.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm not thinking like deep in a tournament like, oh, I've got to get this guy.
Yeah.
Where I feel like, especially because I've had such success, there's a bit of like that around where
People
like if I'm deep
you.
in a tournament, they're like, I've got to get this guy, which kind of steps you down like one layer, and now you're out of like your own lane and your own focus.
Yeah.
Or like, actually, I remember it was in Monaco last year where I won. So I won the main event, and I'm deep in the 150K right
That's
after.
right, yeah.
And we just got we're like one away from the money, or like just got in the money, and Lewis Spencer like turns to me and says something in like the direction of like how like he's got to get through me or something. And next thing you know, he's I knock him out of the tournament in like 2 hands or something.
I remember.
So I feel like you got to be careful what you're calling in, bringing in. And I'm sure that a lot of people who, if anyone here was like, the people competing against me, they're going to hear me say this and be like, this guy. He's got to like keep rubbing it in like over and over again. But I'm not trying to say at the same time like, oh, I'm this like grand person that's so much better than anyone or so. I think that I've wanted something to become #1 all-time in poker so much that I put my whole life into it. I played 12, 15 hours a day for 15 years straight, never took my foot off the gas, never stopped. So I feel like, I was just in this like non-stop training where like, of course, when you look at life, it's such a balance. So of course, if you're putting so much into one aspect and like performing so well, these other aspects of your life, maybe you're falling a bit apart and you really don't have a grasp on them at all.
So my takeaway from what you're saying, there's 2 things. So the mind goes where the energy flows, or the energy goes where the mind goes. And the second one is your biggest goal in life is to become the highest version of yourself. You're not competing against anyone else. It's just you against you. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah.
I love that, man. Yeah, that's really cool.
And the thing is, like, I'm happy for other people's success also. I think it's, you know,
that's huge.
We're almost like ingrained into thinking a way that like we're like trying to climb a mountain and there's only one spot at the top on that mountain.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of like the system in life is like pushing that way of thinking onto you, where I just believe it's not really true. And like what I love is you know, giving someone a rope, you know, showing them a way up the mountain or to help them reach a higher version of themselves. Like you see, you know, at the tables, I give people honest feedback. Even, you know, in this 5's hand, there's no reason, like, for my own benefit that I tell this guy the thing. It's just, I enjoy it.
High tides raise all ships, or whatever they're saying. It's like there's enough for everyone to go around. Yeah, I like that, man. I really enjoyed that. All in here, by the way. 5 left. Clement jamming on the bottom for his final 8 bigs. Renji side calling it off. Didn't love the spot, but he's taken the profitable one when it's been presented to him. Let's see if Clement can convert this.
Yeah, I know this
wow.
is coming. Is it Jack 9? Okay.
Renji feels like it's coming. They're flipping. King, Jack, 9, 8 needed for Clement to jump into the lead. Doesn't find it on the turn. Renji just looking to hold with ace high to get us down to 4 players.
Small card.
There's the hold. Fades the world of outs. And we're going to lose America's Clement Deng, who, as always, impressed. GG's, my man. 353,000 going his way. Taking his Triton earnings over the $1 million mark. His 5th cash on the Triton Tour. Cash both the 25K Global Slam, came 20th for 80K. Now adding a final table to his resume. The second one. Final table, the 100K main here in Jeju earlier this year. I've got a funny feeling we're going to be seeing more of this young man at the Triton series. But for now, we're down to 4. Stephen Wright saying, life gives you what you were ready for, not what you want. Amazing sentence. I have to agree. I think a lot of people are going to listen back to this, Bryn. And you mentioned, you know, there's some people are going to listen to it and roll their eyes, but they're not ready for it. It's fine. That's not who you're targeting, right? It's like the people that want to listen and take on what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that a lot of people, you know, have this fear of being judged for what they say and being, like, you know, honest and open, but I feel like, you know, it goes like 2 ways. If you have that approach and you're worried about what people think, you know, you're not really going to be able to help them in ways that, you know, some people will roll their eyes, but others, you know, might hear it and be like, you know, I get so many messages from times when I'll do like Instagram stories and stuff of people just saying, you know, oh, that's like exactly what I needed to hear today. Where like, I know a lot of people too are like, you know, seeing it, who does this guy like think he is, da 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 da. But it's like, okay, well, you just, I mean, that's your like, you know, your judgment, you know, that you're coming from, because there is no who does he think he got, just a normal guy like you guys, you know. Have I had great success at poker? For sure. Have I sacrificed a lot of things in life also to have that success in poker? Absolutely. So it's like, you know, it's like the balancing scales and, you know, what's important to you. And a lot of times also you don't even realize, you know, these unconscious decisions that you're making because you're so focused on something where, you know, I was having a conversation at lunch today where it's like, yeah, you know, just like 2 sides of the same coin, and like, you know, in poker, you know, I've been a genius and successful, but then on the other side, you have to look at, you know, other things and maybe how you acted in certain ways. You feel like, you know, you're the idiot. So, you know, you're just like, you know, genius and crazy is like it's genius and stupid is like kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, that's so many times where I'm just like, How did I mess that up? you
So
know?
like I so I think in some ways I'm like the biggest idiot ever, like for being so unconscious and like things that I really like, something like health, for example, is something that should be a non-excusable thing. You should take care of your health, like in a bit of a way at least, walk a little, eat healthy. And throughout my whole career, really, I was just unhealthy completely, about max level. And it's like, that's like an inexcusable thing only. But then it comes down to the same point of like, are you going to be hard on yourself for how you performed in the past in any aspect, or can you use it as a learning experience and be driven to, be a better version of yourself? And I try to take the latter, just like everyone. I'm not perfect at any of it, and just trying to grow and be better.
Also, just having the awareness that you weren't ready back then.
Yeah.
But you're ready now to learn from it.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome stuff, man. Really appreciate you giving us your time and jumping in the booth, sharing your thoughts on both the poker and just like the life lessons you've had on your journey.
Yeah, I love it. I love it because, in this like poker road, I've like been around it. I've learned so much. I've spent like so many hours. So to like give a little insight into, a lot of the followers haven't spent nearly any hours, and, they're listening to this with some interest in poker, probably wanting to play a bit more. And, I guess, I have the feel, my like experience in life is like, if you want something hard enough and you prove to life that you really want it and you put in those hours and effort, and the energy flows where, your like effort goes. So
energy flows. Something about being in a flow state at the poker table as well. Wow, look at this from
Ooh, baby.
Man,
love that.
Everyone's up to it.
The third time's always a bluff.
Yeah, that's a beautiful one right there. Knows he's got a good image, showed kings in the next all-in, knows he's not going to get like a 4-bet wide. He made it big too to not get it flat, because with like complete trash like that, you really just don't want to navigate any post-flop.
Yeah.
Which actually I'd say was one of the mistake hands that I played in the yesterday's tournament, where I'd lost a few pots too, and I picked like a king deuce off 3-bet in the big blind, and maybe should have sized a bit bigger pre-flop. I don't know what his hand actually was, but then since I sized on the smaller size and he flatted, I wound up in like some no man's land spot where I hate to be in, where then I'm betting small on the turn and decent on the big, and wind up losing like an extra 5-6 blinds than if I would have just like sized heavy pre-flop and then went towards like just giving up after that.
Yeah, I don't think we caught that hand.
I wonder what he actually had, because it was Song who played it. He must have had a big hand. I wonder, because the flop came like queen, queen, 7, turn like 6 or 8, and he shoved on my turn bet. So I wonder if he had something like king, queen off, or queen, jack, or queen, 10 suited that he called like my lower size 3-bet, where
A hand that might have folded to the larger size.
yeah, that would have folded if I made it 2 blinds bigger.
Right.
So that's the thing too, I'm in there making mistakes also. I'm not like, playing a perfect poker game. I've fortunately found like a lot of like good reads like in deep spots, but at the same time, sometimes just pushing it a little bit because, you're frustrated that you just had 100 blinds and you just lost 3 all-ins, and you're like, oh, okay, pushing for a spot that's not really there.
Yeah.
Where like it was a tight player, it should have just been clear fold, but because of like, so I found myself frustrated too, where it doesn't happen very often. But that's why like poker is such a tough and intricate thing, because it's easy to find that like frustration in the game when things aren't going your way. Which is also why you really have to work on so many things outside of just playing good technical poker to be able to be in the best moment that you can be when pressure's on the line.
Look at this, by the way. Limped pot, check down to the river. Chu with the full house. Comes with the overbet.
Oh, of course he's going to think about calling here.
He's got to call $1 million to win half the pot.
Yeah, rough odds.
Nice, I love that hat. You can't do epic shit with basic people. Wow, I love this guy.
I think Renji's gonna call, you know.
And I really like how he's played too. He played like, you know, his short stack very like solid. He winds up with like betting pot here, which is like very good bet. He found the king deuce off 3-bet button versus big blind.
Yeah. He's second in chips now,
So
bro.
like he's been navigating his like position and stack like very well. That's the interesting thing about, you know, poker too and tournaments. You've got, you know, people that I've never seen before that maybe have experience playing like Asian tournaments, have like probably railed a lot of these final tables, smart people that you don't really know what you're going to get when you wind up there, because it's like
overused phrase, but that
can be anything. They could lean towards the playing tight, aggressive. It could be the tight guy who takes the random aggressive spot.
Yeah, you talk about learning from your experience at the table. Obviously, a bunch of these tournaments streamed to an audience on YouTube, available for replay.
Yeah.
You don't know how much experience some of these players have the first time you sit down and play them. They might even have experience against you. I'm sure you've run into that before.
Yeah, I don't know how much streams that they've watched, how many things that they've heard that I say, and how I target situations. Because, you know, a smart person who's seen a lot of, like, my final table play or like speaking about poker, they can really take that and use it to their advantage in these spots.
They might have a rough Bryn Kenny model and you don't even know their name.
Yeah.
So like the scales are kind of in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. And their model's like much better than like people who are like best in the world, because like we both have like an experience with each other.
Right.
Where like they have an experience with my brain and how I think, and I've got no clue.
Yeah. I always find that interesting. Like, you know, players, let's call them newcomers, feel intimidated, I think, a lot of the times when they step into the ring against somebody with, you know, the credentials or the experience or the, you know, just the history of winning. And maybe only a small percentage of them recognize the advantage they have, at least temporarily, if they just show up and go for it.
Yeah.
Because if you just show up and go for it, it's going to take a great player time
to
recognize and adapt and really take advantage of that situation. And we might run out of time.
Exactly, especially
before
in like
the tournament's over. You know?
In like your first spot, like being the best one to take it before you have any information, like that you gave any information on yourself. Just taking the aggressive line continuously.
Yeah, it can work.
I like it. That would be my recommendation to someone if I was coaching them on a final table.
Yeah, if they're like, you know, someone just found their way at the final table of the Triton main event and they've never been on the Triton stage before, you just tell them to go for it.
Yeah, exactly. Just go hunting nonstop. And, you know, sometimes it'll blow up in your face, but that's, you know, that's the thing. You know, you gain experience, you make mistakes, things work out for you sometimes, and you learn from it.
Yeah.
And move on stronger.
Chu gonna defend. He's been getting the best of Renji throughout this final table. Renji's kryptonite so far. The ace-6 in front on the 9-4 deuce. This feels like a bit of a no man's land bet, as you like to phrase it. Brent?
Yeah, it doesn't connect too much on like the 9-4 deuce, so you've just got to really, I like the small bet too, because you want to like just bet small to take out like equity from flopping a pair, like these king-8 hands, and also, you know, if you wind up versus like 7-8s or something and it comes a 5 or a 6 and you check back and you're, well, 6 is a bit better because he's got a pair now, but like on a 5 and facing like a bet and a bet, then you're really in no man's land. So I feel like almost you've got to find this bet to keep yourself out of no man's land.
Okay. Well, that's what is that. Chu hasn't folded yet, by the way.
Yeah, this is a bizarre hand to think of. You know, we
This
were
would
critical
be
of Clement
savage.
Dang with the king-9, but that was a backdoor. This is just stone nothing.
Well, I like this. I like this one more though, because he was targeting like an incredibly strong under the gun range in the last one for like Clemens, where like Mao has been raising a lot of hands. He's been he's shown only good cards.
Wow, he's so sick, bro. You love this guy.
I love this guy. I want to hang out with this guy. I love his hat too.
Let's go.
That's like my favorite hat I've ever seen, and he's just crushing this table.
That's a huge find. I mean, I know it's against the wide range, but like that's a cutoff open. You've bet on 9-4 deuce.
I would have thought
I'd be worried that someone has a read on me if I like went back and saw that check raise.
Yeah, I think that he should have actually considered 3-betting that flop.
Man,
because it's another one of those like
credible?
It's another one of those like what's he check raising here for value? Like I think that he would just like probably he's so like set only, and maybe he's trapping a set.
Yeah, you think a lot of the 9x hands are not feeling good enough.
Maybe just calling.
To risk putting in 20+ blinds.
Yeah, so I kind of like, if you wind up like getting the check raise there versus like 8-7, 10-8, which are like more credible like raises than King 8 since they have much more back doors, I think you kind of want to just like click it back. And just now rep an overpair. Especially since, like, yeah, you saw him show, like, a good hand, but then you saw him, like, 3-bet versus the button, too. Now he check raises, like, a very dicey spot where it's not very believable.
Talking of dicey, trips for Renji finally getting the best of Chu. Chu's got a piece here, Brent. Is he?
Yeah.
This could be really bad for Chu because, like, Renji looks steamed.
Yeah. Yeah.
These two have been going to war, and now he just flops him dead.
Yeah, this is a not, like, ideal spot when you wind up with the Jack-3 here. It's like you're definitely going to have to call a raise if he comes to the raise. This is another one of those where, like, yeah, I like the flat, I like it, too.
Yeah, bad kicker, no club. Like, from Renji's point of view, he could get himself in trouble by raising this and putting all the money in.
Yeah. Yeah, and you just want to, like, keep everything in the hand. That's what I mean, though. Like, when you flop these big hands, it's rare that someone's really just going to, like, raise. Same with on the last one. Like, would he really, like, raise a set and try to just, like, get him off of it? Or would he want to, like, call a set and hope that, like, Queen Jack turns a pair or something?
Right.
Or King Jack turns a pair. Or, like, you know, especially, it seems like he knows what he's doing. And then if you... Everyone leans so heavily towards attacking the big blind in these spots. So, like, you really don't want to check raise your huge hands because you want to get that, like, 80% bet on the turn that people really love to do.
Sure, yeah. Imagining he just stabs the flop with, like, 9-6 suited and then just let him turn, like, a gutter or something, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Here, hoping he turned a pair of
Jack
nines.
10, hope that he, like, turns a gutter and bets big, turns a pair and bets small.
I mean, Chu's going to call this bet. You have to imagine.
I don't like how big he bet here, really. I think he can come. I think he can find a hero on a hero fold on the 9. Yeah,
wow. That's really impressive.
Wow.
The 9 is well. You have to think the 9 is the worst card because it connects all the floats.
All the floats.
Yeah, the 9-7s and the 10-9s.
Man, there are different ways of piecing someone up, and that's one way by just finding the fold there.
Yeah, so like this thing becomes like such a big difference where like I would have bet a blind and a half or something because you really just don't want him out of the hand. To when you're betting 3 blinds, like you just...
I mean, Chu, just credit to Chu. He's executing on an incredible level.
Yeah.
That's just like, he makes a perfect check raise bluff with total air. He's making, from my point of view, a huge turn fold and a simple blind versus
If you're here just watching it, you're like, can he see the cards or what?
No, yeah. I'm saying I'd be, if I'm Renji, I'm going back to the tape and figuring out what tell he picked up on me.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because then you're like, even though the 9 is a bad card, you're now like concerned again in like that spot where like, how'd he just fold Jack 3 on the turn?
It's a big fold.
Now I think you're getting more into like the range of like he's got a tell on him.
Yeah.
Which is possible. I haven't been paying full attention, and they always have the cameras on different spots. But it seems like Renji's like kind of hunched down, like into his chair. It could be like, you know, the motion of like a posture in different situations, where he goes from like being because it seems like almost, you know, he's frustrated, uninterested.
Right.
So maybe he's doing something now when he's starting to get interested.
Yeah, some of that genuine emotion had been pouring through earlier, and you know, Chu might be picking up on the shifts in that emotion, right?
Yeah.
Like Is he still frustrated? If he's still frustrated, he probably doesn't have a great hand right now.
Yeah.
Or has it eased in some way?
Yeah.
Is he looking a little more composed?
And like if he's frustrated, he's probably going to lean towards like the snap fold versus my big blind check raise, even though it's not very credible. He's not going to really think about it because he's not in a clear mind right now.
That's exactly what happened.
Pretty epic final table performance.
Yeah, it's an interesting one to be able to comment with you guys.
It's his first ever Triton event as well. First series. He played the 25K.
Oh, let's go. So we've got a sweat of like, you know, back-to-back wins of first series.
Yeah, it would be nice.
And, you know, I like John Jaffe as a player, but I've got to say also that for poker, I like him as, you know, a player and a person. I really like John. But, you know, someone from Taiwan, China, or Japan winning a Triton title is definitely never a bad thing for poker.
Yeah, I agree.
Kind of 3 countries that are starting a poker boom.
Yeah.
Which have all have infinite potential, and even if you say like have a good amount of players right now, are all nowhere even close to what their potential ceilings are.
So you're saying you Americans have won enough trophies?
Well, it's like Americans also, we've had our boom a long time ago with poker.
It does feel like there's an Asian boom right now.
The Asian boom is going on right now, so anything that's like pushing that Asian boom is good for the growth of poker.
100%. Yeah, with Triton, like you mentioned, Soiza earlier on with the APT.
Yeah,
they're doing huge things.
You see a lot of Malaysians have come and played tournaments. Is it from, you know, some of the early Malaysians having success?
Yeah.
And seeing them as well. You know, now you've got like a lot of Japanese players playing. You know, and now I can only imagine that it's going to be even a bigger influx when, you know, you've got like Sheena destroying the ladies events. And
that's so great to see. I mean, I give a lot of credit to Masato, who's built up a YouTube channel.
I was gonna say him next also.
Like, biggest YouTube channel in the world for poker, as far as I understand, and just this massive Japanese fan base that he's brought up. And
it's
taught
crazy.
the game.
Because sometimes I'll wind up on like that Hendon Mob site and you see like player with the most searches in the past like 30 days or a week, and he's just like blowing away everyone else.
Yeah,
it's like
he'll have playing, people want to watch.
He'll have like 5,000 you know searches in the week, where like second is 1,800 or something.
Yeah, that's crazy. And I mean, Sheena just
how
do you do what she did?
I mean,
how do you go 2-1-1
in 1,000-person fields,
1,000 runner fields? Yeah. Doesn't matter what tournament it is. That's just, you can't do that. That's just not possible.
Well, the only thing, when you start getting to things like that, or you know things like my success in Triton events, you can only agree further that we're living in a simulation. Because
I think the sim would try to be more realistic. I don't know.
I don't know, or maybe not.
If this was a sim, I think the developers would be like, no, come on.
Or maybe it's just set with rules that, you know, people just don't believe enough.
Yeah.
And you've got those few that believe who somehow like make these miracles happen. Now, like if you look at my Triton results, it's like a miracle. No matter how like good I am, how well I execute or something. I think someone extrapolated the numbers of buy-ins and how much like profit anyone was up like in Tritons, and it was something like, I think I'm plus 35 million and second place is plus 11.
Wow.
Pretty absurd.
It's like beyond ridiculous. And then the other stat that was crazy too is like everyone else who was on like the winning side, their average amount of bullets was like 2.3-ish, and mine is 1.3.
I remember talking about the average cash numbers in the past. When I first joined the booth, we watched you, I think, win the 50K here and reduce your average cash.
By a lot, actually, because it was like 2.6 and the win was like 1.3.
Yeah.
That Triton Million really did you good.
Yeah, and then, the Triton Million, the other invitational in London for like 7 was another big one.
Right, Monte Carlo.
Yeah, Monte Carlo for 4.5.
Yeah, that was insane.
The second time I was in Jeju, I had my biggest cash ever back in 2019 too, the same year, the million for like 3 million in that one.
Was that the one you beat Danny Tang heads up?
No, that was Montenegro. In this one, I lost to Tim Adams heads up.
Okay.
We made a deal and played for like a chunk more, and I wound up losing the heads up.
650.
But it's interesting you mentioned like the miracles, if you want to call it a miracle, but you believe in miracles, and I think that's
I guess
you have to believe in
how
it,
can
yeah?
you not in my
Yeah.
seat?
No,
You know, it's like
100%.
like miracles have just like been almost a normal part of my existence. So it's like if I don't believe in them, almost my perspective is like then I would have to be crazy.
Yeah. No, I love that.
Oh
These guys are
baby,
big.
come on.
They've been fighting. These guys
You
have
know,
all been
actually,
fighting.
I like this flat here because he feels like he's been like picking too many spots. Although when you wind up in this like 30 BB range when it's like close, like John really can't find like a 4-bet rip here. I could see both sides of it where like I like the flat and the, although, you know, the King 8 suited doesn't play so well versus, you know, John's ranges of like, you know, even he'll find opens with King 9 off and King 10 off.
That's what I'm thinking is there's a good chunk of offsuit hands we could have cleared out. Not just
Yeah.
the ace, but like the Queen 9, the Jack 10 that we don't interfere with.
Yeah, even if you go for a big 3-bet, you'll clear out like Queen 9 and Queen 10 suiteds even and like some of those hands.
Yeah.
Where I think if he's got like King 10 suited, I like the flat. Or his like King 8 suited, I would have leaned toward. But, you know, he's sitting there like, can I really 3-bet him? Can I really 3-bet again?
I think it's the game flow that slowed him down.
Yeah.
Here. Just like, I feel this hand's good enough to play, but it would just be ridiculous to 3-bet.
Yeah, yeah, he's like, because now they know that I'm not just picking winners.
Yeah.
Well, you say that. Yesterday, you went on that heater where you had queens, jacks, ace, king.
Yeah.
And people felt like you were up to no good,
Yeah.
but you just had the goods.
Because it was a spot where like I would have opened like super wide range, and it's just like kept getting dealt like top 10 hands.
Yeah.
Where it's like in the
That was on the bubble.
It was something like of 10 opens, like the bottom hands of my open were queen, jack off, pocket 8s.
Yeah, I remember the guy ripping pocket 10s on you as well. Wasn't surprised.
Yeah, yeah.
You just got queens. You're like, yeah, cool.
He was surprised when I snapped him. That's for sure. He's like, what's going on here?
See if Chu wants to bet this one. No,
I
I'm going to
like
check this
it.
one down.
Yeah, I like that check back. You know, this could be an interesting one where like
I think Jaffe might get into trouble.
Jaffe
with
could like find the check raise here, I feel like.
Yeah, it could be dangerous. I mean, the 3 is kind of a nothing card, but
yeah,
it's
it is
nice to
the
have an
ace.
ace.
Yeah, the ace is like your one that's like fine, and then because the thing is in John C, for sure he would have bet, you know, his 9-10 already, his set of 8s, his queen jack, his king queen would have found the bet before here almost for sure. Would king jack have found a bet even too? I'd say probably. So now, like, if you find if he bets here, you know, and if you don't put him on flatting these, like, king 8 hands, you're now targeting, like, king 10.
900.
the more I think about it, just spot-wise, I don't love thinking about check raise here, because Chu just very often has 2-pair or a straight.
But he would have bet those at some point, right? Not check down, like, on
I mean,
double flush board on the turn?
I think ace-10 is a reasonable check down, but, you know,
Yeah,
like,
Chu can
like
definitely
said,
have ace-10.
We have the ace, but I think that's a clean fold. It's just there's not that many like king x1 pairs, and there's definitely no weaker
just
pairs
king
that
10.
open the action on the river. It's got to be a king or better, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess then, you can, I guess if we think of like check raise, we want to go for the hammer. Not like a small check raise.
No, it's
like,
got to be like
I'm thinking like
ace-10.
900 to 5 million check raise. And now even like just targeting to get king jack to fold. Let me see. How many levels we got left? How many blinds these guys have? I'm enjoying this.
We've got average stack of 31 bigs. Blinds are about to go up, so it's going to drop down to average stack of around 23 bigs when the big blind goes up to big blind 400k. But yeah, you let us know, mate. I know you've got you got a mystery bounty to go and win.
I think I'm going to go hop in the mystery bounty now because there's only like 2 levels of re-entry left, and this one you want to like have a shot to spin up a stack before that last minute bullet.
All right, mate. Well,
But it's been fun. I would have enjoyed.
Dude, if you get the chance, you've got my number. Do ping me if you want to jump in. It's been so fun having you here.
Exactly. I'll come on again at some point, definitely.
Hopefully we see you lifting title number 6 here in Jeju. You called your shot in the 50K, right?
I think I called the 125.
Oh, the 125. Okay.
I didn't want to go for the main as like, the biggest winner again. I don't want to be greedy.
Just the 125.
The 150 is the biggest buy-in. I don't want to go greedy again. I'll go, right in the middle.
Just picking something reasonable. Just a nice, honest 125K.
Yeah, just a nice, honest, 3 mil up top, not, 4.
Delayed stab rather from Jaffe gets the job done. So he's going to be going into this dinner break with the Chipley, but thanks to the power of production, we're going to splice that delay down. Bryn's going to be jumping out. Kevin and I are going to be back in just a couple of minutes' time. And we're going to continue this 400 battle. It has been a battle as well. Everyone's been going for it, both pre-flop and post-flop. Feels like it's anyone's game. All guaranteed. 447,000 playing for 1.16, and of course the Triton trophy. Bryn, my man, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure having you in the booth, giving us some insights on the theory, what you've been observing at this table, but also just some life experience as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I've loved it for sure. Nice hanging out with you guys.
This has been really fun. I
Definitely.
I love getting a chance to I'm usually the guy with the answers here. I like having a chance to just throw that your direction, be like, you've been at the table this series. Let's hear what's happening.
Yeah, and it was cool. We bounce things off each other also. Where I've said something in a spot where, but then with your response, we even changed the approach and the thinking of it.
Yeah.
Which is so cool about poker also. Shows how great a game it is. Even someone who's, arguably the best or one of the best, sometimes doesn't see things as clear as, they can.
Sure, yeah.
Bryn, it's been a pleasure. Most winningest tournament player of all time, jumping in the booth with us. We're stepping away for 2 minutes. Bryn's going to step out and win that mystery bounty. When we return, be crowning a champion in this 30K. Don't go too far. Continuing coverage of this 30K event number 2 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju. Second final table of the day, Kev. We crown a champion in the 25K. We saw James Mendoza taking down, well, in his first ever Triton event, a title, 1-for-1. And here we are in event number 2. John Jaffe leading the pack with 33 big blinds. Chu currently in second. He's been really getting after it, kind of earned himself that second position. But 23 bigs. Oya, the shortest stack with 15. It feels like it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, certainly over the last frame, Chi Zhenshu really stole the show, at least from our perspective, just making amazing plays, especially in those matchups against Renji Mao. I also don't want to sleep on Masashi Oya. He's been quietly making really good decisions. There were a few plays we were really impressed with from him, but he's been on the wrong side of some small enough pots to hang around, but putting him at the bottom of the leaderboard with 15 blinds.
I honestly feel like this is one of those scenarios with 4 left where blink and you'll miss it. This could be over very quickly because we've seen people willing to step, I don't want to say very out of line, but we've seen some shenanigans so far from pretty much everyone, I want to say, bar Jaffe. Jaffe's just been very consistent and solid. And, you know, if you mistime that misstep, you're out the door. And all it's going to take is a couple of spots for people to just, you know, take it a little bit too far.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I've noticed a general sense of, I don't want to say conservative play, but the big 4-bet jams have not been coming in. A lot of players have been presented with opportunities to make the big 4-bet jam and even just passed by folding.
Yeah.
So a lot of the big confrontations haven't materialized, and we've seen these sort of medium pots for the most part. 3-bet non all in and then a tight fold. 3-bet non all in and then a flat but folding later, right? So if that continues to be the play, we might go on a little bit longer, but 23 big blind average, there's probably going to be some more all-ins at this depth.
Who's your pick? If you had to pick one out, not to put you on the spot, but one of these 4 players, who's impressed? Who you think is going to close this one out?
Honestly, I think Jaffe maintains top position. He hasn't put his chips at risk recklessly. He's been making really good reads and coming with controlled aggression, as I like to call it, from a chip leader. Jaffe's just been solid and impressive. I think he still is the favorite.
Okay, well, Jaffe with the chip lead, going to look to pick up his second title here, and the 1.16 million that comes with it, all currently guaranteed 447,000, and as always, at the Triton series, very top heavy. So as we lose players, the rich will get richer as we throw it down to the main stage once more. Looking to play down to a champion in the next couple of levels or so. Well, I say next couple of levels, like I said, it could take a couple of orbits. You never know in these things. Live from the Landing Casino in Jeju, Shinhwa World. Four players remain. Had the pleasure of having Bryn Kenny in the booth with us.
You were loving that, yeah?
That was really cool, yeah.
I mean, obviously covered a lot of ground, but Bryn just... He brings a perspective that I appreciate that doesn't get talked about a lot on this side of the booth, on this side of the screen, this side of the table.
Yeah.
We're on this side of something.
I think I'm like also just starting to dabble in a few of the concepts that he was talking about. So it was really cool to just have like a.
Definitely thought you were going to say mushrooms, but.
Well, that. But no, all jokes aside, I think he has a really unique perspective on life.
Yeah. Okay. They sell these space. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine that's pretty pricey.
Close one for Oya right away. And I don't mean with respect to folding, but for 15 blinds, you could open jam.
All right.
And that is what he chooses. No chips left behind either. Oh, and Jaffe's woken up.
Can't blame Oya at all.
Four-handed, big blind ante in play. There's really nothing else to do.
All in.
Ace-9 a bit too strong to raise fold.
Fuck, close. Oh, fuck.
Wow, Renji was praying that Jeju would wake up with aces, just have like a three-way collision. As it stands, 70% of the time, we're going to be three-handed and we're going to have a runaway chip leader in Jonathan Jaffe as he hunts his second title rather. And the 1.1 million that comes with it. Sashi looking for some clubs, spades. Clubs, spades, or a 9. Doesn't find any help on the 7-4-3. Some opportunities now. 3 or a 4 would chop it. Win back half the pot. A 9 would seal it. Everything else sees him out the door. 1 pull to stay alive in this 30K.
Easy.
Cool, that was close.
Good game.
8 of hearts.
Okay, starts
no
to
good. GG's, Masashi Oya. Really did impress. Kind of earned himself a shot at actually taking this one down with his well-timed aggression throughout the final table. Managed to get himself to four-handed.
ICM ends three-handed, right? Then it's just, ICM is over at three-handed? Yeah. That's fine.
Took a profitable jam spot. As Kevin mentioned, with the big blind ante, had to be done. Just unfortunate timing to run into the ace-queen of Jaffe. So, with that, we're down to 3. As Masashi heads to collect 447,000. The remaining 3 are guaranteed 551K. Jaffe has 49 of the 69 big blinds in play.
Talked about the influence on Japanese poker, Masashi Oya. Not to discredit his influence on Japanese viewership and poker playing enthusiasm. He's #1 on Japan's all-time money list. Do believe that cash puts him over the 10 million mark on his total live earnings worldwide. Very difficult player to square off against. Jaffe now, just with the min raise. And Chu flatting the ace-5 off. Surprising choice out of the small blind. I think 3-betting feels like the better option. This is going to be weird for Renji. Deuce is normally a hand you would feel good about jamming in late position, but I don't think he expects Chu's small blind flat to be this light, Henry.
Hence the call. Going 6-1, looking for a duck. But yeah, Chu making things awkward for everyone. Jack 9-3. Chu and JJ remain unpaired. And perhaps an opportunity for Jaffe to take this away here.
Don't think he's going to love the look of Jack 9-3. Once Chu flats the small blind, you expect suited broadways. You expect maybe ace-jack, ace-9 suited, hands that connect pretty well. Not surprised to see him give that one up. If there's an opportunity here, I think Jaffe would need to get check 2 again on this turn. And he very well might.
2.8 out there. Renji's going to check it over as well. So
King of Diamonds feels attractive. Jaffe doesn't even think about it, though. I mean, I'm sure he thought about it as the action was being checked over to him, but quickly decides not to bluff.
And now what are we doing? Are we really going to let Renji show down these deuces and win?
I mean, there's a very real chance that's what is about to happen. I would like to see Jaffe bluff at this one. It's extremely credible that he has, let's say, pocket tens, ace nine.
What size would you go with?
Well, when we're three ways, you don't want to get too out there with the big sizes. Sure, we could have queen 10 or pocket eights, but yeah, he comes with like 40%, and I like this. 40%'s a pretty big size in a three-way pot.
Nice.
Just gonna work. No resistance.
Perfectly executed from Jaffe.
Do think he's a bit fortunate that Chu didn't try to bluff at that one himself. There was the same opportunity presented to him on the river, but decided to play that one carefully, and Jaffe pounces.
If I jam pre-flop.
Close.
Close. What you have? Pocket pair.
Oh, you win. And ace 5 off.
You're not calling.
I almost 3-bet him on pre-flop.
Yeah.
Chu being honest.
Yeah.
Chu honest about his hand, and Jaffe noticing.
Almost.
No, I meant free.
That's information that's valuable in this moment to Jaffe. So he knows that's an out-of-line call in the small blind. Okay. We've got a mystery hand, Henry.
Little mystery hand. Is this our first one of the day?
First since we've joined, at least.
Against these two as well. Now Renji just gets to watch from the sidelines and just hope for a massive collision. Queen, queen 6, couple of spades.
Does feel like a standard spot to start with aggression. Almost always, even though ace-8 doesn't accomplish a lot, you've just got the chip leader range in the big blind, so much trash. Of course, there's the threat of getting check raised, and something tells me that's the path we're headed down. Paired board. Jaffe going to be defending plenty of queen X. We're only 20 blinds deep, so any queen is good enough to check raise and start putting money in.
We check raising a hand like 6x here, or some backdoor hearts?
I think those hands, like if you have 7-6 here or something,
yeah,
this size is small enough that check raise and then maybe slow down on the turn could be the play. Or check raise and only bet the turn if it's a low offsuit card or something like that. But this is barely 2.5x, 2.3. Really can't fold ace high, especially with a backdoor flush draw. Chu's gonna float.
4.5 in the middle. Renji is salivating at the idea of getting heads up here without even being involved. Double paired board now.
The 6 is interesting. A lot of players in Jaffe's shoes here will just check at a very high frequency because part of your value, the 6, is now less credible, right? It's harder for you to have what you're claiming to have had on the flop. And all your bluffs are just dead now against a number of combos. Chu could have a 6, Chu could have a queen. So if you were bluffing a flush draw, you're dead.
900?
But Jaffe keeps firing.
What was that? Quarter pot? 20%?
This just, it tracks with a 6. from my point of view. But if I'm playing this hand as Chu, I'm pretty suspicious of this bet. It feels like a flush draw is trying to buy a river. Problem is you have a heart and a spade in your hand. So it's a little bit more difficult for Jaffe to have a flush draw.
Jaffe's sick enough to know that as well, and to deliberately size that way with a full house, right?
Oh, for sure.
He could
have a queen or a 6 and just think the best way to keep in ace high is to bet really small here.
6.3 in the middle. Both flush draws brick. Less than pot behind for Zhi Chu. We're up against the mystery hand.
I have to say, even for an aggressive player who's searching for bluffs, this is a very difficult spot to find a river bluff. Unless you're willing to pull the trigger with a missed flush draw.
3 million?
Non all in.
I love this size from Jaffe. Pot is, you know, going all in would have been pot. You're not only betting quite large, but you're putting Chu at risk of busting in third. As Renji just sits there and collects his massive pay jump. Difference between third and second, $230,000. So it's hard for Chu to call the river with anything less than a full house if you go all in. So when Jaffe has a 6 or a queen here and he's trying to get paid, this is what he needs to do. He needs to leave some chips back for Chu.
What do we think, chat? Has Jaffe got the goods? Let us know. We're going to find out either way, whether Chu calls or folds. We will reveal the mystery hand. Does that look like a man that's bluffing? Or based on the line that he's taken, has he got the goods? What do you think? This went open button, big blind defend. Flop, check, bet 500k, check raise to 1.1 million, call, turn, board pairing 6. Jaffe fired again for 20% pot, just 900k into 4.5, and now on the 9 of diamonds brick river. He hasn't asked for all of it. He's asked for half of Chu's remaining 6 million.
I do think if Jaffe's bluffing, the most likely hands to follow through are low hearts, which makes the hand that Chu has, although I consider it kind of unattractive in general as a bluff catcher, it's not bad. I don't think it interferes too much.
Unattractive because of the suits, if I'm not mistaken, right? Having
yeah,
the heart
I
and
mean,
the spade.
Having just an 8 in general doesn't do much for you, and having the 8 of spades might remove bluffs, but kind of feel like Jaffe would be more willing to bluff it across 3 streets with low hearts. So once you face the river bet, once you're here, I don't mind the hero call.
Chu has been so impressive throughout this final table. You can just tell he really thinks things through. Case in point here, using multiple time banks. You know what they say, think long, think wrong. See if he can make another solid decision here. It would practically tie him for the chip lead. If he calls and is right, of course. We don't know. Jaffe takes down this pot. He's going to be up to 24 million. Chu's going to let it go. Jaffe with the king 4 of hearts.
That's nasty.
Woo, baby. JJ getting it done. What a disgusting, savage bluff. The sizings as well. Just like min click check raise flop. 20% turn. Third pot on the river, giving your opponent 4-1 on a call.
Yeah.
4-1 on a call, and it gets through. Wow. Jonathan Jaffe, take a bow, my friend. Now has 2/3 of the chips in play.
And a disgusting spot now for Renji and Chu, locked up 15 big blinds each against the overwhelming chip lead Jaffe. This is a high ICM spot. Now, with that said, pocket 10's on the button. This is a hand that's happy to go. Just a min raise. Renji doesn't mind playing pots against Chu. It's a funny ICM scenario where one of these players never wants to get busted by Jaffe and let the other survive, but if they can eliminate their opponent, immediate pay jump.
Oh, baby. Hold on, boys. This amount of money out there, 2.2 million in the middle, stack to pot ratio of 2.
Renji puts out the one chip.
Damn. That's the
and
longest
then
I've seen somebody hold that it's just the one.
remembers to put out the rest of his bet.
Chu could pounce here.
I wouldn't mind a check raise, but I think we want to keep it small, similar to what Jaffe did the previous hand.
1 million?
Goes 1 million. This is small enough that, in general, I think we can feel like we're going to see a turn, but Renji just
You got a 7?
snap jams. Pocket 10's 10 of clubs, just wants to run it. This got in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, Chu snapped it off. Renji snap asking if you got a 7, given how quickly the money went in the middle.
I mean, once you raise the flush draw, you know that this is what has to happen. You're not excited.
Can we? 8-8. I'll take a chop.
230k difference between third and second. That's how much money is on the line in the form of immediate pay jumps here. Chu's been so impressive. Would be sad to see him go, but it is looking likely with one card to come. He needs help, and he needs it fast. Jack or a club. Doesn't find it. Bricks is draw. They're just going to check and make it official. It is close, but we don't get it wrong here at Triton. At least not from my memory. Dita's just going to confirm and make it official. But I believe the stage has been set, Kevin. We're going to be heads up. Jonathan Jaffe will be squaring off against Renji Mao, who came third in this very event earlier this year.
Appreciate it.
Li Zheng Chu. What an impressive performance from him.
Yeah.
I want to keep an eye on this guy. Showed up here for his first Triton series. Started things off with the Triton 1 events. Had a 3rd place finish in the 20k high roller. Didn't cash the 25k WPT Global Slam, but picking up a 6-figure score here in the 30k. I got a funny feeling, Kev, we're going to be seeing more of this young man. But for now, our attention will be focused on the heads-up match between Jonathan Jaffe and Renji Mao. They're both guaranteed 782,000. Jaffe going to be coming in with a 2-1 chip lead. And, well, we've got ourselves a deep heads-up battle here. Average stack, 46 big blinds. That's what we want, Kev. We want you here in the booth.
I'm excited.
Yeah?
Henry, I mean, I get to watch my friend Jonathan Jaffe, who used to play Heads Up No Limit as an exclusive specialty. I mean, he loves this format. I know he loves live tournaments, of course, but this is John's game, and he gets a chance to play it on a big stage against a very capable opponent in Renji Mao, who's, you know, I don't want to say has been bailed out in the last little bit, but we saw him sliding.
He was
near the
sliding.
end of the last frame, and, you know, he picked up a couple of good hands and played them well, but it was no guarantee that he was going to be sitting here fighting for a trophy.
Well, they both came into this final table first and second in chips, and here they are, heads up, battling for a trophy and the 1.1 million that it comes with. We're going to step aside for about 10 minutes. Don't go too far, because when we return, one of these two remaining players is going to be heading home with that 7-figure prize. We'll see you very shortly.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Having king 6 off, and he like he loses the pot like in this one. But then, you know, it was too. If you were featuring my table, it would have been perfect, because actually after that happened, I gave him some in-game coaching and told him why he destroyed himself there.
Nice. That we actually caught. We caught that part, but we had to reverse engineer what happened in the hand that you guys were talking about.
And I think like too many people, you know, they take it too serious of like, you know, they need to get every edge like possible, where I see it in a different way. You know, this guy's clearly an amateur player who's playing here for fun. You know, clearly like the difference of skill between me and him, or him and a professional, is massive. So if you could give someone, you know, a little, you know, push on like their journey of growth inside of poker, they're going to have more fun doing it. And then if he has fun, you know, his friends are going to be interested in playing. You know, if he wins a tournament, people who watch who are from the same country are going to be more interested in playing. So I feel like we need more of that like approach where people, players care as much or more about growing the game as they do about, you know, winning an extra 1 BB in like a spot.
Well, Pack got it in good. That's all you can ask for in London. Like, I feel on edge all the time.
Oh my God, London is turning into a disaster.
Yeah, no.
And I've loved London, like going in to visit and staying there for a bit. Even like an ex-girlfriend of mine had a place there for a bit, so I was spending a good amount of time there.
No, I understand.
It's like the Wild West out there now.
Getting pretty crazy. It's pretty dangerous out here in these waters as well. Chu with the kings in the big blind. He's playing 15 bigs.
I would like to see a defend here.
He might be thinking non-all in again. He's gone for the small 3-bet already once at this final table.
1-1 or something, he said, I think. Yeah.
Renji getting 3-bet again. See how patient he is in the face of this.
Yeah, this is one of those where it's like frustrating to see, but you've got to, you know that the guy is like super strong.
Well, too late. He announced all in.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Snapped off. I like that you pointed out the patience, Kevin, because it
I think
felt
that's
like
what it was.
I guess good 3-bet with kings. I was just going for getting a few more bets of the defend.
No, it felt like the implosion, if you will, was long
Which is so
overdue.
interesting because he's up chips at the final table. So I mean, it's like getting frustrated for nothing.
On the come.
He's been 3-bet like what? This was the 4th time he got 3-bet.
It's just
Is
this
it that
scenario.
often?
Yeah, it's the
Something
4th
about
time.
this scenario. I don't know if it was always this player. Certainly is.
No, it was like
spread
Oya was
across the table.
Oya was the first one. Who else
Yeah.
even 3-bet him? You
Yeah.
sure? I think you're picking up some other people's 3-bets and adding it to his. Because this is only the second one that I could think of him getting
I remember
3-bet.
calling it out. I just don't remember who it was.
We'll go back through, but
Maybe it was a few, but I mean, this clearly looks like a frustrated move.
Yeah.
Or like thinking that the big blind's got like some 3-bet folds here, which I think is quite hopeful.
They always have it the second time.
And that guy, he had it the first too, right?
He also had it the first time.
Especially too when you look at like the stacks and he starts the hand with 17 BB.
Records are getting broken.
I'm waiting for the first invitational in Asia. I'm surprised, that there's not one over here because I think Jeju's got the most recreational players of anywhere by far. I think it would make some of the people who aren't here but leaning towards like a higher buy-in to come on trips would also come here. So I was actually expecting the first Asian invitational to be on this trip and was surprised that it wasn't. So I would be much more excited for a invitational happening in Jeju than I am of the Bahamas.
Oh, Ramin with the snap call.
cards on
If we think of the last Bahamas invitational, I'd say it had the most fake VIPs of any invitational that's ran.
Thanks, Bryn.
I'm just here to give my honest feedback.
Let's keep it real.
I wear my heart on my sleeve. Nothing else I could do.
Love the honesty. Some honest poker being played here, blind v blind.
This is some honest poker for sure. Like clear shove in the small, clear call in the big.
Dang, looking on.
Which is actually going to even, whichever way this goes, it's going to even the stacks around a bit in this 4 to 5-handed play.
Well, Oya,
or five.
Oya will be down
5 to 6.
What, 6 bigs if you can't convert this.
Yeah, it winds up putting the 2nd through 4th in a pretty close range. Whoever wins this hand is close to Chu and Renji.
Renji 1 card away from doubling up. Needs to fade 6 outs once. Oh, Queen of Diamonds. Corner pocket. We're down to 5. The reigning champion took down this event at the last stop. Out in 6th. Didn't feel like that one was coming. I don't know. Queen of Diamonds just like that, out of nowhere, making an appearance when it mattered most. The GF going home with 268,000, and with that means we're down to 5. Everyone guaranteed 353,000.
Yes, never stopped. So I feel like, I was just in this non-stop training where of course when you look at life, it's such a balance. So of course if you're putting so much into one aspect and performing so well, these other aspects of your life, maybe you're falling a bit apart and you really don't have a grasp on them at all.
So my takeaway from what you're saying, there's 2 things. So the mind goes where the energy flows, or the energy goes where the mind goes. And the second one is your biggest goal in life is to become the highest version of yourself. You're not competing against anyone else. It's just you against you. Am I right in saying that? Yeah. I love that, man. Yeah, that's really cool.
And the thing is, I'm happy for other people's success also. I think it's, you know, we're
That's huge.
We're
That's
we're
huge.
almost like ingrained into thinking a way that like we're like trying to climb a mountain and there's only one spot at the top on that mountain.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of like the system in life is like pushing that way of thinking onto you, where I just believe it's not really true. And like what I love is I love, you know, giving someone a rope, you know, showing them a way up the mountain or to help them reach a higher version of themselves. Like you see, you know, at the tables, I give people honest feedback. Even, you know, in this 5's hand, there's no reason like for my own benefit that I tell this guy the thing. It's just I enjoy it.
High tides raise all ships, or whatever they're saying. It's
Yeah.
like there's enough for everyone to go around. Yeah, I like that, man. I really enjoyed that. All in here, by the way. 5 left. Clement jamming on the bottom for his final 8 bigs. Renji side calling it off. Didn't love the spot, but he's taken the profitable one when it's been presented to him. Let's see if Clement can convert this.
Yeah, I know this
wow.
is coming. Is it Jack 9? Okay.
Renji feels like it's coming. They're flipping. King, Jack, 9, 8 needed for Clement to jump into the lead. Doesn't find it on the turn. Renji just looking to hold with ace high to get us down to 4 players.
Small card.
There's the hold. Fades the world of outs. And we're going to lose America's Clement Deng, who, as always, impressed. GG's, my man. 353,000 going his way. Taking his... Kevin, your turn to shine, my man. We are heads up, your specialty. You're excited for this because it's obviously the first heads up opportunity you and I have had in the booth. And it's a deep stacked heads up match. 46 big blind average. It's not one of those shove fests.
Yeah.
We're going to get to see some post-flop play between Jonathan Jaffe and Renji Mao. Jaffe coming in with a 2-1 chip lead. But look, just because he's got the chip lead doesn't mean that Renji is down and out. He has shown some serious fight. He's willing to dig his heels in when it matters. And yeah, there's a lot of money on the line, of course. 782,000 is what is currently locked up. 1.162 million for the champion. And of course, a trophy, a Triton trophy nonetheless. What can we expect? I mean, at this stack depth, is there anything that immediately comes to mind for you, or what are we thinking strategy-wise?
I mean, what I'm looking for early on in this match is I'm looking to see if Renji Mao is going to bring the fight that you're referring to, Henry. I mean, in the later stages of that frame, 4-handed, 5-handed, we saw not an unwillingness to put chips in, but, you know, I'm going to open raise, face a 3-bet, and immediate release. I'm going to c-bet, face a check raise, immediate release. If he brings that kind of energy against John Jaffe here, very experienced heads-up player, fighting for every pot, trying to find ways to win every pot, it's going to be a rough battle for Renji.
It's interesting you mentioned Jaffe's experience as a heads-up player, because I'm just receiving word from producer James Dempsey. A deal has been struck before the heads-up match has even started.
Okay.
So Jaffe locking up $1,021,000. Renji locking up $882,000. They're playing for 40K and the trophy. Respect being shown here?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, respect on one side, just for the money. This is a $380,000 heads-up match before the deal is made, right? 2 players who we don't often see at the end stages of this tournament. I'm sure an opportunity to speak numbers was relieving to both players, but I don't know what happened in that conversation. I have to think John Jaffe, you know, goes into there feeling like he has the upper hand in a negotiation because of all that experience, and I'm sure Renji agrees.
So, deal made.
1 million.
But that doesn't mean...
1.25.
Well, I was about to say, it doesn't mean chips are just going to go flying. Hand number 1.
Big hands.
Ace-3 against 9s.
And Jaffe, you know, showing the restraint that's necessary in this spot. Heads up, 30 big blinds doesn't mean you just pile it in with your suited ace. You don't generate a lot of folds from better hands with this hand class, so limp call is appropriate.
Oh, my. Jack 8-3. Bottom pair and nut flush draw.
Yeah, okay.
For JJ.
And pocket nines, you know, normally might feel a little uncomfortable out of position on this kind of board. Still a very strong hand in the context of heads up limp call. Does decide to c-bet, and I would expect Jaffe to continue to just call in position. Once again, he's not going to fold out better hands very often with a raise. Just try to realize his equity.
Safe turn for Renji, although not thrilled about another overcard, now losing to hands like Queen 10.
Certainly, yeah. This is a card that will slow down both players, I believe. The Queen very much in Jaffe's range. The check behind definitely not implying that the pocket nines are good either. A Jack could arrive here, Queen 9 could check behind the turn. Now another overcard on the river. I expect this to just go to showdown. Jaffe thinking it through, but yeah, a pair is just too much hand to bluff with and heads up. Bit of a relief for Renji if he had any nerves coming into playing this heads up to take down the first one.
And also to secure that deal, right? Just like to have most of the money locked up, playing for 40K,
yeah,
removing that pressure.
Regardless, an opportunity for Renji to win his first trophy. He only plays in Jeju at the Triton series since 2024. 3 trips out here. And seeing the limp from the 3-deuce offsuit, by the way, a good sign from my point of view about Renji's awareness of this format. Big blind ante heads up, you cannot fold the button. At least not at 35 big blinds effective. So limping and folding to the raise, definitely the correct play.
Got Kevin Rebachow. Rebachow? Bit of a stutter there.
That's not me. Yeah.
Kevin Rebachow.
You're thinking of some other guy.
In the booth. Alongside me, heads up, no limit specialist and coach. If I'm not mistaken, widely sought after for big final tables in the form of like heads up coaching.
It's definitely come up. Did a little prep with our friend Espen back when he won the main event in 2022.
Casual 10 mil. If I'm not mistaken, also putting content out on your socials, like dissecting some of the hands for Triton.
I have.
Some of the heads up ones, that one Arthur against Foxen, I really enjoyed that back in Montenegro.
That was a great one, yeah. Yeah, I enjoy that format.
Yeah, I like
doing
having
the
you here in the booth.
quick hand reviews. This is fun.
For heads up. I don't like it the rest of the time, but
8-2.
Is folding a button. I was giving him credit after the 3-deuce offsuit limp. 8-deuce offsuit, still a winning limp in this format. Even when Jaffe's playing aggressively, it might be a little bit of discouragement, like, oh, the last time I limped, I got raised. Then Jaffe comes over with the 2.7x or whatever it was, raise on the button. He's leaning aggressive in his pre-flop play thus far, but reasonably so. I don't think there's anything reckless about Jaffe's pre-flop game. You can see that here with the ace-5 suited limp. Probably again planning to limp call.
top pair for JJ, complete.
I don't want to
With
see
Ferengi doesn't even waste time. I like how the pace of play,
Was
by
that the
the
ones?
way. Playing fast. Can you tease anything that you're doing with Triton? I know we had a chat with Nadia the other day about some content. What are you going to be doing? You're going to be breaking down some of like the heads up heads-up stages. Breaking down some hands from a theory point of view.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to flag the hands that happen over the course of heads-ups during this Triton series.
Very nice.
Some perhaps for individual review, some perhaps for, highlights of the series. But yeah, that format has been fun for me. I used to make long-form training videos and, in the snappy world that we live in, maybe a 1-minute hand review, a little more accessible than a 45-minute series review.
Yeah, listening to you speak for 45 minutes.
That'd be brutal, right? I mean, let alone 2 hours, like some of our dedicated viewers have been doing tonight.
Someone in the chat asking, why does a deal need to be made? Well, out of respect for your opponent that,
And things can change quick. I mean, Jaffe 2-1 chip lead coming in, no guarantee that that's going to hold up for long.
Yeah, and just an opportunity for Jaffe to lock up, 250K more than second place. I mean, that's just huge.
Yeah.
3.5.
Okay. Renji choosing the right type of hand to go for the non-all-in 3-bet. It's 9 big blinds or so. This is kind of chunky, but ace-4 offsuit is not a clear fold. Has he jammed?
He has indeed.
Wow, just finds it.
Big pickup there for JJ, chopping away at the legs of Mao-RNG, taking, a quarter of his stack uncontested.
I really like that from John. I mean, no surprise to see him executing well in this format, but, ace-4 off, kind of bottom of range, continue in that situation. It's tempting to play it cautious and just flat. But if he's got any indication that Renji is going to have too many bluffs, not enough value, just goes for the immediate win. Take it down pre-flop. Don't give your opponent any chance to realize equity. Now 7 deuce off. He's had 3 deuce off, 7 deuce off, and 8 deuce off in the first 5 buttons that he's played.
I have 3 folding hands in a row. Deuce 8, deuce 7, deuce 3. I chose to play deuce 3.
He's right that he had those hands. I wouldn't call them folding hands though. Limping hands, maybe. Get in there, take a flop.
Jaffe with the dominating 9-8.
800.
Interesting to see him come with min here.
Yeah, as the stacks have gotten shallower, Jaffe scaling back his sizing a little bit. Just 20 blinds effective now. We were 35 a few moments ago.
Flush draw. RNG.
This is very...
Check.
Yeah, on brand for Jaffe to find checkbacks in spots where a lot of people just show a relentless aggression. He's choosing one of those hands that's just 2 of the worst cards on this board, hoping for a chance to bluff later. But he's turned a gutter. 9-8, pretty strong in this spot. We expect to be good even if we hit an 8 or a 9. So add those to the anticipated outs. Ace of hearts. I like this check. I was wondering if Renji would find it. Because imagine he has a 7 that was value betting the turn, his most common hand in this situation. A 7 has to check this river. So many ace-x hands in Jaffe's range. And he did induce a bluff. And his hand is strong enough to check raise. It's a little uncomfortable with the low flush, because Jaffe could absolutely have king high hearts or queen high hearts and check back the flop. But it's just way more common for Jaffe to have an ace. I think there's there's value to be gotten by check raising.
Cheeky little check this.
Works out perfect against Jaffe's strategy here as well. Not every player will even show up to this river with bluff candidates. But when you're playing a capable opponent like this, they've got bluffs mixed into every line. This works out even better.
There is the check raise to 4 million. Jaffe hasn't folded yet.
I know, you never know on rivers if this is just a bit of Hollywooding. And given the amount of observation that Jaffe's showing right now, I think this is information gathering more than anything else. I don't believe that Jaffe intends to make a rebluff here, but I don't want to rule it out. Does just fold. Just the dedicated stare down. First opportunity there to really look at Renji in an uncomfortable river spot, concealing, and try to pick something up, try to get an impression.
How cool is that? Close up of the trophy.
Thank you.
Well, Renji earning back the chips that he lost with that ill-timed 3-bet earlier on. Love it. Deep stacked heads up for a trophy and 7 figures. Just warming up here in Jeju. What was it? That's day 3 for us already. God damn.
Day 3.
Day 3. 2 final tables today. We saw James Mendoza ship the 25K WPT Global Slam earlier for a career best of 1.5 million. Here we are, second final table of the day. Jonathan Jaffe squaring off against Renji Mao. Worth mentioning, doing a little Triton merchandise giveaway over on my Instagram if you want to go and check that out. Shout out to Triton, by the way, for reposting that. Appreciate them getting involved. But yeah, if you want to win some Triton merch for free and support a good cause, head on over to my IG, get involved. As Renji makes the call here.
Raise was to 1.7 there, not 700 as shown. So we are playing a slightly larger pot than what you're currently looking at. I believe it's 3.9 in the middle. Jaffe not necessarily incentivized to bet at this flop. The queen high board is going to do fairly well for Renji on the button, but he's flopped about as nothing as he could with that Jack-8 offsuit. And Jaffe's just going to take it down with no contest.
Paul G pointing out that Jaffe's got 1 title, Renji looking for his first. That is true. As it stands, Jaffe, a favourite to pick up title number 2 here, has 70% of the chips in play. Bigger chip leads have been lost in the past.
What's the worst you've ever commentated on? Biggest lead you've seen slip away?
Danny Tang against Mikita Badziakowski, Madrid 2022.
You remember it well.
I do, yeah. It was like 22-1 chip lead for Danny Tang.
22?
22-1 chip lead for Danny.
Oh my.
And it was interesting because this is before Jason had 12 titles. Back then, the story was Mikita and Jason. They both had 3 titles going into Madrid.
And so that was an opportunity for Mikita to be the title leader.
It was, if I'm not mistaken, Makita obviously ended up winning that, turning it around against DT. Danny had no titles as well, so this is before Danny had 5 titles. You know, Ivan Liao Player of the Year winner, all of those accolades. You know, since then he's obviously done an insane amount of work. But back then, yeah, 3 titles apiece. Makita wins.
Yeah.
He pulls ahead. Now, obviously, the big news is like Makita, most winningest, most titles at the Triton Series, beating Danny Tang heads up. And then I want to say it was the last event of the series. Jason was having a brutal series. I think he had gone like 0 for 10, bricked everything, or maybe like throw in 1 min cash. And then he ships the 150K, like last tournament of the series, ties it 4 apiece. And it's just like, wow, this is just... You know, and obviously since then, Jason has just ran away with it. I mean...
Yeah.
But that was the storyline back then. It was Jason and Makita, and
Jaffe just jamming the Queen 4 suited against Limp. He's been pretty relentless pre-flop. Sub 20 big blinds now with the increase to 500K. Yeah, I can see why that one stuck with you, Henry. That's...
Yeah. Yeah, it was in the 50K. That's right, yeah. Makita shipped that for 1.3 million, and then so he pulled ahead. And then, yeah, like the second to last tournament, 150K short deck, Jason just wins it for 1.75 million. And he beats like an insane field as well. Dan Voris in second, Ike Haxton in third, Greenwood in fourth, Seth Davies in fifth,
wow.
Jungle Man in sixth. Like, just a bunch of absolute killers.
That's a short deck final table.
That was a short deck final table, yeah. No, that was
weird one here
epic.
for Jaffe. He's limped the button. Queen 10 off, 18 effective. Renji goes for the jam with King Deuce off. I like this find from the offsuit King.
I'll take it.
And Jaffe knows it's close. I think Queen Jack offsuit is a call in this depth. Queen 10 a fold. But that's strict theory.
No snap call you behind.
Renji just
I wanted to see
straight
if
up
Ren was smiling
lying.
or not.
Jaffe could absolutely slow call something like King 8 suited. Might want to verify that.
Or maybe it is, and the graphic is just off because of the big blind ante.
Yeah, could be. I heard 7-5. That
Yeah.
could be the additional 500 already posted.
So Queen Jack were in, Queen 10, the line
snap
finds
call
the
you
fold.
behind. Uh-oh.
Show the deuce. It's a good line with King Deuce off.
Thought I saw a king. You saw a king? I thought I saw, I said. Oh. I don't know.
Ah, laser eyes.
If you see a king, you would like to call more or not? It's hard to say. Sorry? Yep.
How did he see that king, man? These guys have got laser eyes.
Fully across the table, too. Giving it a think with the 6-3-0 out of position. Going for another bluff isolation here. I think the 10-8 is good enough for Renji to see a flop. He called the Jack-8 earlier. Very similar hand class. He is going to take a flop.
Kevin, obviously we're very early into this heads up. What we've seen, maybe 10 hands or so. Is there anything kind of sticking out? Anything that you've spotted that you would be like paying attention to if you're in either player's seat?
I think Renji has played a touch tight against aggression. Not by a large margin, but just like fringy weak hands that should be thinking about doing something, not doing it. And I think from Jaffe's point of view, he's seen it as like, oh, this guy's way too tight. So what I believe I'm noticing right now is Jaffe shifting far in the direction of, I'm going to run this guy over. And Renji, not necessarily deserving of such a shift, you know, like just playing fractionally too tight in some small spots. But because they've all happened in quick succession at the beginning of this match, it looks like he's able to get run over here.
Yeah. Well, here he is floating with the 10-8. 5.7 out there now. Ace of diamonds on the turn. Is it safe to say that Renji never has an ace in this spot?
It's pretty close, yes. There's a few aces that can limp call at this depth. If he had something like ace-6 suited or ace-8 suited or something, he might just decide to limp call. And that actually makes Jaffe's low cards kind of a nice bluff. Renji really has to put on the cape to be able to do anything against this play. I love the turn barrel from Jaffe. It's so hard for Renji. This is like, they've dealt him an impossible spot to play defense as someone who hasn't seriously studied heads up.
Terrible turn for who? Terrible turn card for me. Might have saved you.
Saved him from what? Guy just got bluffed. Both players just... I'm a fan of the post-mortem speech play happening in both directions.
Jaffe with the trap. Limping in the ace-king suited. Renji down to 12 bigs.
Yeah, 12, 13 blinds effective. You do want to play mostly limps on the button. This is a very typical trap for Jaffe. But just another spot where Renji has flopped nothing. And, well, I was going to say it's going to be bet and take it, but here's Jaffe with the quick check back with top. Turns him dead. Isn't going to matter.
Yeah, looking to charge some single heart type holdings, get value from a 4 or a 9. Unable to do so, unfortunately, for him.
Well, it's not quite 22-1, but the lead is getting
50.
Very significant. 32 million to 5.
6-1 chip lead. It ain't over until Renji or Jaffe have 0% equity next to their name with all of their chips in the middle. Wow, Jaffe is
just keeps coming.
Next time.
I'm honestly a bit surprised even.
Keep getting deuces. Even the hand I jam against him, I have a deuce. His bluffing hand beats
fellow
me.
countryman, Ren Lin.
Oh no, you shoved queen 2 suited? King 2 suited, okay. offsuit.
Wow.
It's the best hand I get.
It's fair.
Rand's telling him to jam blind. Not sure about that.
Down under 10 blinds right now. King 9 offsuit. Bit of a monster. Just jam with the offsuit King 9 and clear out the equity. It's hard to run someone over now that we're this short.
I have less
Because
tricks than I get into this final table.
Suspect Renji knows the numbers on
Meaning I'm an ICM genius, right?
just what hands to call all in with, what hands to open jam with. These more familiar to every tournament player. Finds the open limp with jacks, and Jaffe might, wow, he's either got incredible sense for what Renji's up to right now, or this is just a bit of luck that the King 6 off, a very reasonable jam against limp, decides to check quickly right as Renji picks up jacks and open limps the button.
I mean, as you kind of anticipated before the start of this heads-up match, we were expecting a Jaffe clinic, given his extensive history playing this format.
Still too much hand to fold on 8-3 deuce rainbow. King high and a little backdoor straight draw.
Is this trouble for Jonathan with king high on this paired board now?
The 3 is kind of interesting. I like checking it over. Sometimes you see the big blind taking the lead on these cards, but in this setup, I think 3x advantage actually goes to Renji. Open limp the button will happen a lot with offsuit 3s.
Having the 6 is bad, not to state the obvious, but I feel like you'd rather hero call king 7 here.
Yeah, and even just something like queen 10, just like 2 overs that are clean but still have showdown value. We'd rather call with these hands than a king 5, king 6 type holding. I think this is where Jaffe can get away. I don't want to oversimplify it. King high is a big hand on this board. Little reaction there.
Yeah.
From Renji.
What are you reading into that?
I mean, it looks comfortable, right? I mean, being willing to break posture right after your turn bet gets called, it feels strong. I mean, I'm looking at his whole cards, Henry, but I do think
it's interesting, these observations that, you know, Kenny pointed out, that you've been pointing out. Some of the things that you guys are paying attention to.
It's one thing, you know, some players are expressive with variety, right? Like expressive in a way where it's hard to keep track of what all the movements mean. But if you're someone who shifts frequently from stoic to relaxed, you're putting out the possibility of a pattern, right? It gives some information. And this may be a moment where Jaffe's going to think back to that observation he laid as he got check raised on the river. Just another chance to observe his opponent. See if from his point of view, Renji looks comfortable.
Oh, he's called it off.
Oh, he's going to be upset to see. Something felt off to him.
Wow.
And sometimes that energy that comes from, you know, Renji might have been excited that he got dealt such a big hand on the button. He limped. Jaffe clearly interpreting it as nervous energy, you know.
Jaffe trying to be a hero.
Yeah.
Ill-timed as, well, we go back to a 2-1. A little bit more, 2.5 to 1 chip lead.
Bit of a misstep there. Playing fast and loose, perhaps, with his big lead. Jaffe trying to get it over with. It was a clean knockout. I'm going to go another round.
1.1.
So the show goes on. Average stack 37 big blinds. What the viewers saying? How we doing, chat? Hope you're enjoying the show. 2 final tables today. Saw Mendoza ship the 25k WPT Global Slam for 1.5 million. These two made a deal. Jaffe's locked up just over $1 million. Mal's locked up 880 or so. Playing for 40. And for 40k in the trophy.
Jack 9 here. One of those hands you have to continue with the backdoor hearts in the context of this spot. It's a good sign to me that Renji's willing to continue here, but it's bad news for him that he's run into King 10 with a covering heart, no less. Jaffe, the type of player who might even check this behind. But King 10, 10 of hearts, very strong here. You expect better hands to check raise you on the flop. Of course, there could be a flush or 6-5 or something of that nature, but Jaffe's hand's certainly good enough to go after stacks, and that's what he's setting up. And it might feel weird to call this hand on the flop and then fold on the heart, but I think that's maybe what Renji has to do, Henry.
Does he want to stay stubborn and chase this 9 high flush draw? You can see he's drawing dead. Not the most effective way of throwing in a time bank, but he managed to do it eventually.
It's just, there's a bunch of empty space to his right, and he's got him tucked away, way over there to the left. Finds the right fold.
Marky saying, is Nanonoko sleeping? I hope so. I know I would be. Timothy Hans saying, you can make deals. When did that happen? Always been allowed to make deals at Triton. You've been watching long enough.
Just checks the Queen 10 offsuit. Could have been a non-all-in raise candidate. Jaffe might be anticipating some limp jams from Renji. And I think, again, a clear continue for the Queen 10 high. Unless we think our opponent's unusually strong. It's just an above average holding on this board.
That's a spicy turn card.
It is. Curious to see how Renji approaches this spot. You see some players follow the logic that King X would have check raised the flop, which is mostly true. Which means Queen 7 is often the best hand on this turn unless Jaffe has turned to Jack. So he does go for the thin double barrel. And this pot's going to grow. Let's just see if Jaffe decides to try and raise or just continue to flat. Queen 10 high has showdown value. The only information to go off here is 1.4 is a little small, like it's not setting up stacks. Jaffe doesn't jump on it though. I do wonder if a king would have bet bigger on this turn.
5.5 out there. As Jaffe bricks.
He's going to see the bad news.
Oh, Renji up to 13 million. Alligator blood.
It's an annoying one for Jaffe to see it showdown, because if there was any part of him that wanted to check raise turn, he sees that. He sees the river card being a low diamond as well, and he's like, I would have won that pot. No question, I would have won that pot. Either on the turn check raise or on the river shove.
Why are you banging the sticks?
Another 3 deuce off. This time out of position. Not a good one to raise with the 2 lowest cards.
Well, they somehow both connect with the deuce. Renji picking up outs here.
Wouldn't expect much money to go in. Jaffe wasting no time. Get the sense he wants to play as many hands as possible. Although they're doing levels by hand, aren't they? So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I retract that. He's just enjoying playing fast. Oh, Renji.
Oh, he goes pretty big as well.
Getting
1-0.
greedy here, yeah. You don't want to get snapped when you have that hand.
Ayah.
Yeah, 1 million into 1.5.
It's a little greedy. I think with the 3 kicker, I can understand like a min bet on the end, because it's so likely that Jaffe has 2 high cards when you've got 3 deuce. But a million is greedy. Now a hand like King 8 or King Jack finds a fold sometimes, and it's harder to get value.
Trying to get heroed by ace high.
And you just don't want to underestimate how often Jaffe's going to take a real hand and check it down to the river. This is something I think non-heads-up players aren't used to. You don't often make second pair and check all the way down, or you don't often make top pair and check all the way down, but heads-up players do this all the time.
Someone in the chat said, let's fight for a long time. Yeah, we're here for it. We want a long heads-up battle. Why not? Kick things off.
See if Jaffe has nefarious ideas here. 5-3 suited, typical defend, but when you're playing 20 bigs and you bluff raise a fair bit, he does end up just calling, but I thought there was some part of him that was thinking of just jamming there. Take a suited 1-gapper and run your equity if you have to.
Can't wait to see the updates from the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard race after Foxen came third.
Yeah, when does that get pushed? End of day?
Yeah, I'd say probably, yeah, most likely end of day. I mean,
nice.
It only finished a few hours ago. Oh, no, wow, it's done already.
What are you seeing?
Yeah, it's done already. Well, he's narrowed the gap considerably. Has it been done already? Yeah, it has been done already. Yeah, the gap is now just 300 points. Wow.
Oh, I'm seeing the old version. I gotta get on yours. Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah.
Refresh of my app, and he went from 3,300 to 3,963.
So if he just holds there with the ace jack against Mendoza's king six, I mean, just very likely to finish in the top two, and he takes the lead. But anyways,
I mean that's just 300 points. You're just talking about a significant final table performance, and there's a real threat, right?
very exciting stuff here already emerging in Jeju. Jaffe says all you can eat.
From the button.
2 queens.
Little
That's 2 queens.
Little spicy with the king 4-0. Feels excessive to me. Wouldn't mind that out of the big blind against a limp, but on the button first in, I don't expect Renji to make many mistakes in the form of folding a hand for 20 bigs that's supposed to call. Maybe a couple of combos here and there. Gets it through regardless. We're pretty much back where we started.
Pretty much. Only difference is the blinds have gone up, making the average stack 30 bigs. I'm trying to think if there was ever a point where it could have been over. You know, other than, you know, the ill-timed hero call from the king six.
Yeah, that's really just it, is that pot got a lot bigger than it needed to.
Yeah.
And we'd be watching Renji still play like a 8 to 10 big blind stack right now. And maybe some of those hands just end up in pre-flop. Though I don't remember any 2 combos that would have been worthy. Jaffe going for the jam here with 9-8 suited.
The pace of play, though, really could be over.
I know
Any
it's
hand now.
Sorry to interrupt. I know it's early to talk about chip counts in the 40K Mystery Bounty event number 3, but look who's at the top when you're thinking about the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. None other than Artur Martirosian.
Yeah, needs... I mean, you say that, but Foxen's in 16th with a very healthy 74 bigs. This one, I got a funny feeling, is going to go down to the wire, and they're both going to be in the PLO streets.
Jaffe, quick check back with middle pair. Drills the turn. This would be out of line by Renji to do other than sacrifice the pot. Jaffe really is. Someone in the chat called him sneaky, I believe.
Sneaky?
He's a sneaky one. Just making good hands and checking them back.
Well, now we get to this river.
It's tempting for Mao to go. Yeah, I mean, he resists temptation, maybe reading into the strength of a check back.
1.5.
Nice pass there from Renji.
Yeah, I agree.
It's really easy to get sucked into, oh, well, I have 9 high, I have a relevant blocker on the end, let's just bluff. But Jaffe's been pretty consistently checking down strong hands.
You know who else is consistent? Whoever that is on Renji's rail. Falling fast asleep there. Let's see if the cards can do anything to wake them up.
Did you just will this into existence, Henry?
Take zero responsibility for the violence that is about to ensue.
And he starts with raise, too. There's just no way this doesn't go in. Had he limped, maybe it could have gone limp, raise, call, but I think we're off to the races.
I think Renji is about to have 26 big blinds to Jaffe's 35, and we've got a real battle on our hands unless Jaffe converts this 18%.
He goes non-all-in, tries to find a sneaky way to keep trashy bluff candidates in. We've seen Renji 4-bet jam a suited ace before.
Just so brutal.
Jack's strong enough to trap here, but
All in?
so strong that going all in just gets snapped by worse.
Ugh.
This is a nasty cooler for 15 blinds each.
Yeah. Jaffe was doing such a good job of just chipping away. The only misstep we've really seen is that King 6, but the deck cold here. It's showing that this is a 19.9 million chip pot, meaning that if Renji holds, he would actually take the chip lead. I'm not too sure. We will get verification, of course.
Should have called.
Jaffe saying he should have called.
Had he flatted the 3-bet, maybe Jaffe doesn't give him the full double.
Red 10 needed for Jaffe to make it title number 2. Otherwise, Renji is going to be the tournament chip leader. Chip leader is the man that came third in this event earlier this year. Now Renji finds the hold. Now the chat's going absolutely wild. Wow, Renji is so back. Yeah, he is. So yeah, we did just get official confirmation. Jaffe
Play
is
some poker.
still the chip leader. The graphic was slightly off. Jaffe's 21 million. Renji's 16 million. Marky Yo saying, Randy Lou saying, ooh, in his hotel room. You've absolutely nailed it, mate. That is 100% accurate.
1.4.
Also, you can chip trades of 530. So we currently have one chip leader.
So just hearing Jaffe there after doubling Renji up. Let's play some poker. We've got a real battle on our hands. Just what the doctor ordered.
Another potentially dangerous offsuit king.
All in.
Oh my. Renji's hand is good enough to call, but he might not want to. It's so uncomfortable with threes.
Almost always expected to be flipping, right? But he's going to flick in the call.
Oh, that's...
Ooh, domination. Spot.
Credit to Renji for finding this call. It's not comfortable. 25 blinds, like, it feels like one of those I'm never way ahead and I'm always flipping. You hope to just find pocket deuces, but it's easy to forget about hands like this. Huge spot.
Renji Mao holds here.
Scary.
Which is looking likely.
Started to look good.
He's going to double up into the chip lead after coming into this heads-up match.
I think 9 of spades, but I'm not getting there.
9 of spades and then bricking river. That's JJ's read.
That second part was like, don't worry about that.
You gotta be kidding.
Word. 9 of spades. Jaffe with a straight flush draw. A king would also do it. King, jack, spade for the win.
Okay.
How does he just call that?
Where did he pull that from?
Let's go.
Just had a feeling.
The universe told him.
Called the card and then called the run out. Wow. Renji came so close earlier this year in this very event. Came third for 700k. Here he is, heads up. Against one of the best heads up players. Now with a commanding chip lead. Looks like Jaffe's going to be left with around, is that 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 million or so. Yeah, story checks out.
Gonna be about 10 big blinds. Effective. Full reversal of that 6-1 lead we saw earlier in this match.
You know when you just know someone doesn't have a clue what they're talking about?
Don't tell me this is about YouTube chat. Because YouTube chat always knows what they're talking about.
Heads up ICM, threes is a call. No problem. Okay, guys. Randy graduated from MIT. Facts. I was there. I was in the same same class as him. I think Kevin was there too.
I was at the commencement ceremony.
Yeah.
He invited me.
I remember you throwing your hat in the air.
Yeah. Well, it was Randy's hat. I didn't graduate.
5-1 chip lead for Renji now. What a battle this has been. Just back-to-back hands. The jacks holding against the 10s and then holding against the king 3. That would be a heroic result. To come third in this event just 6 months ago, to then show up and win it.
Clean jam for the queen 8 off. I thought that was an open jam. That was against the button limp of Jaffe. Now posting big blind and big blind ante. Desperate times for JJ. These hands are interesting. Both kind of medium strength. Wouldn't be surprised if it goes limp check. Jaffe just takes the jam.
Big lick.
Nice
Sorry,
find.
I had to do it. First time. First opportunity this series. I got it out of my system. Now we're good. We're good for the rest of the, 12 more days.
You want me to hold you to that?
Yeah. The thing that I'm always worried about is that the wifey, your wifey that is watching and then thinking like, wow, who am I sending Kevin halfway across the world to?
That is a real concern. We actually had that conversation multiple times.
Living under the same roof as well. So you sure?
Yeah.
This Henry guy?
It's pretty questionable. Yeah. It's like you could get your own hotel room. It's right there.
Someone asking what was the advantage for Jonathan at the beginning of the heads up. He had a 2-1 chip lead. Managed to secure himself an extra 200k. I mean, 250k more than second place. Why not take it?
What time is it? 9:20. Appreciate it.
Make the deal.
Do you know when
secure
exact
that
game
bag.
closed? I don't, but I feel like we have time. Okay, let's play for 1 more hour. I know what it is.
And yeah, they do have time. They're talking about the mystery bounty. Still a level plus break of late reg. Artur Martirosyan is still chip leading that one. Man, what a day. 2 final tables.
Did you eat anything? A little bit, nothing much. Yeah. You? Nothing. Yeah, it's tough to eat. Nothing at all.
What about you, Kevin? Are you someone that eats during the tournament grind, or are you typically fasting when you're playing these like long days?
Oh no, I just eat.
Okay.
Can't handle it. If I was fasting, I would just think about food the entire tournament.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of guys talking about it.
They just don't love food as much as I do.
That's true. You are a big foodie.
I won't eat heavy, I'll have
So
a
like-
light meal before
Yeah.
the start of the day, light meal on dinner break.
Sure.
Maybe keep a snack handy.
You're not
Pocket
banging
threes.
back like a carbonara.
No.
No.
So yeah, okay.
No.
Smart guy.
3-4. It's not a bluff.
Head to the buffet, grab the greenest things available, and maybe, 1 slice of cake.
If you show pocket 3 there, I give you the trophy plus the first prize. First all my prize money.
3-1 chip
Bold.
lead.
If you're a man of your word, I might just muck aces here just to get that bet.
Spot here for JJ, 15 bigs. Comes with limp. Renji content to just check his option out the big with the suited 8.
We haven't seen as many of these pots as I normally expect. In a big blind ante heads-up match, both players have been kind of willing to put the chips in pre-flop. Now getting a few more typical spots.
Just checking out that mystery bounty. Aaron Bajanyan, second in chips.
Back at it.
Dylan Lindy in sixth. Oh, Mustafa Kanet. Haven't seen much from him this series so far. I mean, we're only 3 events in, but he's currently in 14th with a healthy stack.
You're still rooting to get him on the feature table, aren't you?
You already know it. I would love to trash talk him, but the reality is I love him too much. Bottom 2 for Jonathan here after checking his option with the 7 deuce. Checked it on over to now. He's got a bit big. 1 into 1.8.
I like this on, you know, two-tone with some straight draws. Maybe a little excessive when there's a deuce on board, but it's kind of splitting hairs. I think this is good from Renji. And it's an interesting spot for Jaffe. Looks like he's just going to go after it and try to stack a jack, and that's going to lose him action against this hand. Have to think we just fold the 6-4 of diamonds, even though it's a cheap check raise.
Oh, my word. Renji's like, listen, Kevin, I've got 60% of a straight flush, pal. I'm not going anywhere.
It's just, it's so dicey when there's 2 hearts on board. If this was a rainbow flop, I can understand. Oh, boy. This could be trouble for Renji. We know Jaffe likes to check strong hands. This is the perfect spot to slow down.
Perfect spot due to the fact that he would expect to stack off against a jack on the flop, or just regardless.
You just get a jack's money no matter what. You do whatever you want. The river comes whatever. It's just going to go in somehow. But you lock up the whole board. You give a hand that's, you know, maybe was drawing on the flop and is now dead. You give them a chance to put money in the pot. You give 8-9 a chance to improve to the worst hand. You give 6-4 suited a chance to bluff. Not to mention, if Jaffe was bluffing the flop, it would not be an attractive turn card to keep firing. So slow down with both sides, right? Slow down with the value and the bluffs.
2 million being deployed. Renji taking the bait.
And just calling.
So what does this mean now, in your opinion? Check raise flop, check call turn.
The heart might save Renji. If I'm playing his spot, I give up on the heart when I don't block one. Because if Jaffe has a weak hand, it's very likely to have been like a king high flush draw or a queen high flush draw that check raise flop and then check calls the turn. Maybe he could have a deuce. This is also a hand that comes to mind that might like check raise for protection on the flop. So the only reason to bluff now is if you think your opponent just has like 3 deuce suited, but wisely gives that one up. Controls the damage a bit after that light call on the flop.
Good river. I love the river.
Would have lost more on a blank.
6 high. 6 high.
Renji being very honest there.
Give me 1,000 rivers to not bet there.
So the river, in a weird way, saved him, as he probably would have been bluffing it all off. So, the show goes on. It was a 2-1 chip lead for Jaffe at the start. He extended it to, I think, 6-1 at peak. Then it was a 3-1 chip lead for Renji. Now the damage has been reduced. Jaffe clawing his way back.
Jaffe taking stock of the new chip counts. Now 25 blinds effective. Looks to get a little value out of his suited king. Don't mind this raise pre-flop. Good enough hand to raise and call a small 3-bet.
Renji flopping best on the 10-6-4. Bad turn card for Jaffe.
Yeah, could get in a bit of trouble if Renji decides to lead, which I would like. When you've got second pair and the gutter, it's, you know, a little safety net in case Jaffe has a 10 or pocket 9s. But against a check, I would expect Jaffe to keep checking.
Four-liner on board, backdoor clubs get there.
Bit of an action killer, but an opportunity for Renji maybe to block bet. I do think his hand is strong enough, especially with a club. But just having second pair.
How much?
Same reaction. Have we got the right river card? We've got a four-liner. How could you be this confident that you have the winner with second pair? There's no world in which we think we're bluffing. This is straight value. And Jaffe might hero it.
Wow. Wow, he's going to get paid.
6.
That's so sick. Yeah, indeed.
There we go.
Huge size. I thought he'd come with 1.2. And he gets 3 million.
I can't believe that. What was that, 3 into 3.2?
Yeah. I do think he's lucky to have not run into something there. Great result in this case, of course. The most value you can get out of that hand.
He announced it confidently as well, didn't he? He's like
He knew.
6. Like
Yeah.
he knew. Well played, mate. Blind's going up. Bad news for Jaffe. Sub 20. Man, what a battle this has been. Felt like it could have all been over hand 1. What was it? 9s against ace 3 in a 3-bet pot. It wouldn't have been all over, obviously. Renji would have doubled, but
It's a weird one. Min raise. We're now playing 12 blinds effective. Let's see what Jaffe thinks of this. 8-4 suited, not folding. Does he ever find a 3-bet, though? Just flat. The reliable play. Man, I'm thinking back to that 3 million chip bet as well. I feel like Jaffe could have found the fold. There was that other hand where Renji bet the 3 deuce for too big of a size, and he called the ace deuce. He's seen that showdown, you know? He's seen him value bet too thin already.
that's a great point.
And you get that spot again, you got to think like, 2 pair could go this size, any straight would go this size. I think in hindsight, it's kind of credible. Maybe Jaffe could have gotten away from that one.
Maybe just putting
2 million.
Renji on too many like 1 club type holdings. That
I do think like in general against a random opponent, that's a nice spot to hero call. Because the typical player is going to try to rep the straight and not get thin value in the range. But you've got that little piece of evidence that Renji was going too thin in the past. And there he just goes very thin and gets paid. 2-1 chip lead.
2-1 chip lead. They've exchanged the chip lead on a couple of occasions. Jaffe came into this heads-up match 2-1 favorite. They made a deal. Once again, just to reiterate the numbers on that deal. Jaffe locking up $1,021,672. RNG locking up $882,328, which is $100,000 more than second. They left $40,000 on the table plus the trophy. Just warming up here in Jeju. stakes are only going to get higher. Got the 40k mystery bounty running elsewhere in the room. Got a 60k coming up. 150k, that 100k main. 125k that Bren said he's going to win.
Renji picking up a small one there. Check raising. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Jaffe was a little out of line there with the pure nothing, stabbing the flop.
What are some of the things that you're like hyper focused on during a heads-up match, and what are some of the things that you kind of have to ignore in the
Do you know how much
moment
time is left in registration, the 40?
and
The
worry
40
about,
registration?
you know, after the fact kind of thing?
Thanks, dude.
Because I'm thinking back to that like King 6 hand, for example.
Yeah.
Is that something that is still in the back of Jaffe's mind, or is that something you just like move on, forget about it, that hand's over and done with? Like, how much attention to detail are you keeping in the forefront of your mind?
Well, I think you gotta identify what the usable
40 minutes?
data was
40-minute levels or 35? Okay.
in that hand, right? So in that hand,
Playing for 40,
Jaffe
yeah.
perhaps made a physical read.
This is 40 and that's 40.
You know, he was eyeing up Renji throughout that hand.
Hmm.
He maybe sensed some uncomfortability, or he maybe sensed some nervousness or whatever it was. It turns out it was a limp trap. So maybe that's the data we hang on to, right? Okay, I saw the showdown. He had a limp trap. He looked a certain way. Let's keep that with us. But there was nothing strategically unusual about that hand. Renji just played it well,
2.5.
right? So, oh well, you tried to make a hero call. It didn't work out. It's not like he was thin value betting. It's not like he did anything wild.
Man, I was just about to say, I don't think Renji's attacked many of these limps.
He hasn't.
Here he is. Jaffe's going to rip this in his eye and take it down.
He might flat. King 9 suited, kind of medium, in the sense that when Renji's inducing, he's ahead of King 9 suited.
Okay.
When he's bluffing, he's crushed by King 9 suited. So I like this flat by Jaffe. You keep in the trash. You're comfortably ahead. And you just try to navigate post-flop, where you also presumably have a pretty significant edge.
How about now?
Well, Renji just flops huge.
All in.
Oh. Well, now we get away from our King 9 suited. He took about 4 seconds to move all in.
I reckon it was about 2.2.
I don't think he's light. And, you know, given if he took some time, maybe you could say, okay, he's got 10-5 off. He was bluffing pre-flop. He flopped a gutter. He decided to jam. But this was so quick, I wouldn't give too much credit to those kind of plays. It's a very understandable jam from the vulnerable pair. If I had to criticize, maybe his hand's a little too good to jam. I'd rather do this with like 10 deuce or 10-3. But Jaffe gets away from a pretty big hand there. I think Renji could have extracted more value, maybe with a small bet or even a check.
Beat queen high?
Queen high, I beat queen high.
King high?
Good fold. I beat king high.
2 tens?
You're looking at a man who now has a more than 4-1 chip lead.
That's a wide gap.
Can taste
it is a big
victory.
jump. Yeah. I was going steadily and then took a big leap.
Oh, this could be all in call. (10-8) suited. It's a big hand. It's enough hand to call for like 14 blinds, but I think Jaffe just...
Yeah, you can, whatever. I'm just trying to get my stack. 3.
Piecing together the details. Renji also fast jammed here. You don't expect the weak stuff.
That's smart.
That's a crafty little way of getting extra time.
Yeah.
Ask
Asking for a count.
on the
Makes
covering
call there.
stack.
Oh no. Pretty bad shape.
Well, Renji, I was just saying, 4-1 chip lead. Yes, he's in bad shape, but look, Kevin, 37% equity. Things could be worse. To finish off Jonathan and to win his first Triton trophy. Oh, the 8 in the window.
How much?
Giving Jaffe a 94% lock on the hand, no heart in sight. Renji needs to turn like a 4, 5, 7, 6, 9. Pick up some equity.
Yeah.
Dead. Dead on the turn. Jaffe gets the double and the show goes on. 2-1 chip lead now.
6.8, right?
How many all-in calls have we had for someone's tournament life?
It's a good question. If only someone was watching.
I think that's the first one.
Tough game, tough game, tough game.
Because the Jacks was on the river, where he had 100%.
No, it was King 3 against 3s.
Yes, you're right.
When Renji was covered.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so both of them surviving an all-in for their tournament life. Jaffe, just a few moments ago, was asking about that mystery bounty. Wants to
Oh, it's 4-8 now.
max late reg it if he can.
All right.
I don't know how I feel about that. You know?
Well, it's like you said, they're playing for 40K. They're playing for 40K over there. You'd like to fire another bullet.
Yeah, but there's a trophy on the line here as well.
I know. Got to respect the trophy, John. Keep your head in this game.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's going to be all in call.
Ruh-roh.
Any ace is good.
Always a 3. Why is there always a 3 in there?
Oh, my word.
And the club?
Renji had a 37% chance to eliminate Jaffe in the last hand. Didn't manage to do it. 76 this time round. Wow, he's walking over to the rail. Jack 6 deuce, couple of hearts. 83% favorite. Oh my word.
All right.
Did he jinx himself walking over there?
I mean, he wanted to go over there and celebrate with the rail, understandably so. What a brutal turn of events. 2 cards away from winning the trophy. Jaffe spikes a 3-outer to retake the chip lead.
I was wondering if anyone on that rail was rooting for Jaffe. I think I've got my answer. Not a peep when that King of Hearts rolled off.
Yeah, I think a lot of Jaffe's crew
8.
are the type to be elsewhere in the room right now.
They're in the mystery bounty.
12.
Yeah. And that King 3 off, another offsuit King Jaffe took as an open jam on the button. On the technical side, feels like the only missteps I've seen. This one working out incredibly.
Yeah, let's be results oriented, Kev. What are you talking about? The guy's retaking the chip lead. 2.5 to 1 chip lead now.
10, 12.
Man, what a swingy heads-up match this has been.
I'll put it next to mine. We're good. Looks good.
That's the kind of stat we need in the archives is, you know, most number of chip lead changes in a single heads-up match.
I'm trying to think of, like, a really long one. I remember the fastest one was Ike against Danny in Monte Carlo. I think it was for Danny's 4th title. Over in one hand. 20 big blinds each.
Was it? This is the opposite, but wasn't it Mario versus Bryn that we covered together a few months ago, where they came in like 80 big blinds effective and it was over in 7 hands? Or was it Bryn versus someone else?
No, you're right.
I
That
think
was
it
here,
was-
right?
It was here.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, because I wasn't here for the first half of the series.
Ah, maybe you didn't see that one.
No, no, but I remember it. Yeah.
Bryn made reference to it, and it was just like
2.4.
it was just carnage.
Yeah.
He came in and just decided he was going to call down every hand.
Well, this is going in pre as
Did
well.
he jam? Oh yeah.
And again. This is ridiculous.
King Jack offsuit. I mean, 12.5 blinds, candidate to just go open jam and call from Jaffe. They got it in a roundabout way.
Jaffe's going to need to do the same.
It's not nice of dominating your opponent so many times.
Needs to spike a 3 outer. Look, they're not shy of getting the chips in. Oh my god.
Oh. Renji's a favorite.
Fair fight. 9 of spades, but you don't get there.
9 of spades, trying to repeat history. Jaffe's done the hard part. Spiked 3 outer. Can he now hold? No. Dead on the turn. Dead on the turn. So they've both survived 2 all-ins for their
You
tournament
should have
lives.
like a rack on the table and then
Yeah,
you
yeah,
slide
yeah.
them back. Nice and easy.
In Renji's defense, both times he's been all in at risk. He's had the best hand.
Yeah, we haven't really seen him get it in light. He made the one jam with King Deuce off that didn't get looked up.
Just want to point out that mystery bounty. Alex Foxen is slowly climbing. Artur Martirosyan is still chip leader, but Foxen has broken into the top 10.
That's true. We should get a rack here.
Just slide the rack over.
Haven't had a spill yet. He's doing great.
Thank you.
$139 runners in that mystery bounty so far. It's going to be a huge one.
It's like which side of the seesaw will break first. So a double up here, I guess me to 38 and you go to 8, and then you double to 16, and then the next one I
And
knock
you
you out.
win.
That's how,
Yeah.
all right. Got it planned out. GG in 3.
I can fold this one.
You can fold this one. That would break the rhythm. Don't fuck with the rhythm.
Is it?
Let's see. I was big blind there, so he's big blind, yeah.
At least they're enjoying themselves.
At some point, it starts to feel like a little silly.
Yeah.
I think when you're playing it and you just expect it to have been over 3 times already. It's hard to stay focused. Open jam kind of gross.
You got a 3?
Fuck. You limp, I jam.
Oh.
Can't.
I think that's a good result for Jaffe
You
then.
raise, I jam. You
fair.
limp, I probably check.
I like this guy. He's been good fun so far today. We'd like to see both of them win. Not possible.
This is a problem. I can't overtake you before winning the all-in, otherwise it goes the other way. If I get the 26, it's GG me.
Only one trophy. There can only be one winner. It would make for an epic storyline for Renji to have come third in this and then fast forward 6 months to come back and just win it. Jaffe, one of the coolest guys on tour. Triton regular, looking for his second title.
Not a mandatory bet for Renji, but certainly a strong enough hand. The way he's been playing, I expect money to go in.
Jaffe with the 9 deuce against that size half pot.
I think we find a fold against half pot unless we have a specific reason to think that our opponent's light. One big blind we might have stuck around. Little combination backdoor draw.
Who you got, chat? At this point, I've given up trying to guess. I've had multiple all-ins. The chip lead's been exchanged on numerous occasions. I think the largest chip lead at one point was 6.3 to 1.
Would like to see a small raise from the ace-7 suited, but
2.5.
6 deuce not going to do anything.
Really want to see close this out.
Renji's finding a nice rhythm. He's played well pre-flop. No, I was critical
I need a fat kid to come sit on my side.
early on. He's making good plays lately.
No, it's been very, very solid, this heads-up match. That's for sure. I think he's played really well. I think he played the final table well, apart from that like blow-up that we kind of felt like was coming. And other than that...
And you know, it was one of those hands, the 4-bet jam into the
kings.
2 kings we're referring to, where like, if you just wrote the hand history to somebody and you said like, hey, I was this positions, I had this hand, like, did I play it okay? Everyone would be like, yeah, you played it okay.
Sure.
It was a totally reasonable hand. It's just the way it went down.
Yeah.
You felt like it was driven by frustration and not by logical decision making. So it's even being kind of harsh to say like, he punted it there. It's like, well, you maybe just got a little disconnected for a moment, got a little frustrated, and then settled back in later.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Bryn made a great point as well. Like, it was just for a brief moment. It felt like he was like sat down in his chair, like slouched over. But since then, he has bounced back. What's it gonna take? Something's got to give. 4 all-ins survived.
These are a couple big hands, depending on how they play it. Queen Jack suited good enough to limp trap and call a jam. But Jaffe looks like he's, he just limps.
You thought something was coming then?
I thought he might open raise. See if Renji reads into it. He does check.
Oi, oi.
I feel like in some moments he would jam here against the limp, but chooses wisely. Well, maybe the money just goes in anyways, Henry.
So Renji with a gut shot, an 8 high flush draw, Jaffe with the royal flush draw. Also worth mentioning that Renji's 8 and 7 also working for him. Both players break on the turn. Queen high is currently good.
If Jaffe bets here, it could get interesting. But there's no guarantee. Queen Jack can be the winner. Might take showdown value. But if he bets, I'd like to see a large bet. Try and put pressure on a 6. Yeah, he's going geometric.
What do you say, 2.9?
This is 3/4 pot. Renji might jam.
And the idea behind jamming would be what, Kevin?
I mean, we lose to bluffs. We lose to 9-8 offsuit.
Okay.
We lose to Queen of Hearts 5, right? Like, these are hands we'd love to just fold out. Yeah, he's jammed.
Wow, he's done it.
On.
Snap call from Jaffe.
So sick.
Wow.
Cooler.
I mean, you thought it was going to go in pre. It's found a way to go in post. Jaffe, a 4-1 favorite to double up into the chip lead once more. These two don't want this tournament to end. One card to come. Now looking for a 9, 8, or a 7. Be a dirty way to do it.
Wow.
Jaffe finds the hold. Back into the chip lead. Was that all in number 5?
12, 2.
To be fair, we did ask for it.
Break one down. 不好打喽. Break one down.
It's our first heads-up match together in the booth, Kevin. Glad the boys have been putting on a show.
This is a ridiculous one. These two came into the final table 1-2 in chips.
Correct.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, slight chip lead for Renji coming into this FT, but we're talking about 2.5 bigs.
Extremely uncommon for that to survive all the way down to heads up.
花顺抽.
To have these two playing for this long heads up as well.
7、8红桃，怎么办？ 感觉有气派啊。
Jaffe survives once more. With that, retaking the chip lead almost 3-1. Blinds are at 400, 800. NG down to just 12 bigs.
Blinds up next hand.
Wow, you just heard him say blinds are going up next hand. That's brutal. So blinds will be going up to 500k, 1 million. On his big blind, no less. Maybe he jams a few pips wider on the button, knowing that he's going to have to pay that.
He should consider that next hand's going to be expensive. Play this one a little bit wider. Don't want to get carried away with that logic, but it is real.
Comes with limp. 8-5 of diamonds.
2.4.
JJ with the natural 9. Makes it 2.4 to go. Mandatory call here.
Feels like a calling hand. Regardless of the low stack to pot ratio, we've just got too much equity. Jaffe really has been leaning in these post-flop bluff opportunities. 5-4, not the ideal candidate. He's covered pretty well by this hand. Oh. I mean, it's kind of a cooler.
It is. What do you mean? It's 5.6 in the middle, SPR1. Like, surely it's just going in. These guys have alligator blood, both of them. Jaffe's been all in for his tournament life 3 times. Renji's been all in 2 times, looking likely for this to be his 3rd. And they just keep surviving.
I think Jaffe's trying to piece together if jam is even a reasonable play. He decides no, and I tend to agree. Snap jam.
Count.
This might let Jaffe get away. Snap jam is never a draw that Jaffe's covering. And his pair outs are only good against draws.
That's what I was about to ask.
If Renji just has like 9-7, he would do this. And now we're just drawing to a naked open ender.
Yeah.
I think he's going to treat this as kind of a naked open-ender amount of equity, maybe
5,800,000
maybe a bit less
total, right?
because of the chance of dirty outs. I mean, you could just be up against like Jack 5 of spades.
Yeah.
Brutal. Like your equity's so bad. And here, 8-5, your equity's really bad.
So he's being asked for an additional 4.6 million. 12.6 out there, so 2.7 to 1.
He needs a bit over 25%, 27, something in that ballpark. I don't know if he has it.
It's close.
Jaffe's just doing the math. Heard him say as close it is. Lets it go.
Did I use that one? No, thank you.
Lets it go. Renji bouncing back. 12.6 million. When will it end? When will it end?
Uh-oh.
Knows where he's at there.
I mean, that's a huge result for Renji.
This is the first one to 5-1. Okay.
Effectively
What's our
doubling
time
up in
looking
that
like,
hand.
David?
13 bigs.
14 minutes? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
They
You're
really
gonna
want to
play,
get
right?
that mystery
You can?
bounty.
Yeah. I need to deposit first. I got that 50 cents in my account now.
What? Oh, yeah.
I think you're going to be okay, Renji.
That's hilarious.
This is my last game.
This was the case money.
After this game, I go home.
Case money on the table, 800K locked up. You love to see it.
That's so sick.
Okay, 2-1 chip lead.
I'm going to ask for all of it.
No
10
three,
bigs.
no call.
No 3, no call.
Jaffe
Suited.
just wants to get in that mystery bounty. He's like, you know what? 10 minutes left of late reg.
Been a fair share of 3x.
I mean, the
all in.
10-8 off is
Got the
it's good
king
enough to
three
jam.
Twice. You've got 2 3s. It makes up a little like half of the all-in cards pre-flop. But when we don't do that, we like to get in with a 6, a 7, a 10, and an 8.
Never getting with good hands.
Or jacks 10s. We don't find the middle. There's no like ace 7, king jack off.
Yeah.
Man,
Guess
what
we
a
had the
day of
king,
poker.
jack, king 10.
Came back 2 p.m. local time with that 25K. Saw James Mendoza ship that for a career best score of 1.5 million rather. And then this event, we picked up the final table of the 30K.
See this from Jaffe?
Better than 3.
We saw Michael Soiser bust hand number 1 of this, ace king against 9s. And it's just been a battle. 5-handed, 4-handed. Felt like it was anyone's game. These two came in 1 and 2 in chips. Both have been all in for their tournament life on multiple occasions during this heads-up match.
1 million.
The chip lead has been exchanged more times than I can count. I want to say 7 times. Neither able to close it out yet. Ah, it's going in.
Yep.
Is this the one? I mean, I don't know. At this point, I've given up trying to go based off of the equity.
All in.
60% of the
Very
time,
good card here.
it's over.
All right, jack of clubs, 9 of clubs, 3 of clubs. Give him a jack.
I don't know about that, Jaffe. That would leave him drawing live.
Calling the full board is brave.
Jack 9-3, all clubs. If he does it, I'm going to eat my sock. I will do it. Comes Jack 9-3, all clubs. Sock will be consumed. Thank God. Jack 9-5.
It's like shockingly close to what he
is.
called.
It is.
He was just too greedy. That was the problem.
Spade, spade.
Calling for the chop. Doesn't change anything. Same cards needed for Jaffe. Ace or a 5, otherwise they are tied. This is ridiculous. Oh!
Great plan, Randy. Really big battle.
Ace of hearts.
Played really well.
Kevin, I don't know. I don't know about you. Didn't feel like that one was coming. The amount of all-ins that we've had. That's the second time today the ace has come on the river to end the tournament. Just out of nowhere. Man. How fun was that, by the way?
I mean, JJ came into heads up with the chip lead. Came into four-handed with the chip lead. I thought he was going to take this one down. And I was very convinced for the last 30 minutes or so that he was not going to take this one down.
Yeah. I mean, it felt like it. The amount of times the chip lead was exchanged between the two. Massive shout out to Renji Mao, by the way. Came third in this very event just 6 months ago. The previous stop here in Jeju. He had the opportunity to close it out. On a couple of occasions, he got it in. Favorite against Jaffe. Thinking back to that ace-3 against king-3, where Jaffe managed to spike the 3-outer on the turn. That was for the title. All the chips were in the middle. Unfortunately, though, coming up short, a deal was struck before heads up. He managed to lock up 882k. But Jonathan Jaffe, second Triton trophy for him. And yeah, a nice little $1,060,000 payday. That was a fun way to kind of warm up at least our beaks when it comes to the heads-up stage of any tournament.
Well-deserved win. That was really fun for me. You know, I love that format. You know, I can't see enough heads-up action, so I love seeing an extended match with a lot of lead changes and two different styles coming together. Renji Mao was impressive from my point of view. I think he played really great, but, I mean, Jaffe just kind of chipped away and won the right all-in.
He did indeed. Now, I know Jaffe's desperate to jump into that mystery bounty. We're going to be picking up coverage of that. The third tournament of the day, that's 2 final tables, plus the mystery bounty that we're going to be picking up coverage. But quickly before that, Kevin and I are going to be jumping out. Ali and Randy are going to be jumping in. And for now, we're going to throw it down to the floor with Ali Najad and our champion, Jonathan Jaffe.
Well, you would be forgiven if you thought that what's in front of Jonathan Jaffe and I right now is a poker table. But in fact, as he and Wenji just showed us, it's a seesaw, because this was an incredibly protracted heads-up match, doubles back and forth the whole way. Jaffe up and over 7 million in Triton career earnings, now north of $1 million for that victory, your second ever Triton title. Talk me through this epic heads-up battle.
Yeah, it was fun. We made a deal, so we were only playing for 40, but that 40 was hard fought. Lots of all-ins, lots of 3x hands made their way in, and yeah, went my way at the end.
Found the ace on the end against the queens up just in time. And on the topic of timing, looking back through your Triton resume, there has been a bit of a dry spell, and I wonder how you manage those sorts of stretches as a longtime professional. How dark do those days get, if at all, and what do you do to kind of get yourself rallied for these moments?
A lot of self-sabotage, a lot of things you don't want to talk about on TV. No, I mean, it's yeah, it's a grind. You kind of know it coming in. I think at my first Triton, I was peeling through the app, and I texted Nick Petrangelo. I said, dude, did you see how long Seth went without a cash? And he's like, are you trolling me? And I said, what? And he goes, dude, I'm 0 for 40. And I was like, wait, what? So, you know, kind of knowing that great players that I'm friendly with have had crazy long dry spells helps you not feel so entitled to something good coming your way, because I'm just thinking, like, these guys are better players than me, and they've been through it, maybe even in softer fields, having long dry spells. So you really don't control it.
On the topic of help, I know that you're actively coaching still these days, and we can see you're wearing the GTO Lab shirt here. How useful is the exercise of talking other people through their games when it comes to kind of reasserting your own fundamentals as you're out here battling?
It's good. It's really helpful, because I didn't grow up a fundamentals player. I, you know, was a street poker improv player, and by coaching others, you have to learn the fundamentals in such a way that you can explain it to them, and that's kind of a different level. So it forced me to do a lot of the work that I don't really enjoy doing otherwise.
Well, listen, the coaching's helpful, but you had a little bit of other help as well. I'm pointing, of course, to this little card protector, and I was asking you what the story is, maybe a chance to bring somebody up who was here with you today.
Sure. My son Will. No, he's not with me, but he did print that. He's got a 3D printer, so we've got a bunch of plastic weaponry all over the house now, and he's obsessed with his 3D printer.
Weaponry if it's spilled onto the ground and you're walking around barefoot at night, that's for sure. Well, listen, what we've also got is your second trophy. Standing right over here is Luca Vivaldi to come to the stage to congratulate you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Jonathan Jaffe, your 30K No Limit Hold'em champion.
Why, hello, mate. How you doing?
Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. How's it going?
Not bad, not bad. I'm going to go and get some dinner, but I thought I'll just join you quickly for the start of this mystery bounty. How are you, mate?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
We've had two final tables today.
Yes.
Picking up coverage from our third event of today's action. And it's a bit mystery bounty time. I think the most important thing I want to point out right here now is the fact that Artur Martirosyan is chip leading this. And the reason that's important is because obviously Alex Foxen, with that run in the 25K, has narrowed the gap significantly in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard race. He's reduced it to about 300 points, which is just another final table. So Artur needs to get a big score here, Randy. He's came into this series as the overwhelming leader, and Foxen is on his tail within a couple of events.
That's right. And then when he started the Player of the Year race, I believe it was about a 900 to 1,000 point gap.
Yeah, it was.
So with that deep finish, Foxen got in third. He got about 600 points, getting a little bit closer to Artur, but with Artur with this huge lead, and he's actually going to be at our featured table, which is great for us to view. Hopefully, for his sake, that he can kind of just turn this into another deep run.
Yeah, so talking of Artur, as you mentioned, he's going to be at the feature table. The likes of Win and Fritz, who we've seen, Sasaki. See, and, you know, turnout-wise, here in Jeju, always expecting bigger fields. 151 runners in this one. Big old turnout in a 40K mystery bounty. What do you think the top mystery bounty prize is going to be?
I believe we've had like 400K in the past.
Was there a 450K at one point?
There might have been. There definitely was a 400K. And there definitely was the
400K.
redraw one as well, which obviously is
That's
the one
right.
that really gets you.
Yeah, I like those ones. Well, we know these guys are going to be calculating the EV as they always do of their mystery bounties. And I do stand corrected, by the way. It was Artur leading the pack just before the break, but since then, Aaron Bajanian has taken that chip lead as we throw it down to the main stage. Tobias Schwecht currently second in chips. What have you been up to today? There was some speculation, by the way.
Speculation?
Speculation that you were back in your hotel room watching the stream, and some of the viewers were like trying to guess what your reaction would be to certain hands. I actually kind of enjoyed it. It was like, guess what Randy would say.
I guess there was some pretty cool hands that went down.
Oh, there was some really dope hands, yeah.
I recall the heads-up match going quite some time.
It did, yeah, it did. I mean, we came in like 46 big blind average, and we got a really good battle, you know, between Jaffe and Renji. So really happy with that. It was about time that Jaffe closed another one out. Glad to see it. So congratulations to him. They both managed to max late reg. Here we are. Win. Squaring off against the current Ivan Liao Player of the Year leader. Top, checking it on over.
Wow, I can't believe King 3 might be able to steal this spot after check calling the flop. Forte straight out there. If you're going to check call King 3, should be stabbing. As played.
Overbet incoming?
I don't think he needs to overbet per se, because he can still get a one pair hand down for less.
That is a big bet. When unblocking clubs. Has to be somewhat concerned that there's a Jack X in there.
There's a decent amount of Jack X in the big blind check call range on that flop. Oh my God, what a call.
Nice hero call, my friend. He managed to find it.
Pretty quick, too. It's a very hard call to make.
I guess made somewhat easier because it's up against that man, is that?
I think so.
You know, if it's me, Randy, he's just snap folding. Right, he's like, listen, it never bluff him. But when it's Artur, finds these bluffs.
Congrats. Congrats, brother. Thank you. Nice one.
Is that Jaffe joining the table? Who are they saying congrats to? Or is it James Mendoza, perhaps?
It's one of the two, right?
I feel like it should
We're
be
our
one
favorite.
of the two, maybe.
Congrats for getting like 7th place. No.
Yeah. Oh, it is James. Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
There we go. The champion from the 25K, James Mendoza. Randy, I know we've spoken about it before. The thing I love about Jeju is there are just so many unknown players. And not to take anything away from the OGs that we love, you know, just like the next level crushers that we're so used to calling the action on. But when you throw in these unknowns, I'm buzzing, man. I don't know, so you know, I don't know their play styles. I don't know if they're a pro. I don't know if they're, you know, leaning more towards just like the fun side of things. They're just here flicking in some high stakes tournaments. And for some reason, I feel like in Jeju, it's just
more of them show up.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
It's a bit crazier. Gets a bit crazy out there sometimes.
It's funny because actually this Yoko Sasaki, who just took down this pot, this is her first Triton stop. Played some Triton 1s.
Yeah?
Had one cash, but that cash was actually a trophy in the 2K nightly tournament.
No way.
Yeah, so she's got a little Triton 1 trophy.
No way.
Yes.
What? That's dope.
From Japan.
So just showed up, shipped to Triton 1.
And just rolling over into this 40K mystery bounty.
You know what, I have to say, when Triton 1 was announced, I wasn't really sure how much spillover into the Super High Roller Series there would be, because the difference in buy-in is obviously pretty significant.
Right.
But we obviously had that 20K High Roller, we had the 15K High Roller at Triton 1, and it seems like a lot of people have stayed. They flicked in the 25, they flicked in the 30, now we're at the 40K price point, and some of them are still in. So, yeah, I mean, great turnout.
It's a great turnout, obviously, yeah. And obviously the 8K buy-in, most players that showed up for it brought multiple bullets, so I'm not surprised that they hung around for the 25 and the 30K. Maybe even this 40K.
we're going to see any of them in the 150K. That's what I want to know.
Maybe one, maybe two.
Randy,
We'll
how are you feeling, mate? I know you've been a bit under the weather. You surviving?
I'm hanging in there. I got to stay and watch this footage. It's just too good.
I'm a bit scared because I don't think I've ever, in all my years of knowing you, I don't think I've ever seen you sick. So there's something where I'm just like, okay, if Randy's sick, you know, stay away because it must be. So you face that direction. You stay over there.
Well, aren't you happy you got that side of the table? You're safe.
Yeah. Well, I hope I'm safe.
If you go down, you know who took you down.
Safe way for you to improve your game is to use the #1 learning app for poker players. You see the likes of Espen Jorstad there on your stream. We've got Kevin Rabichow in the booth, also a GTO Wizard brand ambassador. Start crushing now. My advice, if you haven't already got a subscription and want to be in with a chance to actually win one, would be to head on over to their socials, follow them on X and Instagram, get your chance to win. Shout out GTO Wizard, they really have just been the, I don't know, there was a lot of people that tried and didn't manage to do it as successfully as they have. They've changed the game forever. And if I know what I know about Matt and the team, they're only going to improve from here on out.
Three bet, 210K, practically all in, of ace king. Imagine this is just going to be taken down pre, especially with bounties not in play just yet.
I like that. Bit of a slow fold, Randy, just kind of like, okay, little glance over.
I think I'm the big blind. Yeah, I'm a big blind. Oh. He is small.
Man, 2 final tables in one day.
And extra content. Third event. Do you know when the bounties actually come into play? Is
So-
it the start of day 2 or in the money?
So I think what we typically do, if I'm not mistaken, is we play down to 25% of the field.
For today, yes?
Yeah. And then that's it. Then the bounties get calculated.
Okay. So you can start collecting bounties immediately
Correct.
tomorrow.
So that way, with 25% of the field left, that means the EV of each bounty then becomes like 80-ish K or so.
Got it.
So.
But that doesn't mean you're on the money. It just means you can collect bounties starting tomorrow.
Correct.
Then you have to survive a little more to get a little min paid.
Yeah.
Also,
So-
the goal is kind of like, there's like a mini bubble here, dude.
There is, yeah. So today we finish at 25% of the field, but we typically pay around 16%, which is always the case, right? You normally see, you know, we come back with like 36 players or so, and then 27 make it into the money. So, what, yeah, 158, 25% of that is, yeah, around 36.
Got it.
Call it 40. I'm going with 39.
Some number around 39, give or take 1 or 2.
Some number between 1 and 100. What are those numbers, Randy?
How about 1 and 90, given there's 90 remaining according to the app?
Who else have we got in the field? Alex Foxen, by the way. 9th in chips now.
Is it just going to be Arthur, Alex, and Punat making deep runs in every single tournament?
Punat, obviously, you were in the booth for that. Bust out 9th, that 25K. He really needed a top 5 finish, in my opinion, because him coming 9th and Foxen coming 3rd has created a massive gap between him and Foxen. Yeah, yeah. Ponat needed a top 5. I think now it's going to be tough.
He was really in an interesting spot where I don't know if you got to witness it, but at the final table, he had around 22 big blinds, and there was like 2 5 big blindish stacks.
Yeah.
And it folded to the small blind Mendoza, who made it like 3.5x base king, and he had ace-9 offsuit, and he decided to reshove, and that's how he busted like within the first orbit.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it was also that mind that can I build a big stack to perhaps get a big lead to ship this tournament, win points or POI, but who knows? Something's going on here. 9s.
Well, hang on, Randy, because ace king has flatted.
Wow.
That's opened the door for Fritz to get his squeeze on.
That's super sneaky. Imagine if there was a bounty on the line. Archer might get trapped in the middle.
A lot of kings dead, by the way. So here we go. Flipping for Fritz's tournament life. The good news is that, if I'm not mistaken, I saw 2 kings folded. So win with 4 outs, 3 aces in the case king. First flip for us. Clean so far for the 9s. Oh, okay. Picks up an out.
The 7?
Would be a dirty way to do it. 1 card to come. Ace, king, or 7. Needed to eliminate Fritz. Doesn't find it. And this is the type of tournament, Randy, where there is so much EV in building a stack at this stage of the tournament. You want to have a big stack towards the end of the day 1 bubble, because that means you're then going to come back tomorrow covering a bunch of players when the mystery bounties are in play. Gives you a chance to go bounty hunting.
Yeah, I think tomorrow we're going to get to see a lot of deviations of the play based on stack sizes. That's where things get really fun. For now, it's more straightforward. Try to build stacks if you can. Like you mentioned, you want to cover as many players tomorrow as possible. Seat draw is actually really important. Obviously, you don't get to choose where you get to be seated tomorrow, but sometimes you're one of the smaller stacks and you can have a lot of players you still cover.
Just scrolling through the field. Obviously, when the field sizes are this big, we don't always get to see some of the people we're used to seeing. We'll see David Yan out there, Jamil Wakil, Matthew Wantman, Steve O'Dwyer, Bryn Kenny. How fun was that having Bryn in the booth, by the way?
It was really fun. He even sticked around for the 30K, right?
Dude, he was with us for like 2.5 hours or something. Like, he sticked around until we got down to 4 players. Yeah, he was loving it. He was sharing some solid wisdom as well.
Fair enough.
Randy, what would need to happen for us to see you Reg a Triton event.
Get back in the booth? Get back on the table, I mean?
Yeah, not at this series, but let's say next year. Like, what would it take? What would have to happen?
I feel very safe in the booth, though.
Yeah, same.
You know, like...
This is our safe space, right?
I think I'm okay here, to be honest. I'm happy. I get to watch people play, stay involved.
What if Bitcoin hits $1 million?
I'm in. Ace King?
Yeah, it's going in. 40 big blinds. Expect to see it go in, especially after Mendoza 3-bet to 60. Won't be flipping, and based on the way James obliterated that final table, once it got down to four-handed, I'm going to put my money on Ace King to win this pot. Wow, win's just going to flat.
Seems like he's going to try to look for a safer flop to move in chips.
I am somewhat surprised by that decision. I mean, are you just planning on getting it in on non-ace high boards? Is that the plan?
I think so. Ace King boards he's trying to dodge. This is obviously one of the bad flops for jacks. He might need a check call one though, especially with single heart in hand. Of course, sizing is important. Should be a downsized bet though from Mendoza. Just absolutely smashed it. And you kind of want to force pocket pairs with 2 outs to check call. To about a third of the pot.
$255 out there. What a day it's been for Mendoza. Career best cash of 1.5 million. Taking down a WPT Global Slam here, picking up 2 trophies. And now
the 9's actually not that scary for Mendoza. There's not too many hands that raise call a 3-bet from under the gun.
yeah, is he going to be targeting, you know, weaker ace-X, like some ace-10, ace-jack suited perhaps?
Yeah, you can see that's why he's still reaching for chips, or at least thinking about it. He should try and find the best route to stack his opponent, who's might be holding like an ace-queen, ace-jack.
Ace-queen, we're just always getting the money, do you think?
I think you usually get the money either way. But the thing is, if you don't bet here, it's actually very difficult to get the last 285 in there. So you still need to just build this pot. I would be pretty happy laying down the jacks right now, as played with this board texture. My opponent 3-bet my under the gun. He's bet flop and turn. You got the jack of hearts, which blocks some of the jack 10 of hearts, blocks jack 10 of hearts, right? Queen jack of hearts that might be taking this action. We really just don't beat anything.
What about the emotional attachment to a big pocket pair?
You can't play like that. Otherwise, you're just going to burn chips.
There we go. Takes his time, but ultimately falls on the right decision. Make the fold. Randy, I can't believe it's day 3 already. Oh, sorry, bud.
It's not day 3, is it? Isn't it like day 10? You still fresh over there?
I wish the viewers could have just seen Randy's face. Randy just kind of turned to me with the blankest expression. Just like, really, Henry? Really?
I was puzzled.
It's like day 3. When did you get here?
On the 2nd, I believe it was,
2nd
roughly.
September.
It's 11th today.
It is. Yes, indeed.
I'm in tip-top shape, as you can tell.
Dude, you're crushing it, mate. You're an absolute trooper. Mad respect.
Kazumi Furuse. Pocket tens. Japanese representation.
Oh, it's strong here.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's strong.
Oh, and looking stronger as it's very likely to get Kenny Shi's pocket nines in there.
Yeah, Kenny's been willing to just push his 20 big blind stack around. He's chipped up to 28 bigs.
Yeah, he's jammed what, ace king. He jammed queen jack offsuit, blind versus blind. This is roughly same stack effective. Kind of odd that he pushed in all his time bank chips on this spot, right?
I was thinking that.
Very weird.
There it is. 28 big blind jam. No one waking up with it behind. Kazumi surely going to call this off. He's just taking his time. Big spot, of course. Soaking up the moment.
Nah, you can't fold this. My response would be throw all of my time banks in there too.
He's asked for a count.
He's going to realize he's covered.
I don't know, Randy. I mean, I'm getting...
He's concerned, clearly,
yeah,
for him to not snap.
I'm getting fold vibes. Maybe my read's wrong, but he's certainly not thrilled about the situation.
The thing is, tens is got a slight edge against ace king, ace queen, which is the most likely range you're up against. If it's nines, you're crushing.
Yeah.
You could be up against jacks, sure, but you might be up against eights. This man has jammed 3 times within the last 20 minutes, too.
That's a great point. Is this ever queens or kings or aces?
Occasionally, aces and kings actually 3-bet small to induce,
Right.
especially off of 28 bigs.
There we go.
That's the right call.
Has made the call. Shows the tens.
Oh. Oh, no.
Kenny gets shown the bad news. I think Kenny realized once the tank was in, he was like, okay, I want this guy to fold. Both flush draws covered. Been a while since we've had a 2-outer.
Hey, don't do that to Furuse.
Whoa, I'm not doing anything to Furuse. I'm just saying it's been, you know, it's been clean. The 25K wasn't. I remember you guys were in the booth for that. That was insane. The bad beats. But the 30K was clean.
30K was clean?
30K was clean. There wasn't...
Is the 40K going to be clean too?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, squeaky clean. Close.
I don't know about squeaky clean, Randy. Couldn't get much closer than that. 8 of clubs. Wow. Nice little pickup there for Kazumi.
Always makes your heart skip a beat when the number is so close to the out you're trying to fade. You got to count the pips. Can you imagine it was poker but didn't have the actual number on the side? You just have to count the pips. It's like, oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Almost 9.
Dropping like flies elsewhere. If you are watching over on the Triton Poker Plus app, or perhaps you've got it up, do click that updates tab. Just
you grinding the updates
oh
tab?
Man, it's brilliant, isn't
nice.
it? It's just fantastic. Yeah, so Mike Takayama eliminated. Jonathan Jaffe is doubled up through Lun Lun.
Wait, Jaffe's in the... He didn't take a little break?
No, he just jumped straight in. Saliba's been eliminated. Edward Pack's been eliminated. Steve O'Dwyer's been eliminated. Yeah. Fantastic viewing, isn't it? This app.
How about 10-6 offsuit raising from the small blind against Fritz? King it off is about average. If your opponent is raising polarized, and calling is quite nice. You do tend to raise some random kings that you dominate. King 8 into top 2. That's a restraint to pre-flop raise and not c-bet a board like King 8 deuce. That rates to hit your range. It's so hard to not want to bet top 2 just because you want to build a pot with 28 big blinds behind. Definitely worth considering a check back, but still fire.
Great start to this feature for Fritz. Got that double up, now he's going to pick up some chips. So the plan today, 159 entries in total. Playing down to 25% of the field. So playing down to 39 players.
Wait. So he just pre-flop raised. Looked like he was going to check fold King 8 deuce 2 hearts, and then he just checked raise against top 2 pair. He's got nothing.
Andy, what's going on, my friend?
What's going on is that Fritz is doing backflips inside.
Doesn't look like it though, does it? He's doing his best to give nothing away. He can't believe his good fortune here. This guy really just check raised me when I got top 2 out the big. Oh, I think
Did he click it?
Yeah, he's clicked it. Hand should be over and done with.
I'm not really a big fan of this, given how many chips they've got behind. It feels like they could easily get it in on turns and rivers, and if your opponent's bluffing, you'll get the chance to get some more chips. If they got ace king, you'll win it anyways.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like aces you're stacking, ace king, king queen you're stacking anyways.
I like 3-betting this flop if you needed to build the pot to get the rest in later. So if you're playing like 40 big blinds deeps, for example, or 50. But here it seemed a bit of a rush.
I mean, can you blame him? Such strength being displayed, he probably just felt like, okay, let's just get it all in right now before a scare card rolls off and I lose the action. So there we go, blinds going up. 6K, 12K. Honestly, I can't believe the pace at which people are busting out. What's going on? Savannah just lost 56% of his stack. We're down to 73. Current chip leader is Tobias Schwecht. Dude. Randy. Foxen is 5th in chips. He's crossed the 1 million chip mark. He's practically tied for the chip lead. Artur's down to 13th. Can you believe this, man? Please keep in mind that he took like a 5-year hiatus from the Triton series. Joined us in November of 2024, not even a year ago. Has since then won 3 titles and cashed for $13 million. Almost made it 4 titles today.
I know. It felt like title number 4 was coming today.
I mean, and then to wrap up the year, becoming the Ivan Liao player of the year winner, that really would be special.
It was a fair fight. Top pair versus the pocket pair with spades.
There's not much stack behind. See if that changes Archer's approach. He'll call for now.
I mean, Arthur does have to be worried about the +1 open containing stronger ace-X.
Probably not that worried anymore once he sees the check from Sasaki.
Do you think like a hand like ace-jack of hearts ever kind of like pot controls this turn a bit?
Normally, yes. With a shallow stack like that, less likely because that 110k in the middle means so much more to Sasaki, and they might want to, you know, kind of contain the pot. Or just, like, take the pot, I mean.
Arthur firing about 40%. Let's call it 35. Just trying to charge one spade type holding. Oh. Oh. Randy.
Did she just check raise practically min?
Not only did she check raise practically min, she's then very confidently moved the rest of her chips in front of her as if to say, that's what I have behind, buddy. What are you going to do about it? You want to play for it all? Okay.
Wow, there's a chance Archer just lays down the best hand.
This is just, you're getting min clicked on the turn. You've got ace-10 of diamonds. Randy, if this is me, I just think I'm dead.
I feel like I might be drawing dead, right?
I just think I'm up against queens.
Okay.
Arthur has somehow clicked call.
There's still 61k back. Somehow.
Sasaki bricks. She snap jams.
Side call from Archer.
Wow.
Good game. I like the effort. I wish she had a little bit more chips, and it probably would have got through. Bold play.
Randy, how did that not work?
Quite surprising. I didn't think she'd turn over that.
Was that frustration perhaps from Arthur? Things that hadn't been going his way? Or is that just like a live read based on history?
Oh, she's a little sad.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. That was valiant, valiant effort.
I think the price was just too good for him on the river.
Yeah.
We're just hoping for the best. I don't think he expected to win too often.
Today? 15 or?
He said 40 players. He said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they'll play like 25% of the field.
Oh, that makes sense.
But you heard Kenny Shi was like, I didn't expect to see that. Like, he expected Archer to be cooked.
Well, I just refreshed the update tab. Said Punat Punsri doubled up to 231k, and then quite literally, not even 30 seconds later, the very next hand he was then eliminated. Lost the flip.
But, you know, Archer heard she's announced that Foxen was moving up, so he had to move up
Yeah.
in chip counts too.
Yeah, blame it on me.
Kenny Shi, King Deuce off. Decides to go up this hand before paying the big blind and big blind ante. The win's been kind of fun to watch.
He has been fun to watch. This is a bit loose for my liking, but he's going to get it in good.
He's going bounty hunting when the bounties aren't allowed yet.
I can't let the big blind go through.
You heard Kenny say that.
Yeah.
That makes the ace-8 call even better. Because not everyone has the same mindset. A hand like King Deuce in this spot.
Down to 70 players. Could be down to 69. When holding on the Jack 9-3 with the ace high. One card to come. Kenny needs a cowboy or a duck to stay alive. Does not get there. Lost that big pot, Randy, the 9s against 10s for 20 big blinds apiece, and then was short stacked. You just heard him point out what you mentioned, the fact that he was about to pass through the blinds, so just wanted to run it with the king deuce for his final 4 bigs. Oh, sorry, 5 bigs.
You move the button twice.
So, with that, down to 69 players. We just heard the players also discussing at the table that it will be 40 people bagging. Artur Martirosyan has regained control at this feature. We're going to throw it to commercials real quick, just a 3-minute break whilst they rebalance everything. We'll see you all very shortly.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
What if getting better at poker didn't mean guessing? What if strategy wasn't instinct, but a skill you trained? It's time to enter the poker arena. The moment you join, you begin your climb. Choose your path. Start playing. Dive into competitive mode. Play for glory, ratings, and bragging rights. Track your stats. Climb the global leaderboard. Then go back, analyze it all. League by league, line by line. Play on desktop or mobile. Poker arena. Compete, analyze, rank up for free.
Well, welcome back, one and all. Quick little interlude there as we had some rebalancing shenanigans going on. As well, I'm not surprised, Randy. The pace at which players were busting the floor, and the tournament director's like, hang on, we need to rebalance some tables. There are tables with 4 players, other tables with 8 players. We need to sort things out. So yeah, just a quick pause of the clock. Well, we're coming back halfway through this level, 6K, 12K. Artur, fresh off that pickup there, moves back up into the top 10. Very much needed for him after Foxen's result earlier today in that 25K. Some serious serious leaderboard implications early here in Jeju. Randy, this is what I wanted, my friend. I wanted drama early. I didn't want Artur to win like event #1 and just completely run away with it. This is what I wanted.
Well, your wish has been granted.
In open from the ace queen. Aruse on the button, couple of sixes.
Seems pretty good with flat off of this stack.
Well, he wants a date with the devil. If he can find a third six.
You think the devil's showing up?
It is getting to that stage of the evening, you know.
Late night?
Yeah.
40K mystery bounty?
Yeah. Nope.
But that's a pretty good flop for sixes.
Hang on, maybe he shows up on the turn.
How often do you have an overpair of sixes?
Checks through. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm being a bit results oriented here. Randy, the check back. Do you want to be given a free peek at a turn to do over cards?
Personally, I like betting sixes in that spot, but I could see how it might be uncomfortable if your opponent does check raise, and we actually have seen him check raise as a pre-flop raiser.
Snap call.
I like
130
that.
in the middle. I mean, it's a scary run out. Jack on the turn, king on the river. When check, check, flop, your opponent opened, came with the delayed c-bet. All of a sudden, sixes aren't thrilled.
With ace queen high, probably would just try and show down against like an ace x of spades. He's gonna stab. I wonder if it works.
I like this.
But is it gonna work? It's hard to say.
Randy, if this doesn't work, I'm not gonna say I'll eat my salt because I've seen Brian Rass make that mistake on stream before. This would be a soul read. This would be a straight up soul read with the sixes.
You might be confused, like, if you like the jack, why are you betting so big still when an overcard shows up?
Kazumi really chewing on this one. And he's probably thinking, well, I can have Jack X here. I can have, you know, King 10, King Queen of Spades. So I like your point there. It's like, why are you betting so big? But he's managed to get the job done.
Well done, 100K.
That hand could have played out so differently.
If he bet the flop?
Yeah. And great recognition from Win, by the way. Just knowing that his ace-queen wasn't good, needed to bluff at that.
Yeah, I suppose on the king he felt it was scary enough to fold out these kind of pairs. Maybe if the river card was like a little number, he would just check and try to show it down.
And James Mendoza must be knackered. Came back today, what, 1 p.m. local time for the 25K, ships it. Coming up to what, midnight. Yeah, midnight here.
I mean, James has got to be super happy, of course, shipping that tournament, because he went into that final table with just 20 big blinds, so it didn't really seem like he was going to lock it up. But then...
His interview was pretty cool, though.
Oh, I didn't listen. Was it nice?
He just exuded confidence, you know? He was just like, yeah, man, you know, I trust myself. He's having a record year for him. You know, 34 years old, 2025 being the best year of his career, over $1 million, I think it was, 1.1 million in earnings this year. Obviously now he's more than doubled that with that win. But he just had this confidence about him. He was just like, you know, Henry, I've been studying, I've been really preparing, put a lot of prep work in before coming here to Jeju, and yeah, I like that kind of confidence, that self-belief.
That's refreshing.
Here he is here.
22.
Beautiful looking gut shot. The reason I say that is because if the king does roll off, Artur is going to turn the second nuts. And will be likely doubling James up. Artur not one to shy away from being aggressive.
You never know of Artur. Is he going to go check raise or check call? Decides on check call.
Offsuit king would be dirty. Doesn't make an appearance on the turn. 110 out there. Likely to see this one go check, check.
I think it's possible Mendoza actually presses with ace-10 offsuit. Would be a little nicer if he was holding like the ace of clubs to allow him to block some more continues, to allow him to bluff if a club comes off.
77?
That's a nice find.
This just makes a lot of 5X's folds. Jack X strongly consider folding. He's got outs against the queen.
Right, barreling with equity. Obviously we can see he's got the best hand here.
And he can just fold out like weak straight draws like this. Some club draws that don't have backup. It's a nice bet.
James Mendoza, ladies and gents, newly crowned Triton champ, showing us that he's here to stay. Yeah, and during the interview I asked him if he's, because you know sometimes you get people, they come for the early part of the series, right? They play like the 25K, the 30K, the 40K. Let's call them the preliminary events, if you will. They skip the bigger buy and stuff. He said he's here for all of it.
All of it.
So he is prepared, man. He's come in. He's ready to fire.
Well, that's really nice, especially because he showed up for Triton 1, actually cashed the main event. So even's got a little warm-up too before that 25K win. Just 1.5 million, just like that. No deal made either. I always respect the guy willing to, you know, not make a deal and just play for all of it. 500K heads-up match. And he actually steamrolled that heads-up match very quickly. Yes, it was like no contest. I felt like he had a pretty solid edge.
Was there any whispers of a deal? Did anyone mention it? No?
I think he went into the heads-up match as the pretty big
I think it was like
favorite.
5-1, right? 6-1.
Maybe not that big. Closer to like 3 or 4, I believe. I might be wrong. But he was just in his zone. I don't think he ever crossed his mind. And here he is, 600,000 in chips.
There was that fun moment as well where his opponent was down to one big and then doubled up a few times and then had the queens against ace 8. It was like, oh my word, like if this guy holds here with the queens, he's back in business.
You're talking about Pavi. Yeah.
No, heads up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yes, you're right.
Pavi also.
Pavi also had that, yeah. But no, heads up. Song was down to just one big. I was out there. I was like sweating it with the rail. It was pretty crazy. So great when it comes on the river as well because the rail just go absolutely insane.
Get them riled up.
Yeah. Artur, suited queen on the button. Oh, it's not going to work for him.
You know, he might even call a 3-bet if it's on the smaller side. Button versus small blind. $85K. 3-bet. There's a lot of stack to play for. Queen 8 suited. It's not the greatest hand, but maybe you speculate with position. You're feeling frisky.
Starting the hand 50 big blinds deep.
I think Queen 9 suited he always calls, so you can see that he's even bringing in Queen 8 suited.
I think for the reasons you mentioned, being in position, It is Arthur.
It's the Arthur factor.
Yeah. He's always looking for ways to piece people up.
Good luck trying to win this spot, Arthur.
I was about to say that. I was like, okay, well, you got 1%, buddy.
I like a really small size down here. Maybe even like 20% potish. Don't think he'll go that low, but it's really nice to retain hands that just have no chance to get you. Maybe they'll float.
Not far off. 55k. Winning with the ace-king. Elsewhere in the room, Foxen up to 4th. Tobias Schwecht still holding the chip lead. Peter Wang, great to see him here. He's currently in 5th. Masashi Oya, fresh off that 30k final table. He's currently in 6th. So it's the Tony Ren-Lin. He's broke into the top 10.
I'm telling you, it's that Japanese representation. 2nd and 6th on the overall leaderboard, Juno Bara. They've grown in numbers. Another Japanese player here, Ryuta Nakai. He sat down at our feature. You gonna play every pot and win?
Well, he has the winning formula. Ace on the button. Covers the people in the blinds. Fritz with a flat call here, Randy, off of 30.
Some players actually get really aggressive in attack if they feel like their opponent's getting very out of line.
Yeah, here we go. Fritz reaching for a 3-bet.
I left it at home.
It is one of those tricky hands where sometimes you do get called in 3-bet pots and you are dominated and you accidentally stack yourself. Ideally, you just take it down now, which he does.
Yeah, I changed it to the white one. Right? Yeah, I changed it like to a custom strap. Custom? Oh, that was custom. Where'd you change it? There's like a.
You remove your table back.
Oh, the lads are talking watches.
So make sure you enjoy your 10 minutes of
Oh, so 10 minutes we are going over?
Only watches we care about here.
Okay.
Randy, other.
I got it
Jacob
from
& Co?
Singapore. There's
Yeah,
like a,
exactly.
Yeah, my friend is like a.
You know someone who's got one.
We'll be dishing out 2 of those this series.
Does Punot have 1 or 2 of those watches?
1.
Just 1? Okay. Does anyone have 2? I feel like someone does. I just can't recall who.
I know why you'd think that, because Bryn's won a couple of main events, but obviously Jacob & Co.
came later.
Correct. Tim Adams won 2 main events, but again,
don't plan on
the
selling
first main that he won. Jason Kuhn, he won No Limit Hold'em main, but hasn't managed to convert a PLO main yet. Yeah, there's been some people that have been close. There have been some fun sweats.
But they've won main events. They just didn't have a watch for some
I think
events.
this trip's going to be fun. I think there's going to be... There's enough people now, that have one of those Jacob & Co. timepieces where we could be sweating a... What do you do? Do you wear both of them on the same wrist, or do you put one on each wrist?
One, and then you put both your hands on the table? Look at me. Maybe if Mendoza runs hot, he'll have one of those to add to his wrist hardware. There comes Ryuta. Ace deuce of clubs. Into Mendoza. Could be a little battle here. Top pair for Nakai.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you see, but surely Mendoza has to respect the +1 open off this shallower stack. And chasing gut shots.
Yeah, it's dangerous to float in this spot because Nakai opened an early position off of a shallow stack, which probably folds baby pocket pairs.
Right.
So if you check call queen 10 here, checks through, you can't really blow out as many of those baby pocket pair because they just don't exist. Hence why you just stand away. Expect it to be very ace heavy.
Yeah, I like that. I think a lot of people just think that it's a mandatory pill, but you just have to respect the position. And you know, 9-8-3 is a different story when you have, you know, the 2 overs to go with the gut shot. But there, where your pair outs probably aren't live. Discipline fold. Artur inspecting for a marked card by the looks of things.
25,000.
Marked as in it had some dirt on the back or something.
This is a spot I prefer flatting with deep stacks. It gets very murky if you 3-bet and you get 4-bet, or you 3-bet and get called and some overcards show up.
What about this for Jun? 3 ways, King Jack-O. Never thrilled about it, right? Like, feels like there's some reverse implied odd stuff going on.
A little bit, but it's not like, oh, you flop top pair, you just have to stack off. You can change your mind post flop.
Well, as it stands, 9's still the best. But Artur has a very bluffable combo. One that he may lean into after opening from +1. It's an incredibly strong range. Aces, kings, queens, ace, queen. He's going to start firing with this inside straight draw. How awkward is this, Randy, for the 9s? I mean, 9's 9 of diamonds, 1 over.
He should be continuing in this spot because his small blind flatting range actually contains a lot of queen X, so he can kind of have a protected range. Check calling a hand like 9s. His opponent can just randomly barrel because he often is up against a queen, so I like this call, and yeah, he can balance it quite nicely. The diamond helps.
That's going to get rid of Wu. 147k in the middle. Clean turn card for Mendoza's 9s, making it far less likely that Artur has a queen. As Randy said, you know, he does have a protected range because he can have some queen X that flat out the small.
I think a lead would be nice. Queen rates to hit you quite a bit, like I just mentioned. Don't have to give a free card to your opponent.
75,000.
It's not a small lead. About half the pot. Should still get the job done.
Oh. Change the deck.
Change the deck. This man says change the deck.
He looks knackered. Right, fold, change to the deck.
Arthur's been grinding all day, every day, you know?
But he didn't have, he wasn't at the final table of the 25k.
True. But he's been here for,
oh, look at
Triton
this.
1. What's
Jesse.
a red feature? Whoa.
Peter.
Nice.
I like the look of this table. Surzat Hisu. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. We've got Jonah Barra in the mix. That's going to be our next red. And then the next blue feature table
Yaroshevsky.
Ponakov, Yaroshevsky, Soiser, chip leader Tobias Schwecht. Byron Kaverman. Someone we don't see all too often at Triton. Nice to see him here, the American.
It's kind of really cool for me to see Kaverman because he was one of the names playing the biggest stake spines. Like 25Ks was really big back then, and he was in there. And then he kind of just took a long break, I feel.
I feel like a lot of people do. I think we just, us poker players, we all just have like an early midlife crisis. We start questioning the meaning of life. Is there more to life than poker? Let me go and try and find it. Some of us move to Thailand, you know, in search for more meaning.
And what happens? We always find our way back.
Exactly. And ultimately, we just realize that we are too in love with the game. And you know, you can take the guy out of poker, but you can't take the poker out of the guy, okay?
Exactly.
So 3x here with the ace-queen.
Definitely going to get some action from Japan's Ryuta Nakai. Jack 10 off. 2 big blinds in position. Price now, or pot now, 84K.
Things getting pretty desperate with that blind level increase, 35-minute clock. Some of these stacks are really feeling the pinch.
That'll be one of the worst flops for ace queen. 9-7-6. You're not expected to raise hands that hit that board. I mean, the guy can just really attack here. If he wants to, he's going to check it. Bad news for him is he's picked up an open-ended straight draw, but his opponent's hit top pair, top kicker.
A stab on the flop surely would have got the job done.
I think so.
And now it's just looking likely that he's going to cost himself a lot of chips. He won't be going anywhere on this turn. 42K is the request.
We're supposed to sell the ones, right?
Understandably, the call being made. Yeah, this is one of those ones where I struggle to not be results-oriented, you know, where you just think, well, had you just done this, then the entire result of the hand would have been different. You would have just won the pot and the hand would have been over and done with.
No. I don't
This river card might lose Nakai even more chips.
It's 168 out there.
Every time I like play somewhere else, you're there. So I tell you the other day. Yeah, even like the Florida stuff. Yeah.
There's the jam. He's going to ask for all of it. Nakai with the bluff catcher.
So when you max out your 6 months,
If it clicks, cool. He's out the tournament.
It's a queen or nothing. Gotta figure it out.
I mean, in some places though, like 90 days.
I mean, Nakai's range actually looks like he's holding something on that flop more so than the jack.
So you can stay 90 days.
And the jack is a pretty scary card for like the 9-7-6 texture. Might make him lean towards calling.
Well, he's going to throw out a time bank. What do you think, Randy? Late in the day, put on the cape, maybe convince himself that the 10 is a good card to have. Blocking like King 10.
Sure, but your opponent doesn't need that straight, right? They can value bet a queen very safely, as you can see.
No, I agree, but also
it helps.
You get into this leveling war in your mind sometimes, right? Blind versus blind. I think he's made the call. Yeah, he's made the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news. And Randy, again, just to point out, Nakai has been eliminated, and had he just fired out a stab on the flop, likely just takes it down, Coulda, shoulda, woulda. It's that classic saying again, Randy.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
No.
What?
If my auntie had
no,
wheels,
not the bicycle thing.
Yeah, if my auntie had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. It's always easy in hindsight, you know. You're like, well, if you'd done this, then the result would have been different.
Still would have preferred bet, but I don't know. My auntie's not a bicycle.
James Mendoza, fresh off of that $1.5 million score, is going to be heading to break with the chip lead at this table. And Randy and I are going to be stepping aside for 10 minutes, making way for the likes of Kevin Rabichow and Ali Najad. Nothing really too much to write home about there. Still very early goings. I think the main takeaway for me was how quickly they were busting on outer tables, so much so that we had to pause the clock mid-level so the floor could rebalance the tables because there have just been so many bust outs.
Right, and I guess that means that we're going to get down to the final 25% very quickly.
Yeah, looks like 40 players will be coming back tomorrow, and then, of course, we will be finding out what the biggest prize is. Go on, quickly guess for me before you and I depart.
400K.
400K, I think that's a good shout. Don't go too far. When we return, continuing coverage of this 40K mystery bounty from Jeju.
What if getting better at poker didn't mean guessing? What if strategy was an instinct, but a skill you trained? It's time to enter the poker arena. The moment you join, you begin your climb. Choose your path. Start playing. Dive into competitive mode. Play for glory, ratings, and bragging rights. Track your stats. Climb the global leaderboard. Then go back, analyze it all. League by league, line by line. Play on desktop or mobile. Poker arena. Compete, analyze, rank up for free.
Yeah. I call. So I think he's heavily weighted towards ace-king and doesn't have like a lot of aces and kings because everyone Hollywoods those for like a second.
Yeah.
So then he like snaps it. The flop comes 8-4 deuce. He bets, I call. The turn comes a queen. He bets again, I call, because I think he's so weighted towards like his ace-king because of that snap 3-bet.
Yeah.
Where like if he would have taken some time and 3-bet me, I would have folded the turn much more often.
Yeah.
So then it winds up like check. It winds up actually having king 6 off, and he like he loses the pot like in this one. But then, you know, it was too. If you were featuring my table, it would have been perfect because actually after that happened, I gave him some in-game coaching and told him why he destroyed himself there.
Nice.
That we actually caught. We caught that part, but we had to reverse engineer what happened in the hand that you guys were talking about.
And I think like too many people, you know, they take it too serious of like, you know, they need to get every edge like possible, where I see it in a different way. You know, this guy's clearly an amateur player who's playing here for fun. You know, clearly like the difference of skill between me and him or him and a professional is massive. So if you could give someone, you know, a little, you know, push on like their journey of growth inside of poker, they're going to have more fun doing it. And then if he has fun, you know, his friends are going to be interested in playing. You know, if he wins a tournament, people who watch who are from the same country are going to be more interested in playing. So I feel like we need more of that like approach where people, players care as much or more about growing the game as they do about, you know, winning an extra 1 BB in like a spot.
Well, Pac got it in good. That's all you can ask for in London. Like I feel on edge all the time.
Oh my God, London is turning into a disaster.
Yeah, no.
You know, I've loved London, like going in to visit and staying there for a bit. And like an ex-girlfriend of mine had a place there for a bit, so I was spending a good amount of time there.
No, I understand.
It's like the Wild West out there now.
It's getting pretty crazy. It's pretty dangerous out here in these waters as well. Chu with the kings in the big blind. He's playing 15 bigs.
I would like to see a defend here.
He might be thinking non-all-in again. He's gone for the small 3-bet already once at this final table.
1-1 or something, he said, I think.
Yeah. Renji getting 3-bet again. See how patient he is in the face of this.
Yeah, this is one of those where it's like frustrating to see, but you've got to, you know that the guy is like super strong.
Well, too late. He announced all in.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Snapped off. I like that you pointed out the patience, Kevin, because it
I think
felt
that's
like
what it was.
I guess good 3-bet with kings. I was just going for getting a few more bets of the defend.
No, it felt like the implosion, if you will, was long
Which is so
overdue.
interesting because he's up chips at the final table. So I mean, it's like getting frustrated for nothing.
On the come.
He's been 3-bet like what? This was the 4th time he got 3-bet.
It's just
is
this
it that
scenario.
often?
Something about this scenario. I don't know if it was always this player. Certainly is.
No, it was like
spread
Oya was
across the table.
Oya was the first one. Who else even 3-bet him? You sure? I think you're picking up some other people's 3-bets and adding it to his. Because this is only the second one that I could think of him getting
I remember
3-bet.
calling it out. I just don't remember who it was.
We'll go back through, but
maybe it was a few. But I mean, this clearly looks like a frustrated move.
Yeah.
Or like thinking that the big blind's got like some 3-bet folds here, which I think is quite hopeful.
They always have it the second time.
And that guy, he had it the first too, right?
He also had it the first time.
Especially too when you look at like the stacks and he starts the hand with 17 BB.
Records are getting broken.
I'm waiting for the first invitational in Asia. I'm surprised, you know, that there's not one over here because I think like, you know, Jeju's got the most recreational players of anywhere by far. I think it would make some of the people who aren't here but like leaning towards like a higher buy-in to come on trips would also come here. So I was actually expecting the first Asian invitational to be on this trip and was surprised that it wasn't. So I would be much more excited for a invitational happening in Jeju than I am of the Bahamas.
Oh, Ramin with the snap call.
Cards on
you know, if we think of the last Bahamas invitational, I'd say it had the most fake VIPs of any invitational that's ran.
Thanks, Bryn.
You know, I'm just here to give my honest feedback.
Let's keep it
real. I wear my heart on my sleeve. Nothing else I could do.
Love the honesty. Some honest poker being played here, blind v blind.
This is some honest poker for sure. Like clear shove in the small, clear call in the big.
Dang, looking on.
Which is actually going to even, whichever way this goes, it's going to even the stacks around a bit in this like 4 to 5-handed play.
Well, Oya, Oya will be down to what, 6 bigs if he can't convert this.
Yeah, it winds up putting like the 2nd through 4th in like a pretty close range. Whoever wins this hand is like close to, you know, Chu and Renji.
Renji 1 card away from doubling up. Needs to fade 6 outs once. Oh, Queen of Diamonds. Corner pocket. We're down to 5. The reigning champion took down this event at the last stop. Out in 6th. Didn't feel like that one was coming. I don't know. Queen of Diamonds just like that, out of nowhere, making an appearance when it mattered most. The GF going home with 268,000, and with that means we're down to 5. Everyone guaranteed 353,000.
Yes, never stopped. So I feel like, you know, I was just in this like non-stop training where, like, of course, when you look at life, it's such a balance. So of course, if you're putting so much into one aspect and like performing so well, these other aspects of your life, maybe you're falling a bit apart and you really don't have a grasp on them at all.
So my takeaway from what you're saying, there's 2 things. So the mind goes where the energy flows, or the energy goes where the mind goes. And the second one is your biggest goal in life is to become the highest version of yourself. You're not competing against anyone else. It's just you against you. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah.
I love that, man. Yeah, that's really cool.
And the thing is, like, I'm happy for other people's success also. I think it's, you know,
that's huge.
We're almost like ingrained into thinking a way that like we're like trying to climb a mountain and there's only one spot at the top on that mountain.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of like the system in life is like pushing that way of thinking onto you, where I just believe it's not really true. And like what I love is you know, giving someone a rope, you know, showing them a way up the mountain or to help them reach a higher version of themselves. Like you see, you know, at the tables, I give people honest feedback. Even, you know, in this 5-10, there's no reason like for my own benefit that I tell this guy the thing. It's just I enjoy it.
High tides raise all ships, or whatever the saying is.
Yeah.
Like there's enough for everyone to go around. Yeah. I like that, man. I really enjoyed that. All in here, by the way. 5 left. Clement jamming on the bottom for his final 8 bigs. Renji side calling it off. Didn't love the spot, but he's taken the profitable one when it's been presented to him. Let's see if Clement can convert this.
Yeah, I know this
wow.
is coming. Is it Jack 9? Okay.
Renji feels like it's coming. They're flipping. King, Jack, 9, 8 needed for Clement to jump into the lead. Doesn't find it on the turn. Renji just looking to hold with ace high to get us down to 4 players.
Small card.
There's the hold. Fades the world of outs. And we're going to lose America's Clement Deng, who, as always, impressed. GG's, my man. 353,000 going his way. Taking his Triton earnings over the $1 million mark. His 5th cash on the Triton Tour. Cash both the 25K Global Slam, came 20th for 80K. Now adding a final table to his resume. The second one. Final table, the 100K main here in Jeju earlier this year. I've got a funny feeling we're going to be seeing more of this young man at the Triton series. But for now, we're down to 4.
Oh, well, that's one way to bring us back. Alina Jad alongside Kevin Rabichow. Caught a little bit off guard, but nevertheless, ready to go as we're going to resume coverage of this 40K mystery bounty. You got a glimpse of not just this coverage, which is bonus in nature, given we've already crowned a couple of champs on the day. Mendoza winning the 25K WPT Global Slam, and then not long ago, Jonathan Jaffe, title number 2 in the 30K. But the wrinkles here, of course, Rabichow, is that those envelopes, they don't come into play just yet. In fact, not until tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. When we get down to 25% of the field, which I'm hearing is 40 players, that's when the envelopes start to come into play. And they are worth a lot in this format. I've observed in the past that at Triton, half the buy-in goes to the bounty. I believe that's still the case, which means there's more money in pulling one envelope on average than there is in finishing in the money. So when you put those bounties in with 25% left, you're not yet in the traditional payouts. I mean, there's huge, huge value just to make it to the start of day 2 and have a chance at those pulls.
Now, quickly, tomorrow is where we start to see all of the bounty hunters come out and some of the funky play. But for now, everything's going to be straightforward?
I think pretty much, maybe a bit of like an implied bubble, you might say, Ali, because you want to make it to that stage, right? You want to have the opportunity to pull those bounties. If you have even an average chip count, that's worth a lot.
All right, well, let's get right down to it as we resume things from here in Jeju. Jun Obara, overall chip leader with $1.5 million in front of him. He certainly waits to get himself into the envelope-laden portion of the program. Tobias Schweck not far behind him with 1.515, not here at this table, which is very rich with the Far East. Only the German, Shirzal Hisu and Jesse Lonis breaking up that overall representation. Blinds 10, 15, and 15. As 1/3 of this remaining 60-man field and original 158 entries will have to say goodnight before we will wrap things up on the day. But the pace has been relatively brisk and quite a few 20 and under big blind stacks. But implied bubble, as you put it, Kevin, means that, you know, these guys are going to be working very hard, not in a rush whatsoever, because making the money is less important for a good long while than getting the EV of one of the envelopes. That's half of the 40K.
I mean, there's two kind of camps I've seen in their approach to thinking about getting to the bounty stage, which is there's a lot of people who want to be chip leader.
Sure.
Going into day 2, right? If you can be chip leader and cover your entire table at the start of day 2, or at least have a very likely chance of covering your whole table, now you're in such a commanding position at the start of the day. Your expected EV for that period super, super high. So you will see people who are maybe above average really fighting for the top. But if you have a chance to sneak into day 2 off of like a short mid stack, there's a lot of equity there, both in the form of winning chips if you're short and someone tries to bounty hunt you.
I mean, on more than one occasion, we've observed someone with this fuse, one bounty, stepping up and picking up one of those golden tickets, or the big stuff. I believe it was Orpin Kisachikoglu who came up to the stage and then caught me off guard by asking me during the bounty draw, Ali, how many bounties do you need to win the biggest prize? And I was like, excuse me? He goes, how many bounties do you need to win the biggest prize? I was like, well, just one. Hands me his chip, reaches right into the tumbler, and pulls the top slot. What a moment that was for Orpin.
Dangerous spot here for Xiang Yu. Lonis with a monster on the button and King Jack suited. Certainly doesn't have to 3-bet, but a very jammable looking suited Broadway. Well,
in he comes. Doesn't have to, but decides to. A 3-bet to 110,000.
And once we've gone this route, I think the money just goes in. Ace-Queen offsuit. So inclined to jam and try and clear out some amount of equity. King Jack suited, maybe just going to be priced in.
All in.
There's the rip from Lonis, and that's, of course, not exactly what we were hoping to hear. Covering stack.
410.
Asks for the count. Lonis. 5K
Oh,
off
no,
by
405.
our measure.
It's an awkward spot that he's found himself in, and exactly why I didn't immediately think of the 3-bet small as an option. Jam, run your equity, feels like a good choice. Flat the big blind, keep in weaker hands, also an option. Now I fear our hand is just too good with all this money out there. Give yourself a chance at a double average stack going into tomorrow. It's a lot of hand to fold.
Sure is. Is this the spot? Is this the hill on which we want to potentially die? Granted, he is covering, but he knows that Lonis is not likely to risk being dispatched this deep without all goods. And you can observe the struggle here. And eventually it does get bin, so Lonis hauling one in. Really like Jesse's game, by the way, but you know, there are those who, regardless of whether or not it's a bounty format, seem to be looking for scalps and pelts, and he's among them. So well served is his style when it comes to the bounty format. Not afraid to get his chips in motion.
Hard to forget the ridiculous run that he went on in that last mystery bounty.
Oh, man.
After winning, what was it, a four-way all-in, I think, with 13 or 14 players left. Just ridiculous collection of bounties on his way to multiple titles.
He was the buzzsaw. As the buzzsaw is exactly what Shirzahisu is working with. Early position open to 35 and a little bit of trouble potentially for Jesse. Cut off flat with ace-9 off suit, Kevin.
This is a sign to me that Jesse's of the camp I described earlier. He's seeking chip accumulation before this day ends. He wants to get involved
You got 30
late.
behind? Thank you.
He's also noticing that the big blind was very short here.
Queen 4 tray as that big blind of Chongshan Yang did hop in.
Wasn't sure if Hisu was going to c-bet out of position. This could work out really well for him. Given that Jesse has the ace of spades, it's hard to get away yet. Likely to see. Assuming it goes call. Oh, I thought we'd just see an overcall in the big blind. He releases the 7-6.
Yeah, gut shot, straight draw, not interested in continuing. Somewhat surprisingly, and this is a big issue. Case ace on the turn in a 210K pot. Lonis drawing dead top, set for Hisu. Two-tone texture and excuses to keep barreling.
It's going to be very hard for Lonis to preserve any chips by the end of this pot. We'll see if Hisu wants to set a trap, maybe. But I like the choice to keep barreling. We don't interfere with any flush draws or backdoor flush draws. We don't interfere with Queen X. These are all hands that might take a free river. So just straightforward aggression, even though we have the effective nuts. I think this is a good choice. There's not many rivers I feel Lonis can fold on.
$110K a man. Shirzad covering. And that's a pretty dry looking river if you've got ace-9. 430 out there, sub 1 SPR. Is it going to be good night, Jesse Lonis?
I don't see a path to escape. Even if Jesus decides to check, I think Lonis just has a value bet. And you don't interfere with any of the bluffs if you're Lonis. You don't have spades or hearts. You don't have Jack 10, King. I think he announced 320.
Sure did.
25K shy of Lonis's entire stack.
Is this somehow intentional from Shirzad, looking to keep Lonis around? I mean, this is the kind of thing that, you know, you would hope he knows how much Lonis has got and would maybe put out the barrel, especially given it's so close to the full amount, you know, to get rid of Jesse. But at a final table, you observe that earlier, Alex Foxen today keeping a man around. Emilian Pavi. But this is not that.
No, there's not as much upside here to keeping Lonis around. Chips are mostly just worth their value in chips. And you'd expect just going for all of it whenever your hand is good enough to do so. It's going to catch Lonus's attention. I'm sure he'll try to read into it, but this might have just been an approximate number that came out of, you know, Hisu's mind as the clock ran down and he wanted to get a bet out before the timer.
Sometimes, Kevin, on the end, when we see the big barrel, we can safely take one pair out of the equation. On this board, however, the larger ace does very much loom. Value pursuits of a sizable nature from Shirzad, and Lonus ends up paying off a devastating blow. Not a death blow per se, but certainly one that leaves him wounded.
Yeah, as you suggested, that ace-9 losing to every value hand and potentially just getting value bet against by every better combo. But still just feels too strong to fold. Really the only path to escape there was before the flop.
Pretty clutch pickup there for Hisu, by the way, who I had the pleasure of sitting down with on the break during dinner. Really thoughtful guy who's had some struggles of late, but happy to report that his mindset is very much intact, and he's bringing that intensity, which he always wears on his face when on the felt.
I've always been really impressed by his, and intensity is a good word for it at the table. Very deliberate.
Yeah.
And just seemingly gives the care and attention to every spot that a lot of players are, you know, maybe not going to consider their options through. Especially on rivers, which I think is extremely valuable.
You're going to get out here and dance with the sort of opposition that Triton is going to deliver to your doorstep. Well, you'd better be ready. And that table presence that Hisu brings definitely conveys that, as you see conveyance of the remaining 35,000 of Zhangxian Yang with King 8 from the small blind. Xiang Yu, Queen 5 of clubs, trailing. Not the biggest pot we're going to observe on the day, but a meaningful one if you're young. Ace, Queen 4, and out flopped is the King 8. Things looking rather dire. King of Hearts working hard for the time being. And flush draws no longer possible. Only a king. We'll keep this man involved with 56 remaining. And it's unavailable. GG issued as he gathers his belongings and falls prey. Xiang Yu. Bring us to 55 remaining. Most recent eliminations in the room. Mike Takayama, Manuel Fritz, Brian Kim, and Jonathan Jaffe, who isn't going to be making day 2 of this one after hopping in late. Given it took some time for him to pick up title number 2 in the 30K earlier. A hard-fought and protracted affair, by the way, against Renji, who was very much up to the task. Big seesaw between those two.
It was a great heads-up match.
Sure was.
Very fun to watch. And Renji also jumped in late. He's sitting over at the blue table. Hopefully catch a little more of the spots that he has to play.
Yeah, we haven't headed out that way yet.
Yeah, no break from the feature for him. But no, I don't think we've seen a hand at blue. Tobias Schwecht over there with the chip lead.
everyone clear on what the red sandbags do? Yeah.
Keeping it right here in the on-deck circle. One would imagine will be Jesse Lonis, just given the lack of tokens after making that big call against Jeju.
Pass. 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 Pass, pass.
A walk.
7-8 of diamonds was durable enough, but obviously people a little bit hesitant maybe to get after one of the deeper stacks here. Still Obara, top dog at this feature, and now second behind Tobias Schwecht in terms of the overall field.
Play all in.
And there it is, Lonis under the gun, looking down at Queen 8 of diamonds and deciding this is better than I rate to get next hand. So in it goes, and unfortunately for him, Wang Yang has got him dominated. King, Queen of clubs, ain't gonna be going anywhere.
All in. 2 players all in.
Comes over the top just to usher Hisu and company out the door. Peter Wang, not interested in the ace-deuce off, so pull back most of that 2 1/4. Leave 35 out there and play for 110 and the fate of Jesse Lonis. Flop. Comes Jack, Trey, Deuce, all diamonds. How about it? King, Queen, John dead. Of course, a mere flesh wound is a good laugh shared by the crew.
At least that happened against this one. 35.
Well, think about how important that 35K that Hisu left Lonis with is potentially going to be now.
30K is going right back out in the form of ante and big blind. Jesse's not quite out of the woods yet.
Now we get a look at Schwecht and company, overall chip leader at our other feature table. Involved here with ace jack of diamonds. Tian Hao. Ace jack offsuit, and this one's going to be a chop. No other path. Tobias knows it. Inconsequential turn and river dealt. Both players ending up with jacks. 54 remaining now, as Masashi Oya has been dispensed. Rack them back up. Keep it right here. There's Renji. Second place to Jaffe in that 30K. Alex Ponikov's now, who's really been running up the massage tab early in this festival, Rabbit Chow. I don't know what kind of performance he's going to need to turn in to break even, not just based on buy-ins, but also rub-downs. But
Only many.
Come on.
well, going to try his luck once more. Is Tian Hao.
It's the last time I played him, like only many, like 10 years ago, you know. And then now
Very long time
King, 3
ago.
of diamonds on the button, Schwecht. taking a beat here with Jack 8 of hearts, Kevin.
It's an awkward one. 6 blinds. Soiza behind with about 30 in the big blind. Certainly Jack 8 suited strong enough in isolation to put in 6 blinds, but Tobias is in that kind of funny spot where he could just coast into day 2 and have massive EV with this stack. Why do anything to mess that up?
Whoa. Slow. My short stack plays.
Soiza
Don't study enough.
with the medicine. King 9 off.
Against only menu.
Has how in rough shape.
10 years you haven't played, I forgot, you know.
Queen 6 deuce, and the shape isn't getting any better for
When
King
people
Trey.
get older, they get tighter, you know, usually.
That's true. Yeah. I wonder how poker will look like when every one of us gets old.
I'll take the 3 of spades off the board as Soiza picks up the flush draw. Pretty deflating developments here at this feature table for the King Trey. And that's a wrap. Another one falls.
Yeah.
Oh no, hang
Well,
on a
should we-
second.
should we know, right? I
The
don't know, I
board
wouldn't
pairing
think of
deuce, and it is a chop. I confess, I was so ready to just call it a day for that, man. I got tunnel vision.
I believed you, Ali.
I was kind of taking his lead too. If
he almost walked out of here.
He's the man that's looking down at the board with his hand. You'd think he's a little bit more invested in outcomes than we are. But once again, a chop after the ace-jack squared off. A similar outcome.
When the post of nines.
Yarashevsky opening with 7s as we roll on. No takers. Igor's got a tiny little game on him, by the way. You know, quietly goes about his business, does the Ukrainian, but has made himself very much at home amongst the regulars here at Triton.
He's made some of the most impressive plays that I've witnessed.
Yeah.
At feature and final tables. Got a couple of titles to his name as well.
Well earned and hard fought. King 3 offsuit on the button for Soiza. Not sure it's a qualifier.
No reason for him to get out of line right now. That might have actually swayed Renji to change his play.
Yeah.
Igor hadn't even looked at his cards yet.
No.
Looked like he was going for the limp jam, maybe.
Like your coin is not working.
Not positive, but sometimes composition like that, the offsuit big little, Jack Trey.
Could have induced some action.
Yeah.
And then if you have a good hand, then use it.
It's like reverse psychology. You say no, people just want to do it more.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you have the bottom hand and then you're like, no, I'm not gonna do that. You tell me what to do.
Yeah, it's like, just because you show me the coin. Spite shove.
That's okay, yeah. Coin not for this. No. Coin for me when I wanna call.
Ace 4 now for the boss stack in the hijack. Offsuit version,
Because
not a
I wanna go
qualifier.
everything, every time. And sometimes no fault.
Ace Jack very much is, however, as Renji, or Ricky, as Xuan Liu advised. He can also be referred to. Opens for 30. A little ace deuce of diamonds now. Temptress.
5 seconds.
Is Yaroshevsky going to use the coin to decide? It says yes, and he decides to jam.
And the coin's going to fail him here. Ace Jack is a snap.
No.
It'd be kind of cool if it was one of those coins that said yes twice, and you go to it just to make somebody think you're randomizing and on the cusp, but you know that you want to jam. And unfortunately, you don't want to jam when you're dominated, which is exactly where Yaroshevsky finds himself here.
I won't tell you until I win.
8.
King,
Oh,
9,
diamond,
8.
please.
Neither player with a pair. The ace jack. Firm grasp of this one. And it stays that way. Only an ugly duckling would ruin the fun for Renji. And the ace jack plays as the board pairs. And that is a rough blow to Yaroshevsky's stack. You're okay with that ace deuce of diamonds decision there, Kevin, or does it feel, with the implied bubble nature of so desperately wanting to ensure that we get to tomorrow, that Yaroshevsky maybe took a little bit higher variance spot than he needed to?
Yeah, and I'm not sure, like the suited aces against a button open are not going to clear out as many hands that we're losing to as we would like. It's going to be a more effective bluff to have, let's say, like a suited Broadway and clear out an offsuit ace, but it's not a bad option. I mean, certainly that's meant to be a wide button opening range, and you've just got a pretty quality hand, so I don't fault it, but maybe a little speedy for this stage.
Well, no complaints from Mao, obviously, the beneficiary of that speediness from Igor.
And Igor's still in the tournament. I mean, the benefits of making it to day 2 still exist for the shortest of stacks. Just the upside comes in the form of winning chips very often rather than winning bounties. If you're short and you make it to day 2, you pretty much just get handed good spots to win chips as everyone fights to try to grab an envelope.
100? Yeah.
Coverman looking over at this ace-10 jam with such a poor holding, 10 deuce, and not an insignificant amount of his chips being demanded here.
You're not sure if Kaverman is earnestly considering this one or just spending a bit of time as we approach the end of day 1. It's pretty far off from a calling hand there, so I'm inclined to believe that was more a strategic use of time.
Sporting.
You know, the big blind's expensive, the ante's expensive. You don't want to be the guy who pays it on the very last hand of the day.
Well, last hand of the day will come when we're down to 40 players remaining. At present, 52 are left. Casualty that brought us to 52 was Alex Boyka.
Fold.
30 if you do, says Tobias.
Good opportunity for Tian in the big blind. Nice to get dealt a hand such as this when you're playing so short. Flop any piece of the board and you just get it in and run it.
Oh. 10, 7, 8.
I said any piece of the board. I don't know if this is quite enough.
Well,
he's
he
in.
decides that it is, Kevin. The stop and go of sorts. But unfortunately, the 9 is no good if it shows up. However, 6s, 5s, and 4s would all do the trick as Schwecht gets them on their backs. 275 in the middle. Second 10 on the turn, and the bell tolls unless one of those outs can come through. 10 of them in total, and that ain't it. So a wrap of the felt as they continue to fall in rapid succession here in the 40K Mystery Bounty. No envelope, of course, but a step closer to that portion of the program. Courtesy of Tobias Schwecht. GG's, sir. We're gonna need that mic back.
It's really tucked away in there. A little
Maybe
extra airtime for the sponsored hoodie.
We could go with corded mics, and then no one would ever be able to leave with the mic because you're just kind of on a leash.
Like attached
at
to
the table.
the receiver?
No receiver, just hardwired into the table.
Oh.
You see what I mean? You can never walk off with the mic in that situation. You're on a leash. I don't think that's actually progress, but you know.
But then, like, every time you want to get up and use your phone, you have to de-mic and step away. There's some flaws. You haven't thought this one
I
through.
mean, listen, maybe we have a retractable sort of situation, or, you know, I didn't say that it's a short leash. Maybe we give them some, but then you can get tangled up, Christmas light situation.
Yeah.
Other players crossing over. You're right.
It's no good.
It's not my finest idea.
5 seconds.
30.
Ponikovs is really feeling it, by the way. I know that's not the focal point as we see Kaverman with the queens declaring 30,000. Schwecht with a very defendable King 10 of hearts, as this is button versus big blind. No small out there.
Yeah, with no small blind, it's suspicious to face this min raise. Tobias certainly knows the mechanics of a spot like this. This is a polarized opening range. Plenty of open shoves for Byron in this spot, but choosing to go small with such a premium hand.
Ace 5-4, Ace of hearts. The only good news for Schwecht's hand. Obviously not a card that Byron prefers, but one that he could potentially rep. And 2 queens, still plenty of hand in this spot, but
yeah,
you got to tread a little bit lightly with Schwecht having so many chips.
I think Kaverman's still quite happy with the strength of his hand. It's rare that Tobias will just flat the big blind with an ace. Mostly a few suited medium aces. King 10 of hearts still more than strong enough to continue. Because there was no small blind, this button opening range should be reasonably weak on the bluffing end. That's a dangerous turn.
Yeah, he peels, and then he ends up with second pair, but a pair that is smaller than the one, unbeknownst to him, he is colliding with.
It's just one of those boards where if Kaverman ever had a bluff, he'd be so inclined to fire it off, expecting Schwecht to be capped at a pair of 5s for the most part.
45.
45,000.
$45K, milky sizing.
Yeah, less than geometric here. There's 145 back. Pot would be 215 on the turn if called, which I suspect it will be. This is a lot of hand. But it really hinges on Kaverman finding those pre-flop bluffs. Min raise on the button. Off of 15 blinds, no small blind.
Well, the fact that that turn was a diamond, maybe without a diamond in hand, Schweck sensing he could catch Byron, having picked up some equity barreling once more with less than a pair of tens, but as we can see, very much not the case here. And is Byron going to be content to just shut this down and show it?
I think he might. There's certain rivers I'm pretty confident he would have jammed for value. I think on the 3, there's just enough of a chance that his hand is no good anymore, that he might just think, let's preserve these chips. Let's, you know, live to fight another day, just in case Tobias has 5-3, 4-3, 5-2 suited, these kind of hands. He's really thinking about it, though. Credit to him.
This would be extraordinary to get value. Sub 1 SPR by a good margin.
I think there's a good chance he gets looked up if he does seek value here, but it's just hard to know that you've got the winner. He does check.
There's a number that he would have got paid on. This much we know. Now back over to Jeju and company. Aces were in his possession last time we observed him. This time they belong to Peter Wang. On a board that's reading 10-6, Queen Jack 4. Lonus is all in for a modest main pot of 150,000. Jeju with second pair had an open ender, very dry river, and let's see whether or not one pair wants to go for some value in a side pot that sits at 310,000. Action that brought us here was a raise from Jeju, 3-bet from Wang. Lonus got it in, and Wang shutting it down after Jeju check called 40K on the flop and 90K on the turn.
How does Lonus do it? In for less than 3 blinds. Up against 2 huge hands.
What pot do I get? I want that one. Guess beggars can't be choosers.
Lines going up to 10 and 20,000 as Lonus lobbied to be able to take the whole thing.
You want to beat me, man.
That's not how it works.
King Jack suited and aces, no good.
Okay, gentlemen, we have a new blind level, 10,000, 20,000, 20,000 bit financing.
Huh?
Pass.
50K in orbit, the price of poker now.
Pass.
All in.
Spiral in.
150.
Lonus ready to go for another spin as it's folded around to his button. King Salmon, June. Ace 5 steps aside, 150 a bit too rich, 7+ bigs.
I think I would have liked to see those chips go in the middle with the blinds up to 10 and 20,000. At the previous level, I think that's a good fold.
I'm all in. Just bought in.
Perhaps seeking to nurture precious stack. Having slipped to 3rd overall now, Bernard Binder.
Fresh stack,
The
just
new
bought
man.
in, boys.
Toward the top of the leaderboard.
On the dot.
This is how many bullets?
I should have slept all day. Yeah.
1 bullet, right?
Oh. One lucky bullet.
I knew I recognized Peter Wang here, despite the limited results I see in the app.
Okay.
High stakes cash game player you may recognize from the Hustler Casino Live, $1 Million Game,
yeah.
big stream games. He's been involved in some massive pots, and if I remember, he was the biggest winner in one of those weeks. Won something like 5 million in a day. It's a massive stream.
Not a massive hand for Obara, but preferring to be the man getting chips in rather than calling off. Jack-9 offsuit employed, and in turn 2 deuces as well, which are pipping Wang Yang's ace-king. Deuce is covering as the pre-flop raiser steps aside. Xiang Yu will pull back 115,000 and will play for 480 in the fate of Wang Yang.
You have an ace or king?
Hmm?
You have a king or an ace?
No.
Here we go, and there's the king. Nod of approval, of course, from the covered party. Six on the turn is cozy. And a duck-free river. It's just fine. By Wang Yang, all in 480.
Thank you. 这个很难被合上，这个发出来也很难合办。
Seeing at an outer table without a showdown, albeit but a big pot clash between the #1 and #2 players in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race. We've got Foxen and Martirosian at the same table out there.
Oh boy.
Somebody send a cameraman.
Schwecht. Pocket threes. Raise to 40.
Owen.
Yaroshevsky deciding with the ace-10 to move in over the top. It's going to be another 135 when it gets back around. Nearly 7 more blinds
Like 135?
being asked of Schwecht, but not a given that it does get back around. You see Ponikov's inquiring here. Now, he knows that Schwecht with a big stack is likely to have a fairly broad range from the hijack, and that is playing a role. He's trying to figure out maybe whether or not Yaroshevsky is reacting to that with whatever his holding is and how well the ace-5 of spades performs. But in the end, he decides to step aside.
Yeah, certainly not good enough for 9 big blinds. I think Ponikov's originally thought that was a reasonably smaller all-in. Nowhere for Schwecht to go. Igor assuming position.
Getting a Zen on as they'll play for the 390.
It looks like he's calling for a 3, though.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I thought it was maybe an Ohm sort of yoga situation.
It's probably also that.
Could be dual use. Could be namaste for the ace-10, unless help arrives, which in some ways it has on the turn. 6 of clubs, adding a robust number of outs to that which would be in service of Yaroshevsky in the bid to double and keep his seat, which he won't do. Thumbs up issued.
3 wings.
Good luck, guys.
And that's going to do it for Yaroshevsky. Good chunk of talent leaving us there. 48 left.
So you're gonna play one more hand. You need to pitch. You pause and take it. And then you're gonna break the table. One hand and stop.
One more hand, is it?
One more hand sounds great, yeah.
Sounds perfect. Luck game.
was like 2 bigs 5 minutes ago.
Who?
Jesse Lonis.
Hearing from the players and also seeing in the Triton Poker Plus app that Lonis is continuing a spin at the other feature. He just doubled with kings against ace-9 suited.
Okay.
He's over 20 big blinds.
For Jesse.
Consult that Hisu, leaving him with 35,000 moment there. Circle it.
5 seconds.
It's potentially the one. Certainly would be adding Shears out to the Christmas list if he manages.
5 seconds.
Queen Jack here, awaiting management from Ponikovs. Limps into Byron, who he covers. Ace-7 of clubs.
Awkward stack depth, 16 blinds. Would have typically expected a hand like the Queen Jack offsuit to just open jam. Now that Kaverman sees the limp, he's debating if he can induce some action.
It's not easy to get here from Japan, you know. Sometimes the flights, there's only one.
Maybe needs to check behind.
So yeah, like, you know, my friends are coming, so I decided I'm just gonna skip.
All of Japan or?
Hakone, do you know what it is? Like,
No, but I mean the flight. Like,
yeah, only like
He's
Osaka,
thoughtful
like, sometimes
and deliberate is Brian.
Like once a week or something?
Once in 2 days, something like this, you know.
Oh, okay.
Every day. Basically,
Inducing off this stack is definitely an option, and that's what he goes with.
for like 2 days or
50K, 2.5x. Willing to call a limp shove. Although I don't typically expect that from the Queen Jack offsuit, looking more like a limp call.
it will line up. You know what I mean? You get the good flight like 12 o'clock on the 19th.
Ponikovs has his own ideas, though.
12 PM, so perfect. Like to come back on the date that I want.
Such a sharp short stack pre-flop player.
So then I got like, you know, transit or something.
So going to hang around, didn't limp with the intention of bowing out versus the extra 30. And we're going to play one, 120 in the middle, 8-7 deuce. Good looking stuff for the ace-7, not so much for the Queen Jack, of course.
So I need to drive back like for 2 hours, you know, or whatever, you know, and then yes, drive back again there, you know, my friends come.
Meanwhile, just sweating another all-in at the red table.
Friends are Japanese or?
Lonis just, how's he all in every hand?
Just to play golf here?
Board's still running. Can sweat the action over there.
Yeah, Triton Poker Plus app, by the way, for those that want to keep tabs on Lonis and anybody else in the field that you might be rooting for.
45.
A lot of flights.
Oh, you mean
Measured is Byron as he brings forward 45, and not sure whether or not Ponikovs is going to have any interest in continuing the fight.
It might be just cheap enough for the 2 overcards and a little bit of backdoor potential. This pre-flop raise is meant to be polar, but wisely gets away. Kaverman would have been happy to put plenty more chips in with the ace-7. Big hand on that flop. It is the kind of board as well that some of those pre-flop bluffs just manage to hit top pair. He takes the 8-3 offsuit and flops a monster, that sort of thing.
Sure.
Maybe try to sneak in the 25K.
Yeah, you
lead for that. And
that's the point of the putting it in front, right? Yeah.
I'm also just gathering that Ponikovs is a more patient player while he's receiving a massage.
It is a very zen-like influence that it appears to be having. As we know, it is well within Ponikovs to bring violence, even in situations like that one with nothing more than queen high. Well, on display there on your screen is the Casino Tourbillon timepiece from the good folks over at Jacob & Company, the official timekeeping partner of the Triton Poker Series, a marvel of modern engineering. It features a fully functional roulette wheel on your wrist, moves with the exact speed and proportions of a classic roulette wheel, bringing the excitement and luxury with you wherever you go. And of course, once we get around to the main event, yet another one of their gorgeous Epic X timepieces will adorn a new recipient.
Japan has some good golf courses.
Yeah. Like I haven't really played nice ones yet. So
Attention Mr. WPT, so now you can pass players. Please announce all goals.
Sensei splashing around. Dylan Lindy at his table as well. Sam Muller.
Yeah. Yeah.
47 remaining, 7 away from calling it a night. Approaching 1:30 in the morning local time here in Jeju, so certainly some of the tanks might be running lean, and this is where stamina is a really important aspect. Long day of poker, if you start to fade, your mental acuity is compromised, you could find yourself on the outside muttering as you walk out the door, wondering, what did I just do? One little misstep could get exploited. No misstep here, ace-10, very straightforward jam with 5 bigs plus for Zhang Yu. Chips in front of Wang Yang look familiar as he connected with a king to leave Yu in the plight that he's currently suffering from. And now with pocket threes, he's going to take the best of it against him. Flatting. A flat that signals strength.
Yeah, I would agree. Very strong hands, capable of being here. Also saw him eyeing the stack of Lonus in the big blind, who just announced all in with King-Queen. Yang just making sure that he's not going to walk into 20 big blinds or something. But Lonus just has 7.
140. He called. You called?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So Jesse joins the party. Kind of interesting that he said you called, as though Wang Yang was going to fold for the extra 25K. I think he's being a little facetious. So the side pot, a modest 50K, the bulk of it. In the center, that's what Yu is playing for, 375,000 there. Fortunate that the ace is clean in this three-way affair. The 10 is as well. Threes leading the way. But note that Yu, the covered man, playing for the main, has the most equity until, of course, we look up at this board. Queen, Jack, 8. 54% is Lonus to vanquish Zhang Yu with top pair here. Broadway Gutty, ace, king, or 9 would also do the trick, and there is the king. 2 pair, but all of a sudden Lonus needs to improve further to a full house as the 3s draw dead. No sweat for Wang. Very much so one for you, though. No paint, no problem.
Lonus
Jesse,
will
take
stick
down the
around.
side.
Yeah. 50K headed his way. He spun it up from less.
What was the question you asked earlier? How was this guy all in every hand? Well,
It just, we step away and he gets dealt all in hands. We come back, he's still getting dealt all in hands.
That he is.
Just gonna look at his chip graph. It reminds me of traveling to Cedar Point Amusement Park in Ohio.
Sandusky, Ohio, Kevin?
Is that the city?
That is indeed. I only know this because I did a report on roller coasters when I was in 6th grade, and that one always stuck with me. It had, at the time, I think, the tallest roller coaster in the country.
Yep.
Things have come a long way.
I went there on a school field trip when they already had the tallest, and they were in the progress of building the new tallest.
Ah, okay.
It was one of those ones that it just, they jettison you like vertical. Just, you start on like a starting track as if you're in a F1 race, and you just take off and then you go straight up a ramp. And then at the top it's just like, well, there's nowhere else to go but backwards, straight back down.
I wouldn't go taking Randy with you on that, as I learned earlier on stream today, given that he actually lost his lunch parasailing once, and I don't find parasailing to be quite as intense an activity.
No.
Well, more activity from Lonus. Ace 4. He's just been all over the place. $120 in the middle, 7-3 suited the customer. A heart in the window and another one along with it. Top pair for Lonus, but he's got to fade the flush. able to do it thus far as the 10 of spades doesn't pose any issues. Nor does a second ace for good measure.
What a roller coaster, right? Okay.
Jesse Six Flags Lonis. Is that the moniker he's earning himself here?
I think as
It's very
Bryn said
important to win
earlier
the one when
today,
you're all in.
that's exactly what
You can
Bryn
just
said.
do that, you can't lose.
Just win when the last of your chips are in. That's all that matters. The other hand's not as important. Lonis knows how to do that.
All in?
War cry once more. Is
120?
Jesse.
He's gonna get called again. They don't even get through. Like the.
No, right. I mean,
there's no just all in and fold.
what's remarkable about it is, you know, anybody sat there would likely be involved just as much. Most of the decisions haven't been courtesy of Lonis's approach, but more so simply the deck.
Two-time chance.
No. Yeah.
Both players with the 3, but a free roll for Jesse as the diamonds lurk.
Versus 1.
Will he get himself
It's
a
double
sweat to a
chance,
clean
double
W?
chance. Double chance. I got the free roll. Chop it up.
Nah.
Chop it up.
To the carving board we go.
I'll take a chop.
Jesse loves it, by the way. I mean, he really is made for this sort of activity. If you left it up to him, he would play every single pot. Pesky things like ICM get in the way. Not that that's what we're dealing with here, but obviously there is a mission critical, and it is to get yourself to day 2. And we are 6 bust outs away from that.
135. I think. Yeah.
Jesse will take one off and give the chip leader a chance to open the button.
6, 7 of diamonds. Obara rattling his saber ever so slightly. It's more like shaking a penknife, I guess, when you min raise. Not exactly a samurai sword is the 6, 7 of diamonds, but
it's a modest display of strength.
No strength on the Queen Jack deuce board for Obara. Can't say the same for Mario, despite being unpaired. That King of Hearts, where we lie, or where our focus lies. And Obara will tell no lies as he checks back. Total whiff. 8 of diamonds would have been a lot more useful on the flop with a friend, but instead it shows up too little too late to matter.
It's a nice spot for Mario to start bluffing. King of Hearts, obviously a key card, but also the 3 just doing him no favors. Can represent a lot of strength in the middle of the deck. 10-9, Queen Jack, 8, any of those cards. Very reasonable off of his short stack.
So the barrel, 75K. Earning Mosbach the pot there. Still early in the super high roller portion of this festival, Kevin, but heading into the Triton Poker Plus app, we can take a look and see whether or not players came through and warmed themselves up in the inaugural Triton 1, and Mario not among so many who did just that. Instead, the WPT Global Slam was his first event here in Jeju.
Might have been preoccupied filming content for his Triton ambassadorship announcement.
Yeah, congrats to him. Very much worthy of the selection. And King 10 offsuit, worthy of a jam. Obara, Queen Jack off in the cutoff.
Yeah, feels a little dicey. Don't think we need to get involved there. I like that fold. Maybe even just one position later and I would feel okay about it. Same with the ace-5 off here, to be honest. Feels a little dicey from the button. A couple of short stacks behind you as well, who will be willing to get in behind. He's in there, though.
Yes, he is. So ace-5 out in front by 16% over Lonis, who has shown resilience here, but plays for 320. Can he pull it off again? Not looking likely on this board. Kings and tens needed as the sands in the hourglass slip away. More granules falling through the narrow passage. Will there be a stay of execution for Jesse Lonis? No.
Good luck, guys. It's been real. It's fun. Good luck.
Tells the crew GG's and says goodbye. The most recent casualty here in this 40K mystery bounty. His bust coming on the heels of, believe it or not, Bernard Binder, who last time I said his name was second in chips overall.
Yeah.
Rabbit-Chow suggesting some real violence took place elsewhere in the room.
Well, I'm spotting Tobias Schwecht with an extremely healthy chip lead. He was already #1, and he's now over $1 million ahead of second place after eliminating Bernard Binder.
Michael Soiza moving in with an ace-queen here over the top of a frisky Tony Trong 3-bet. This one came down Soiza 40, Trong 130. Ponikovs said, guys, it's going to be all of it or none of it. Soiza bowing out. And forgive me, bowing in. Trong bowing out. And 2 overs is the right kind of kit to take into battle against something like Jax. $890 in the middle, and spadeless is Soiza. And take the ace and queen of spades off this monotone board as outs. Given Ponikovs holds a spade, and so the queen comes through, but with the wrong dress on. And that means it's hasta la vista for Malaysia's Michael Soiza, co-owner of the APT, along with Victor Chong, who I've spied lurking around out here. I believe Victor splashing in the Triton 1 portion of the program. But this swim comes to an end for Michael Soiza. Always gracious in defeat. And now just 42 remain. As a 43rd place exit means we are 2 away from calling it a night.
So we're going to play one more hand, James, then we'll stop. Big blind, please.
That elimination we referenced earlier, Ali, by the way, was no small well, we know it was no small confrontation, but it was no straightforward cooler either. A thin pre-flop spot that Schweck took, squeezing pocket tens out of the small blind against the under the gun open of Binder. He got 4-bet and jammed 1.3 million effective. 65 big blinds with pocket tens. Got called by ace king offsuit. Clean board, won the flip.
And vaulted
535.
right on up the leaderboard. Did Schwecht 3.3 million, better than 2-1 over the top of Ivan Leal Player of the Year award leader Artur Martirosyan, who has climbed up as well. Chips flowing quite freely elsewhere in the room. Perhaps a bit of a surprise, considering how crucial it is to try to make your way into tomorrow and have a crack at the bounties. Ponikov's legit kit here. Ace King of clubs. 2.5x open, 10-9 offsuit for Byron, who's thinking it over.
Reasonable price in position at 25 big blinds effective. Certainly can't go anywhere with 10-9 offsuit.
5-5 tray, and maybe departure will be in Byron's future, depending on how Ponikov's chooses to proceed with 120 in the middle.
Yeah, we'll see how big Ponikov's bets. I'm assuming he will. Very safe texture. Just 30K, and I'm looking at the 10 of spades as an excuse, perhaps, to click call and move on to a turn in position. It is a little dicey, of course, but still got 450K back. Doesn't look like Byron's as inclined. Hoping for something cleaner.
Understandably. Not beyond him, of course, to float, take one in position, but right about now, I don't think he's keen to get into the murky waters against the likes of Ponikov's.
No, and I do think those cheaper prices that were offered were deliberate, not necessarily standard in all spots, from out of position, no less, but there's a fair bit of implied pressure on someone like Kaverman right now. You'd really like to take your 25 big blinds into tomorrow exactly how they are.
So here we are with a peek at how things are stacking up at this feature, where Wairan Pu sits in front of Ponikov's. Duan Bin, or Bin Duan rather. Renji Mao, Kaverman, Trong, Winter in that order, rounding things out. Sean Winter on the short stack.
Who would have thought?
Short stack ninja. We know that about him.
You think he's going to try to spin it up? Play it fast and loose?
No, I think he's going to try to punt. Yeah, I think he's going to try to spin it up, but I hear what you're saying. He's not that guy. The 13 big blinds is basically the chip lead for Sean Winter.
I would set the line on his day 2 stack at 6.5 blinds, I think. It's just kind of a favorite to sneak in
he
with
really,
some absurdly low amount.
He just is the electric eel, just slithering his way, zapping people here and there, but never for what seems like a fatal current. Just...
Yeah. Has he ever won a tournament? Or he's just always finishes like 2 spots inside the money?
I think in
min
his
cash
life,
is 75% of the time, and
yeah, I think he's won a tournament. But, you know, I hear where you're coming from.
I figured he's just the highest ROI player in history because he's never been eliminated before the money.
I wouldn't go comparing him to someone like Alan Kessler, who famously likes to chisel into those min cashes. Min raise from the ace king of Obara. And now queens for Risu.
And this is a big spot where
150.
you're not necessarily trying to play cautiously on your 40 blind stack leading into the bubble. You're thinking, I've got pocket queens and the chance to bag a top 5 stack near the end of the day. Even against +1, more than happy to get all these chips in with queens. I have to think that's what's happening next.
Third scoop applied, 110 more. This is one of those classic face-offs brewing before our very eyes, 2 away from hitting the pillow. And of course, Hisu doesn't want to be among those that ends up hitting the pillow. As you see Obara jamming, you know, you're pretty deep if you're Shirzad, and this is not a situation that he wanted to be dragged into, but the hand is the hand, and we cannot fold it.
Well, we spoke to his deliberation earlier. Obviously, he can see the strength of Obara, but surely this is ace-king so often. Oh, we're not supposed to show hands. They were ready to go.
Yeah, they were. Getting a good laugh about it, but see the dealer ensuring that they don't adulterate action elsewhere in the room where so many crucial pots could be being played. All of a sudden you get wind that a couple of guys are all in. You decide not to play a hand you might have otherwise gotten involved with.
Well, I think the cat's out of the bag with regards to there being an all-in, but you certainly don't want to roll over ace-king versus aces and have someone recognize that there's a player out the door 90% of the time.
Yeah. Patiently awaiting the signal as we wait for the completion of other hands in the room. This is a massive one. 1.76 million. This is going to be good for second